Shepherding Humanity Chapter 1086 to Chapter 1144. The foundation of the fallen civilization was equally terrifying. These were the 4,000 inspectors of the past. They were the top 100 in each era. Only they were qualified to be frozen and hibernated. Their combined strength far exceeded the current 1,000 inspectors. Countless beings streaked across the sky, and a series of earth-shattering cries resounded throughout the dark blue vast galaxy. Small vortexes appeared in the galaxy in the sky. They grew larger and larger and turned into mechanical spaceships. How spectacular! The bald man, stone statue disc, gently stroked the tattoo on its back and smiled. At this time, no weak level 10 ruins of the ancient civilization can surpass us. Time is the greatest power in the world. Not only did it allow the fallen civilization to accumulate to such a terrifying level, but there are also more than 100 weak level 10 experts in the Blue Abyss Dominion. What a shocking number. He strode forward and looked toward the direction of the Blue Abyss Dominion. The gate of the Great Path, the war completely broke out. The 100 or so weak level 10 experts with perfect foundations who had just broken through saw more than 6,000 inspectors covering the sky. Towering in the sky, it gave off an extremely strange and unimaginable feeling. Their trump card, it's, how can there be so many? Even the forces of the two sides looked at each other and found it unbelievable. The people of the fallen civilization were also shocked. They didn't expect their civilization to have such a terrifying trump card. I've seen that existence before. Isn't it the King of Endless by Lucy from more than 100,000 years ago, the strongest genius of the mechanic clan? That woman, I can't be wrong. Her skin was red, and she emitted flames. She was the ruler of the fallen civilization 2 generations ago. She led the inspectors of that era and killed a weak level 10 expert with her own hands. She took his Tao seed and became a weak level 10 expert. But didn't they say she died of old age? Countless people recognized the ancient existences. These beings were extremely famous in the history of the fallen civilization. They were covered in a terrifying aura, and their combat strength was unimaginable. But they were still alive. Moreover, there were more than 4,000 of them. The rulers of the past civilizations were all weak level 10 experts. Now there were as many as 37 of them. The remaining 4,000 experts, although not weak level 10 experts, were still extremely powerful. Some of us are not their match. Yuan stood on the ground, raised his head, and revealed a trace of shock. The other party's numbers are actually twice as many as ours. Even if we have the recovery ability of the Joss Flame civilization, it will become extremely difficult. The void trembled slightly as the phantoms of the 3 Empyreans descended. It really is him. Our father, the man who once madly searched for someone with the same bloodline to achieve enlightenment, the man who madly gave birth. The expressions of the 3 Empyreans were extremely solemn. Their Blue Abyss bloodline was a mutation of their bloodline. Previously, when Nasira, Madura, and the others were talking about reproduction, they had mentioned that when 2 Taoists gave birth to offspring, there might be a mutation of the bloodline of both sides. Although the probability was low, it was not impossible. The golem disc had found countless female Taoists with similar bloodlines and bred them. After countless failed mutations, the 3 of them were the final product. The bloodline of the Blue Abyss race had mutated. In the beginning, the golem disc's ability was only to stop time and the movement of the particles of matter. It was unable to maintain consciousness and continue cultivating in stillness. However, with the 3 Empyreans, they could start cultivating, although the speed was extremely slow. But it was also because of this that the 3 Empyreans had completely created the glory of the Blue Abyss celestial realm. In fact, the fallen civilization is also another Blue Abyss celestial realm. They also use their time talent to form a whole. It's just that they can only use this method to sleep. A trace of mockery flashed across the 3 Empyreans' eyes. There is almost no difference between us. We have the same structure from the beginning. The fallen civilization and the Blue Abyss celestial realm were actually civilizations with the same structure. This was the most incredible thing. Your Majesty, what should we do? One Taoist after another asked in a low voice. Continue the campaign and make small contact. One of the Blue Abyss Heavenly Venerables looked at the battlefield and said coldly. Originally, they wanted to completely erupt and force out the other party's strength, then defeat the other party in one go. But now, they could only attack tentatively. Because their size was too large, there were too many beings weaker than level 10. Look at us and that man. Let's see who can't hold back and fight first. They looked into the distance, at the bald man sitting on a chair in the sky, holding a baby and slowly rocking the chair. This is too scary. Madura and the others drove their mechanical Dao tools and followed the logistics team. Now, all the level 9 beings below the inspector level have been assigned to the logistics team. They no longer have the ability to fight. Yes, it's the battlefield of the weak level 10 now. Ordinary level 9 beings can only play second fiddle. Werner looked at the rulers of both sides standing in the sky, facing each other. That man, is he the ruler of the fallen civilization? Why is he holding a baby? This is too strange. Xianxia also took a deep breath and looked around. As the leader of this team, her primary goal was to protect everyone's safety in this disaster. Although she had a fortuitous encounter, it could not be turned into strength in a short period of time. Xianxia said, "Let's not care so much. The situation has completely changed. It's already a battle of the weak level 10. We have to sign up." They were assigned to the 7th battlefield. Roars could be heard all around. Countless beings were guarding the surroundings to prevent a surprise attack. There were also various voices. "Hurry up, go to the front to help. We've received news that there's an inspector in front who needs help to repair his overheated Dao tool. Guard team, continue to observe the surroundings." The surroundings were moving forward quickly. As the battlefield rescue team, they were secretly patrolling around. Xianxia was also in the spaceship. He was drinking tea calmly among the bustling crowd. He looked very relaxed, as though he was the only sober person among the crowd. Suji sat in the spaceship and looked out of the window. He looked at the blue starry sky outside the window. The two sides were facing each other, and he was a little shocked. "This gave me a scare. Isn't this too ruthless? No wonder they're the giants of both sides. It's not something we can interfere with. But it looks like it'll take at least 7 to 8 hours?" He drank his tea and looked at the battlefield. Looking at the man rocking the stroller, he felt that it was a strange feeling of a man of steel sniffing a rose. But there are too many weak tents. They've turned into 2 different battlefields with the Niners below them. Suji felt that there was a long way to go. The weak tents will fight them. Look at these players. Continue to pick up salted fish and get a batch of Niners. Suji did not forget his original intention. He knew what he was here for. The other party's trump cards were terrifying. His civilization sand table was not even 1,000th of theirs. The other party's weak tents were gathered together. How could he compete? There was no way to compete. But it was their business to be strong. Currently, strengthening the Zerg's protective barrier was more important than anything else. This was a way of retreat, and he had to keep it safe. The weak tent's combat power would directly enter the battlefield. When one side was at a disadvantage, the other side's 100% weak tents would enter the battlefield. Then, the battle might become intense and they would directly break through. It's still going according to this plot. Suji silently calculated and looked up into the sky. I have to get the 3 pillar gods to speed up and devour another batch of Niners to prevent the final battle from happening. We're too weak and can't stop them at all. Suji was prepared to run at any time. Beside him, Little Rock was still excitedly accompanying him to study and repair machinery. Medusa, on the other hand, was still evolving species with great interest. Suji was thinking about what he could do in the next 7 to 8 hours. The players were most suitable for this kind of sneaky work. Helping the 3 pillar gods infect crazily had nothing to do with him. The only thing he could do now was incubate the eggs. Incubate the ancient elemental life, which was also in existence with 5 genes. He could take a look at its inherited memories. It's almost time. Beside him, Medusa laughed softly. She, who did not know the details, still felt that it was just a very big war. She was still studying her own matters. My species is about to take shape. Previously, Dickie, Carolyn, and the other Buddhists couldn't beat me in the same realm. They mocked me for my slow cultivation speed, saying that I would never be able to keep up with their realm speed. I have to give them a surprise. What surprise? Little Rock was very curious and put down the work at hand. In the court of Nirvana, she had evolved her own iron base race. However, her sister's evil god race was very perfect. Thus, she didn't evolve the evil god race at all. Instead, she evolved a strange creature. It seemed to be a non-combat type creature with a brain. It had big eyes and octopus legs, giving off a very terrifying feeling. As for her sister, she was an existence that was proficient in most of the laws of the universe. She cultivated everything and cultivated thousands of bloodline genes. How deep was her knowledge? Even she started to be extremely curious about how unique her sister's evolved species was. Of course, it's the species that is most suitable for me. Medusa smiled. To make up for the flaws of my evil god. Then, what species is most suitable for you? Little Rock was very curious. Isn't the evil god perfect? There are no flaws at all. That's why you didn't evolve it. What do you think? Medusa threw the pot back to Little Rock. Little Rock thought about it seriously. The evil god is very strong, but their cultivation speed is very slow. It's so slow that it makes one's hair stand on end. Thus, the most suitable species is a species that can increase their cultivation speed. That's right. Medusa smiled. Back then, when I was watching that small television, I discovered the moon goddess season's mother stream civilization. I was greatly inspired by the usage of the eternal bloodline. They actually burned their lifespans to increase their cultivation speed. Then, you also have the eternal bloodline, so you also burned your lifespans? Little Rock asked. That's right. Their cultivation technique isn't complicated at all. It's just a way to use the blood of eternal life to cultivate. I learned it after looking at it for a while. Their cultivation technique accelerates one's cultivation speed by 6 times by burning their lifespan. Medusa explained. Then, you can increase your cultivation speed by 6 times? Isn't that super fast? Little Rock had a look of excitement on her face. 6 times, how fast was that? How can it be so simple? Increasing your lifespan is equivalent to increasing the time you sleep. For example, if you wake up for an hour, you sleep for another hour. But after increasing your lifespan, you will wake up for a few minutes and then sleep for an hour. Medusa said, at the same time, the cultivation speed of the eternal bloodline is only half of that of a normal life form. Because you have to sleep for half of the time, the 6 times cultivation speed is only 3 times that of a normal cultivator. Ah, Little Rock exclaimed and carefully pondered for a moment. Then the price-performance ratio is only average. It's only 3 times the cultivation speed, and you have to burn your lifespan and sleep crazily. This is exchanged for being slaughtered by others. Thinking about it this way, it was only average. If you had 3 times the cultivation speed, and you were defenseless, you would not even be able to resist the enemy's attack. This was very fatal. Therefore, I researched a new species, life overclocking. Medusa smiled and said, there's only one function. Burn your lifespan to increase your cultivation speed. Little Rock also became excited. How many times can it increase? It can increase by as many times as you want. Medusa laughed and said, I estimate that it will be at least a few thousand times. That heaven-defying? Little Rock was completely stunned. Medusa said, but it consumes quite a lot of resources. Burning your lifespan means burning your life force. If your nutrition can't keep up, you will squeeze yourself dry and turn into a skeleton. In short, it's using a huge amount of energy to increase your lifespan and burn yourself in exchange for super fast cultivation speed. That's also the feeling of flying. Little Rock smiled and said, it's just energy resources. Isn't that heaven-defying? That's not true. Medusa shook his head again. This is just speeding up your body's cultivation speed. If your comprehension of the realm can't keep up, it's useless no matter how fast it is. If you make an 8th-order deity without the corresponding control of the realm and comprehension of the laws, no matter how fast your body's cultivation speed is, there's no way you can break through. My overclocking only saves you the gradual grinding. In my opinion, it's only suitable for recultivating. Recultivating? Little Rock completely understood. Yes, recultivating. If your previous realm can keep up, you'll be a very good helper if you do it again. Medusa smiled and said. Hearing this, Little Rock instantly became excited. In other words, this bloodline was the most useful to her sister. This was because she had to recultivate thousands of times for a path. Now that she could burn her lifespan and speed up her cultivation, it was very suitable. For the Mother Stream civilization and other beings with the blood of eternal life, it was helpful, but not much. This was because it was their first time cultivating. If their mental cultivation could not keep up, burning their lifespan would be useless. This was because many existences were stuck at the mental realms of comprehending and laws. Who would be stuck at the level of painstaking effort? This was something that could be slowly improved as long as there was time. It's too perfect. This bloodline is perfect for sister. Little Rock was overjoyed. As long as there are enough resources, sister's path of recultivation will be very, very fast. Yes, my cultivation speed is starting to become very, very fast. Medusa also smiled. But that's only for me. My cultivation speed is already 129,600 times faster than others of the same realm. My cultivation speed has increased by thousands of times. It's still an astronomical figure. Little Rock felt her scalp go numb when she heard this. Counting it, it's still a few hundred times faster than other beings. Other beings cultivate once, but sister cultivates a few hundred times. But it was still barely within the acceptable range. But this speed also meant that it was a bottomless pit of resources that could only be exchanged for this cultivation speed. To be honest, would this bloodline be useful to others? It was completely useless. Who would integrate it? It was just a waste of a gene position. Who could withstand the crazy burning of their lifespan? They would directly die of old age. And even with the combination of eternal life blood and life overclocking, it seemed to be a combination without any loss. One had unlimited lifespan while the other burned it. But for people who did not need to recultivate their realm, the improvement was not much. As for the fusion of eternal life blood and life overclocking, these two non-combat bloodlines, their combat power would be unimaginably low. It was not worth it at all. This was a useless bloodline. Except for Medusa, no one else was suitable for it. Suji was originally holding his chin, bored to death as he listened to the conversation between the two. He was slightly stunned, and his eyes gradually brightened. This bloodline is not only suitable for Medusa, but it is also quite suitable for the current me. He suddenly had a joyful thought in his heart. He looked at the 25% path of the 9th level law. Originally, I still needed about a week to complete it. But with Medusa's evolved bloodline, I can also complete the 9th level path quickly. Spiritual realm, understanding of the law, he had long reached it, 3 avatars, crazily studying in 3 worlds. 100 years a day was no joke. He had already completed the cultivation of 5 bloodlines. How could he not achieve it? It really suits Medusa. Although it is useless, it is quite useless. It can only help me speed up for a week, but it is an emergency right now. He suddenly looked out of the window. It seems that I also have a chance to quickly break through to the 9th level, or even the upper level of the 9th level. I will catch up to Carolyn, Dickie, and the others. Carolyn, Dickie, and the others began to accumulate strength, preparing for war. Unexpectedly, there was such an unexpected surprise. He could also break through to the 9th level, and the gap between him and them would soon be closed. Is it possible to quickly reach the upper level of the 9th level? Maybe I can even enter the weak 10th level? A crazy thought appeared in Suji's mind. No, I have the genes of the 5 great bloodlines. That existence previously said that the descendants of the 10th level have gains and losses. They are naturally invincible in the same level, and they are also cursed by the entire universe. They cannot condense the Tao seed and truly reach the realm of the ultimate 10th level. On the other side. In the orchard, Suji stood up and paced back and forth. He felt that he still had to incubate the egg and find out the truth from it. Why couldn't the perfect 5 genes break through to the ultimate 10th level? Why did he have to be stuck? It has to be done on both sides. Moon Goddess Season will incubate the egg, and I will look at Medusa's species here. Hopefully, I can make it in time. Suji didn't know how long they would have to fight. A few hours, or a day? If they could fight for a day, it would be very practical for Suji. There was no need to delay before. Now, I have to let those players think of ways to delay the outbreak of war by any means necessary. Suji thought as he pushed open the door and walked into the backyard. God of Destruction's dimensional yard. A large spider was sitting on a small stool, earnestly evolving its species. It suddenly stood up in shock. Great God of Destruction! You have awakened? Looking at the arrival of the God of Destruction, Xianxia was now a little excited. Although her own dimensional yard and her spores were operating according to her own ideas, she did not know if it was in line with the God of Destruction's intentions. This made her a little anxious. Don't worry. Since you have been chosen, you can control it. According to your own will. The God of Destruction seemed to have seen through her thoughts and said in a distant voice. According to my own will, Xianxia was slightly shocked, and her eyes burst into a bright light. Was she chosen because she saw the will of the future? Was it because she saw her actions from a distant timeline and was most in line with the will of the future, so she was chosen? There must be a cause when there is a result. In other words, her path at this time, as long as she followed her own will, it would meet the requirements of the God of Destruction. She kept pondering, trying to guess the meaning behind it. Suji, on the other hand, could not be bothered with the spider beauty, whose eyes were darting around and who knew what she was thinking. After all, the situation was urgent. Looking at the mountains and rivers in the courtyard, the octopus with a large eyeball said indifferently, that creature contains a great opportunity. You can support it with all your might, allowing it to quickly form and evolve. Xianxia followed his gaze. She naturally paid attention to the octopus with a big eye. After all, even though everyone here achieved the Tao, they all started from scratch, fumbling around this evolutionary system knowledge that they had never taken before. Even though they had all types of bold and imaginative ideas, it was extremely difficult for them to realize, none of them able to bring out anything worth mentioning. Only the Grim Reaper of the players and Medusa, who had mature evolution system knowledge, were the focus of her attention. That evil god, as expected? She has also evolved into a species. I was right to bring her in. Xianxia was secretly happy and felt that her decision was correct. She could not help but respectfully say to the God of Destruction, I will do my best to help transfer resources and help her quickly evolve. That's good. The God of Destruction said lightly. Then, Suji turned around and went back into the room, slamming the door shut with a bang, leaving the big spider alone in the cold wind. Soon, Xianxia took action. Medusa heard a piece of news. Ding, the player has evolved into a species with great potential and will be granted a short-term species. Increase in value, unlimited spores, and can control 10 populations at the same time. This was a very big privilege. After all, what did the evolution of a species depend on? It depended on the population and the number of spores. She was given control of 10 accounts and 10 branches at the same time. By the window. Suji saw this scene from inside the house. Xianxia is indeed not bad. She's very clever and knows how to figure out the holy will. She executes it with great action. But of course, who among those who achieved the Tao wasn't a wily old fox? To be honest, Suji was now working quickly and had no time to talk to Xianxia. He had other things to do. On the other side, Medusa was already evolving. She was already close to the end of her species formation, so she had no time to waste. She felt that it wouldn't be long before she came out. Originally, I still had a week before I could break through to the 9th rank, and catch up to the first echelon. But this can be considered as bringing it forward. After all, the weather is unpredictable. Who knew that the two sides would suddenly start fighting? Suji thought about it. This thing was really useless to others. It was useless to him in the first place, but the situation was different now. Time was life. Even now, it's impossible for me to replace a perfect transcendent bloodline with this single-use bloodline. I have to think of a way to get the alchemy factory to make an alchemy plugin for this bloodline. Suji took a deep breath. Once this was settled, he would let the super ancient god go to Mount Akina and let him produce according to the blueprint of this bloodline. All that's left is that egg. Suji raised his eyebrows. At this time, in the ancient elemental ruins. Phoenix was familiarizing itself with the resources and artifacts it had obtained. It felt very exquisite. And Moon Goddess Ji in the house next to it began to assimilate the crystal egg. The elemental life inside was quickly transformed into the Zerg race and then directly hatched. Hua! A dark blue gem began to gradually give birth to a wisp of life and began to diffuse. Pentagene bloodline? Suji instantly felt the aura of life. Let me see what's in your inheritance. A series of memories, complicated and complicated, were like countless electronic signals rushing into his mind. After a while, Suji slowly let out a turbid breath. So that's how it is? He looked at the elemental life and sighed. At first, he thought that obtaining a Zerg hero with a pentagene bloodline would allow him to join the Zerg race. A Zerg hero SSR was comparable to Dickie's nailboard level 10. It was a very powerful opportunity, but who knew that it was just ordinary? Because it was useless, no wonder level 10 did not crazily reproduce and mass-produce level 10. It was all useless. Why is it cursed by the universe? The reason is simple. Because a pentagene life form naturally has a 100% path to level 10. After reaching high level 9, it does not need to take the level 10 end of Tao path. It will naturally break through to level 10. Naturally having a 100% path to level 10, wasn't that amazing? One had to know how heaven-defying it was to have a 100% path to level 8 and level 9. But it was different here. Not being able to take a 100% path to level 10 means that this life form cannot form a Tao seed, form its own end of Tao. A level 10 without a Tao bloodline is simply, unimaginably weak. Suji completely understood the reason. It was not a good thing to directly break through to level 10 without any obstacles. You, as a level 10, are the weakest. You are still using the 5 ordinary bloodline genes from before. But someone else is using their own end of Tao bloodline, the end of their Tao, and the Tao crystallization of their 4 major transcendent systems. How are you going to fight them? What a joke. You do not have your own Tao, so you are a fake level 10. You are not completely useless. After all, if you cannot form your own Tao, you can still seize the Taos of other level 10 and become a normal level 10. After all, level 10 can change their bloodline at any time. But how are you going to seize it? This was a very practical problem. Your combat power was too much weaker than others. You could not even defeat them. A normal level 10 had to have their own Tao bloodline as a chip to be able to go to the gambling table and fight head-on with other level 10. Only then could they accumulate interest, and in the end they could reach 5 Tao bloodlines. You did not even have the most basic chip, and you could not even go to the gambling table. Without an initial fund, how were you going to accumulate interest? Seize the Tao of other level 10, this was not practical. Even if other level 10 saw you, they would not even bother to pay attention to you and would just turn around and leave. 5 ordinary level 10 children who had not formed the end of Tao. Although they were also level 10, was it worth it for them to fight? They would not get anything even if they killed them. And you were a level 10 child. Perhaps you would want your father to help you kill a level 10 and seize the other party's Tao bloodline for you to fuse with so that you could become a normal level 10, even your father's generation lacked it. Every ultimate Tao bloodline was a rare existence in the entire universe. It was the most precious treasure in the entire universe. It was the life's work of an existence at the end of Tao. Of course, you would have priority in fusing with such a treasure. This is a chicken rib. Suji muttered. Looking at this extraordinary being with 5 genes, he knocked on the eggshell, and said helplessly, then why should I keep you? Kill a level 10 bloodline and let you fuse with it so that you can become a normal level 10? I'm lacking it myself. Even if I have this bloodline, why don't I let a level 10 existence break through and fuse with it? Suji finally understood why the existence of the elemental civilization relic only entrusted an orphan to him, and did not expect its own child to take revenge. However, this is also my problem. I also have 5 major bloodlines, and I can't walk the path of level 10. Suji took a deep breath and kept flipping through the legacy's information. It's difficult for me to break through, so I can only seize the bloodline of others. But I can still do it. This is also because of my identity. If it were any other normal level 10 child, they would only be able to wait for death. This was indeed a curse of the universe. The 100,000 years of darkness curse and the one before him seemed to have been predestined. Suji continued to sort through the information. At present, if I want to break through, there are two ways. The first is for Dickie, Carolyn, and the others to kill a level 10 and seize the bloodline of the Great Path for me. The second is for me to kill a level 10 myself. According to the ancient records, it's not that there aren't any level 10 children who rely on the combination of 5 ordinary extraordinary bloodlines to defeat a real level 10, seize the other's bloodline, and successfully metamorphose. However, this was only an ancient universe legend. Using ordinary bloodlines to compete with someone else's bloodline of the Great Path, they were not on the same level at all. Unless one's 5 bloodlines were extremely heaven-defying, then there was a chance of winning. According to the records, there was an extremely heaven-defying level 10 child who wandered through countless extraordinary worlds and successfully found 5 types of heaven-defying bloodlines, successfully turning the tables. But even so, it's only a fight. 4 trash bloodlines at the end of the Great Path, and 1 level 10 bloodline of the Great Path. Suji took a deep breath and sorted through the information he received. He felt that his future was inexplicable. Disappointment and helplessness were unavoidable. In other words, he was different from Dickie, Carolyn, and the others. He had spent more than half a year cultivating the 9 revolutions mysterious art, the bloodline of his entire race, and the quantum bloodline, but he was unable to condense his own great Tao and form his own Tao. In the future, these 5 bloodlines would definitely be abandoned. I'm already very uncomfortable. Suji took a deep breath, shook his head, and sighed. I've cultivated so hard for 7 months, and you're telling me that I'll have to throw them away when the time comes? After all, how powerful was the Great Tao bloodline condensed by his 5 bloodlines? This Great Tao bloodline contained the 9 revolutions mysterious art, the bloodline of his entire race, the quantum system, and a series of cultivation methods, all condensed into one gene position, becoming the first bloodline of his own race. Suji felt that once he condensed it, he could beat everything, integrate all the bloodline systems, and form the true Panga Great Tao bloodline body, but now, Dickie and the others could condense it, but he could not. This was a tragedy. I can imagine how powerful their Taos will be after they condense it. Suji smiled bitterly in his heart. Indeed, the world is balanced. The strength of the 5 bloodlines, the benefits I've eaten before, will all have to be spat out now. He had no intention of killing Dickie, Carolyn, and the others to seize their Great Tao bloodline. Although these heaven-defying cultivation methods condensed the Great Tao invincible, it was like killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. Forget it, I'll think about it later. Suji muttered to himself, if worst comes to worst, I'll spend some more time and use the previous Messiah's body to cultivate again. I'll merge it with my original bloodline and let him break through to the 10th level. Then, I'll eat his Tao. Suji's eyes lit up slightly, and he suddenly smiled. No, no. Why would I cultivate one? I can cultivate 5 messiahs, each with a different transcendent bloodline combination, and then eat all 5 of them? Suji thought of the path to the 10th level. The Zerg could be played that way in the 10th level, it was as if he could see a bright future. But very quickly, Suji realized that he was thinking too far ahead. He first thought about how he could survive this cosmic catastrophe. On Medusa's side, it has already evolved and is making the final adjustments. Suji looked at the species and silently let the subbrain bring up its attributes. A new type of evil eye. 1. Life overclock. 2. Empty. 3. Empty. 4. Empty. 5. Empty. Suji took a look. Life overclocking. It wasn't weak, but it wasn't. Not only could he use it on himself, but he could also use it on others. The moment the other party saw his evil eye, they would rapidly age and die. It was a kind of mental attack. What was the most ridiculous thing that made the other party burn his own life force in a frenzy? This ability was extremely strange. It was like a kind of evil curse that would have a great effect on someone of the same level, even if it was someone stronger than you. As long as they weren't too much stronger, you could still make them life overclock, madly burning their life force and entering a berserk state. It was a powerful killing machine. This kind of attack was too strange. It was like a long-distance curse that was very difficult to guard against. But this thing is indeed a killing machine. It can kill oneself and make the other party overclock their life force? When the other party is fighting against you, they can't wait to erupt with their strength and burn their life force, instantly erupting with over 10 times their combat strength, directly killing you in a single breath. Suji's expression turned strange. This was the first time he had seen such a mystical bloodline. It could give the other party a buff, allowing the other party to become stronger and kill him. This is also a rather obscure bloodline. It might be very useful in certain situations. For example, I can combine a few defense-type bloodlines and make the other party overclock their life force. After that, I will frantically escape, squeezing the other party's life force dry. This is also a very disgusting method. Suji only had this evaluation. How long was the lifespan of the other party at the 10th rank? If you made them overclock, would they die of old age? This would definitely be a battle of endurance. Could you endure it? Right now, his horizons were much higher. If it wasn't at the heaven-defying level, he wouldn't even look at it. This thing could kill him. The 9 revolutions mysterious art, the cells of the entire race, these were the bloodlines that were worth promoting. Suji didn't waste any words. After obtaining the genetic blueprint and the route, he directly descended to the ground and searched for Mount Akina. A golden alchemy factory stood tall on the ground. Meng Mei, the alchemy emperor, and the others were discussing the variables of the war. After all, they were the decision-makers. Hua la la. The ancient deity slowly walked over. Meng Mei, the alchemy emperor, and the others were all startled. They hurriedly bowed. Deity. Ancestor. They silently mused in their hearts. As expected, the ancient deity paid a lot of attention to this matter. The scale of this war was too great. It might even cause a few weaker 10th rank existences to directly break through. In fact, it might even attract supreme existences to cross dimensions and descend. The ancient deity stretched out his hand, and a blueprint rapidly appeared before Mount Akina. Can it be manufactured? This will affect the entire war situation in the future. Mount Akina was slightly startled. He hurriedly took the blueprint and studied it. Even if we can't manufacture it, we have to do it forcefully. Please believe in our industrial standards. Don't worry. Meng Mei's face was filled with black lines. Could he speak less? The ancient deity ignored her and continued, try to be as fast as possible. Mount Akina's expression turned solemn as he carefully studied the blueprint. He was originally the number 1 evolver among the players. Furthermore, he played alchemy factories, so he had been accumulating knowledge in this field. It's very detailed. I should be able to complete the first version in about 3 days. But to perfect it, these 3 days were naturally referring to the 3 days of high-dimensional time flow. There's no need to perfect it. The ancient deity reminded. Yes. Mount Akina also understood the importance of this matter. He had already deduced that the influence of this war would be too great. It would decide his future. He quickly worked at full speed. In just 2 days, he had completed the first version. Suji instantly felt that his civilization's sand table had completely matured. There would be corresponding talents in every aspect that could satisfy his urgent needs. He did not say much and directly left. In the mortal realm of the orchard, Suji silently took the nouveau riche gold gene plug-in and began to completely step on the path of rank 9 cultivation. Let me see how much I can condense this originally estimated 1 week. His entire body was burning fiercely. It was as if all the cells, flesh, and soul in his body were like a pot of boiling water that was riding on a high-speed train. Even his soul was being held by the wind, and he felt an indescribable speed. Suji lowered his head and watched as the entire path of rank 9 began to pulsate at an unimaginable speed. 26%, 27%. Feeling this crazy pulsating speed, Suji had a terrifying thought. If this continued, he would be able to reach the upper ranks of rank 9 in one go. After all, Carolyn, Dicky, and the others had also broken through very quickly. This was because this small realm was originally a process of energy accumulation. 28%, 29%. Suji lowered his head and felt his life force burning crazily. His whole body was boiling, and he was aging rapidly. Luckily, I'm still young. If I don't cultivate to rank 8, the total lifespan in the sand table is only a few hundred years. Otherwise, I would really die of old age. After all, he had already shaved off his eternal blood and replaced it with quantum gene. Now, he could only endure it. He did some calculations and felt that he could endure it. With this crazy high-speed training speed, he should be able to reach 100% on the path to rank 9 after burning 7 to 8,000 years of his lifespan. 7 to 8,000 years. I feel like I've become an old man all of a sudden, he revealed a pained expression. He felt that this thing was not something ordinary people could play with. According to his calculations, it would only take a little more than a week. Even if it was a little later, it would only take 2,000 years at most, and he would definitely be able to finish cultivating. Now, he had to spend 7 to 8,000 years of his lifespan. This life force could be burned so easily. This was a huge loss. There was no cost-performance ratio at all. In fact, the lifespan was not that bad. After all, one could live for 100,000 years after reaching rank 9. 7 to 8,000 years was still very young. What gave Suji a headache now was the energy consumption. The path to rank 9 was the path of merging the soul and cells. It did not need energy at all. It was the cultivation and integration of one's own body. It was a technical work, the comprehension of the great Tao laws, the fusion of the soul and body, and then the breakthrough to 100% weak rank 9. Only then would a large amount of energy be needed to break through to rank 9. But now, the path to rank 9 that does not need any energy also requires so much energy? Suji felt his heart ache. The consumption per second was an astronomical figure. The savings he had just accumulated after the Universe Garden incident were being squeezed dry. Just to advance my training progress by 1 week. I hope it's worth it and I can earn back my investment. Suji shook his head and smiled bitterly. Time waited for no man. How could everything go according to plan? This was not going according to plan at all. It did not give him a chance to breathe. Facing the fierce battle between the Blue Abyss celestial region and the fallen civilization, he could only face it head-on and resist this wave of catastrophe. Boom, his body was like a fast-forward movie, jumping around at high speed. Suji lowered his head and continued to sense the progress of his cultivation. With this life overclocking, I should be able to burn up to 100% rank 9. If I spend some more resources, I should be able to skip the low, middle, and high rank 9 stages. Once he reached high rank 9, what would it mean? There was no path to the 10th level. He directly reached the 10th level ultimate realm. It's the weakest type, a rank 10 without a Tao seed. I wonder if he can beat the 3 great Empyreans, who are 100% weak rank 10. He sat in the living room of the orchard and looked out of the window. He had not measured the true combat power of both sides. He would only know after they fought. The battle was divided into 2 batches. The battlefield of the weaker rank 10, as well as the battlefield of the ordinary rank 9, spanned who knew how many galaxies they were fighting. Heaven collapsed, the earth cracked, the sun and the moon dimmed, and everywhere one looked, blood reeked. These were the 2 mythical star empires who were writing their final chapters with their own blood. At this time, the battlefield was already too terrifying. The great emperor of Dongqing from the quantum civilization had already become completely inconspicuous, like a grain of sand floating in the air. It's too weak. The quantum television is no longer useful. That's right. Ordinary rank 9 combatants are starting to lose their ground. The weakest 10 ranks are the main fighting force. We have to execute Plan B so soon? Are we going to use our strongest trump card? There's no other way. We are too weak. Right now, we can only use our strongest trump card to help. Otherwise, we might not even have the chance to use it later. Yes, that's the only way. The ancient god told us to buy time. I heard that Dicky has already settled it. He is still familiarizing himself with the realm and needs time. The players took a deep breath. Their combat power was really low. Even though they had hundreds of moves and routines, the gap was too big. Their raw power was directly crushed. However, with their steady character, it was not that they did not have any trump cards. Their trump card was the incense system, evil and strange. Is it done? It's done. They looked at the sky from afar. It was a towering beauty with a head of dazzling green hair. It gave people a sense of vitality and holiness. The new 9 transformations mysterious art. That's right. Together with Meng Mei's rank 9 dragon vein, it formed a meridian array. It has completely condensed. But this is not Meng Mei's original body. The dragon vein meridian array inside is a clone Tycoon's golden dragon vein. In the Panga True body, the one controlling the Panga True body isn't Meng Mei herself, but her quantum battle body. Tycoon's golden dragon vein. The cloned bloodline did not have to worry about being stolen. Meng Mei used the quantum battle body to control her enlarged Panga real and did not have to worry about dying. I didn't plan to come back alive. But can Meng Mei really fight? There's no other way. This is the only way. Yes, don't be fooled by Meng Mei's punches. She runs fast. In this kind of battlefield, it's a competition of agility. In such a large-scale dark battlefield, Meng Mei is almost invincible. There is too much despair, darkness, fear, and fear. It will become an endless source of power. Yes, in there, Meng Mei is almost invincible. She is a perpetual motion machine. Yes, her main task is to buy time. The rest does not matter. Everyone discussed. Blue Abyss Realm. Biko looked at the war and finally spoke. He said to the 3 heavenly venerables of the Blue Abyss Realm, I have a way to temporarily communicate with the witch's god of origin. Dear Eye Circle. The witch's god? The 3 heavenly venerables were slightly startled. Dear Eye Circle, the witch who symbolized darkness and evil, the magical girl who symbolized light. Evil, justice, and all the magic of faith came from her. Her ring principle was the strongest source of magic power. She had the super magic that could change the order of the universe and interfere with all the timelines of the universe. She had once saved all the witches in the timelines, eliminating the darkness and evil in the depths of people's hearts from the root, and stopped the tragedy of the witches. The 3 heavenly venerables had naturally heard of these legends. In their opinion, Dear Eye Circle was undoubtedly the strongest legend of the ancient witch incense system. She was also the founder of this civilization. The incense system was a system with strong recovery power. And this energy that provided recovery power was separated from the positive emotion of incense. But when the positive incense was absorbed, the negative emotion produced was the witch, which was the dark freak, which had been suppressed by them. You can communicate with the witches, so-called ancestor? One heavenly venerable was very surprised. He originally thought that they were the convergence of darkness, evil, and chaotic emotions. Yes, but if you release the dark incense existences that were suppressed by you, they will go to the battlefield to help kill the enemy, but they will not distinguish between friend and foe, Bhikkhu said seriously. The 3 heavenly venerables pondered. Those evil dark freaks, chaotic and irritable, would indeed not distinguish between friend and foe. But throwing them into the battlefield was also a good choice. Most importantly, if they attacked with all their strength, they would not be able to continue suppressing these freaks. This was the evil dark power gathered by more than 100 people who had achieved the Tao. When it truly erupted, it was comparable to a very powerful weak rank 10. Sure. The 3 heavenly venerables did not hesitate. At this time, they could be said to be throwing caution to the wind. Let the so-called Night of the Witch, the witch's calamity, completely erupt. Whoosh. Soon, the evil dark existences that they had suppressed were quickly released. Through some strange channel, they were quickly absorbed into the ruins of End and quickly settled. On the other side, the cute girl looked at the sky. Her huge Panga True body stood tall on the ground. The brand new version of the 9 Revolutions mystic art will be updated from here. Everything, let it begin. She reached out and grabbed at the void. A void world was pulled into reality. Finally, she murmured, Freak number 000, Void Primordial Serpent. A freak that has accumulated the resentment of countless people who had achieved the Tao. 100 perfect people who had achieved the Tao should be a strong combat power among the weak rank 10 after their breakthrough. The cute girl took a step and disappeared into the void. On the blood-colored battlefield, countless weak rank 10 were fighting wildly. They had all set foot on the great Tao and were the supreme rulers of the universe. They were fighting against the inspectors from ancient times. Suddenly, darkness came out of nowhere and covered the entire land. The entire universe that was blooming with light and bombarded with Taoist techniques drew a curtain. Like a black meteor streaking across the sky, a beautiful woman wearing a sorcerer's outfit and holding a magic staff descended, bringing with her an unparalleled great evil. The long night is coming. Today, I will begin the slaughter. I will fight with the sorcerer until I die. An ancient chant mixed with an evil voice, like the whispers of countless evil gods, came from the ancient void and resounded across most of the Azure Galaxy battlefield. What is that? All the rank 9 people who had achieved the Tao and the weak rank 10 who were fighting slowly looked up, a strong sense of oppression flashing through their hearts. It was as if a terrifying existence at the top of the food chain had descended from the void. The formless pressure was violent and frightening evil, like a black vortex, madly absorbing the evil in their hearts, giving them a great sense of terror. This was not a living creature, but it gave off a vast feeling of darkness and catastrophe. It's the night of the witch. The night of the witch has arrived. In the distance, Yuan's face suddenly darkened. He naturally knew what they had gained and what they had to face. The night of the witch has already erupted. I didn't expect it to happen at this time. Are the 3 heavenly venerables ready to make a move, too lazy to suppress the gathering of evil dark emotions? This evil ancient existence condensed from the dark emotions of the human heart will form a dark tide, spreading and destroying everything. Then, the one before us is the condensation of more than 100 of us who had achieved the Tao, the witch. Freaks would condense, accumulate, and finally erupt, forming the terrifying night of the witch, a darkness calamity that would destroy everything. They had obtained the pure energy of light, but they had to bear the accumulation of evil and filthy energy, turning into the flames of vengeance to attack. They had to suppress the coming witch calamity. Everyone turned to look. What did the sorcerer give us? They wished for power, but we have to bear the suffering, sorrow, death, and despair. They always keep the bright things for themselves, and always give us to bear the filth. This is a day of corruption and depravity. This is a day of decay and decay. This is a day of destruction. Because the night of the witch will arrive at dusk on this day, we will use death to ignite this world, kill you so-called hypocrites, and destroy the false light. This was a beautiful woman, her eyes like lightning, emitting golden flames. She held a pure magic staff that emitted endless evil, like a black galaxy, and walked over step by step. The world will collapse and perish in the flames of our hatred. In the future, we will become the petals of death, falling on the fallen earth, and I will use the pale flames to renew this old world. Renew this rotten world? Is this a rotten day? I want to destroy you hypocrites? The source of darkness that exuded an incomparably evil aura stunned all the people who had achieved enlightenment. What are they looking at? They looked at me as if I was an idiot. What's going on? The cute girl was exasperated. She was still very prideful. Those idiotic players liked to say such shameful lines, but she was not a Chunibyo. When she was in junior high, she had graduated from asking her parents to buy magic wands and pretend to be Xianxia. Even now, she still felt embarrassed. But she had to act according to her identity. She had no choice. Someone once said that there were only 2 things in the world that could not be looked at directly. One was sunlight, and the other was the human heart. The evilest thing in the entire universe was the dark emotions of the human heart. This terrifying evil power that gathered together could be called the purest evil. What's wrong? Another extremely evil and terrifying civilization has come? An inspector turned his head slightly and looked sideways. It's a completely different feeling of evil from the Buddhist sect. Over there, it's horrifying evil, but the attribute is light and rays, giving people a sense of holy mercy and peace. Over here, it's really dark evil. Another inspector's expression became solemn as he said in a low voice. A civilization that controls the emotions of living beings. That's the sorcerer's transcendent system. That existence is probably the demoness they speak of. After all, they obtained such great power, and the side effects came, one of the ancient patrol chiefs secretly said. Is it dear Yuan? The legendary strongest magical girl in ancient times was said to have also fallen and been invaded by darkness, turning into a witch. Someone obviously knew the history and had a spy in the blue abyss realm. Boom! In the next second, the cute girl waved her hand lightly and silently felt the unprecedented power gathered in the ultimate in her hand. It was the power of extreme evil. Is this the power of a weak level 10? She was a broken ordinary level 9, but with the help of the endless evil of the Joss flame system, she instantly gained unparalleled power. No matter what, this was the evil dark Joss flame condensed by more than 100 perfect Taoists in order to reproduce endless lives. With the new 9 Revolutions mysterious art, I should be able to fight. I wonder if he'll be beaten to death. She whispered to herself. After all, it was a new version of the 9 Revolutions mysterious art. She had never tested it before. This was energy absorption immunity. Most of the energy Taoist arts would be absorbed by her incense array. The dragon vein had no other use. Its only function was to absorb energy. Even the thin emotional energy drifting in the air could be absorbed and transformed. One could imagine how powerful it was. Super fast regeneration ability, coupled with a large magic immunity, he was practically an unkillable cockroach. However, this Panga true body was not her main body, and there was no inner space in her body to provide recovery. Although it was weaker, its recovery ability was still very strong. After all, she was currently considered a Joss flame god. Are you afraid that you won't be able to recover from so much energy? At the very least, he could fight for a long time. Hypocritical sorceress, have a taste of the pain we've been enduring. The cute girl leaped high into the air with a solemn look in her eyes. She casually attacked a level 10 powerhouse who was close to her. On the other side was a gigantic humanoid demon with 2 sharp spiral goat horns. This ancient and majestic existence of the universe was completely confused. Why did so many existences choose him? He wasn't a magical girl. You want to attack me? He sneered and counterattacked without hesitation. A ray of light shot out. The space was torn apart. The bright red light burned and directly hit the cute girl. However, it was like a clay ox entering the sea and was instantly absorbed. I can take it. The cute girl was instantly overjoyed. Originally, she was still very uneasy. After all, this was a level 10 powerhouse. She was just an ordinary level 9 powerhouse who had achieved the Tao. The difference was still very obvious. She felt that there was a possibility that she would be beaten to death. She was very unconfident, but now, she quickly heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, her eyes lit up. I can fight. It means that I can fight a level 10 powerhouse. This also means that I have a chance to take the opportunity to kill the opponent, seize the Tao seed, and integrate it into my body. I can walk the path of the opponent's level 10 powerhouse and reach level 10? The cute girl had now completely fallen into the mindset of a Taoist. After all, if she wanted to break through, she could only take the unusual path. However, she also hesitated. Even if I seize the Tao seed and replace it, walking the opponent's Tao, then wouldn't my original 4 bloodline genes be destroyed? Completely eliminated? After all, even if I break through to level 10 like this, my ordinary bloodline genes will definitely have to be replaced one by one with the Tao bloodline. At that time I will no longer have the bloodline of the Mother Green Vine, and I will no longer have my own power. I will be reduced to mediocrity. She had relied on her bloodline to get to where she was today. If she could not condense her own Tao bloodline and become an ultimate level 10 powerhouse that truly symbolized the Joss flame nomological laws, she would be completely reduced to mediocrity. She did not want to lose her core bloodline. I can first consider getting a Tao seed. If it really doesn't work, I can try to get treasures like the Cloud Star Tao fruit to pry open the level 9 path again and complete it, to condense a bloodline that belongs to me. She took a deep breath and silently weighed the pros and cons. After all, Zhu Shao also used the Cloud Star Tao fruit to make up for his perfect foundation. However, he was just a little short back then. He already had 3.5 genes. If his lifespan was a little longer, he would succeed in a few hundred years. As for her, she only had 2 of her 4 genes. The difference was too big. If she really wanted to pry open her bloodline again, she did not know how many Cloud Star Tao fruits she would need to complete it. But there was still hope. She knew what her roots were. If she did not condense her own bloodline, she would be useless in the future. At that moment, the weak level 10 powerhouse that was fighting with cute girl was shocked and frightened. His fighting methods were energy spells, and the other party was like his natural enemy. No, how was she just his natural enemy? She was the natural enemy of half of the strong cultivators, This magical girl's god of origin was too powerful. It was formed from countless evil and depraved emotions. It was an indescribable evil monster. And now, on the night of the witch, darkness has come. Everything is like the returning tide. Life will wither here, and forever sleep here. Cute girl laughed loudly and looked angrily in front of her. Magical girl, return the hope that you owe us. Kill. Go crazy. Scream. Despair. Sleep in the night of the witch. Cute girl completely let go of her hands and feet. She threw her head back and laughed loudly. She rushed towards the giant demon as if she was the real evil demon. Wait, I am not a magical girl. The magical girls are the people next to me. You have the wrong person. The demon's expression changed slightly. He pointed at Yuan Yuan and the others, saying that the people who were transforming were the real magical girls. Yuan Yuan and the others were shocked and did not dare to use the Joss flame system. This magical girl's mind was chaotic. Countless negative and dark emotions gathered together. She was chaotic and irritable, and her thinking was not very clear. Yuan Yuan suddenly shouted. That is a magical girl with the appearance of a demon. Don't slander us. Don't think that you can escape the disguise just because you are dressed like a man. You took away their light, and you will return it. A female cultivation companion next to Yuan Yuan also scolded, Great Witch, it was he who took away your light and left you with evil despair. Please punish them. Humph. The other Dao companion pointed at the gigantic demon and said softly, Please punish this sorceress. The giant demon stomped his feet in anger and spat out a mouthful of blood. You cultivators are too shameless. You say that we have fallen, you are the true cultivators who have fallen. You stole the pure wool of the light, leaving behind only evil and chaotic negative emotions. This was originally your responsibility. To obtain it, you have to pay an equal price. When the other party attacked, you were supposed to fight them, but now you want to frame me? You even recited along, what's with such shameful lines? It really was you. Detestable magical girls. No disguise can hide your ugliness. You took away our hope and left us despair. Cute girl slowly swung the magic staff transformed from the snake of the ruin of End, roared and swung it forward. The staff smashed down on his head. Explosive despair, let the world feel the pain. Light erupted. Unexpected calamity. How can I be related to a girl with my appearance? He roared in his mind. His movements were extremely subtle, jumping and flashing as he unleashed various spells in a frenzy. But it seemed to have no effect and was quickly absorbed. Bam, in an instant, the entire demon's head was smashed. Terrifying negative emotions and the wails of tens of thousands of vengeful souls attacked the demon's brain, corroding his nerves. Voila! This level of supreme experts in the universe could instantly recover from their injuries. They were indestructible and could be reborn from a single drop of blood. But at this moment, the demon was horrified to find that he couldn't recover his head and could only turn into a headless demon. He was so scared that he retreated. This. The giant demon trembled and retreated frantically. I can't recover. This is an evil law injury formed by the filthy power. It's staining the wound and preventing recovery. He looked forward. In an instant, he saw a pair of evil, and vengeful eyes filled with vengeance. It was greed and tyranny, a vortex filled with endless darkness. He felt an unimaginable and unprecedented fear. This was clearly not a gaze a living being should have. It was a tyrannical monster that would kill anything it saw. Damn sorceress, you hid in our time and let us hide in the shadows. There is no biological reason for us to become pure evil. Let us merge again, good and evil as one, and turn into chaos once more. The cute girl's eyes flickered with a tyrannical scarlet. Her manic aura covered the entire galaxy as she slowly raised her staff high. Daybreak, eternal slumber. Hua, the endless darkness was like the setting sun, covering the mountains and rivers. It gave off an incomparably deep feeling as it devoured this weak rank 10 existence. Ah! This weak rank 10 existence let out a blood-curdling scream as he suddenly erupted with his strongest trump card. His body flickered as he fiercely escaped. This? Everyone looked over in shock. Looking at his situation, anyone could tell that he was heavily injured and exhausted. His trump cards were all used up. Is this energy absorption? In the distance, some of the weak rank 10 existences that were fighting each other retreated in fear. That demon Mills, although he isn't very strong, was killed in just a few rounds? This level of combat power. This is the witch. She has gathered the evil emotions of more than 100 enlightened beings in the blue abyss realm. How can she not be strong? An existence slowly exhaled a turbid breath. She's a monster. No. She isn't a living being. She is a real cosmic monster, a god of evil emotions. Spells, Taoist arts, and other energy attacks are ineffective. Instead, she is absorbing the spells cast by a rank 10 existence to store her energy. An inspector at the side also had a grave expression. Energy absorption. This is a heaven-defying bloodline talent. It can directly filter out half of the attacks. It seems that only existences with physical attacks at close range can cause damage. However, if I'm not wrong, even physical attacks are difficult to deal with. She is of the Jaw system. Her recovery ability is definitely not weaker than other existences. She also has super strong vitality. Bang, this weak rank 10 existence with horns screamed. Suddenly, a light flashed, and a weak rank 10 existence who was responsible for rescue descended and directly took the person away. With a leap, he chose to leave. You want to leave? Cute girl's feet turned into a stream of light. With unimaginable speed, she chased after the weak rank 10 existence who was famous for his speed and fiercely waved her staff. The weaker 10th level deity jumped in fright. How was his speed faster than his? He slightly dodged this fatal blow, but in the next second, he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. He directly dropped the weak rank 10 existence with horns and turned to escape. Cute girl stopped. Holding the staff in her hand, her body emitted evil black gas. Her eyes flashed with scarlet light. In a low voice, she softly chanted, "If we say that witch girls are born from hope, then witch girls are born from curses. Witch girls spread hope, witch girls spread despair. Witch girls who symbolize justice, receive our hatred and punishment." She waved her staff high, the corners of her mouth forming an evil and arrogant smile. Bang 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 bang. In the next moment, every cell of the weak rank 10 existence was smashed, and his soul and flesh were completely obliterated from the world. A cloud of dust gently drifted away from the universe. The first weak rank 10 directly fell. Zhu Shao, Yuan, and the others only felt a surge of cold air from their spines. This was a weak rank 10, although it was a weak rank 10 on the side of the fallen, it had relied on seizing Dao seeds or Cloud Star Dao fruits to complete its perfect Dao foundation. However, an existence of this level had reborn from a single drop of blood and began to condense its own Dao. How could it die so easily? Their flesh and blood were extremely powerful, and their life force was even more heaven-defying. Killing them would take time and effort. After all, they had reborn from a single drop of blood, and they had to exhaust their opponent's energy in order to kill them. But now, he had fallen in just a few moves? Who's the next magical girl? A strange cracking sound came from the cute girl's body, and a bright red light flashed in her violent eyes as if it could penetrate a distant planet. Some of the weaker rank 10 beings in the nearby planetary realms were still fighting fiercely, but they suddenly stiffened. The cute girl's gaze suddenly turned to the two powerful beings fighting in the distance. Magical girl, you made a wish to obtain power. The night of the witch has come, but you are hiding here instead of facing your fate. I feel ashamed. The powerful being spoke slowly, and he viciously scolded a ferocious-looking lizard beast. The lizard beast sneered. If you give hope, you are destined to pay the same price of despair. This is the structure of you magical girls, but you chose to run away. The cute girl's gaze swept across again. If you only live for yourself, you will bear everything yourself. Don't run anymore. As a magical girl, bet your courage, integrity, and life to face the night of the witch and defeat it. In an instant, countless rank 10 beings in the nearby territories fiercely scolded each other and said some dignified words. Instead, one of the rank 10 beings reacted half a beat too late. So, you are the magical girl. The cute girl's eyes flashed fiercely as she charged forward. the rank 10 being couldn't react in time. This rank 10 being's opponent was originally a dozen or so patrolmen. Seeing this, they abandoned this rank 10 being and ran away without looking back. On the other side, the players were shocked by this scene, and they were instantly overjoyed. Ha 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 ha. I'm pissing myself. Just a moment ago, the cute girls were looking at them as if they were looking at sand coins. Now, in the blink of an eye, all of them were chanting shameless magical girl lines. Cry cry cry, these weak rank 10 rank 1 have lost their minds. Look at the question marks on their faces. Sister Meng Meng has completely immersed herself in her role. She's too strong. The first level 10 weaklings to fall is actually Sister Meng Meng's first hit. As expected, the snake of the ruins of End that is formed from evil emotions can sever all karma. The evil power can directly prevent flesh and blood from regenerating, allowing it to kill quickly. This kind of terrifying attribute is too terrifying. Countless players were overjoyed and cheered excitedly. This was too strong, it was simply boundlessly strong. Sure enough, these people with a perfect Taoist root were only at the 10th level. Their genes and bloodlines were still very weak. They were powerful, but they didn't have the ability to fight. Their geno blood was very ordinary. They were indeed country bumpkins. Look, they are all scared silly. They're all chanting awkward battle lines as they fight, afraid that they'll be found. I'm dying of laughter. Yes, the second version of the 9 Revolutions mysterious art, plus the snake of the ruins of End. Sister Meng Meng is also a bad person. She doesn't fight those who are chanting awkward lines, but only those who don't. I'm dying of laughter. The players were all discussing crazily. But Akina Yamaguchi still walked out. I want to make one thing clear. Now Sister Meng Meng is not herself. She borrowed too much power and can't control it. She has been occupied by a large number of weird wills. Now, she is indeed the real witch, that is, the king of freaks, equivalent to the leader of the freak catastrophe, Dark Know-It-All. Everyone was stunned. No wonder they said that Sister Meng Meng was so fierce and her fighting consciousness was so strong. It turned out that she was not herself. This was a freak phenomenon where countless evils converged. She was the real witch. No wonder those who achieved Taoism were so afraid. And it was very natural for her to have a strong fighting consciousness when countless mixed evil wills converged. Akina Yamaguchi said, "This Night of the Witch is the freak catastrophe, which is equivalent to the barren land. It's very natural for it to be strong. After all, it's the convergence of more than 100 perfect Ninth Order Tao Foundation existences. Originally, it took more than 100 people who achieved Taoism of Abyss Blue to deal with the catastrophe together. Now they are fighting one by one. Although they have broken through the weak 10th Order and their strength has greatly increased, they still can't beat it. After all, a weak 10th Order cannot beat the convergence of more than 100 people who achieved Taoism perfectly. This comparison of combat power, you should understand. What's more, we have strengthened this monster. With Sister Meng Meng's body, plus the incense system, the 9 Revolutions mysterious art, and holding the snake of the ruins of End, it's normal to be defeated." Everyone listened to a wave of analysis. So the trump card was not Sister Meng Meng. Sister Meng Meng was just a tool to fight at the beginning, and then her body was occupied by the monster? Someone asked. Sister Meng Meng hasn't even killed a chicken, how is she so fierce now? Then why does Sister Meng Meng specifically kill those who don't read the lines? Akina Yamaguchi laughed and said, "It's very simple, because those who read the lines are all afraid, they are exuding fear of her mixed with the freak. To provide incense, they naturally don't kill. The instinct of the freak, as the convergence of the evil of all living beings in the dark catastrophe, is naturally to kill those who do not fear." When everyone heard this, they felt that the truth was revealed. Someone suddenly said excitedly, "Sister Meng Meng, on this battlefield, isn't it the right time and place? This freak is absorbing the fear and awe of others, isn't it getting stronger and stronger? In the end, I'm afraid it will sweep the entire battlefield and become invincible." When everyone heard this, they also felt that it was so. Back then, the barren land was almost destroyed by the freak catastrophe. Now these more than 100 people who achieved Taoism did not resist it, but let it develop and continue to be afraid. They might not be far from destruction. This was indeed the strongest trump card of the players, Akina Yamaguchi replied. At first, I felt that it was okay, but both sides have revealed a large number of top trump cards. Although this freak is also a weak level 10 and is very strong, the real strong weak level 10 has not attacked yet, so I feel that we can't withstand it, but we can still delay for a while. Everyone silently sorted out their thoughts. How can the other side still withstand such a strong trump card? But it is an old civilization, so the background is still very strong. Alchemy Emperor said, according to this situation, both sides are restraining each other, and Sister Meng Meng is the fuse, killing people everywhere, randomly killing people from both sides. Both sides are enduring, to see who can't endure it first, and the top combat power will attack, but their top combat power is not Blue Abyss Heavenly Venerable and the others, it should be those who are higher level 10, or those who have a very strong extraordinary bloodline. Now, the players also came to a realization. Although they were fighting, the really strong group did not attack. Now, all the people who had ordinary bloodlines were weak level 10. Although there were very few, there must be some with really strong bloodlines. They have been searching for hundreds of thousands of years, so there must be some. This is an era where bloodline is king, and talent is secondary. Akina Yamaguchi said, let Sister Meng Meng stall for time. The three pillar gods are still secretly eating people, and Dicky is almost done. I wonder how the other side's high-level forces are doing? Our goal is actually very simple. Force the three great heavenly venerables and the others to directly break through to the ultimate level 10, and then it will be easy to break through. Once they break through, our mission will be completed, and the ancient gods will directly attack, seize their Tao, and then fight against the high and mighty beings who have descended. Akina Yamaguchi was still excitedly digging a big hole for Suji. When everyone heard this, they immediately felt a wave of excitement and excitement. Yes, we have to force them to break through. If they don't break through to the 10th level, we won't be able to steal their Daos. It's meaningless. That's right, lure them to break through, then kill them directly. Although the players were very excited and shouted fiercely. But to be honest, they didn't have much confidence. After all, the cute girl's combat power seemed very strong, able to kill a weak 10th level, but it was not a big deal for both sides in terms of numbers. How could the other side not have a trump card? Some weak 10th level without a powerful bloodline, the other side still had a trump card, but they didn't. They could only resign themselves to fate. Looks like this is all we can do. We still have to truly walk the path of the 9th level to have the power to fight. Our average level is still behind the top combat power. Rational analysis. JPG, Ermin has already broken through to the 9th level, but she can't be used now. The other side is fighting a weak 10th level, one level lower. And the strongest after our cute girl is probably the muscular girl from the Martial God Palace. She's a combat type, but she's still climbing the path of the 9th level. It's too difficult. What do you think? Feel like crying? JPG, thank you for the invitation. We're in the universe and have just come down from the starry sky. After all, our Earth civilization is still primitive. We've only developed for less than a year, and we've already revived the Chinese system. We can only fight the weak 10th level in the entire galaxy. Pain. JPG, everyone. Even if we lose, we'll still be proud. Look at those great supreme beings of the universe, chanting magic lines on the battlefield and fighting. We can only hide in our beds and laugh like pigs. Bitter smile. JPG, when the other players saw this, they felt uncomfortable. Wasn't he always reflecting? Why did the tone change as they chatted, and they became the universe's QQ forum? This was something that concerned the fate of the entire civilization, unprecedented. Couldn't a bunch of pretentious people be more serious? But they also expressed that they couldn't be serious. They could fight all they wanted, and they couldn't help. They could only chat and comment on the forum. After all, everyone was a keyboard saint. Among the stars in the universe. In the entire ocean of stars, in the endless universe, a supreme being overlooked the entire battlefield. The blue paragon of the three great abysses called the Stone Man Disc the most powerful and invincible man in the history of this galaxy. If the Blue Abyss Divine Realm was considered one of the strongest civilizations in the history of this ancient land, then the Blue Abyss Divine Realm's Stone Golem Disc was stronger than all of the ancient experts in the ancient ruins. In the eyes of the three great Empyreans, he was invincible back then. The golem saucer slowly pushed the pram and looked at the battlefield with a gentle smile. What a strange civilization. Below, countless weaker 10th order rankers began to recite their lines with great vigor. An existence's hand was burning with flames as he slowly pushed it forward. Accept the truth. You are a sorceress, go and meet your destiny, fight against the Knight of the Witch. One of the beings on the other side waved his fist and said in a clear voice, magical girls obtain light, and witches endure darkness. Where there is light, there is darkness. Since you can live in the light, it means that you have to endure the darkness. One by one, the existences fought and roared furiously. They were afraid that the evil witch would come to them. If they could use such words to avoid the negative creatures that gathered chaotic and dark emotions, it would not be a burden to them at all. What is this? The baby in the cradle seemed to have just taken a sweet nap. He slowly opened his eyes and looked down at the battlefield below. The tender voice of a child could be heard. A battle of such scale, is the final moment about to arrive? Those who achieved enlightenment a million years in the future, in this era, actually like to recite such hot-blooded words in battle? The baby was a little confused. Confusion was written all over his cute baby face. These great beings who had transcended the laws of the universe and had even begun to condense their own Tao, yet they still seemed so young and hot-blooded to recite techniques in battle. Was he unable to keep up with the times? Do you see that being whose entire body is condensed from black mist? This is a very interesting civilization, a civilization with the power of thought. By doing this, they are avoiding some kind of evil existence. The golem saucer appeared to be a tall and muscular bald man, but he had a pure smile that did not match his figure at all. Oh? Some kind of evil civilization? That's not surprising. After all, the universe is too vast, and there will always be evil methods of battle that we cannot understand. If we are not careful, we will be killed. The baby laughed as he sat in the rocking chair. He seemed to understand why he was reciting such words. It was to avoid the gaze of some kind of evil being. I can understand them. The baby laughed. Then why can't you understand me? The golem saucer asked softly. Because you cannot be understood by others. The baby stared at him and said, Golem saucer, your so-called mercy has betrayed everyone's expectations. They have always been following that great man, the strongest hero who has the ability to predict time, but you have chosen to let them down. Below them was a vast and bloody battlefield. Countless existences were fighting with their lives on the line, writing the elegy of their civilization. This was the final battle of fate. It would decide whether or not his 100,000 years of hard work was all for naught. I did not let them down. Living in a false dream is better than living in a cruel reality. The golem saucer used both hands to gently push the baby carriage. It stood on a planet that had been cut in half. A dream with hope is better than despair. This was a floating platform that was shaped like a semicircle of a planet. The platform was filled with boiling magma from the planet's core. It shone with golden light, and it looked like a giant circular magma pool. The golem saucer said softly, I have said before that I will not let down those existences who have followed me. 1,000,000 years ago, when there were only a few who had achieved the Tao, I passed by an ancient relic planet. I saw a few people who had achieved the Tao crying in the ancient relic, lamenting the 100,000 years of darkness. I fell silent under the curse of the universe. A few years later, I established the fallen civilization. I found a home for them, a Tao palace where they could live and comfort each other. I gave them hope to live on. No one knew that this was the original intention of establishing the fallen civilization. Giving hope to those who had failed to achieve the Tao. It was childish and idealistic. It was just to have a home to rely on, and to promise them hope for the future. Even though the fallen civilization of today had forgotten its original intention and was somewhat rotting. No, you have long since abandoned them. They do not want what you have given them, the infant said coldly. The golem saucer shook its head, and said in an unquestionable tone, you are my little brother. At our realm, we have long since condensed our own Tao, fused with our own Tao, and inexplicably approached the laws of the entire universe. Our hearts have long since become transparent, and through the laws we have grasped, we can even sense some hazy futures. You are not the only one who has divined the future. The golem saucer smiled softly. You should know better than anyone that we will soon be killed by that high and mighty existence. That is a fate we cannot resist. Countless years ago, we had already seen a glimpse of the future. Yes, we have finally reached the final moment. But I do not know why the war between the two civilizations has been brought forward by more than 100,000 years. You clearly know that you will die soon, but you still let nature take its course? Did you not leave behind any backup plans? The infant knew very well that the so-called backup plan was the blue sky paragon of the three great abysses. Wait for them to break through, then, he would seize their great Tao and fight against that supreme existence. That was a joke to begin with. Their bloodlines were similar. Both of them had the blue abyss bloodline as their main bloodline, condensing the laws of time. Thus, the Tao they condensed was also similar. Even if they seized the great Tao bloodline of their own race, they would only have three similar bloodlines. It could be said that they had only grasped one type of law. How could they fight? It was not that they could not use it, but it was equivalent to having several of their bloodlines using the same law. One could imagine their combat power. It seemed as if they were planning and resisting. The golem saucer was using the three great heavenly venerables to resist, allowing them to break through, then seizing their great Tao bloodlines to fuse with them to fight that high and mighty existence. But this was nothing more than a joke. He was only following his own future, following the history that was destined to fail. He was following the path of death and walking forward. You should know that fate has long since been decided. The golem saucer was a tall and burly bald man. He held his hands behind his back as he looked down at the battlefield below. This ambitious and ruthless man said softly, I have already seen my destined death. I do not want to go against it, and I have no hope of escaping. The baby in the pram fell silent. He knew what the golem saucer was doing. This tall and powerful man was known as the strongest man in the history of the universe. He had an extremely charismatic personality and had never betrayed any of his companions. He was an existence of the great laws that could truly bear the title of hero. Yet, even he felt powerless. This showed just how dark his despair and pain were. He also knew why the golem saucer had chosen to accept such a fate. Because the golem saucer knew what would happen after this battle. Since the golem saucer had seen the future, he knew that after his battle with the three great heavenly venerables, they could not help but break through to the final realm. He had killed the three great heavenly venerables and leapt into the air. Amidst the cheers of the entire fallen civilization, this strongest man beneath the starry skies had used his own roar to write the praises of his civilization. He had challenged that existence beneath the starry skies, but he had failed. After he was killed by that ancient existence that had crossed time and space to arrive had completely filled in the five great Tao bloodlines. At this point, it had reached perfection. That existence no longer needed to kill other existences. It had begun to allow people to break through to the 10th order and had begun to recruit 10th order subordinates. At that time, the entire galaxy and star cluster would usher in an unprecedented transcendent era. It would allow a second 10th order existence to appear. At the same time, this transcendent era, where everyone had the chance to reach the ultimate realm, would be peaceful. A peaceful and prosperous universe, the Nebula dynasty, would descend, and it would last for a very long time. And the golem saucer wanted such a bright future. Those who came after him would no longer have to bear the despair that he had. Those who had fallen into depravity would finally have hope. In the dark and deep universe. The golem disc slowly rocked the pram and continued to look at the battlefield below. His face was expressionless, as if he had been waiting for this day for a long, long time. The three blue sky venerables could not see this hazy future. This was because the golem disc had used a higher bloodline technique to block their perception. The baby in the cradle looked at the battlefield in the starry sky, and his voice became hoarser and deeper, sonorous and powerful. The three blue sky venerables knew nothing. They were going to accompany you to death in their hatred for you. They were the three children that you valued the most, but you dragged them to death with you. You have completely changed. The golem disc fell silent for the first time. He wasn't a good father. The overbearing man in their eyes was actually willing to submit to fate. The baby said in a low voice, they did not dare to imagine that you faked your death back then. With their intelligence, How could they guess that you might have faked your death to escape and then secretly steal their Dao seeds? But they never thought that way. In their youth, that tall and heroic man had always been rooted in their hearts. They never knew that the ancient fallen civilization had always been controlled by you. You had been scheming from the very beginning. You used other identities to give birth to and nurture them. You had other intentions. They never thought that you would have this impending final battle with them. The baby sat in the cradle and revealed a faint smile. He looked at the command platform on the other side of the battlefield, and his voice gradually became cold with a strong questioning tone. They thought that you had changed. From the beginning, their birth was a conspiracy. In order to wait for them to break through to level 10, you killed them. In the end, they would also be killed by you with resentment toward you. They would follow the rules of history and fight the high and mighty existences to open the way for breaking through to the peak of level 10, but they never thought that you had never changed. You were still that ridiculous man. You even wanted to sacrifice your children and lead the entire Blue Sky Venerables to create a new future for this land. Even he could not help but sigh. This was so ridiculous, lamentable, and sad. He carried the resentment and curses of his 3 children to death. But no matter what, it was difficult for him to hate the golem disc, a martyr who silently chose to accept his fate for his ideals. This tall and handsome man always had an unimaginable charm of personality. He was like the focus of the crowd, and people couldn't help but follow him into the distant future. However, he was truly born at the wrong time. With his talent, if it weren't for the fact that he was born too late, if he had been born in the same era as that lofty 10th level ultimate god, he would have easily defeated that 10th level ultimate god. Just as he said, this was fate in the dark. If one's future path was cut off by a lofty existence, without time or opportunity, then even the strongest of the later generations would have to die with a grievance. This was the cruelty of the universe. This was the ruthlessness of the great Tao. Level 8 gods, level 9 Taoists, level 10 Taoists, level 9 Taoists, how many blood-colored corpses had fallen on each path? Now, their civilization was about to fall as well. All the efforts of 1,000,000 years would turn into insignificant and laughable dust. This was fate. The world is too vast and too cruel. There's no mercy. Everything has its own destiny, and no matter how hard you and I try, we can't change it. You've seen the future, so why do you need to find trouble for yourself? The golem disc looked down at the battle below. It was the night of the witch, and all sorts of brutal slaughter. You should know that we can't defeat that kind of existence. This is fate, and we've seen it. Seeing the future doesn't mean that I can accept that future. The voice from the cradle gradually grew weaker, and it was filled with unyielding determination. He tried to struggle, but he couldn't break free from that fate. When they observed this fate from the distant future, they saw that existence in the unseen world. That existence in the unseen world also cast its gaze down and paid attention to them. This meant that there was no way to resist. You still can't understand me. The tall and burly man revealed a gentle smile as he looked down at the slaughter. But the final moment has come, regardless of whether you can accept it or not, even if it's inexplicably advanced by more than 100,000 years. The baby in his arms didn't speak for a long time. Sob, 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 he suddenly whimpered violently and cried loudly. It was heart-wrenching, and his tears flowed like a fountain. Hope? There's no hope, there was no hope from the beginning. The golem disc slowly hugged the crying baby in the pram as usual, and kept rocking it. Don't cry, don't cry. This scene was very much like a kind father, comforting the baby in his arms. Countless people looked up at the sky. Xianxia and the others acted as a logistics team, and under the leadership of a powerful inspector, they carried out support work everywhere. Xianxia was a little surprised. Is that the ancient leader of the fallen civilization? The true supreme overlord of the galaxy? This action is too strange. That tall and sturdy man with a fierce aura was holding a baby in his arms. He was constantly rocking and coaxing the baby, giving off a strong sense of incongruity. Is that the child of the leader? He looks like a very special leader. Beside them, the voices of the people who had achieved enlightenment came from other teams. Do your job seriously, this is war. Otherwise, you might lose your life. On the side, an ancient patrol envoy was leading them in a slaughter, full of fighting spirit as he said, "This is the final battle of our civilization. If we win, we can all transcend, obtain a true future, a path towards 10 levels." Everyone was suddenly in high spirits. Even the losers have hope. This is what our leader said to us. This inspector looked up at the sky, full of admiration. This is the final battle. Even if we have to give up everything, even if it's our lives, we must win. The man known as the King of Time will lead us to defeat the Blue Abyss Celestial Region and reach the end. Yes, the Blue Abyss Celestial Region has also taken out their final trump card. 100 weak level 10, this number is simply unimaginable. We must fight our way out of this predicament. They had no idea what was going to happen. Just like what they said, a dream was woven for them. That baby? Someone asked. The inspector smiled and said, "It is said that he is the younger brother of the King of Time. Because he wanted to do something very evil and stop the king's plan, the King of Time imprisoned his time, sealed his power, and turned him into a baby. It is said that even he has become childish. Many people have seen this baby crying from time to time, and the king coaxed him like a father." Everyone looked up. Hugging and protecting the baby, this scene was very strange, but it gave people a very loving feeling. Let's continue the battle. The inspector led the group forward. Renamansa raised his head slightly and looked at the extremely mysterious man, feeling a little strange. This guy is holding a baby. It's a little weird. Suji looked up. It was the ancient leader of the fallen civilization, the existence of the Blue Abyss clan that had nurtured 3 heavenly venerables. Although he did not know the true truth of the secret. He did not know how the war would break out in the future, but he had a feeling that things were not as simple as they seemed. Beings at their level already had a kind of omen, not to mention that Suji had cultivated the quantum martial arts, the great universe technique. He could assimilate the matter of the world, so he had an even more acute sense. As expected, something is going to happen? Suji lowered his head and pondered, following the support troops around him. This is an unimaginably huge catastrophe. I don't know how serious the situation is. Anyway, I'll save myself first and see how the catastrophe breaks out. He had a strong desire to improve his strength, and he silently sensed the progress of his main body. With a large amount of resources and lifespan consumed, Suji lowered his head and silently read a number. Soul and flesh fusion 64%, on the bloody battlefield of the entire universe. Cute girl was exuding evil black energy, and she was still killing everywhere. She had already become a scenery. The Blue Abyss realm and the fallen civilization were still holding back, watching each other's true high-level combat power. Who would have thought that they could not help but attack the disaster of the Night of the Witch? However, when the third weak level 10 combat power fell in her hands, and she began to attack the fourth fallen civilization existence, there was finally an ancient fallen civilization existence who could not bear it any longer. Blue mist lingered, and a powerful supreme existence walked out. Ruthless willful, this evil chaotic creature. Logically, it should be a random attack, but she killed an existence from the Blue Abyss realm, 2 of us, and now she wants to kill a third one? He was very angry. 3 of the 4 existences had attacked the people of the fallen civilization, and they had even killed a large number of inspectors. Could it be that the fallen civilization was the witch girl? Was this demoness blind? There were so many people from the Blue Abyss realm, but she could not see it? Currently, the weakest rank 10 on the battlefield were basically ordinary weakest rank 10 with 30% Dao seed fusion. Many of them seized other people's Dao seeds, walking on other people's weak 10 levels of cultivation paths. It wasn't their own cultivation system, so they weren't compatible, causing their cultivation depth to be extremely slow. That was why their degree of fusion was so low, to the extent where they might be stuck for the rest of their lives. However, this one had already fused 72%, and its combat power was on a completely different order of magnitude. His entire body was already surrounded by various Dao patterns, giving off a terrifying feeling that he was compatible with the universe. Going against him was equivalent to going against the entire world. His body was as tall as a mountain. His entire body was covered in blue crystals, and upon closer inspection, he was actually covered in pieces of salt crystals. In the distance, an inspector in charge of logistics exclaimed, "It's the ruler of the fallen civilization of the seventh generation, the giant of the ancient universe known as the master of the starfish territory. He's still alive." It is said that because of his enormous size, his cultivation speed is extremely slow. But he was just a hair away from reaching the ninth step. Later, he used the Cloudstar Dao fruit to reopen the path to the ninth step, completing his perfect Dao foundation. He is now a truly powerful weak 10th step. Countless people from the fallen civilization quickly recognized the identity of this ancient existence. A terrifying existence of this size cultivated slowly, but once he broke through, it would be difficult to find a match in the same level. And it was said that not only was his body large, but his race's bloodline was also not weak. It could be considered a relatively superior bloodline. His body was constantly producing crystals, which were a special sealing material. "Are you also the legendary magical girl?" The cute girl had completely lost her mind, and her eyes were bright red and tyrannical. "Evil light, cover the dawn." Boom, Dharma erupted. "Suppress." The master of the starfish territory's entire body crystallized, turning into an overwhelming crystal rain that pressed down fiercely. "As an immortal evil creature, an evil amalgamation of emotions, my ability is the most effective against you. As long as I forcefully suppress and seal you, I will completely avoid disaster." Pa, the magic staff hit hard, and the overwhelming crystals gradually turned jet black. The master of the starfish territory frowned slightly, revealing a touch of seriousness. "Sure enough, if I let you go on like this, and strengthen the absorption of resentment here, it will be completely troublesome. The evil emotion transcendent system of the fallen civilization really has great side effects. But the trouble they caused is actually solved by me. Seal." He went all out, and the whole world seemed to be frozen. At this moment, even the cute girl was frozen in place. Crystals rushed in from all directions, covering her fiercely. She was instantly sealed in an icy amber, unable to move. Boom, at the last moment of this existence sealing the cute girl, a Taoist of the Blue Abyss realm descended completely and attacked the opponent from behind. "Sure enough, you have been waiting for this moment." The master of the starfish territory sealed the cute girl. His face was pale, and it was obvious that he had spent all his strength. The price was definitely not low. But such a sneak attack was protected by another powerful existence. This existence slowly walked out and stood in front of the master of the starfish territory with a sneer. "You have been hiding for so long. Didn't you wait for my people to appear and then sneak attack?" The cute girl was sealed. The players' scalps were numb. F***CK? So ruthless? The cute girl can kill several weak 10th order existences. And she did it so quickly? You know, this evil freak is the most difficult to deal with. Originally, she was immune to energy absorption, and with the crazy immortal rebirth, even if her combat power was overwhelming, it would take a long time to kill her. But now, she just happened to restrain the freak attribute. There is no other way. Sealing her is the best choice. And she is indeed strong. Everyone took a deep breath. They felt that the cute girl had died of old age. She still stalled for time before her death, which could be considered a secret contribution. She had successfully completed the mission. It should be almost time for Dickie, right? Dickie? He has already disappeared. Hearing the words of the Alchemy Emperor, their scalps were slightly numb, and they quickly asked Mount Akina's speed. Soon, Mount Akina's reply made their scalps tingle. "Why are you asking me? I am in the inner world, and I don't know where Dickie is. I only know that he is madly squeezing me, making me produce many strange bloodline plugins. I am about to be killed." Everyone's scalps were numb. Looking at the battlefield where beings of the Supreme Universe were fighting everywhere, they felt a strong sense of strangeness. Where did he go? Could he have sneaked into the enemy camp and begun to do underground learning? After all, to make Mount Akina produce components at a crazy speed, could he have begun to secretly learn? Someone else said, "Where are the 3 pillar gods?" The 3 pillar gods are still devouring crazily. It is said that the bottom battlefield is about to fall. Everyone was slightly shocked. They were stealing to this extent? The 3 pillar gods were still shameless, madly making a fortune in silence. The three-pillar gods are so shameless. They don't even want to help with the work. They are stealing crazily to save the Buddhist believers. How shameless. Someone was furious. Where is Carolyn? Carolyn has also disappeared. She brought the heavenly Tao piano with her, but I feel like she is just observing in the dark. After all, she is different from the three-pillar gods, Dicky. There is no need for her to do things in the dark. Everyone secretly evaluated. In any case, they had already delayed as much as they could. They were just waiting for these big shots to make a name for themselves. But they soon found out that they were wrong. They thought that Dicky would be observing in the dark, but who knew that he would directly descend on that land? Barbarian natives of the outer realm, you dare to suppress this emperor's subjects. An empty voice came from afar, directly descending on the land. Everyone turned their heads to look. They were stunned on the spot. They had just suppressed a Night of the Witch, and what the hell was this? Our war was so intense, why are there so many strange existences descending one after another? This voice said that this witch is his people. Could it be that it is also the Night of the Witch? Is it also an existence of the ancient Joss Flame's thinking system? This civilization might be more mysterious and ancient than we thought. Whoosh. An ancient monarch stood tall between heaven and earth. He was wearing a dragon robe and a crown. He walked over step by step, as if the entire universe was his territory, and all living beings in the world were his people. All the players were shocked. Their hearts went numb and trembled. Dicky, you just walked out like that? No one could react for a moment. They had analyzed Dicky's personality. Dicky usually hid in the dark to observe, study, and study. There was only one reason why he could appear so dignified. After a simple look, they felt that it was the same. He didn't see the weak level 10 people present as people. He felt that if he could fight them alone, he could beat them all. Outarium barbarians, all of you actually dare to seal my people? Dichi let out a roar. The entire bright starry sky was like a thunderclap. A grand divine will, like an electromagnetic explosion, rolled and shook the surroundings. Everyone was shaken to the point that their souls shook slightly, and they were dumbfounded. Even the weaker 10th Order sovereigns were taken aback by his words. Who is this person? His body is also filled with a trace of Joss Flame aura. His body and figure are very similar to the final witch of the Night of the Witch, Dear Eye Circle. The experts from all directions were stunned on the spot. They had just defeated a troublesome person of the Night of the Witch, and now another one was coming. This dark calamity known as the Night of the Witch. Was this a battle of attrition where the existences of calamity descended one after another? After all, they couldn't be blamed for thinking that Dichi might be in Joss Flame creature. Dichi also used the new version of the 9 Revolutions mysterious art to cover the adorable girl's Joss Flame dragon vein to absorb energy. The natural Joss Flame aura was extremely strong. The adorable girl also used the 9 Revolutions mysterious art. It was so similar that they all thought it was a second creature of evil emotions. But, since it's a gathering of evil emotions, why isn't there that dirty dark aura? They looked up, feeling it was unprecedentedly strange. Do you want to come together? Dichi turned around, looked at them coldly, and strode forward. Bang, he flew through the void toward the adorable girl, who was suppressed by the blue crystal. Not good. He wants to unseal that evil witch. The master of the starfish territory, whose face was pale, roared violently. He had spent all his strength to imprison the other party. If he unsealed her, he wouldn't have the strength to seal her again in a short time. Next to him, the experts of the fallen civilization and the blue abyss territory all changed their expressions. Although they were fighting with each other, they wouldn't release that thing since they had already sealed it at a high price. Once it was released, the Night of the Witch would spread again. Killing both sides was not a good thing. Stop him first. Their faces turned cold. Thud, Dichi's figure was ethereal. He flew through the air, divine light condensing. His eyes were emotionless, and the divine runes of law hung down, shining brilliantly. He seemed to be the only emperor of the universe. Boom boom. Countless attacks came. Dicky seemed to be living in another dimension. For a moment, he was illusory, and no attacks could be stacked. Tao techniques and energy were all absorbed by him. Physical attacks and all kinds of punches and kicks actually passed through his body, as if they were illusions. He climbed up step by step, getting closer and closer to the blue crystal where Meng Mei was sealed. What is this phenomenon? Far away, the patrolmen fighting all over the place looked at the center of the battlefield in shock. Boom, in an instant, all the weaker Type 10 existences launched an all-out attack. However, in the battle of these weak 10th grade existences, when several ancient existences who had stepped into the Great Tao attacked together, this existence was actually unharmed. Disbelief and disbelief filled the faces of all the weaker rank 10 beings. Just what kind of creature was this? All attacks were rendered completely ineffective. How is this possible? Zhu Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. No attack can touch him. Could it be that he can't attack? A weak level 10 existence seemed to have the same thought, and directly rushed forward. The others can't hit you, which means that you can't attack others. Dicky swung his fist slowly. Boom, space burst like a bubble. A fist smashed into the face of this young weak 10th grade existence. It was as if 10 Earths had followed their orbits and smashed the nose of this weak 10th grade existence. The terrifying force shook and swept through his entire body. Under this earth-shattering punch, this weak 10th grade existence was directly smashed into pieces. The physical matter of his body drifted in all directions, becoming the most basic particles in the universe. The energy matter of his soul turned into countless electromagnetic signal waves and particle waves, exploding like a supermagnetic storm. Boom, it was like a super small energy level explosion, turning into a gorgeous Great Tao firework. This weak 10th grade existence suddenly revived, his eyes trembling in disbelief. One punch destroyed 1/10 of my soul and flesh cell soul imprint. Another 10 punches. I will die. If there was that kind of evil attribute just now, tarnishing the wound of the Great Tao, making it impossible for him to be reborn from a single drop of blood, that punch just now would have completely killed him. Dicky looked at him coldly and strode forward. Weaklings of the outer realms, I have no interest in you. You should be thankful for this. Bloodlines are the foundation of transcendence, and your bloodlines are too weak, not matched yet. The further you go, the greater the gap will be. You natives of the outer realms, although there are geniuses born, without bloodlines, there are no geniuses. We are natives. They stared blankly at this universe emperor who walked past them, and their pupils suddenly widened. We, the ancient universe supreme civilization that traversed the endless galaxies, are actually natives? The surrounding weak 10th grade existences revealed a hint of fear, shock, and anger. How could their bloodlines not match? Their bloodlines were very seriously matched, and they all complemented each other. However, many of their bloodlines were strength type, element type, and traditional element type bloodlines. After all, 98% of the huge life forms in the universe had this type of bloodline. But what kind of dark evil creature was this? They didn't even know what they were fighting against. The strongest bloodlines they had seen were the Time bloodline of the Blue Abyss Divine Realm, the Joss Flame system, and the Iron-based system's super-large energy level bloodline. They thought that these 3 bloodlines were the strongest, but they didn't know that these 3 bloodlines weren't orthodox heaven-defying bloodlines. Heaven-defying combat bloodlines. What the hell are you? Someone asked in horror, almost forgetting that they were in the middle of a battlefield, and that both sides of the vast universe were engaged in a fierce battle. This scene had completely shocked their view of the universe, and made them question their own Great Tao. Ta. Dicky walked toward the cute girl's ice sculpture without any resistance. The Joss Flame bloodline with energy immunity, and the quantum evasion of physical attacks. These 2 bloodlines are enough to cause physical and energy attacks, making it almost impossible to touch the body. Even if he really crossed the double barrier, the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art would heal him instantly. The perfect combination of these 3 bloodlines is already enough to make him an invincible monster. It's enough to destroy everything in your path. Do you understand? What do you mean? Yi Shiwen thought to himself. Don't do meaningless things anymore. This. The strength that Dicky had shown, as well as the contemptuous words that he had said, had reached an unimaginable level. Any one of the bloodlines that he had mentioned, in their opinion, surpassed all the other heaven-defying bloodlines. To be able to obtain one of them was already unimaginable. And in front of them, they were all superimposed on the same existence. In their eyes, this was a weak possibility that was impossible to appear in the billions of years of history of the universe. This possibility was too low, too low. How could it be so coincidental? Energy immunity absorption, physical quantum evasion, these two bloodlines were the perfect combination of both sides? Unless it was man-made, otherwise it was impossible. Double immunity, this is the second terrifying creature of the Night of the Witch. I don't know which dimensional space it came from. All of them were on guard. They clearly knew that if this man dressed as a universe emperor got close to the witch and unsealed her power, he would have that filthy Dao injury attribute that would make them unable to heal their wounds. How terrifying would that be? The worst-case scenario was that all the weak 10th order present, and even the entire civilizations of both sides, might be completely destroyed by this existence. After all, their attacks would be useless. The Night of the Witch is a disaster caused by you guys from the Blue Abyss celestial realm. Beside him, a weak 10th order existence from the fallen civilization paled. How dare you get involved with such an evil civilization system? Even you won't be able to bear the consequences. This witch's disaster is too great, beyond the imagination of all existences. A weak 10th order existence's voice became completely solemn. They did not believe that such a real bloodline creature existed. They believed that it was a creature formed from the dark emotions of those who had achieved the Tao. According to the supreme bloodline of those who had achieved the Tao, a sentient life form born from the fear and expectation of those who had achieved the Tao also possessed such power. These were several heaven-defying transcendent bloodlines that they had imagined. They could not possibly appear in reality. Further away, Lu's scalp went numb. No. That's not an illusion, it's a real existence. It's that high-dimensional civilization at the center of the universe. Only he knew some of the truth behind the scenes. He seemed to see a huge creature in the shadows slowly revealing its ferocious fangs. At that time, his descendant had told him not to provoke them. That heaven-defying Buddhist civilization was only a small faction. Now, as expected, another existence had stepped out from behind the scenes. He roared in his heart. He had the urge to immediately retreat from the battlefield and leave. As expected, that descendant from before didn't lie to me. Renamenka had hidden himself too deeply back then. I can't imagine his background and the dimensions he came into contact with. These three are too perfect. How could it be a naturally evolved transcendent bloodline? It's those ancient existences who came into contact with the ultimate land of fortuitous encounters in the universe, the court of nirvana. In ancient times, they evolved a species bloodline that lasted until today. He kept stumbling backward in panic. He looked at this universe emperor with a cold gaze, who possessed a domineering dignity that overlooked the world. He was the only one who knew the terrifying truth behind all of this. He took a deep breath and quietly retreated. Although Lucy was an ordinary incomplete rank 9, he had the combat power of a rank 10. Because of his huge body, he had the possibility of crossing over to that realm to fight. But he could only be considered the weakest of the rank 10, the 1% to 3% combat power. This was no longer something he could interfere with. The Court of Quiescence, these unbelievably powerful bloodlines are definitely evolved from the Court of Quiescence. Lucy sucked in a breath of cold air. Nature naturally had its own miracles of creation. The birth of life was a miracle with an extremely low probability. But the probability of a transcendent bloodline appearing was too low. Nature was irregular, so the advantage of directional evolution was unimaginable. Just like hybrid rice, the yield of naturally evolved rice was too low. Through directional evolution and selection by humans, it would immediately produce results that far exceeded that of wild rice that had been growing for hundreds of thousands of years. As long as it's a powerful and knowledgeable person, according to the laws of the universe and the laws of evolution, evolved from a single cell in the ocean, the transcendent life form that can appear will definitely be extraordinary. Lucy's pupils shrank, a strong fear suppressing his entire body. The dimension of such a civilization is unimaginable. The source of life is indeed the center of the universe. After seeing Dickie's ridiculous combat power, he began to want to retreat, feeling that the situation was going to become very serious. But his small actions had already been discovered by the players, and many of them snorted. The ancestor of this giant octopus was a wretched person, completely different from the honest giant octopus. I'm afraid through the information from the Court of Quiescence, he has already found out where Dicky came from. Wait, if he wants to run, why don't we contact him secretly and absorb this bumpkin giant octopus into our Azura Path camp? They looked at the giant octopus excitedly. Although it was a bumpkin, its combat power was much stronger than the cute girl. The cute girl looked very strong, but right now, she was not fighting by herself at all. She was just a weird Joss Flame god in her own skin. If this giant octopus were to join the Azura Path, it would greatly increase the strength of the players, and he would become the #1 fighter. Brothers, send someone to secretly communicate with him, tell him that we can be merciful and bring him into the city. I'm in the universe and I just got off the flying ship. I'm planning to recruit a supreme existence of the universe Great Tao to play with. The players also began to take action excitedly, secretly approaching the panic-stricken bored octopus clan Lucius, at the top of the sky, high above the command platform of the battlefield. The golem disc surveyed the entire battlefield and frowned slightly when it saw Di-Chi, who had appeared out of nowhere. A variable. The baby, who had already given up all hope, suddenly laughed out loud with great interest. He opened his mouth and said excitedly, "Variable. Look, something has changed." The baby's eyes shone as he commented, "Unbelievable. He he he. This is unbelievable. Was this the power of incense? Was this the power of thought? I think, therefore I am." This weak 10th order existence was only 34% of the 10th order path. It was considered very weak among those existences, but he was actually able to defeat the strong? It was a hybrid expert formed from the thoughts of all living beings. His bloodline is a bloodline that is feared by all beings. It is so strong that it is heaven-defying. They also thought that it was a creature condensed from Joss flames and did not exist in reality. Every single one of these bloodlines was stronger than the bloodlines of their blue abyss divine realm. How could they possibly exist in the real world, and perfectly match with each other? The golem saucer's expression flickered. 34% of the path of a weak 10th step is indeed very low, but the countless weak 10th step sovereigns present are helpless against him. This realm did not seem high, but if a player were here, they would definitely be shocked. 10 levels weaker, 34%. How many days had it been for Di-Chi? Only 200 or 300 years. In other words, the 5th Great Tao bloodline that Dicky had obtained after fusing with his 4 transcendent bloodlines had reached such a level in such a short period of time. If he was given another 1,000 years, wouldn't he be 100% weaker by 10 levels? This was an unimaginable speed. After all, which of the weakest 10th order cultivators present hadn't spent at least tens of thousands of years to reach this level? Variable. The baby laughed. The golem saucer's expression was calm. The origin of the Joss Flame civilization is indeed mysterious. The Night of the Witch, the terrifying existences of darkness and negative emotions, attacked us one after another. It is indeed frightening, but this existence, despite having a heaven-defying bloodline, was still suppressed. Oh? The baby said. You underestimate the weak tenths of this era. The golem saucer looked down. The opponent is only a weak 10th step at 34% of the path of 10. Although he is heaven-defying, the opponent's energy level is hundreds, if not thousands, of times higher than his. Absolute power can break through all so-called defenses. Below. Countless rank 10 Daos had made their moves. We can't save that witch for him. If he obtains her evil corrosive darkness attribute, it will be terrible. An existence stared coldly at the blue abyss divine realm. The Night of the Witch is coming. We must first defeat the calamity brought by the Night of the Witch, and then we can continue the battle. Otherwise, we will suffer too great of a loss if we continue to be tied down and ignored. Exactly, the existences said. The attack of this dark thought calamity disrupted everyone's plans, forcing them to deal with it. Perhaps it was just as the Bhikkhu had said, that the Night of the Witch was extremely terrifying, evil, and world-destroying. The Joss Flame system of the primordial era had fallen just like that. They had not thought much of it at the time, but now they understood the fear brought about by this calamity. Boom! The existences worked together. A black-robed old man, a strong and weak rank 10 from the blue abyss divine realm, said, there is a limit to his energy immunity. It will be enough if we can break through that limit in one go. Another golden bronze creature that was as sturdy as a mountain and had a perfect body like a sculpture said, his quantum evasion is to split his body into many particles to dodge attacks. However, I can vaguely sense that he has a core of his main body, which is his weakness. Dickie smiled and looked at these existences with his hands behind his back. Their horizons were indeed high. Although their bloodlines were not strong, their aptitude and talent were not low. The absorption of Mother Earth's dragon vein Joss flame was naturally limited. This was not surprising. As for the so-called quantum dodge, he had learned free and unfettered roam, modified it, and integrated it into the 9 revolutions mysterious art. The main vein of quantum martial arts was the main body, the quantum clone. Usually, the main body hid in the dark, and the quantum battle body fought. The quantum battle body had all kinds of magical physical properties of the quantum. At this time, he had made some modifications. His quantum clone had become an enlarged exoskeleton body, the Panga True Body, while the main body hid in the Panga True Body. The Panga True Body had the characteristics of the quantum battle body, which was free and unfettered roam, and could perform quantum division and dodge. However, the Panga True Body can do free and unfettered roam because it is a quantum battle body, and the small main body in the Panga True Body cannot dodge, which is indeed a weakness. Dickie smiled. He had wanted to directly challenge the 3 heavenly venerables, but he did not expect these existences to see through him and find a way to defeat his 3 perfect transcendent bloodlines. To be able to find a flaw that could defeat him in such a short period of time, even Dickie had to admit that the wisdom and vision of this group of universe Taoists were indeed extraordinary. Dickie stood where he was and looked at this group of weak level 10 Taoists. Suddenly, he revealed a touch of indifference. If you want to fight with me, then come at me together. Many great existences of the universe were shrouded in light, and their gazes were all on Dickie. The atmosphere froze. In the distant lower-level battlefield, the inspectors and cultivators all looked over one after another, their eyes looking over, sensing the grave atmosphere. The evil dark power gathered by the Night of the Witch was even more terrifying than they had imagined. This was a very powerful thinking power in the universe. These monsters that came from the convergence of human fear always appeared in the form that they feared the most. I think, therefore I am. The more you feared something, the more it appeared. Boom, 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 a great ancient existence of the blue abyss celestial region cut through the void. I didn't expect such an unexpected existence to appear before the final moment. Do you want me to take action? Pampas. It's him. He actually descended. All the Supreme Counselors turned their heads and revealed a look of shock as they looked at a short, ugly, humanoid child of 7 or 8 years old. However, no one looked down on him because of his appearance. In fact, they were even afraid of his arrival. Everyone knew that in the Blue Abyss Supreme Council, Pampas was different. He was the only one who did not belong to the same dimension or bloodline system as the other counselors. He was an expert with the bloodline of the Blue Abyss race at the same level. Pampas was another ancient name that the entire Blue Abyss celestial region feared. He was the ancient supreme ruler of a super-galaxy River 3.7 million years ago. He was the prehistoric overlord before the Blue Abyss celestial region controlled this land. He was an ancient overlord life form that was equivalent to a dinosaur. He had once dominated this land 375 years ago. He had previously slept in the ancient ruins of the dark forest of Myhel. He was awakened by the 3 heavenly venerables of the Blue Abyss celestial region and froze his aging lifespan. He had been living in the Blue Abyss celestial region all this time. He was the first member of the Blue Abyss Supreme Council. Even the 3 celestial venerables had to use honorifics to address him. In that once invincible era, he was known as the Reaper of Civilization's End, the Vortex of Despair, Pampas. I didn't expect that the trump card that can directly affect the overall situation of the battle, would directly descend. Pampas descended from the shadow and spoke calmly. He was 1.3 meters tall, and the child was sitting on a golden carved throne. His fingertips were supporting a huge planet that was comparable to Earth as it rotated at high speed. Wheeze, a planet was spinning at high speed on his index finger, like a top. Spinning a planet, this terrifying cosmic astronomical scene, in his eyes, seemed as simple as a student on a school basketball court, spinning a basketball at his fingertips. It was just that his 1.3 3-meter-tall body was sitting on a throne, and his fingertips were spinning a huge planet. It was like a bacterium lifting a Himalayan mountain. "You're affecting my toys." Pampas showed a hint of dissatisfaction that only a child would have. He sat on the throne. "Tell me, how should I kill you? This part of yours doesn't work well?" Dicky pointed at his head, and a hint of pity flashed across his eyes. Pampas' expression instantly froze. Dicky, however, gradually showed a hint of playfulness. He raised his head and looked. "However, you call spinning an entire planet on your fingertips a toy? I originally thought that the people in this desolate land were all lowly aborigines. They only had realms, but they didn't have the corresponding powerful combat power. I didn't expect that there would be a child with a good bloodline and talent. Finally, someone that I like and can take a beating has appeared." The expressions of the surrounding ancient existences of the blue abyss celestial region changed completely. Pampas hated it the most when people said that he had a problem with his brain, and he hated it the most when people said that he was a child. This ancient existence was said to be a mutated child born from two powerful beings of that era who had achieved enlightenment in order to continue the bloodline of their race. In the end, Pampas' mutated bloodline was too powerful. When he was born, he sucked dry the energy of his parents and became a powerful weak rank 9. He was born holy and directly broke through to rank 9 in less than 10 years. However, because his mutated bloodline was too powerful and deformed, there was a strong fatal defect. As a result, Pampas' intelligence was only at the level of an ordinary child. Day after day, he grew up under the care of his parents. As Pampas became stronger and stronger, he could still control his own strength when he woke up. However, gradually, his passive sleep produced a sufficiently terrifying cosmic phenomenon. One day, when he woke up from his sleep, his breathing during his sleep had already killed his parents. Without the care of his parents, he was simply a cruel tyrant in the ancient universe era 3.7 million years ago. It was hard to describe this immature child. He asked countless civilizations to make him happy, tell him stories, and find him interesting toys. If they were unwilling, they would be killed. This was the story of the final reaper, the vortex of despair, Pampas, from 3.7 million years ago. According to the exploration statistics of ancient ruins, in that era, the entire number of advanced civilizations decreased by 30% compared to the same period. He alone destroyed tens of thousands of civilizations. He was an unimaginable tyrant of the universe, a representative of the blue abyss said in a low voice. Even the 3 heavenly venerables are not willing to command this existence. Because of his personality, he will cause too many disasters and disturbances when he carries out missions. This creature with dark emotions from the night of the witch is about to be beaten to death, someone said in a low voice. This was an unquestionable answer. Dicky turned around and said with a smile, "The blue abyss celestial region has come out." "What about the fallen civilization?" Boom, a white air passageway cut through the sky. With a sharp sound like a blade cutting through steel, another unimaginable fallen steel divine bird descended. Its brilliance was comparable to the sun and moon, and it shot out air currents. It looked at Dicky and said, "If the previous witch was an evil, tyrannical, and mindless killing monster, then you, the witch, are the imaginary enemy born from the fear of the Taoists. You are the condensation of the fear in the hearts of all Taoists. You have the transcendent bloodline that all Taoists dream of but cannot exist in reality. You look like an emperor on the outside, but in reality, you are the condensation of the fear of all Taoists." He said. This was the fear in their hearts. The young man in front of them with the appearance of an emperor was a creature formed from the dark fear of over 100 Taoists. He represented what they feared the most. In fact, he might not even be 100 Taoists anymore. He had absorbed too much fear here, and no one knew how strong he had become. "I see. What else do you have to say?" Dicky replied plainly and didn't explain. After all, he was indeed surrounded by Mother Earth's dragon vein formation. He looked at the giant steel bird with interest. "You are also very strong, but you are not as strong as that child." The giant steel bird was called Xianxia, and a vein flashed across his face. The strength of his bloodline was undeniable, but it was indeed a little weaker than Pampas. However, his powerful and tyrannical power affected his intelligence. It was already a miracle that Pampa's brain and his own clear consciousness were still in his head. As a super monster with the strongest destructive bloodline, he could be destroyed if he wasn't careful. Fallen civilization and blue abyss celestial region, get rid of this guy first. You guys get rid of him. Yusha turned around and looked at Pampas with great interest. I'll keep an eye on him. The final moment has finally arrived. I want to see just how strong the so-called strongest monster of ancient times is. The expression of the blue abyss celestial region changed slightly, indicating that they should surround this monster from the night of the witch first. After all, although Pampas was one of them, his temper was strange and violent. He might even beat his own people to death. The ancient beings didn't waste any time and attacked Dicky. All kinds of Dao skills flashed. Some exploded with lightning, some settled in darkness, some shone with holy light, and some were as evil as the abyss. Countless auras of Dao skills covered the area. This method was very simple. It was to break through the upper limit of the opponent's absorption and kill him with absolute power. Swim. Dichi let out a soft cry and searched for the weakest foothold in this vast wave. Then, he used the dragon vein to absorb the energy. There was a crack. Even so, the skin that had absorbed energy was instantly shattered, revealing bright red flesh and bones. He was heavily injured, and his body quickly split into countless quantum particles that wandered within. He dodged some of the attacks, and in the end, he used the 9 Revolution mystic art to resist the attacks and quickly absorbed them. So what if you're an imaginary enemy? So what if you're unimaginably strong? So what if you have countless perfect bloodlines? Numerous existences stood tall in the sky, looking at this enemy who was condensed from the deepest fear in their hearts. It indeed brought them fear. That kind of bloodline was so perfect that it didn't exist in reality. But its regenerative ability is very strong. We need to continue attacking. One existence raised his hands. Boom. Boom. Rumble, matter was disintegrating, and space collapsed like a bubble. Even the most powerful and invincible transcendent bloodline couldn't withstand the pure suppression of energy level. If it couldn't be suppressed, it meant that the energy level wasn't high enough. That's it. In the endless tearing, Dicky floated around, shuttling between the gaps and blocking everything. He smiled. If this is all you have, this scattered power, then I'm very disappointed. The ancient existence that looked like a steel bird suddenly shook his head. This kind of energy attack is enough to kill everything. Even if you're an amalgamation of evil thoughts, it'll be enough to annihilate you. Even I would be injured and on the verge of death in this kind of concentrated fire. Really? In the next moment, the weak 10th level Taoist techniques attacked from all directions, covering the sky and earth. Daluo Heaven Scripture. But in the blink of an eye, Dicky opened a formless golden umbrella. There were countless golden bloodline plugins on it. Countless weak 10th level onlookers could sense a familiar bloodline aura from it. This ancient umbrella seemed to have covered the entire universe. In an instant, it found the gaps and weaknesses of all the Dao techniques and gently spread them out. That's my Daoist technique. That's my martial arts. The umbrella flew across the sky, it shot out and absorbed all Daoist techniques. When everyone saw this, they were dumbfounded. It was as if they had seen a ghost. This terrifying creature with dark emotions couldn't be measured with common sense. He was actually learning everyone's Daoist techniques. It was as if Pampas wasn't the most terrifying and the one in front of them was the real monster. As expected, it's not a living creature. It's a monster formed from the fear in all of our hearts. How terrifying, how invincible, how exaggerated. In the distance, Yuan Yuan was dumbstruck like a wooden chicken, and he was completely stunned. This was the transcendent system that they cultivated. Although it was not a superb transcendent bloodline, it was the ultimate great Dao that they had painstakingly pursued, and had even condensed a Dao seed. But what did they see before their eyes? Their Daos, bloodlines, and systems actually began to show similar traces on the opponent. Although it was only a preliminary familiar outline, they all found the flaws in their Daos, and with uncanny skill, they directly dodged, accommodated, and bounced off. The Daoists present all turned into statues. This is impossible. This is impossible. What kind of evil monster is this, to actually be able to learn our abilities, he learned our techniques, and then learned our battle style, perfectly dodging, but this unbelievable scene really happened before their eyes. This evil creature formed from the convergence of emotions was an imaginary enemy formed from the darkest emotions in their hearts, possessing all the powers that they feared. Possessing a perfect and invincible transcendent bloodline, being able to learn all their bloodline battle techniques, such an enemy was like a monster seen only in their dreams, unimaginable to the limit. Especially the defense just now, it was simply a rare scene in the world. This is the Daluo Heaven scripture. Dicky stood in the deep blue universe with his hands behind his back, holding a large golden umbrella high. Enveloped in golden light, he seemed like the only emperor of the heavens and earth. Mixed powers, no matter how large, are only scattered soldiers if they are not united. As long as we learn one by one, find their flaws, and defeat them one by one, Dicky slowly raised the Daluo Heaven umbrella, and the Daos that they were all familiar with revolved around it, shining brightly. It gave off a mixed feeling of the great Tao, encompassing everything, encompassing the entire primordial universe, and boundless. If you all cultivate transcendent bloodlines, each of you will be different, and it will be very difficult to learn. But your bloodlines are generally the same, and there are no more than a few common types. Hearing this, whether it was the unparalleled existence in the form of a giant metal bird, Xianxia, or the other Taoists, they all turned into statues, silent. Only Pampas was looking at Dicky with interest. He was spinning a planet in the distance and staring at Dicky. It seemed that this monster formed from all living beings on the night of the witch was much more interesting than he had imagined. He was eager to try it out. Slowly flapping his wings, User stared at Dicky with his eagle-like eyes and said bluntly, "I need you two to work together. The catastrophe of the night of the witch is much greater than I believe. I can't beat him alone." As soon as he said that, all the inspectors revealed a trace of shock. Who was User, the dream demon, who was said to be able to pierce through galaxies and stars, was known as the god above gods, Yusa. Every time it flapped its wings, it would set off an electromagnetic storm that would affect the solar system for tens of thousands of years. As one of the strongest trump cards of the fallen civilization, User, who was known as the strongest bloodline, was recognized by countless people as undefeatable. His bloodline was extremely terrifying, known as the bloodline closest to the god bloodline of the Blue Abyss. Previously, the bloodline stimulation potion, sold in the fallen civilization's mall, was a forbidden potion used by those Taoists to stimulate the evolution of their bloodline. It was extracted from his bloodline talent energy. However, even such a monster, User, who was known as the god above gods, with unimaginable potential of invincibility, claimed that he could not beat this weak level 10 who only had 34% fusion rate. Even such an invincible existence had been defeated by someone stronger than him. This was something unimaginable to these supreme overlords in their long lives. Their bloodline had always allowed them to defeat the strong. How is this possible? This is an existence known as the god above gods. What is the god above gods? This also means that ordinary Taoists like us are like the difference between mortals and gods to him. Is this the night of the witch, the gathering of endless despair and darkness, the second generation of the ultimate witch? What kind of monster is this? Damn it. The final battle of the extraordinary alliance galaxy civilizations of our two universes was halted because of the arrival of the dark tide of the night of the witch. All the Taoists had ugly expressions. This was an invincible nightmare. As expected of the great horror of the convergence of thoughts. It was a nightmare projected into reality. Are you saying that we, the Blue Abyss celestial region and the fallen civilization, can only stop this catastrophe if we join forces? Someone asked. Don't think it's ridiculous. User laughed and flapped his wings. Perhaps you think that only a small number of people are needed to kill the other party, but the losses will definitely be too great. Why don't we do our best and stop this catastrophe in one go? You should know that truly invincible existences are restraining each other, and it's very difficult for them to end the battle. We might be seriously injured by the night of the witch, and this is something that neither of us wants to see. We might even walk towards destruction. Moreover, the other party is still madly becoming stronger and learning. Haven't you noticed? In the beginning, he had no resistance against our attacks, but now he's learning and growing rapidly. He's already starting to become difficult to deal with. We can't let him go on like this. The surroundings became completely tense. The other party's power is terrifying. I want you to gather all your strength. User turned around and began to explain the battle strategy. I'll be responsible for defeating him. You guys help me seal the other party. The other party is obviously a terrifying undead dark creature and is very difficult to kill. You guys join forces to help the master of the starfish sector. Everyone looked solemn. They had to deal with the Knight of the Witch first. I can't tell how strong you are, Dicky said indifferently. Dicky said coolly, you don't look any different from other rank 10 weaklings. In fact, your strength is only a quarter of theirs. Are you a being with only one bloodline? But how is that possible? A creature with only one bloodline can't reach such a level. Or is it because your life form is too special? Only one bloodline can be allowed to exist, so you can only integrate the bloodlines of 5 of your kind? But is it really possible to integrate 5 of your kind? Dicky continued to analyze. The universe was too vast, and it was not surprising that there were strange life forms. Very good. My name, User, has been famous for hundreds of thousands of years. This is the first time someone is indifferent to my name. User's body emitted bright red flames, and he turned into a violent meteor that leaped over. It's indeed impossible for me to defeat you now, but I have the power of God. God? Dicky frowned. God? What a joke. You don't know the power of God. I'm invincible. User pounced and was sent flying by Dicky in an instant. Dicky could not help but frown after sending the other flying. Too weak. Bang 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 bang, User was constantly sent flying, and his life was constantly on the verge of death. He was covered in blood, and his consciousness was gradually blurring. In the distance, the players standing next to Octopus Lucius in the fallen civilization camp could not help but shout when they saw this scene. Big brother Iron Bird over there, do your best. You must be a magical girl, defeat the witch who symbolizes despair, and save this world. You must win. On the other side, the Bickus of the Blue Abyss realm and some magical girls were also encouraged and quickly cheered. Magical girl who symbolizes light, defeat the Knight of the Witch, and save this rotten world. Welcome the dawn. Hold on, don't be discouraged. Although you've been beaten badly, you can definitely do it. Lucius felt terrible when he heard this. Why do these people look so indignant? Don't think I don't know that the dark emotional creature is also one of your people. Why are you cheering for the other side? Do you hate the other side that much? Bang 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 bang. Dicky attacked wildly, punching User again and again. He began to feel that something was wrong. Logically speaking, a weak rank 10 would have died long ago after being beaten like this, but the other side was still hanging on to his last breath. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang, User's body was torn apart, and blood flowed. Save this rotten world? User listened to these childish and ridiculous cries, but in his blurry mind on the verge of death, he vaguely saw a distant memory. In the darkness, he seemed to see a black door. A youth slowly approached and pushed it gently. After the light shone brightly, he recalled a distant era. Our race has unimaginable power. The patriarch's voice sounded in his ears. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, evoking the deepest memories in his mind. It was an ancient battlefield filled with smoke. Citizens who looked like chickens flapped their wings and stood on the streets, looking worriedly at the battle in the sky. Strong and powerful flying bird martial artists with hard feathers were fighting, resisting the countless mechanical spaceships in outer space. The days of gunfire had lasted for thousands of years. Our race has unimaginable power. We have the power of God. The patriarch's words lingered in his ears like thunder. If there really is a God, why hasn't he come to save us? God does not exist in the sky, nor does he exist in worship. God only exists in our hearts. God lives in our hearts? What exactly is God? Our God is a human when he is shackled, but he is a God when he breaks free from the shackles of life. We have the mysterious state of temporarily becoming a God. We can evolve infinitely, become infinitely stronger, and have countless indescribable life forms. I still don't understand. You don't need to understand. You are the most talented genius in the history of our race. We can't fuse with other bloodlines, or we won't be able to unleash our power. However, our power is sealed. Now, I will sacrifice the life force of our entire race, and we will definitely be able to let you touch the existence of God. User, you have to save this world. You are the hero of our race. The last words lingered in his ears, and he couldn't forget them for a long time. Become a hero? User's lips curled into a nostalgic smile. Magical girl, save the entire world, and defeat the witch formed by dark and evil emotions. That's not bad. In the next second, under Dickie's horrified gaze, the battered sandbag in front of him glowed brightly, and his form gradually changed. He transformed? Dickie's gaze darkened as he watched the mud-like bird-like creature recombine. It was as if he had opened some forbidden domain of God, and the entire genetic sequence of the creature was thrown into chaos. It had turned into a chaotic state of disorder and disorder. Next, you will face the test of God. With a cold snort, a divine existence walked out of the void, forcibly emitting an unimaginable sense of oppression. Those who are imprisoned by the shackles of life are humans, and those who break through the shackles of life are gods. The so-called shackles that limit life are the genetic sequence. Do you understand? Roar, a low roar. What binds life is the bloodline. Bam, he quickly got into a melee with Dickie. Surging power quickly surged out, and it was like two golden meteors colliding fiercely. With each jump, it was Dickie who was suppressed and shattered. How can I, who has no fixed bloodline, be bound by bloodline? This is the power of life. The power of God. When a creature is faced with a natural enemy, it takes tens or even hundreds of millions of years of evolution to be able to restrain the enemy. I have crossed tens of thousands of years of evolution to reach this day. Crossing the time of the universe, walking towards the ultimate peak of life, this is me, User. The God of gods. The strongest warrior, the true ultimate creature of the universe. Every inch of User's skin was glowing, turning into a golden torrent. Every inch of his skin, meridians, and bones were reorganizing, and he quickly became a creature with the bloodline of Dickie's natural enemy. Bam, Dickie was quickly sent flying, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How can there be such a creature? He had always used skill to restrain his opponent, the great overarching heaven scripture, but he had not expected that his opponent would also take the path of restraining him, but in terms of bloodline. His opponent's bloodline naturally restrained his combat talent, and he felt extremely aggrieved. His opponent had just been madly attacked, and it was obvious that he had used his sense of oppression to produce an adaptive bloodline reorganization, forming a powerful resistance talent. You can't beat me anymore, and that's enough. User's eyes spat out flames. Then, I will begin to evolve and defeat your powerful bloodline. Bam, 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 bam. Dichi was being beaten like a sandbag. It was the complete opposite of what had happened just now. Not enough. Not enough. User roared, and his body crazily mutated. Sharp spikes appeared, and every pore was spewing flames. Every inch of his skin was burning, and he was evolving. 10,000 years of evolution. 20,000 years of evolution. 30,000 years of evolution. His entire body was evolving. He was like a snail walking through the history of evolution, turning into a praying mantis, a wild dog, and a tyrannosaurus. Every form was rapidly evolving, traversing unimaginable time and history. Dickie's jaw's flame totem skin absorbed energy, but it was actually pierced through by a powerful toxin. His quantum evasion was already being beaten by the high-density neutron star wings, making it difficult for him to dodge. His recovery ability was being suppressed, and his various abilities were rapidly being targeted by his natural bloodline. What kind of monster are you? What kind of monster are you? User's wings turned into fists, and he punched through Dickie's chest, destroying his Pangatru body. Then, he raised his hand and smashed Dickie's skull. Each collision was like an explosion of an asteroid, forming a beautiful comet tail. What kind of thing are you? What kind of creature are you, to have such a high level of evolution? I spent so many tens of thousands of years gathering these bloodlines, and now I still can't keep up with your level of existence? User roared, breaking through and restraining the recovery of the Pangatru body. He had even evolved a terrifying ability to prevent cell regeneration, but he still couldn't defeat Dickie. This was because the Pangatru body was ultimately an exoskeleton, not the main body. It couldn't be used on the great Tao cells of the soul and flesh. The body that couldn't be regenerated was directly cut off, and a new Panga true body could be born. Go to hell. Go to hell. With a terrifying explosion, User directly pressed Dickie's head into the void, causing it to collapse and explode. Where exactly did you hide the core in your body? User roared. Dickie's main body was countless times smaller than a grain of rice, and it kept moving around this adult's body, making it impossible for him to find it. Did you succeed? We have to defeat him. The great sorceress is our hero, we have to kill him. Come on. User. We're saved, our universe is finally saved. In the distance, a group of players cried out hysterically, shouting that they had to save the world. Their hot-bloodedness also stirred up the Taoist next to them. Seeing such a heroic and terrifying battle, they couldn't help but silently roar, cheering for User. They wanted him to defeat the dark catastrophe of the Night of the Witch. Bang, Dickie was completely beaten to the point where he couldn't fight back. He didn't even have the chance to react. Crack. In the distance, a huge and vast power attacked. It was the Taoist who had finally finished accumulating power to help the master of Starfish Sector's sealing power. Countless crystals exploded, freezing Dickie. Looking at this ice sculpture, this statue of a universe emperor that only had half of it left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It was too terrifying. If it wasn't for User's power being so great that the opponent couldn't react at all and win with a surprise attack, the battle would have been very serious. After all, many battles were like this. Your opponent didn't know anything about your bloodline, and you could launch a surprise attack to end the battle. Victory or defeat was often decided in an instant. Dickie has been sealed. The players were instantly shocked and terrified. Next to them, Octopus Lucius said, User is a supreme existence known as the God of Gods. His bloodline restrains any transcendent bloodline in the universe. He's almost invincible. All the Taoists facing him are like mortals facing a high and mighty god. They can't resist. The players were terrified. He still had a hidden powerful bloodline. Of course, he had explored so many ruins and developed for tens of thousands of years. Although 99% of them were ordinary, there must be one or two transcendent bloodlines that defied the natural order. Isn't that invincible? A player stared at the ice sculpture of Dickie. That's not the case. Lucius shook his head and said in a low voice, User has been famous for a long time. Although he's powerful and invincible, he's not unbreakable. All 5 of his bloodlines are of the same race, and they are all unstable. Once one of the bloodlines is fixed, he has a form and can't transform. He actually only has one bloodline talent. No matter how he restrains his opponent's evolution, he only has one bloodline. This is one of his weaknesses. Secondly, the energy level of his race is too low. Because he can't integrate with other bloodlines, the god state can't last long. It can only last for a short period of time. If he doesn't kill his opponent, he might be the one to die. Lucius pointed at User, who had already degenerated. He was already panting, obviously having used up too much energy. At the same time, he indicated that his evolution and transformation just now were all temporary. After the battle, he would degenerate to his original form, and every opponent he faced would appear in a completely different form. In other words, it's a small body with weak kidneys. The players nodded. User didn't have a time talent. He had an unstable bloodline that could collapse the genetic sequence at any time and recombine. If it wasn't for those who had achieved enlightenment helping to seal him, he might not be able to hold on very soon. After all, his god form that broke the shackles consumed too much energy. Further away, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They felt that they had finally suppressed this evil existence. His undying nature was too difficult to deal with. Suppressing him first was the best way to defeat him. But in the next second, a bone-chilling voice rang in everyone's mind. You country bumpkins don't know what's good for you. What are you doing by imprisoning my sister? Under everyone's numb and despairing gazes, a white porcelain female existence shrouded in a strange incense aura walked over step by step, looking at the sealed cute girl. Everyone turned their heads to look. They were stunned on the spot. They had just suppressed the second Night of the Witch, and now another one had come. Our war was so intense. Why are there so many strange existences descending one after another? This time, what is the image that everyone fears? User's whole body trembled. His face was pale, and he hadn't recovered yet. His gaze was completely solemn, and his voice was completely silent. That emperor is already an invincible and perfect imaginary enemy. He has a perfect combination of heaven-defying bloodlines, and can even learn any bloodline. It's impossible, there is an enemy stronger than him. This was the strongest and most terrifying enemy that everyone could think of. There was an imaginary enemy stronger than him? He didn't believe it. Then, what was this existence that had descended in front of him? Under the stunned gazes of countless people, a perfect woman dressed in white porcelain descended into this world. She also exuded the same incense aura and body shape. After all, she had also cultivated the new second version of the 9 Revolutions mysterious art. Many who had achieved enlightenment were completely numb. Standing on the battlefield, they could not even speak. There's a third Night of the Witch? Why are there so many? Again? They had used up most of their strength to deal with another witch with evil emotions. Now there was a third one. Who could stand it? Wasn't the catastrophe of the Night of the Witch a little too strong? They could not think of anything powerful about this third witch. After all, the evil existence just now could be said to be the most perfect enemy that encompassed all fear and strength. Stronger? They could not think of anything else. In someone's mind, in fear, is there an enemy stronger than the one just now? At this time even Xianxia was on guard, looking around as if he was facing a great enemy. Who condensed this one based on the fear in their heart? After thinking about it carefully, everyone shook their heads, indicating that they could not think of a stronger enemy. A perfect extraordinary bloodline that could copy the bloodline of others. Wasn't that kind of monster already the strongest? Carolyn, on the other hand, looked around and finally landed on the statues of Meng Mei and Di Qi. She thought to herself, sure enough, the fastest way to defeat the 9 Revolutions mysterious art is to use a sealing ability. The 9 Revolutions mysterious art was not invincible. It would definitely be restrained. Naturally, she wanted to buy some time and probe the other party's background. As for dying, the 9 Revolutions mysterious art that had broken through 10 levels was too difficult to kill. Even if they died, they would be slowly killed. It would not be a matter of a short time, so she was not worried at all. Moreover, the seal might not be able to completely trap them. At the same time, there is such a strange bloodline extraordinary cultivation system in the universe? Carolyn looked at Xianxia. Even she felt that it was incredible. It seemed that he was not a real country bumpkin. There were still 1 or 2 powerful extraordinary bloodline inheritances. What are you? Xianxia said. Carolyn smiled faintly. Break away from your understanding of the extraordinary cultivation system. Whatever you think it is, that's what it is. Xianxia took a deep breath and was too lazy to say anything more. He stretched out his hand and said, act according to the plan just now. I'll be responsible for defeating the enemy, and you guys will be responsible for sealing them. Yes. The enlightened ones around him answered. Boom, this time, user charged forward. What? The strongest? Carolyn looked at the sealed Di Qi with a calm expression. Do you think you're the strongest? She asked indifferently. Xianxia laughed. Of course I'm the strongest. Any bloodline will be suppressed by me. No, you're not the strongest. Your seemingly invincible bloodline has all sorts of flaws. If it weren't for the help of others, you wouldn't even be able to defeat this witch. Carolyn said softly and looked at Dickie. Then, is the strongest encompassing and learning everything? No, learning is the strongest characteristic of living beings. We study nature and cultivate our bloodlines to become extraordinary, but we study the entire universe. What we think and learn is everything in the universe. This isn't the strongest. Then, do you know what is the strongest? This baffling sentence made Xianxia slightly stunned. What are you talking about? You're saying that the strongest is the entire universe? Carolyn said again, do you know about the god of creation? User was completely stunned. What the hell was the god of creation? Stupid people will never know the truth of the universe. Carolyn shook her head. I cultivate the strongest system in the universe, the god of creation system. I create worlds and dream universes. When I close my eyes, there will be a big bang. When I open my eyes, there will be a big collapse. Every epoch of the universe is just a nap for me. At this time, User was already in front of her. Carolyn raised her hand. User didn't resist and met the attack head-on. Bang! In the next second, the entire nearby universe shook as if some unprecedented terror was descending. All those who achieved Tao felt that something that didn't belong to this universe was descending from the sky. Whoosh! Under everyone's fearful gazes, a large amount of mucus suddenly grew on User's skin and covered his entire body. User screamed loudly as his life force rapidly weakened. What is this? I've never seen this power before. Did this demoness do this? I feel that the entire universe is rejecting this power. Heavens, everything that's happening is beyond our understanding. Under everyone's gazes, the black rotting substance on User's body rapidly dissipated and decomposed into the countless laws of the universe that they were familiar with. No one knew what was happening. It was too sudden. This power didn't seem to be an eternal existence. The moment it was formed, it was quickly disintegrated and assimilated by the entire universe. What? Only the three heavenly venerables looked at this scene in shock and stood up abruptly. This is a law that doesn't belong to this universe. It comes from a brand new universe. Night of the Demoness. Is the power of thought so terrifying and inconceivable? The level of this power was too high and terrifying. They knew what it meant. A law from another universe, a prehistoric ancient universe, or a future universe, or was there another parallel universe outside of this universe? This was beyond their understanding of the Great Tao. They were like a group of talented students who were proficient in classical Chinese, good at poetry and painting, but suddenly German appeared in front of them. This had surpassed the written learning framework of their 9-year compulsory education since they were young. This is the system of the Creator God. Carolyn clasped her hands behind her back and looked at the screaming User. No matter how many attacks User suffered, he couldn't develop the corresponding resistance. This was because this wasn't a law of this universe. How could the laws of this universe be used to create an extraordinary bloodline to resist? In a perfect universe, everything was cyclical. The laws were like a mature food chain that reinforced and restrained each other. But the laws from another universe were like foreign invaders that had almost no natural enemies in this land. In other words, she restrained User's bloodline too much. Her attack power made User unable to fight back at all because he couldn't learn and develop resistance that didn't belong to the laws of this universe. On the other side, the netizens were completely shocked. Is Carolyn already so fierce? She's combining the spiritual universe and the physical universe of the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art to create a brand new universe? This universe isn't created randomly. It's very precise and requires a prelude to the Great Tao. I'm afraid it's the universe that appeared briefly during the creation of the world. Even with the blueprint of the universe, not everyone can create a new law. I'm afraid it's the piano of the heavenly way, using existing laws to split and recombine them against the trend to form a new law of the universe. The piano of the heavenly way was like a law synthesizer. As long as the synthesis formula was known, several existing laws of the universe could be decomposed and combined to form a new law that didn't belong to this universe. However, the laws that didn't belong to this universe were quickly assimilated by the entire universe. Carolyn was now fighting in this way. It was like taking a law Gatling gun and throwing in the raw law, directly using the piano of the heavenly way as a transfer device to integrate it internally and then turn it into a new law. That means that Guy planned to rely on Carolyn from the beginning and help her perfect the path of the God of creation? Everyone knew that this terrifying grand piano of the great path was tailor-made for the creation God system. If Carolyn's so-called creation of the universe was the creation of this universe, then what was happening now was a new qualitative change. This was the real God of creation system. No. It's impossible to create it now. Carolyn can't resist the repulsive force of the entire universe to create a new universe with new laws. Didn't you see that as soon as the laws appeared, they were instantly assimilated? With Carolyn's current realm, she definitely can't resist the erosion of the universe and isolate the creation of her own small universe. In the future, no one knows. Everyone discussed seriously. Carolyn's extraordinary system had simply refreshed their worldview. The real God of creation system, she was creating a new multiverse, different perfected laws, different ecosystems, completely different from the current universe. They couldn't imagine what kind of new universe it would be. At this moment, Yusa had no power to resist. His mind was completely blank. Fear filled his entire body. I see. A look of sudden enlightenment appeared on Yusa's face, attracting the attention of all the nearby Taoists. He began to laugh, his voice growing louder and louder. The first demoness was the result of countless Taoists growing up over tens of thousands of years. She was the result of the accumulation of evil emotions. She symbolizes the evilest emotions in our hearts. Everyone nodded. That filthy evil attribute represented the evilest darkness. The second demoness is the embodiment of countless Taoists who have achieved Tao. She is the embodiment of all the fear we have accumulated in the face of our enemies over tens of thousands of years. She is the embodiment of the most invincible of enemies, the most powerful of all, many people understood. A perfect combination of heaven-defying bloodlines and the ability to learn the bloodlines of others. Indeed, because of their obsession with bloodlines, they produced the strongest evil enemy. The third demon girl goes one step further. Yusa stared at Carolyn and murmured, "We should have thought of this, we should have thought of this. What we fear the most is the entire universe." Boom, his words shook the heavens and earth. All the Taoists felt their hearts tremble. It was as if they were riding on a raging wave. They felt enlightened. In order, it was the darkness in their hearts, the fear of the enemy, and the fear of the universe. The night of the demon girls escalated layer by layer, bringing the layers of fear in their hearts to the fullest. So that was it, we didn't expect it. The self, the enemy, the universe. Aren't these three the order of our path of growth? From the beginning, we treat ourselves as the enemy. Only by being strict with ourselves can we step onto the path of transcendence. After becoming an expert, we will encounter enemies after enemies on the path of the Tao. In the end, the enemy we see is the entire universe. This is the path of fear of the night of the demon girls. It is the fear in our hearts. Yusa looked at Carolyn and said solemnly, "The third demon girl is the accumulation of our deepest fear. Because what we fear is the entire universe." Carolyn was dumbfounded by what she had just seen. "I told you guys what the strongest system is. What I cultivate is the strongest. You guys are telling me that I am the fear in your hearts towards the universe? This is completely unrelated. What are you guys thinking?" In the end, you still found out. Carolyn stood alone in the universe with her hands behind her back. She looked down at the cultivators on the battlefield and said calmly. As expected. User's expression turned solemn. It seemed that this was indeed a mysterious ultimate lifeform formed from the fear and emotions of all living beings towards the universe. It possessed a forbidden power comparable to a mysterious new universe, and it could manipulate the laws of this universe. When he thought of this, he and all the others who had attained the Tao became completely solemn. They stared with extreme vigilance at this beautiful and supreme being whose entire body was made of white porcelain and seemed to contain the vast spirit of the entire universe. Which, they were completely on guard. The dark calamity of the Night of the Witches was unimaginably great. She is a life form formed from the fear in the hearts of us Taoists. After all, there is no such life form in reality that has mastered the outer path of the universe. Online forum. All of the players were stunned by Carolyn's instantaneous reply. After being stunned for a good few seconds, they slowly spat out a sentence. "This answer is a little mischievous." Caught off guard. "I don't know who Carolyn learned this from, but I feel like she's become bad." She suddenly said this sentence out of nowhere. What a show. But I have to say, I'm dying of laughter. This god of gods, user, has full marks for reading The Night of the Witch. Carolyn was dumbfounded in her heart. I never thought that these country bumpkins would have such a powerful imagination. They are indeed ignorant, dog head. Carolyn was calm in her heart. Don't panic when you encounter something. Show off first and stabilize the small scene. Golden sentence from Netizen. JPG, there is a pair of blue shoes in front of my window, and a pair of red shoes in front of my bed. Scholar of Chinese, user, please understand the inner feelings of the author in this sentence. 6 points, everyone was speechless. They didn't know how to describe it. Wasn't this just too outstanding? As expected of a supreme existence of this level, their thoughts were very meticulous and meticulous. They could even see through such a secret? But they had to admit that it was really understandable. Speaking of the witch, the cute girl's dark incense god was the first real one, and the other two were fake. But Dickie's and Carolyn's abilities, according to this understanding, were really progressing layer by layer. After all, would they believe it if it was real? Dickie had such a perfect transcendent system and could even learn their bloodlines. They were more willing to believe that he was some kind of powerful Joss flame creature that they had imagined. As for Carolyn, she was even more unconvinced that she existed. That was the system of the god of creation, creating outer Tao laws that did not belong to this universe? Can you understand the Tao of another universe? Even a 10th level ultimate existence might not be able to understand it. That was another universe. It could be said that it had transcended the laws of this universe. After all, they didn't know the concept of a creation god. At the same time, there were various factors that led to the development of Carolyn's inconceivable system. This is what country bumpkins are like. They don't dare to believe it and think it's fake. They think it's the night of the witch, a manifestation of their inner fears. It's not their fault. Although these two civilizations are strong, they don't know about the god of creation. They had seen how ferocious Xianxia was and how many powerful trump cards he had. They had to admit that these two universal civilizations did indeed have some redeeming qualities. However, on the players' network, no matter how much they felt, laughed, and felt that they were a little funny, the war was still going on. At this moment, User's expression was gloomy. He knew that there was nothing he could do. This universe's which naturally restrained him. The three heavenly venerables were high up, their faces as dark as water. They revealed a hint of surprise and evaluated, so that's how it is. These are actually the three greatest fears on our path of growth? The night of the witch, the attack of the darkness catastrophe, actually has such a profound meaning. They were very surprised. It should be known that ultimate existences at their level were 100% weaker than the 10th level. They could touch the final ultimate at any time, so it was rare for them to be surprised by such things. A heavenly venerable's voice was clear and dignified. He laughed and said, "It seems that this is also a good variable. Although the war has been temporarily delayed in the final battlefield of both civilizations, it might not be a bad thing. One of us will fall in the end." Witnessing this strange scene at the last moment can also be considered a kind of ritual. Witnessing the fear of becoming an expert along the way, the enemies along the way, can also be considered questioning one's inner heart. And seeing the laws of another universe is inconceivable. That's right, I think, therefore I am. The emotional power of a living being's thoughts possesses unimaginable might. Another heavenly venerable said with a cold voice. He looked at the stone puppet disc on the other side. It seems that if we successfully break through, the Joss Flame civilization system will be worthy of our research. It has infinite possibilities and terrifying potential. The three fears on the path of a powerhouse's growth. And Heavenly Venerable didn't continue chatting. He looked at the stone puppet disc on the other side. That man has succumbed to his fear. He hid his identity and trained the three of us with the goal of seizing our great Daos after we break through. I hope that he can see the three fears of the Night of the Witch and see his own bloody fear exposed in front of him. If he can defeat her, he can awaken from his stupor. On the giant semicircular platform. You should know that this Night of the Witch is also an interrogation of the three fears for you. The infant in the pram was still trying to persuade him. He looked down and said, "The only way to defeat fear is to face it head-on." The stone puppet disc didn't pay attention to him. It looked down and frowned. The variables of the Joss Flame system are becoming greater and greater, he frowned. He saw the fate of failure in the future and chose to accept it. He quietly waited for his own death. He had waited for this moment for too long. But now, he suddenly couldn't feel what was going to happen in the future. The predestined future was clearly in front of him, but what was the Joss Flame civilization? What had happened now? What would happen in the future? There shouldn't be any variables. He fought with the three heavenly venerables and couldn't help but break through to the 10th level. He killed the three heavenly venerables and seized their bloodlines to fight against the dimensional descenders high above. Because he had four almost identical great Daos, his combat power was so weak that he wasn't a match for them. He was defeated and killed. There can't be any variables, and there can't be any external force that can interfere with this predestined fate. He saw the future and knew how invincible such ultimate existences were. In the end, he didn't say anything else. He looked down at the bloody battlefield below. User is already exhausted, and he's being restrained. I'm afraid that Pampas will make his move next. Even in his eyes, Pampas was almost invincible. But in terms of bloodline, Pampas had a transcendent bloodline that surpassed the bloodline of iron-based lifeforms. It was just that his body's energy rank was that of a normal person, which limited his energy rank. As expected. The child, who was a spinning planet, sat on the throne and smiled. You are this Taoist's fear towards the universe? He slowly stood up and gently tossed the planet. It rose into the air like a spinning basketball and landed on his fingertips. They aren't afraid of me, but you? At this moment, the expressions of all the Taoists changed slightly. Retreat. Pampas is about to make his move. Retreat quickly. As the few powerhouses shouted, almost all the weaker 10th level existences quickly retreated. Everyone was quickly leaving the center of the storm. Is Pampas really that strong? The other weaker 10th level existences don't even dare to bear the aftermath? Further away, the current inspector and the Taoists of the Blue Abyss celestial region were fighting in the distance. They were completely shocked. Even the players felt that it was inexplicable. The bloodlines of the Taoists are extremely different, which leads to a huge difference in combat power. In front of the existence of a true heaven-defying bloodline, ordinary weak 10th level existences are like mortals. It's normal for them to be shaken to death. Octopus Lucius explained, you must know that ordinary elemental, strength, and scaly bloodlines occupy 90% of the bloodlines. Even our board family can be almost invincible among those of the same level just because we are large in size and don't have any special abilities. But in front of a truly powerful heaven-defying bloodline, we are defenseless. For example, Yusha's bloodline, Pampa's bloodline, and the Blue Abyss clan's bloodline. But among the hundreds of thousands of transcendent civilizations' bloodline systems, the probability was extremely low. Only 3 bloodlines had appeared, which showed that it was a miracle with low probability. It was just like ants and elephants. Although they were both ordinary creatures of the same life stage and realm, they did not have the same combat power. The universe has always been unfair, and this kind of unfairness will continue to increase as one's realm increases. Only when one breaks through the ultimate limit and stands at the end of the universe can one begin to get rid of this unfairness that originates from the bloodline, Lucius said softly. Only those at the ultimate 10th level could get rid of their own bloodline and find powerful bloodlines at will. At that time, it would truly be like a fish swimming in the ocean and a bird flying in the sky. Lucius led the players and quickly retreated. I've seen him in ancient history. He was the only galaxy overlord 7 million years ago, Pampas, the vortex of despair. He controlled all vortexes and the power of vortexes. He was a direct subordinate bloodline of the core fundamental power law. His psychic power can control the power of all vortexes, electromagnetic vortexes, planetary vortexes. But his mutated psychic power can't withstand such a huge vortex ocean current, causing his brain to feel like it's constantly being stirred by a high-speed blender. The players were stunned. So, his brain is not very good? It's already a widely recognized miracle that he didn't go crazy under the side effects of that power. A powerhouse at this level doesn't need to sleep, but he needs to sleep to ease and protect his brain, Giant Octopus Lucius said. Everyone turned their heads to look. There was no doubt that power was the core fundamental law with the greatest destructive power in the entire universe. Even the Big Bang and the big collapse of the universe were natural manifestations of some kind of power. Mastering the next branch of the core fundamental power of the universe, the natural phenomenon of the vortex law of the universe, could be said to be unimaginably powerful. It could even be the most powerful bloodline that the players had ever encountered. In front of them, boom, under everyone's horrified gazes, a huge vortex slowly condensed with Pampas as the center, covering a large area of the galaxy. This is the vortex of despair, Pampas? At this moment, the ordinary people in the distance were horrified. Only then did they understand why they had to stay away. Because Pampa's attack covered the entire area. No matter how many people there were, they would not be able to resist it. With their numbers, standing in the middle of it, something big would definitely happen. Do you know? The 3 celestial venerables might be surrounded and killed, but it's impossible for me to be surrounded and killed. My combat power is the strongest. In terms of destructive power, the time bloodline of the Blue Abyss tribe is far inferior to mine. Pampa sat on the throne. The planet in his hand was spinning at high speed, forming a huge vortex. At the same time as this planet was spinning, it was shrinking rapidly due to the centripetal force. The planet was shrinking rapidly, and its density was increasing infinitely. Through the centripetal force of the planet's rotation, coupled with my support, it can shrink to the size of a rice grain. As for its density? It's probably because the density of this rice grain can be stuffed into a large sun. And the electromagnetic force can become a vortex through rotation, producing high temperatures. Pampa spoke about his power without hesitation. Power is everywhere in the extraordinary world of this universe. The light of energy is power, the attack of matter is power, the movement of stars is power, our thoughts are power, everything is the interaction of power, and everything can be a vortex. I have mastered the core fundamental law, and this part of the laws of the universe is mine to use. Then why did you submit to the 3 celestial venerables? Carolyn asked. Pampa's had a serious expression, and his little face was filled with sincerity. I can't beat them. Carolyn looked at the opponent in front of her with interest. She did not expect that this countryside barbarian universe could come up with such a good lie. Why can't you beat them? Don't you have the strongest combat type bloodline? The other party only has a support type heaven-defying bloodline. Everything counters each other. There's nothing that's the strongest. Pampa seemed to like chatting with Carolyn. He sat on the throne and smiled. It's just like how you counter Xianxia. He can't resist at all. The 3 celestial venerables' combat power is inferior to mine, but they are at the 10th level and have higher realms. At the same time, they counter my power and can freeze my vortex. Oh? Carolyn did not understand. Pampas patiently explained, do you think that the Blue Abyss venerables of the 3 great abysses really control the fundamental law of time? They don't control time. That's the highest core fundamental law. They are like me. What they control is a low-level fundamental law of time, and it's a partial time ability. Their original fundamental law is freeze. Yes, the power of the Blue Abyss race is freeze. Then why is freeze related to time? This is because the lower the temperature of a substance, the slower the movement of the molecules. It's equivalent to stopping time. In a sense, they have stopped the flow of time in a region. However, this is not true time freeze. Instead, they have used their own fundamental law of ice to come into contact with some of the higher-level fundamental law of time, evolving their bloodline to come into contact with time. These words were a little hard to understand, but Carolyn instantly understood. The higher-level fundamental law of ice had come into contact with some branch of the fundamental law of time. They all say that your brain is not very good, but I feel that you are quite normal, Carolyn said seriously. Pampa smiled. Because in the domain of the 3 celestial venerables, they froze the mental vortex in my brain and reduced my headache. The serious side effects caused my IQ to grow from that of a 5 or 6-year-old to that of a 10-year-old. Carolyn was stunned. No wonder Pampas listened to the 3 celestial venerables. Pampas of the Vortex of Despair was known as the tyrant of the ancient universe. To Carolyn, he was not difficult to get along with. It could also be the reason why his constant headache had been alleviated. The principle was also very simple. For example, in a ward, a severe patient who had a splitting headache all the time would very easily become angry, lose his temper, and smash things. He's also a pitiful person. The side effects of such a powerful bloodline are too terrifying. It's a miracle that he hasn't gone crazy, Carolyn said softly in her heart. She felt as though there was a blender in her brain, furiously scraping her soul. It was the greatest torture in history, and he had been enduring it since he was born. But sympathy did not affect her desire to fight Pampas as an enemy. I won't beat you to death. Pampas sat on the throne and revealed a smile. He slowly floated over. I will bring you with me. You are the first person in all these years who is not afraid of me, other than the three celestial venerables. At the side, the expressions of the Taoists changed drastically. This Pampas was indeed a lunatic. This was a creature of dark emotions gathered by all living beings. He actually intended to keep it by his side? To chat with her and treat it as a toy? I'm invincible. Pampas rotated a planet and said softly, I was born with the ability to destroy a planet. To me, who was still a weak level 9 god, it couldn't be any easier. I just had to interfere with the revolution and autobiography, and the planet would self-destruct. To a level 9 god, moving a planet is a huge and long process. Even to an ordinary weak level 10 god, rapidly rotating, lifting, and moving a planet's mass requires a lot of energy. It can even consume more than half of their energy. But to me, the so-called energy consumption doesn't exist. I use ingenuity to rotate and revolve. Whoosh. The entire planet suddenly floated up and revolved around him. It was as though the Earth was revolving around the sun. It was a natural celestial phenomenon that didn't have any external interference. His power attribute allowed him to carry a planet around as a toy without any effort. The living beings that I see will be squeezed into a vortex by my gaze. Other than my parents, no one can talk to me. A few hundred years later, because of a nightmare I had, the entire solar system turned into dust and scattered around like a garbage dump. In that nightmare, even my parents were crushed by my breath. Everyone was listening quietly. This kind of monster was feared by the whole solar system and even the whole ancient space civilization. They would do everything in their power to kill him. But to Pampas, who had grasped the vortex law of force, any method was a joke. The opponent's Tao technique attack would be guided by him and turned into an energy vortex. The opponent's physical attack would be turned into minced meat by the power of the vortex before it could even get close. Everything that approached him would spin and spiral due to the effect of the force. The inertia of the vortex was too terrifying. Everyone knew that Pampas was invincible. Holy shit, it's really invincible. Too fierce. There are actually such monsters in the universe? Even the players were completely dumbfounded at this moment. This was the first time they had encountered a bloodline that defied the natural order with pure destructive power. Even the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art, which was famous for its defense, could be torn apart and hanged alive. This was the same as the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art, a seemingly invincible bloodline power. Although it seemed like User's god transformation bloodline could restrain this kind of power and could evolve into a natural enemy of the bloodline of the vortex. But the energy level of his 3 strikes was probably just like a minute of power. Just like how he had destroyed Dicky, he would exhaust all his energy as he fought. After all, his crazy transformation evolution and gene sequence recombination consumed a lot of energy. Although Pampas' energy level was not high and he had a normal body size like User, the power of the vortex was very energy-saving. As long as he formed the vortex in the early stages, he could maintain the inertia of the rotation with very little energy. His endurance would definitely be better than User's. The players were in heated discussion. It seems like the invincible bloodline at the natural order level is a competition of whose energy level is higher under similar circumstances. Yes, it's a competition of who can last longer. Yes, User's god bloodline is theoretically invincible. His transformation form can evolve into a bloodline that is targeted at you. Who can withstand it? The 9 Revolutions' mysterious art was beaten to tears just now. There is no opponent. Could it be that this vortex bloodline is not invincible? It is also an invincible bloodline in theory. The universe is too big. Isn't the collision of invincible and invincible contradicting each other? Hence, they began to compare energy levels. Whoever has the stronger endurance will compete to see who consumes less energy. Like User, who has 3 attacks and consumes too much energy, will definitely not be able to compete with a bloodline that consumes less energy. After all, they all had the vision of a keyboard saint. In their opinion, the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art was truly invincible because its endurance was the strongest. Ha 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 ha, a real man will be the final winner. Yes, the endurance of the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art. Once it breaks through to the Great Path bloodline and fuses with the crazy consumption of the natural order bloodlines like User and Pampas, it will have unlimited energy and health. Only then will it be truly invincible. The players were very excited and felt that the future was bright. The 9 Revolutions mysterious art was like an engine. It could be installed in planes, tanks, and cars, and it could perfectly unleash the opponent's strength. You are indeed very strong. At this moment, Carolyn looked at Pampas. Pampas' strength meant that he was comparable to Blue Primogenitor Abyssal Blue Primogenitor. It was equivalent to her fighting with the few existences at the highest level. But no power is invincible. You should know, there is a type of law that is not affected by the fundamental forces of the universe. What? Pampas said. External forces, external paths, laws. Carolyn walked over step by step. Her body seemed to be isolated in some void. With a light leap, she jumped over Pampas' protective vortex power. There were no signs of her being pulled, and she smashed her fist onto the bridge of his nose. Bam! Pampas' head exploded in an instant. His eyeball flew out like a shooting star, piercing through the void. It was filled with disbelief. Pampas' body was soaked in a type of evil universal law. It crazily corroded his body and spread throughout his body. Pampas' mouth began to murmur unknown words. His body hair grew, and his flesh and blood distorted, turning into a strange shape. Great existence, he will return. Pampas let out a loud cry. His strange smile that was filled with joy collapsed. Whoosh. But in the next second, the law could only corrode for a while before it automatically disappeared. Pampas reformed his body and panted heavily. What was that? He broke out in a cold sweat. He had inexplicably sung some strange words just now. It was as if he had vaguely seen a dark, evil, and mysterious universe. There was an indescribable existence watching him, causing him to deform. It was a hazy image of another universe, giving him a great sense of terror. The surrounding people who had attained enlightenment looked at this evil law aura that did not belong to the real universe for the second time. They felt a sense of horror. What was Pampas chanting just now? It was as if he had been tainted by something and turned into an indescribable piece of flesh. What kind of nomological power was that from the external path universe? This is the first time I've been injured in so many years. Pampas' eyes flashed coldly. He quickly recovered his head and raised the high-speed spinning planet in his hand. It had already turned into the size of a basketball and exploded forward. Bam! Carolyn was quickly sent flying. It was as if a vortex ball had hit Carolyn's lower abdomen. The basketball-sized planet was spinning rapidly, bringing with it an unimaginable vortex that expanded crazily. It quickly turned into a huge planet. The power of the rotation was like a grinder, grinding Carolyn into a pile of meat paste. Bang 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 bang, countless densely packed streams of light turned into a vortex. Matter was compressed into a matter shockwave that was 10,000 times the normal density. All particles were vaporized. The battlefield stirred up by the battle affected more than half of the solar system. The energy particles turned into complete turbulence. Whoosh. Carolyn stood up again. It's useless. Your energy rank can no longer keep up with me. Your physical strength is too low. The reason is simple. When you can't kill me, you have already lost. I didn't lose. Pampas said, panting. His opponent was too much of a counter to him. An evil power that could ignore the laws of this universe did not need to follow the laws of this universe. His power was invincible. But his opponent could ignore his power and hit his main body. It was almost a power that targeted him. But invincible power required a huge amount of physical strength to keep up. In his previous battles, he had never used a tenth of his power. He only needed to form a vortex and maintain it with minimal energy consumption. But when the real battle erupted, the weakness of his physical strength was quickly exposed. His opponent was too shameless. He didn't need to defeat her. As long as he couldn't kill her, he would lose. What a hooligan's power, Pampas cursed. It's not just me. Even that young sorceress can defeat you. Carolyn pointed at the sealed dicky in the distance and said softly. Impossible. Pampas said coldly, if you didn't have the power of. An outer path universe, almost no one would be able to penetrate my defense and reach the center of the vortex. He had seen the power of this second-generation sorceress. Even with a perfect bloodline and the ability to replicate certain bloodlines, it was impossible for her to defeat him. He doesn't need to penetrate. As long as he fuses into your vortex, he can get close to your main body. Carolyn smiled. Your power is indeed strong, but it is limited to this barren land. Pampa's face stiffened. Carolyn ignored Pampa's, who was panting, and looked up at the sky. Standing at the peak of the dark void, they were the strongest universe overlords of the entire nearby universe. The three heavenly venerables and that being from the fallen civilization who was carrying a baby were looking down at the entire final battlefield coldly. There was no joy or sorrow in their eyes. It was as if the sky was hanging high in the sky. Come down and fight. Carolyn put her hands behind her back. There was an indescribable dominance in her voice. She looked up and smiled. No one can always be high and mighty. Everyone followed Carolyn's gaze and felt shock and fear, as well as a strong feeling of disbelief. An inconceivable thought erupted. The dark calamity of the Night of the Witch, the gathering of the evil will of all beings, was actually attacking a high and mighty existence. This was an ancient overlord that had dominated countless rivers in the universe. It had been many years since they had made a move, and they could be called mysterious. After countless years of accumulation, these high and mighty rulers of the universe had long been deeply ingrained in people's hearts, inviolable and inviolable. But this demoness was actually attacking such an ancient existence? As expected, this creature of emotions is too evil. It's not a living person at all. After all, as long as it has a normal consciousness, it will not attack such an invincible existence. A few patrolling envoys spoke quietly, feeling extremely horrified. The development of this war was too inexplicable. The final battle between the two sides had ended because of the calamity of the Night of the Witch. And the calamity of the Night of the Witch had even caused Pampas and User, two unimaginable powerhouses, to fall. Oh? The gathering of the evil will of all beings wants to challenge us? The three heavenly venerables were shrouded in mist, their bodies slightly leaning forward, as if they were high and mighty gods looking down on the mortals descending from the heavens. Evil emotions indeed have no human intelligence. As long as one's thinking is normal, they will not challenge the ancient gods that control the laws of time. Weak path of level 9 4%. What an inconceivable and weak realm. They looked at Carolyn, who had just stepped into the weak path of level 10, and felt it was inconceivable. After all, none of them were like Dickie, who had an exaggerated talent for fusion. Carolyn's speed was still relatively fast for normal geniuses. This was because she had a spiritual universe and a physical universe, and was deducing her own path of fusion, which was why she was so fast. User was at 86% of the path of level 10, while Pampas was slightly worse. After all, due to the influence of his brain, he was only at 39%. But Pampas' powerful bloodline made up for his combat power, and he was even close to Blue Sky Venerate's 100% combat power. And this demoness had just stepped into level 9, and she had already defeated Pampas. Defeating Pampas meant that her combat power was extremely close to theirs. As said, Pampas' powerful destructive bloodline could already surpass levels and fight the three heavenly venerables. Unbelievable. A heavenly venerate abyssal blue descended and said with a faint smile, "I'll fight you." As the divine light enveloped the area, a robust and tall young man with blue hair that reached his shoulders slowly walked out. There was a butterfly tattoo on his body as he looked at Carolyn and spoke frankly with assurance. Pampas is really a guy who can't keep his mouth shut. He actually revealed the details of our bloodline. However, in the end, he is just a child with the intelligence of a 10-year-old. Looking at the man standing before her, a crazed and intense feeling of danger surged within Carolyn's heart, appearing as though she had seen an unimaginably extreme life form. Was this 100% level 10 weakest? Carolyn clearly knew that 100% and 99% were two completely different concepts. The realm of perfection meant that he had completed his path of the weak 10 levels. His great Tao bloodline had already solidified and completely formed. He was a supreme being who stood on top of the great Tao of the universe. I have to use all my strength. Carolyn's eyes widened slightly, and the Pangatru body rapidly expanded for the second time, turning into an indomitable ancient giant that stood in the azure starry sky. Solidify. Her rapidly expanding panga body began to rapidly compress and collapse, and its density rapidly increased. This was the improvement of the iron-based lifeform from before. Her entire race of cells had turned into an unimaginable white porcelain god. Using the panga true body to expand the body and compress the density, forming a true neutron star-level supreme combat body. Boom! In the next second, Carolyn transformed into nomological laws and directly attacked. Interesting. This heavenly venerate abyssal blue only smiled faintly and stretched out his hand to grasp the air. If it is a real nomological law outside of the universe, there is indeed no way to deal with it. However, you have to go through a transformation process. As long as I freeze your transformation process and even your time, then no matter how strong your power is, it will be impossible to use it. In the next second, Carolyn felt as though her consciousness was immersed in an icy abyss. Every cell and molecule in her body began to gradually stop moving, as though she had fallen into a quagmire. She felt as though she was getting slower and slower, and it was difficult for her to move. It's useless. This heavenly venerate turned around and gently returned to a high place. Your absolute realm is still too low. If you were in the same realm as me, you might be able to resist. Crack. However, in the next second, a voice came from Carolyn's sealed body. Coincidentally, I know a way to accelerate the movement of life and molecules. The demon core rays had a way to collapse the genetic chain. Subaru's life ignition was a way to accelerate the movement of life. Gene lock, open. This heavenly venerate suddenly turned around, and a look of disbelief flashed across his face. Then, he smiled and said, "You?" Suji was slightly entranced by this battle. Both Xianxia and Pampas had extremely heaven-defying transcendent bloodlines, and he had benefited greatly from watching them. However, their bloodlines were not universal. Xianxia wanted all 5 bloodlines to be the same. If there was an outsider bloodline, it would be fixed in form, and they would not be able to enter the god transformation state. They would become a mutant monster, and they would crazily evolve into the opposing bloodline. 5 of them being the same meant that the first bloodline had to be from the Xianxia clan. In other words, only the clan could cultivate the only bloodline. However, Pampa's destruction bloodline was too powerful. It was the most heaven-defying bloodline that he had seen so far. Carolyn had used the laws of the outer path to defeat her opponent. Otherwise, the 9 revolutions mysterious art would not have been able to enter the center of her opponent's vortex. No matter how strong her recovery ability was, she would only be slowly strangled to death in the infinite vortex. However, Pampa's bloodline could not be assimilated by ordinary people. Just like what was said, Pampa's bloodline was a vortex, and his brain was the center of the vortex. It was a miracle that he could survive. If others assimilated this bloodline, they would basically die. Even if there was a 1 in a billion success rate, their intelligence would be reduced, and they would become like Pampa's. Although these 2 bloodlines are powerful, they are not universal. The only universal bloodline is the time bloodline of the Blue Abyss clan. The 3 great heavenly venerables are the rulers of the fallen civilization. It is impossible for them to assimilate these 2 bloodlines. Therefore, their bloodlines should still only have 1 heaven-defying time bloodline from their clan and 4 relatively ordinary bloodlines. Suji silently weighed his thoughts. This is a very simple matter. It depends on the combat power of their bloodline. All we need to do is to see what kind of heaven-defying bloodline they have. After all, it is the best choice to integrate with. However, Pampas and Xianxia did not have those heaven-defying bloodlines that could be assimilated. Their combat strength would probably not be very heaven-defying. They only had the strongest bloodline from their clan. This is a good thing. As expected, truly heaven-defying bloodlines are very rare. Universal heaven-defying bloodlines that can be easily assimilated without any restrictions are even rarer. Suji lowered his head to look at his fusion level. It was already 76% on the path to level 9. He then looked at Carolyn. I'm still a little short. However, existences like the 3 great heavenly venerables will enter the final stage once they make a move. It is basically impossible for Carolyn to be killed. Her combat strength might not even be 1/10 of her opponent's, but her vitality allows her to easily survive in the hands of such heaven-defying existences. After all, the power of the Blue Abyss Heavenly Venerables is not the massacre bloodline, but the sealing and restraining bloodline. It will take a long time to kill such a meat shield. However, it is very likely that as they fight with Carolyn, even the Heavenly Venerables and the leader of the fallen civilization will enter the fray. It will become a chaotic battle, and she will break through directly. Suji did not have much hope for Carolyn, Dicky, and the others. It was unrealistic for them to defeat the three great Heavenly Venerables. The difference in their realm was too great. They could only delay for time. After all, they could restrain the three great Heavenly Venerables. They did not have much lethality. If they kept tangling with them and could not move them, they would be very confused. However, if they did this, they might delay for another half a day. It was also possible that they could break through in the next second. The three pillar gods are still crazily eating people and fishing in the dark. They are so excited. There is also Dicky. Suji's eyelids twitched wildly. He was frozen in the sculpture, but he was still secretly observing the battle scene of Carolyn and the others. In the end, Carolyn listens to me the most. She puts in the least effort. Suji was having a headache. The three pillar deities were currently slacking off and secretly eating humans to strengthen themselves. This coincided with Suji's plan. Once he became fat, he would convert all of them into insectoids. Only then would he have the confidence to resist the calamity of the galactic civilization. But Dicky has been slacking off after fighting for a while. What's going on in the ice sculpture? Suji was helpless and could not be bothered. He was just stalling for time anyway. He just watched the battle between Carolyn and Abyssal Blue Heavenly Venerate. Existences of this level had arrived too quickly. This was not good news at all. Suji stared at the battlefield quietly. It's too fast. It's too fast, the first one had arrived. Would the others be far behind? A chaotic battle might erupt in the next second. If they could not hold it in and broke through to the ultimate level 10, it would be troublesome. Existences of this level. Which one of them was not swift and decisive, which one of them was not ruthless? Once they made a move, it would be very normal for them to use all their trump cards and deal a fatal blow. The situation is not good. We have to shrink the area and let the others retreat first. Suji said softly, let the majority of the Zerg powerhouses on the sand table retreat strategically before anything else happens. We won't be able to react in time. If that happens, we won't be able to run, let alone hide in the protective shield and watch the fire burn. If they really fought, for ultimate level 10 powerhouses would descend and kill each other. Who could withstand that? Then, the ultimate existence of the high-dimensional void would descend completely. That would be even more terrifying. It would be too late to run then. Soon, the Azure warriors of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the quantum life of the Spire world, the East Green Emperor, and other mid-level combatants who joined the battlefield received the message from the ancient gods. They want us to evacuate the troops quickly. Akina Shan was in the command center. His expression flickered when he heard the news. Indeed, the appearance of an existence like Abyssal Blue Heavenly Venerate means that the war that will decide the future of the entire galaxy may erupt. Our strategy has some results. Now, the three pillar gods have infected nearly 50% of the level 9 powerhouses. What does this mean? More than 3,000 Taoists, even if they are all ordinary fallen ones. This number was too terrifying, because practically no one cared about the three pillar gods anymore. The upper echelons of the fallen civilization no longer wanted to care about the people at the bottom who had become Taoists. At this final moment, they could already be used as sacrificial pawns. They were still useful before, as the foundation of the civilization, accepting missions, repairing mechanical spaceships, expanding their territory, and expanding their influence, but now, they were useless. Their top inspectors were busy preparing for the final battle. After all, in their eyes, whoever won would be able to control the future and even break through to the peak of the 10th rank. If he reached the 10th level, no matter how many Buddhists he infected, would it be of any use? They could just settle the score later. They could even enslave and command the Buddhist sect again, making them work for them. In this way, even those who had been infected and fallen into the Tao would still be loyal to them. There would be no difference, and they could even expand their influence. MT Akina's speed is indeed the elite of our think tank. He has accurately calculated the thoughts of such a top inspector and implemented such a plan. Then, he used the Knight of the Witch to attract the firepower, and it was a great success. Their low-level inspectors have almost been emptied out by us. The three pillar gods had to work harder and continue to preach. Rolling snowballs. Excited, everyone was excited. These were more than 3,000 ordinary Taoists. It could be said that this was the majority of the power that had been accumulated in this galaxy for countless years. MT Akina's speed shook his head. They are not fools. Although we are taking advantage of them by doing this, whether or not we can keep this advantage depends on the combat power of the top. Those below the 10th rank are still ants. How can they not know what the three pillar gods are doing? They don't want to bother with them. They are busy with the 10th rank battle. When they break through, they will settle the score with you. Hearing this, the players immediately stopped thinking. Indeed, they could let them do whatever they wanted now, but they would settle the score with them later. The 10th rank was the true deciding factor of the final battle. It seemed like they had secretly gained a lot and infected a lot of people, but in reality, they were nothing in the eyes of the other party. Where could they hide from the ultimate 10th rank? Would they not be able to find their true bodies? Wanting to leave after eating everything was just a joke. They would find you even if you were at the ends of the earth. Yes, it still depends on the performance of the ancient gods. That is the level of the final battle. This is already the limit of what we can do. We can't help with anything else. Yes, the gap is too big. The surrounding players were in a heated discussion. Even MT Akina's speed felt that the infection was just the icing on the cake. The ancient gods had asked them to do their best to help when they had nothing to do. The ancient gods were standing on the scale that affected the victory of the civilization, but the players did not know, not even the three great abyssal blue supremacy, that the infected people were the deciding factor in saving their lives. I robbed them of all their assets. Can they catch up to me? I pulled up the protective shield. So what if they are ultimate 10th rank? They are still dumbfounded, looking at the barren land in a daze. Are you going to carpet bomb them to find a place to hide? That is impossible. The universe was too big. Even carpet bombing a galaxy was unrealistic. But at this time, Akina Mountain Speed didn't know this. He just did everything he could to the best of his ability. Now, they have indeed started to retreat. All the low-level combat power have taken a detour. All the players above the god level have retreated. Only a special agent was left to watch the camera and report the battle to us. Everyone nodded. The people quickly retreated. Even a group of players secretly led the giant octopus clan's Lucas back to their territory. Wait, don't be anxious. Call giant octopus Lucy over. Use his identity as a high-level inspector to pull a group of inspectors into the Buddhists to enlighten them. At the last moment, we will do something big. Everyone's breathing quickened. They were going to use inspectors. They had infected more than 3,000 ordinary enlightened ones, and the rest were basically at the level of inspectors. Adding the more than 1,000 inspectors who had awakened from ancient times, there were more than 3,000 to 4,000 of them. MT Akina said, Lucy is also one of the top inspectors. Fool as many as you can. Tell them that we, the Buddhists, can think of a way to make up for their Taoist foundations. There are all kinds of insurances, heaven-defying bloodlines, powerful resources, and very good benefits. In short, do what you can. Everyone was speechless. That would work, but they still had to give it a try. There was no charge for talking. What if they were really fooled? Giant octopus Lucy still had some prestige. Moreover, the Buddhists were now very strong and strange. Becoming a member of this clan was not necessarily worse than joining the large home of the fallen civilization. Mount Akina sped up. Also, get a Cloudstar Dao Fruit bloodline gene from the hands of the powerful inspector rank experts. Everyone instantly knew that MT Akina had his eyes on the Cloudstar Dao Fruit. After all, this thing was a lifesaver. To Meng Mei and the other MT Akina and the other players, it was a life-threatening thing. If they could get their hands on the gene bloodline, understand its structure, and conduct research, they might even be able to evolve one and mass-produce it. After all, evolution was the mystery of the origin of life. It had infinite possibilities. If they could mass-produce the original substance, why couldn't they mass-produce the Cloud Star Dao fruit? Every one of them was a treasure. Countless galaxies and galaxies would not exchange for it. But here, with hybrid rice and genetic optimization, it was possible to produce 100 pounds per moo. How could they do it without some dreams? Meng Mei, then isn't there a cure for my illness? If we can really solve this century's problem, it'll be great. Everyone was very excited. But some players said, why do I feel like we're taking the opportunity to secretly divide up the big tree when it's down? Can't we just take advantage of it? I'll discuss this with Lucy. Soon, this player received an answer. He can pull people's heads into the Buddhists, but things like the Cloud Star Dao fruit are in the hands of the supreme existence of the fallen civilization. They can't get it. Usually, when they exchange for the Cloud Star Dao fruit, they eat it in front of them. There's no possibility of stealing the bloodline. As soon as this was said, Mt. Akina's expression became serious. Indeed, the bloodline of such a precious species was not allowed to flow out. If someone else fused it and planted it, they would not be able to monopolize it. It seemed that this bloodline had no combat power, but its heaven-defying level was in fact no less strategic than extraordinary bloodlines like Xianxia and Pampas. Then there's no other way. We can only let the ancient gods think of a way. Mt. Akina said, I have to say, the Blue Abyss clan's internal strife is indeed deep. If we calculate carefully, their extraordinary and heaven-defying bloodline is almost half of ours. Yes, it's the kind of country bumpkins who are stronger. The players said this with a smile, but in fact, they were still worried. Although the three heavenly venerables of the Blue Abyss divine region and the mastermind of the fallen civilization were indeed country bumpkins in their eyes and definitely not worth mentioning in front of a super-ancient god, fighting against the mysterious existence that had descended from a higher dimension and destroyed the universe garden was the most troublesome thing to do. The outcome was unknown. Could an ancient god really win against them? At this moment, Heavenly Venerate Abyssal Blue was surprised. She looked at Carolyn and moved slightly. You can actually break free from my time freeze and move freely? If I really froze time, I definitely can't move. Carolyn moved with difficulty. She was like a snow girl shivering in the winter and about to turn into a statue. She said shakily, however, it's just a low-level law. It has touched on a trace of the time freeze law. Most of it freezes the movement of particles and molecules. So, you accelerated the movement. Heavenly Venerate Abyssal Blue was very calm. As expected of the terrifying demoness who symbolizes the catastrophe of the universe and the emotions of all living beings. You have a lot of different powers. But even so, Carolyn seemed to be in the absolute zero-time freeze domain. Her soul's thinking speed and body movements were countless times slower than usual. It was as if she was in slow motion in a movie and could be easily seen through. Heavenly Venerate Abyssal Blue could easily dodge and hit her like an agile cat playing with a slow snail. How troublesome. Heavenly Venerate Abyssal Blue became slightly serious. Not only do you have the means to restrain my time freeze, but Pampas also has it. He uses the inertia of rotation to form vortexes in his body and soul. He gradually rotates from stagnation and uses inertia to spin faster and faster. In the end, he can recover to his normal speed and fight with me. Bang bang bang, Heavenly Venerate Abyssal Blue strolled leisurely and punched Carolyn continuously. It was as if she was punching a human sandbag. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Under my time freeze, even her recovery ability is frozen. It should be the nemesis of this type of undying nature. But even if she is frozen, she still has such a strong recovery ability. This was also because her attack power was too low. Her bloodline was not an offensive transcendent bloodline. Bang 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 bang, it was as if this was not a battle but a performance. Heavenly Venerate Abyssal Blue attacked while muttering, you want to rely on your recovery ability to exhaust me to death, right? You think that although my time freeze doesn't consume a lot of energy, it has to be sustained. When I'm exhausted, you will win. This is the way you fought Pampas. Pampas's destructive power is too strong, but his energy consumption is too high. After he's exhausted, he will be at your mercy. What a terrifying power. If he can't kill you, he will be the one who dies. This was indeed Carolyn's playstyle. The other party had to continuously imprison her. If he didn't imprison her, then the remaining 4 people with ordinary bloodlines wouldn't be a match for him in a head-on fight. And to imprison her would consume energy. She wanted to compete in physical strength, as well as battle wisdom. This celestial venerable smiled and said, Pampa's combat power and destructive power are extremely terrifying. At the same time, he can resist the stillness of time. But why did he still lose? Because his physical strength wasn't as strong as mine. I also exhausted him to death just like you. Carolyn was puzzled as she looked at Heavenly Venerate Abyssal Blue, who was strolling leisurely. Heavenly Venerate Deep Blue's body was the energy rank of an ordinary life form. With such a body, the energy stored in each Tao achieving soul fusion cell definitely wouldn't be too high. Heavenly Venerate Deep Blue only smiled and said, Do you think that stopping time is just an application? We've also developed other abilities, such as energy storage. If the density of matter compression can reach the density of neutron stars, then what about the density of energy compression? Heavenly Venerate Deep Blue looked at Carolyn and seemed to understand what she meant. He smiled and said, It will explode, right? Matter. Compressing the density of a neutron star is already very unstable. Compressing the density of energy is almost impossible because it will lead to complete instability, just like a supernova explosion. But what if we can freeze this unstable explosion and freeze this little sun of energy? Heavenly Venerate Deep Blue pointed at his head. A portion of the cells in my brain act as an energy storage warehouse. The compressed energy inside the cells exceeds the storage limit and is frozen. Although once I stop freezing, it will be like a super small explosion that will blow me into pieces. As long as I release it bit by bit, it will be a cell power furnace warehouse. Do you understand? Heavenly Venerate Deep Blue had an indifferent expression. But such a freezing energy furnace needs to be maintained continuously. It will consume too much energy, so it can't be maintained for too long. My energy rank is only comparable to the Bored Octopus clan. Speaking of energy rank, I previously evaluated that Renamanka's energy rank is very terrifying. He can fight 3 heavenly venerates alone. I'm talking about this energy rank. Carolyn was completely silent. They were equivalent to 1/3 of Renamanka's energy rank. Monsters couldn't be so fierce. Even Pampas would be killed by them. Because of their time freeze and super endurance, although it was far inferior to the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art, it was almost unrealistic for her to exhaust her opponent to death. But if this stalemate continues, it will be really difficult. We all have very long endurance, and I can't kill you in a short time. This Heavenly Venerate smiled and looked at the master of the starfish territory next to him. Are you ready for the second seal? He said so much just to wait for the second seal to be ready. Yes, I'm ready. The master of the starfish territory's expression changed slightly. He quickly moved with a group of inspectors. A large number of aqua crystals covered Carolyn, instantly turning her into an ice sculpture without any resistance. This Heavenly Venerate Deep Blue's expression was still very calm. It was all too easy for him to win all of this. Even his physical strength was almost undamaged. He was in a perfect peak state. His combat power was not strong, and his destructive power was very weak. But his terrifying freezing ability and long endurance made him almost invincible. This was the Blue Abyss tribe. The combat power in this world was not determined by the stronger the destructive power and the higher the combat power. Looking at the frozen Carolyn, Blue Abyss Heavenly Venerate seemed to have lost interest. He looked up at the stone dummy disc and wanted to say something, but a voice came from the side. Then you will definitely lose, the other second-generation magical girl ice sculpture said. Why did the sculpture suddenly speak? The master of the starfish territory's expression changed. His seal was absolute. It was impossible for the other party to see what was happening outside, let alone speak through the seal. Weren't you sealed by me? The master of the starfish territory was still in shock. He looked horrified, as if he had seen a ghost. I just used this posture to make it easier to watch, Di-Chi, who was holding his chin and looking at the ice sculpture in the distance, answered seriously. Di-Chi looked at the 3 heavenly venerates with great interest. Carolyn was still not good enough, he still had to make a move. He already knew the details of the other party. If the 3 Blue Abyss Heavenly Venerate did not break through, there would be no chance for the super ancient god to make a move. But now, he was confident that he could force them to break through to the ultimate level 10. In this case, he could beat up Blue Abyss Heavenly Venerate and then run away after breaking through. Then he would have a chance to see the super ancient god in action. He was very curious about learning the methods of this mysterious ancient god. In Diqi's eyes, although the Blue Abyss tribe was very powerful and had reached the great perfection of the 10th step, he was only at 34% of the 10th step. Although they were much stronger than him, it was not impossible for him to fight them. Although the other party's main bloodline was heaven-defying, the other three bloodlines were too weak. They were too biased. Because he didn't have a suitable combat-type bloodline, he could already see that Heavenly Venerable Abyss Blue's remaining three ordinary bloodlines were all supporting and strengthening his time bloodline talent. However, to be able to use a support-type bloodline to such an extent was already very exaggerated. Abyssal Blue bloodline, eternal life that can slow down time, huge energy storage, these two functions are not heaven-defying. As an auxiliary bloodline, it was already heaven-defying to the extreme. But in the end, it was still a support-type bloodline. Perhaps against existences of the same realm, it could not slow down much time. It could only slow down their time sense by 40% or 50%, which was not considered powerful. But against these weaklings of lower realms, it was almost impossible for them to move. Carolyn was the same. Even after activating the Subaru's explosive combustion, she was still as slow as a snail. In fact, although the evaluation of potential was high, in Diqi's eyes, the other party's combat power was very weak in the same realm. Not to mention the three of them, even the few quantum martial Dao grandmasters could defeat Heavenly Venerate Deep Blue who was at the same realm. However, the suppression of the other party's cultivation realm was undeniable. At the same time, his future prospects were terrifying. Once the other party broke through 10 levels, this support-type heaven-defying bloodline, coupled with an attack-type Great Dao bloodline, would be able to completely transform into a dragon. Time control, coupled with the two characteristics of a super-strong physique, coupled with an attack bloodline, it would be very exaggerated. Who would be able to withstand a barrage of attacks from someone of sufficient energy rank? Weren't you sealed? Heavenly Venerate Abyssal Blue looked at the second-generation demon girl who had suddenly spoken in the statue. He was a little surprised. It's very simple. As long as you learn how to seal his bloodline, this crystal won't be able to stop me. The words of the second-generation demoness were very casual, but it made everyone's scalp tingle. What did he mean by learning the other party's bloodline and transcendent system? The other party wouldn't be able to lock him up. Whoosh. The crystal covering Diqi began to melt. He slowly walked out and looked at a blue abyssal Heavenly Venerable. He commented, "You're a barbarian from the outer realm. You're quite peculiar. Your bloodline is still very powerful. Although it's not the strongest in terms of combat power, it's still invincible in another form. Even other races with powerful combat power and destructive power are far from being a match for you. For example, this third-generation witch. Once she's frozen, no matter how powerful she is, it's useless." Looking at the sealed Carolyn, Diqi knew that she wasn't him and that it would take her some time to break free. He said softly, "But your destructive power is too weak. The series of blows just now may seem exaggerated, but in fact, it can't even keep up with her recovery." Heavenly Venerate Abyssal Blue was slightly taken aback. Looking at the sealed Carolyn, he had never expected her to possess such a terrifying undead element. Even the damage he had inflicted on her couldn't compare to her natural recovery. In fact, Carolyn was the most tanky and had the highest defense. She had the cells of her entire race, the 9 revolutions mystic art, and a compressed body that had been modified by referring to iron-based life forms. Her body was terrifyingly dense, and her defense far exceeded that of Diqi and the 3 pillar gods. Coupled with the 9 revolutions mystic art, the spiritual universe, and the endurance of 2 worlds, even Diqi found it difficult to deal with her. How could the 3 heavenly venerables, who didn't cultivate destructive bloodlines, hurt her recovery power? Diqi looked at Carolyn and said calmly, "But it's very easy for you to kill her. However, it is very simple for you to kill her. After all, being frozen is just waiting for others to slaughter her. As long as Heavenly Venerate Abyssal Blue is responsible for slowing down her time and let Pampas, who has the strongest attack power, be responsible for using the vortex to grind her to death, it will probably take around 700 years, which is around 7 days in high-dimensional spacetime. Another 700 years, Blue Abyssal Heavenly Venerable's eyelids twitched wildly. The vitality of an existence at this level was too shocking. It was like an eternal immortal god that didn't age or die. It would take a full 700 years of continuous attacks to completely grind the other party down. For such an existence, the duration of such a battle was very shocking. But for Dickie, Carolyn, and the others, it was very normal. Once they started using the 9 Revolutions mystic art, it was normal to fight for hundreds or even thousands of years. After all, no one could kill anyone. Their attack methods weren't strong, and everyone used recovery techniques. After all, Pampa's bloodline was the most destructive transcendent bloodline he had seen so far. User's bloodline was also very destructive. It was the first time he had seen one that could fight the 9 Revolutions mystic art to this extent, but there was too much uncertainty. Dickie thought to himself, it's strange. Inner space, magic core, proplasmic worm, alchemy factory, all kinds of transcendent and heaven-defying bloodlines, but none of them are fighting. Only then did Dickie feel very strange. None of them were known for their combat power. In fact, this was the trend of the Spore Evolution sandbox. All the players there were very weak. Could the bloodlines they evolved fight? That didn't exist. After all, after becoming a god, one only had one life, which was why there was such a strange transcendent world in front of them. At this time, Dickie flicked his fingertips, looked at Blue Abyss Heavenly Venerable, and said, "It will take you 700 years to kill her, but it's different for me. Your time deceleration can only control me. The freezing of this Lord of the Starfish territory is completely ineffective and can no longer seal me. What are you going to do?" This Blue Abyss Heavenly Venerable was completely dumbfounded by such a straightforward question. Indeed. He couldn't seal the other party anymore. He could only keep delaying the other party's time, slowing the other party's movements so that the other party couldn't get close to him. In other words, it was a battle of attrition, a battle of stamina. Dickie put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "I have to say that your time bloodline is very difficult to deal with. We will all be stopped by you. Even if we can resist it, our thinking and body movements will be slowed down countless times. No matter who it is, in front of the Blue Abyss clan, they are like meat on a chopping board, unable to move and at your mercy. Even I am the same. But so what? You can kill me even if I can't move? Also, don't let me get close to you. Don't try to attack me like how you attacked the 3rd-generation demon girl just now." Dickie's expression was completely calm again. He put his hands behind his back and said, "Once your fist lands and some skin falls from the counterattack, you will be able to learn your time bloodline. Although it might not even have a quarter of its power, you won't be able to seal me anymore. When that time comes, you will die a horrible death." This Blue Abyss Heavenly Venerable was completely silent. The horrifying scene just now was still very clear in front of him. The other party had energy absorption immunity. All the inspectors and those who had achieved Taoism, after carrying out a wave of energy attacks, had chosen to surround and kill him at close range. And the result, they had killed him countless times by surrounding and attacking him at close range. However, they had also been left with bits of skin and minced meat from the counterattack. The other party had used that magical method to replicate them and turn them into the Earth Gold bloodline. That was how he had instantly learned the extraordinary system that they had used to surround and kill that group of people. I can freeze his time and slow him down, but it's very difficult for long-range energy attacks to work, and his bloodline is stolen at close range. This Heavenly Venerable felt completely troubled. Yes. If this continued, he would lose without a doubt. This was because he had to maintain and control the other party's body at all times, but the other party didn't consume any energy at all. When the other party's physical strength was exhausted, it would be his death. Your combat strength is too extreme, but you really don't have a choice. Seeing the change in Blue Abyss Heavenly Venerable's expression, Dickie put his hands behind his back and revealed a cruel truth. He said with an incomparably domineering smile, "There's no need to fight. I just need to stand here and not move. Even if you can store energy, so what? Your physical strength is just a little stronger, but you will still exhaust yourself to death." As soon as he said this, all the Blue Abyss Heavenly Venerable who had achieved Taoism were dumbfounded. There was no need to fight, no need to move, and Blue Abyss Heavenly Venerable would definitely die just by standing there. They stared in surprise at this ordinary-looking, scholarly, and elegant ancient emperor who exuded a strong sense of dominance. The ancient and invincible legend of the three great heavenly venerables, the great supreme heavenly gods who had overlooked the entire universe for countless years, the ultimate overlords of Taoism, were going to be defeated by an enemy formed from the evil of all living beings? Just as Xianxia said, the second which represents people's fear of the strongest enemy, and the enemy formed from the strongest emotions can even defeat a heavenly venerable. This is the evil and dark emotion we gathered. How can it be so exaggerated? Their minds were already clouded, and the world was spinning. But in the next second, Dicky looked at the distant sky. The rest of you up there must have the same bloodline and combat strength. All of you, come down. There's no need to do anything. Just let me watch you die from exhaustion. As soon as these incomparably domineering words came out, everyone seemed to see a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. This ancient monarch, domineeringly with his hands behind his back, simultaneously challenged the three great heavenly venerables and the ancient existence behind the fallen civilization. The eyes of the two heavenly venerables twitched. Their strength was unimaginably strong. If they could freeze the enemy, no matter how strong he would still be at their mercy. However, they could not do anything about it. The enemy's defense and immortality made them fall into a protracted battle. In fact, it was not that there was no way to punish him. After all, the energy stored in the cells of every powerhouse was limited. The size of the body and the number of cells generally represented the energy level. The enemy's energy level was in the hundreds, close to 1,000. The other ordinary perfect heavenly venerables' energy levels ranged from 1 to dozens. Without the help of a powerful bloodline, it would be difficult to hurt the enemy with scattered attacks. However, if the exhausted Pampas and Xianxia recovered their strength and were responsible for attacking the enemy, they would be able to kill him. However, as said, it would take a few hundred years to kill the enemy. However, the battle between the two sides suddenly came to a halt. The two sides joined forces to besiege a dark existence for a few hundred years and then continue the final battle. Would they be able to live with that? The existences above looked down and did not know what to do for a moment. Dicky looked at them and said indifferently with his hands behind his back, "You're just barbarians from the outer realm. Come at me together. I can watch you die of exhaustion." Dicky was still very fierce. The netizens were also very shocked. Dicky actually thought of such a move. He could not obtain Abyssal Blue Heavenly Venerate's bloodline. He could not even get close to the enemy, so he could not clone the bloodline. However, he could not use his advantage and could not get close to the enemy. On the other hand, the enemy did not dare to get close to him, they did not dare to get close to him, and their long-range energy attacks were almost useless. The enemy could not do anything to him. Such a fighting method was indeed powerful. He had suddenly turned the tables. If you control me, I will exhaust you. You will tire yourself to death. If you don't control me, I will kill you. I have to say that the 9 transformations mysterious art does not have high attack power. It is pure physical combat, but it has enough endurance. A real man is the endurance type. If I go crazy with you, you will die, dog head. The best attack is defense. So what if the enemy is fierce? Nothing can hurt me, I can waste time. This is actually the most destructive bloodline. Azure Supremacy Primordial Abyss was dumbfounded at this moment. I can indeed kill him, but what about our reputation after hundreds of years? Everyone laughed like crazy. Blue Supremacy Abyssal Blue Supremacy was suffering from a lack of offensive power. His lack of an offensive bloodline was the bane of his existence. This was the first time he had met someone so shameless. As an invincible being, he had no way of dealing with Dicky, a prickly hedgehog. The 3 Empyreans also held their breaths. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. The Taoists from both sides looked at Emperor Qi, who was standing in the middle, and fell silent for a long time. In the end, the golem sat on the high platform and looked down with a calm expression. At the side, the baby's eyes were bright as he murmured, that's it, that's it." He was not afraid of the enemy. He was not afraid of being strong. He was not afraid of the unknown. In fact, he looked forward to the unknown. In the dark future where the two of them were destined to die, the appearance of all variables at this moment was a gift from fate. He almost shed tears of ecstasy. Are you really going to give up? The baby roared angrily. Looking at the high-spirited young emperor, he said with all his might, everything has changed. That young man was also you in the past. He dared to challenge the utmost beings, and his eyes carried the temperament of an ambitious and ruthless person. The you from a million years ago shouldered the future of all civilizations behind you. Yet, you chose to succumb to fate, to the ultimate existence that crossed dimensions and descended. You said that you would give hope to the civilization. Our blue abyss race is born divine, grasping time, and will eventually become the apex of the universe. You have to bring all those who trust you and break through the final threshold. Once you step into a level 10 civilization, we will write our own history on this land. The baby whimpered, speaking of the hope of his youth. At that time, the two of them stood at the highest peak of the planet and looked into the universe. Variables. How could he not be looking forward to the changes? The golem disc closed its eyes. It seemed to be wavering, and a look of struggle flashed across its face. He tried to deduce fate again. It was as if a mysterious ancient being had descended from the sky. Nothing had changed. How? How could I not see it? This time, the golem disc softly murmured for the first time with a resolute gaze. The fate he saw was the same as it had been more than 100,000 years ago, and it had never changed. There was no Night of the Witch, and there were no 3 witches, but this was not the case at all. I can't see their fate. These Joss Flame creatures, either they are creatures with Joss Flame thoughts and have no fate, or there is a terrifying existence blocking them. They are living outside of fate. The golem disc softly said to the baby, variables. It's not impossible for there to be no variables. But you should know that this is fate. Small details can be changed, but the general trend cannot be reversed. The baby still wanted to persuade him. The golem disc was the hope of the entire Blue Abyss race. It was the only possibility for the Blue Abyss race to push the Blue Abyss civilization into the threshold of the ultimate civilization. But even this existence had been given up. Boom. All this farce has come to an end. The golem stone saucer looked down from above. Then, to everyone's shock, the bald, burly man took 2 steps forward and landed on the battlefield. The golem disc looked at the blue sky supremacy of the 3 great abysses and Di Chi. It smiled and looked at them, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from its shoulders. There's no need to struggle anymore. All of you, come at me together. For a moment, no one spoke. The blue sky supremacy of the 3 great abysses also held his breath. The entire battlefield was silent. They looked at this man who was as heavy as a star. He was the most terrifying existence in the history of this universe. Father, the 3 heavenly venerables looked at this tall, muscular man with a serious look in their eyes. Finally, the final moment had come. There was no way out. Let's end this. Countless light blue ripples appeared behind this man and finally condensed into a huge energy fruit tree. Its branches were luxuriant, and the hazy blue leaves were full of vitality. Star Cloud Path. The golem disc paused in time. As if it had traveled through time, it stepped in front of Di Chi with an illusory step. In an instant, Di Chi's eyes widened. Great Tao regression. Countless blue lights covered Di Chi. It was as if many delicate and nimble fingers had pried open his perfect bloodline. They were like keys of a piano, fiddling with the sequence of his bloodline and modifying it without restraint. Di Chi once again felt a chill down his spine. It was as if hundreds of millions of needles had pierced into every pore of his body, just like how he felt when he faced Shan Dao immortality. The intense fear of death enveloped his entire body, causing him to shiver and shiver. Bam, bam, bam. Her fingertips ruthlessly landed on his skin. The golem disc wandered around as if it was randomly poking at his acupuncture points. It seemed powerless and could not even break through his defense. However, in Di Chi's eyes, his 4 perfect Tao foundations were cracked. He cultivated 4 major systems at the same time. It was as if 4 perfect skyscrapers were being dismantled and piled up at the bottom. In an instant, he, a perfect Daoist, degenerated into a level 9 Daoist from the fallen civilization because of his incomplete Daoist foundation. The moment his aura completely fell, he suddenly reacted. It's the Cloud Star Dao fruit. It's that terrifying treasure from the fallen civilization. It said that it can temporarily pry open the sealed genes of a level 9 Taoist and recultivate them, perfecting their cultivation and giving them the possibility of walking on the path of a perfect Taoist foundation again. His heart was surging with strong waves. Since it can pry open and repair your bloodline, it can also pry open and directly damage your perfect Taoist foundation on the path of level 9. He was completely horrified and wanted to retreat frantically. How could there be such an evil and strange bloodline system? He had already broken through that realm. Now that it was pried open and his Taoist foundation was damaged, he could not make up for it. The other party's evil methods had directly degenerated the extraordinary bloodline system that he had cultivated, turning him into an ordinary depraved and flawed person who had achieved the Tao. In just a short moment, I've actually become a level 9 existence like the mother green vine who hasn't finished cultivating her Taoist. His expression was grim. However, although his 4 Taoist foundation bloodlines were damaged, it was not a drop in the realm of a weak level 10. The Taoist seeds condensed by his 4 perfect Taoist foundations were still there. His current situation was like a fallen Taoist with an imperfect Taoist foundation. He had stolen someone else's Taoist seeds and was now in a weak level 10 state. He no longer had a perfect aura. Although the height of the skyscraper was still there, the bottom had already begun to be torn down. Run. I have to run. A strong fear of death surged in Dickie's heart. Every time his Tao foundation was damaged, it was an absolutely irreparable damage to him. If this continued, all 4 of his great Tao bloodlines would be pried open and torn apart. At that time, his great Tao realm would be lower than even Mother Earth. His realm would fall completely, and he would become a true cripple, but he wanted to leave, but he couldn't. In the exquisitely frozen space, his movements were as slow as a snail's. He could only watch helplessly as the fingers landed on his body and pried open his gene and bloodline systems one by one. They tore apart his corresponding bloodline transcendent cultivation. Bang! In the next second, the 3 celestial venerables attacked and dispelled Diqi's sealed bloodline. Diqi fled far away in the next second, looking at the stone puppet disc in horror. So that's how it is. You're helping him so that I won't beat him to death. The golem disc turned around and said with a faint smile, "Have the 3 of you remembered how powerful and fearful I am? You didn't even hesitate to save your opponent, wanting him to help you defeat me. The children of the past have finally grown up." The golem disc looked at them and walked towards them step by step. It was as if it was facing 3 fledglings. You guys actually want to fight me, right? This is the final battle, and we'll see who can transcend everything. At this time, Diqi stood far away. It was his turn to not dare to get close. He wasn't as powerless as the 3 celestial venerables. Not only could he imprison him, but he also had the terrifying extraordinary bloodline, the Cloud Star bloodline, that could kill him. In the distance, the players watched this scene live, confused. Why is Diqi so shocked? He doesn't dare to get close at all. Those finger techniques don't seem to have any killing power. Could it be the great treasure sword massage that provoked Diqi's shyness and caused him to retreat? I'm not too sure either. But Diqi's realm seems to have fallen? There's no aura of a perfect Tao foundation? It can't be, right? Everyone was baffled. But Xianxia still said, it might be the Cloud Star Tao fruit bloodline. Everyone was confused. Xianxia said, there are 2 rare treasures in the fallen civilization's exchangeable list. The first is a potion that can radicalize one's bloodline, but the direction of evolution depends on oneself. It's not known whether it's good or bad, and the more you use it, the less effective it will be. This bloodline-stimulating potion probably came from Yusa's bloodline. Many people had already guessed this. Yusa had the evolved mutant state, and the potion evolution treasure that his bloodline purified and tempered should be a specialty of his race. Just like those elemental crystals in the ruins of the elemental civilization. Xianxia continued, the bloodline-stimulating potion came from Yusa. What about the Cloud Star Tao fruit bloodline? You mean, some people had goosebumps. Mount Akina sped along. It's obvious. There were signs of it before. This existence behind the scenes called the Golem Saucer got hold of the bloodline of the Cloudstar Dao fruit race a long time ago. It even fused itself with this bloodline, and can temporarily pry open the sealed bloodlines of others to recultivate, and even delete them. Everyone showed a look of horror. Who could withstand modifying the foundation of one's Great Path bloodline? In other words, Diqi's Great Path bloodline had just been damaged, and he had become a fallen Daoist. Then did Diqi become weaker? Then if it happens a few more times, wouldn't Diqi become like Meng Mei, a super incomplete Daoist who only cultivated 2.5 genes? Diqi became as weak as Meng Mei. This is irreversible, directly destroying one's Dao. Who can withstand that? Everyone was completely horrified. No wonder Diqi didn't dare to come closer. Xiaomingche said, honestly, who would stand there and pry open your bloodline and modify it? But with the Blue Abyss bloodline, it's different. These two are support-type heaven-defying bloodlines, but added together, it's actually a good match. Everyone nodded. Strictly speaking, this was not an offensive bloodline, but also a support-type bloodline. But it was too sinister and evil, and its lethality was terrifying. No matter how strong Diqi was, no matter how strong his defense was, it would be useless. He pried open and destroyed your Great Path bloodline, ignoring your defense. No matter how strong you were, you would become a cripple. This was a degradation of one's realm, Xiaomingche said. This is a kind of Cloudstar fruit poison. At present, there is almost no other antidote that can cure it. We can only rely on the Cloudstar Dao fruit to detoxify it. Use the Cloudstar Dao fruit to pry open the bloodline and cultivate it back again. Only the one who started the trouble should solve it. Otherwise, Diqi will be a little crippled. Everyone had goosebumps. This evil method was a little vicious. Xiaomingche shook his head and said, but it's not really crippled. It's just that his combat strength has decreased. After all, the Dao seed is still there. As long as he cultivates according to the Dao seed, he can break through to the 10th level and squeeze out the 5th bloodline position. So what if the previous 4 bloodlines were damaged? As long as he uses the Dao seed to break through to the 10th level, those side effects can also be removed. After all, the previous 4 bloodlines had to be abandoned. Now that he's crippled, it's just that his combat strength has decreased. He will be beaten to death. Everyone listened to the analysis and still felt that it was very scary. Who could withstand this? The combat strength of this stone puppet disc was not as weak as the 3 heavenly venerables. As the mastermind behind the scenes, there was actually a battle-type transcendent bloodline that perfectly matched his bloodline in the past million years that he had collected. Then wouldn't Diqi and the 3 heavenly venerables be beaten to tears? The other party has 2 heaven-defying bloodlines. He's not a country bumpkin with a single bloodline like before. Everyone felt that the situation was very wrong. The existences at the 10th level had completely made their move. The 3 heavenly venerables, Diqi, the stone puppet disc, and the battle royale had completely erupted. But it was the stone puppet disc fighting the others alone. The others would probably all be defeated by him. If this continued, the stone puppet disc would sweep everything and force the 3 heavenly venerables to break through to the 10th level. Then, it would become the final winner. It was almost a matter of time. At this moment, Diqi's expression changed several times. The blow of his cultivation level being lowered was not small, but he still walked out and stared at the stone puppet disc, at this terrifying man. He was almost immortal, but at this moment, he once again felt the intense feeling of death that he had when he faced Dao Chongqing. His eyes could not help but flash scarlet. You can kill me, and you can kill me easily. That's it, that's it. Ever since I mastered the 9 revolutions mysterious art and became Dao Chongqing, no one at the 10th level has been able to make me feel this way. Diqi's face revealed a strong desire to fight. The golem disc was speechless. It looked at Diqi. It had never seen such a character in its life, but it was still incomparably calm. Everything has already been decided. You will all die at my hands. Just like how the sun rises and dusk falls, everything is fate. I will use your blood to fight against that ancient existence high above. We have no way out. The stone puppet disc seemed to be implying something. It said, there's no need to do things that don't matter anymore. It's a waste of time. at the same time, break through and fight to the death. The stone puppet disc's body was surrounded by a strong aura. A door of the great path gradually formed behind it. The carvings were exquisite and simple, as if pushing it would reveal the ultimate truth of the entire universe. Determination flashed in the eyes of the three holy venerables. Their aura swirled around them, and they began to accumulate everything they had. They were about to break through, and the door behind them also began to form rapidly. Is this the day you've been waiting for? Stone puppet disc, who will be the final victor? Who will trample over the corpses, meet the existence from the higher dimension, and open a new dawn? Could they win? The stone puppet disc could not deny it. Boom! A layer of blue light suddenly exploded in the entire universe. Your bloodlines seem to have improved, and you can cultivate in the imprisonment of time. But the price you have to pay is that your imprisonment is no longer absolute. Your ability to slow down time is far inferior to mine. The three holy venerables coughed up a mouthful of blood. Dichi was also frozen in place. Time and space froze. Whoosh, countless fingers landed on Dichi's body with precision. Dichi's face turned pale. From the perfect transcendent system, the perfect system of the 9 revolutions, mysterious art fell from completion to completion in an instant. His body rapidly degenerated. No! One of the blue venerables suddenly roared, but faced with a simple punch from the three holy venerables. Against heavenly venerates, deep blue heavenly venerates who didn't have any defense, nothing was needed. They only needed to get close to them to be completely defeated. This simple punch sent a heavenly venerate, deep blue heavenly venerate flying. Whoosh, another blue venerables fiercely hugged him and temporarily released his time domain. Countless layers of time domain stacked together, and a peaceful and cold land suddenly rose in the universe. A violent and unparalleled power covered the entire galaxy, and all the onlookers who had attained the Tao became slow. They were suppressed by the huge power of time and became as slow as snails. It's over. The only variable is you. The stone puppet disc's face was expressionless. It took a step forward, and its fingertips landed on Dichi's body. Degenerate completely and walk towards death. But in the next second, he suddenly turned around and dodged the incoming attack. He looked at the dazzling golden figure, the relic round like dewdrops hanging on the giant's neck. It's you, Buddhist sect. This indomitable golden Buddha stood in front of them with an aura of disbelief. The pressure it gave off wasn't any weaker than the three great abyssal blue supremacy, who was close to the ultimate realm. That was because it had devoured and contained too many ordinary cultivators, more than 3,000 of them. Most of the cultivators who achieved the Tao would bring along their own transcendent civilization, where there were countless gods, celestial emperors, and mortals. Behind every Taoist, there were hundreds of billions of lives. It was equivalent to simultaneously infecting the background of over 3,000 transcendent worlds. How terrifying was that? Buddha? The golem disc looked at the three pillar gods calmly. We're about to break through and can't be bothered to waste time. We'll be at the 10th rank soon. Are you courting death? He had been silently accepting the devouring, and outsiders didn't know what he was thinking. Only the golem disc knew that after it fell, the fallen civilization would be leaderless. At least it had a home in front of it. It's time for us to retreat. The three pillar gods had calm expressions as they sent a voice transmission to Dicky. As you wish, your actions will speed up their breakthroughs. They're about to break through, and we can't stop them from doing so. What's about to happen is a chaotic battle between the 10th rank and the high and mighty existences of the dimension. It's not something we can interfere with our cultivation. The three pillar gods were very rational. The three of them hadn't made a move, not only because they wanted to infect the masses, but also because the bloodline of the Blue Abyss race restrained them too much. They weren't like Dicky and Carolyn, who cultivated the 9 revolution mysterious art. They could ignore being beaten up. Admittedly, the demon core Buddhist disciples of the lava region were all cells that cultivated the 9 revolution mysterious art. They could fight head-on with Dicky and the others before, but now, 99% of them were outsiders who didn't cultivate the 9 revolution mysterious art. Their defenses were extremely weak, and once they were locked in place, they couldn't fight back. Thus, they chose not to interfere. Now that they had devoured a large number of 9th-rank cultivators, they had the combat power of a peak 10th-rank cultivator. Only then did they dare to approach and save Dicky. At the same realm, the Blue Abyss race could only lock 40% to 50% of their speed. Although it was true that they became extremely slow, it wasn't that they couldn't move. Your battle prowess is now on par with them. You still want to leave? Dichi frowned and transmitted his voice. The 3 pillar gods had eaten too many people. There were more than 3,000 cultivators who had attained the Tao, in addition to countless deities, heavenly emperors, and mortals. In terms of cultivation realms, the 3 pillar gods were much higher than them. Dichi's veins were bulging. The 3 pillar gods had been eating humans all this time, and now they wanted to leave after getting some benefits. Moreover, a part of his Tao foundation had been cut off. He hadn't even had the chance to avenge this great enmity, yet they were letting him go? We can't stop them from breaking through. They've already gone mad and are starting to break through to the 10th level. The 3 pillar gods were extremely rational, and they had already deduced the future outcome. If we want to stop him from breaking through to rank 10, the only way to stop him is to severely injure him, but we currently don't have the strength to do so. This was a very rational thing to do. If it was some other weak 10th rank existence breaking through, they might be able to interrupt and injure them. If they were heavily injured, the great Tao laws would be in chaos, and it would be impossible for them to break through. However, the Blue Abyss race could control time and slow you down. If your movements were too slow, you might not even be able to hit your opponent, let alone stop them from breaking through. Once the other party broke through, this would no longer be their battlefield. If they didn't leave now, they would have to face the ultimate 10th rank existences of the universe, as well as the great ultimate existences of the universe that had descended from above. That great enemy would be very dangerous. That was a battlefield that only the ancient gods and the others could deal with. Dichi's expression changed slightly. He also knew that it was time to retreat. What happened next was not something they could interfere with. The Blue Abyss Celestial Realm and the Fallen Civilization, the 2 overlords of the ancient universe, had to complete their final path by themselves. Fine. Dichi also knew that he couldn't do anything, so he sent a telepathic message. Then accompany me and put on a show. My main body will directly escape, leaving behind the quantum battle body Panga True Body to fight the final battle. We still have to fight. Boom, this indomitable great Buddha had just launched a sneak attack on the stone puppet disc when he was quickly entangled by the second witch. Humph, you're not going to join us to kill the strongest one? You're indeed a creature of evil and dark emotions, attacking anyone you see. This Buddhist existence looked very angry. This second demon girl had attacked the 3 heavenly venerables, then the Rockman disc, and now she was attacking him. I will fight whoever I want to fight. The 2 sides quickly clashed, and the close combat was very intense. Silently, Dichi's main body, the size of an ant, quietly left the Panga True Body and entered the palm of the 3 pillar gods. The 2 sides collided fiercely, and they were quickly sent flying. The Buddhist Almighty was completely enraged. You guys fight, I won't participate. With that, the 3 pillar gods turned and left. This scene caused the 3 heavenly venerables to frown slightly, but they ignored it. There's no need to care about this Buddhist civilization. He has been secretly infecting us from the beginning, and now he wants to leave, but where can he run? No matter which side wins, we will find him again after breaking through to the ultimate 10th rank. Can he block the detection of an ultimate 10th rank existence? In their view, no matter how the other party ran, he would not be able to escape their palm. They could only let this Buddhist powerhouse go. In front of an ultimate 10th rank existence, he would have to spit out everything he obtained. On the other side, Carolyn was sealed in the ice crystal. Seeing this scene, she said in a crisp voice, Dichi was beaten up, and his Tao foundation was damaged. Dicky was beaten up and damaged his Tao foundation, so he could only retreat with the 3 pillar gods. He left his Panga quantum body to make up the numbers. Although his combat power and recovery ability have decreased, he can still use 70% of his original strength in a short period of time. I can't tell. I'm going to retreat too. She followed suit. Her true form, the size of an ant, slowly walked out and froze the crystal, leaving the real body of Panga sealed on the spot. Whoosh. Her main body quietly broke through the next crystal and secretly took away the ultimate weapon in the cute girl's hand. Leaving her Panga true body in the ice, she quickly retreated. In this way, everyone secretly retreated with their main bodies, leaving behind an empty shell. This was the advantage of the Panga true body. No one knew when the main body would leave. Boom, the battle completely erupted. The three heavenly venerables and Dichi quickly surrounded the Rockman disc. Help me relieve the time seal. I'll go kill him. Dichi was still preparing for the final battle. Since the escape route had been prepared, he completely let go. Boom, the battle completely erupted. Ha ha ha, that's it. That's it. The Rockman disc laughed wildly. Why hesitate? Go all out and break through to the 10th level. Take out your final trump card and decide the winner. As they fought, the gate of the great Tao behind these four ancient beings gradually appeared and condensed. The gate seemed to be carved with an ancient tree, and it was indescribably ancient and mysterious. Let's go. In the distance, the remaining inspectors turned pale. Pampas, Yusha, and the others saw this and immediately retreated. Once you break through to the 10th level, you're already in existence standing at the end of the Great Tao. Just the aftershock alone can shock us to death. This is no longer something we can interfere with. Crack, the next second, as they retreated, Carolyn controlled her Panga true body to break out of the ice crystal they were about to take away. Crack, under their dumbfounded gazes. Bang, she casually smashed the crystal beside her and released the violent Dark Earth Mother. As everyone retreated in the opposite direction, she plunged into the final whirlpool of the battle. The breakthrough of an ancient 10th level existence. Carolyn's face flashed with longing. This is a grand scene that only happens once in millions of years. Let me be the witness. In a daze, she seemed to recall the final moments of the Ashuttal people. The scenes of destruction flashed before her eyes, and she became the tomb keeper. Boom. Kill. She leaped up high and joined the encirclement of the Rockman disc. Your final glory shall be witnessed by us. We shall replace you. She believed that the ancient gods would take action and suppress everything. Are you sorceress? The cute girl stared at the Rockman disc, her body flashing with a violent and evil light. Sorceress, you took away my hope and left us with despair. Today, it's your turn. Where's my magic wand? Boom. Rumble, they started fighting. It was clearly a vacuum space, but there seemed to be a thunderous sound. Countless giant transparent energy hands seemed to have pierced through the entire universe, rushing over from above and below. It was like a scene of doomsday in hell. Countless sharp blades pierced through the void, and energy tumbled in the whirlpool of the entire battlefield. Dong, dong, an indistinct sound of the Grand Tao spread out, vast and vibrating. It was as if the entire galaxy was filled with an indescribable fragmented and sweet sound of collision. Ding ding dang dang, it was as if something was shattering, or as if something was condensing. Pampas, User, and the rest each led a group of inspectors and moved in the universe. The huge wind pressure made them unable to stand up straight, and they were as weak as mortals facing a storm. User suddenly turned his head and looked at the battle in a daze. He suddenly smiled. This is the final step of our civilization. That is, what? At the border of the Blue Abyss Divine Region, on the distant Earth, countless people walked out of the streets and looked up in confusion. Is that a sound? It sounds like something. Tinnitus? Every student and every office worker in the 7 continents heard the indistinct sound of a bell. It was as if the universe was praising them, and they were humming happily. Mom, look at the shooting stars. A child lying on the balcony pointed at the sky and called out to his mother in the living room. It's broad daylight. How can there be shooting stars? His mother walked out in an apron and looked at the sky in shock. A small meteor shower fell from the sky without anyone noticing. It was beautiful and gorgeous, as if there was a glimmer of light in the universe, with a holy and pure white radiance. It was like a rare supernova explosion in the universe, a rare phenomenon in the universe. In front of the computer desks and internet cafes and even in front of the computers at home, it was very quiet under the meteor shower outside. Countless people stared at the screen without blinking. They didn't say a word as they watched the horrifying changes in their starry river zone. this was the final moment. The fate of the super-ancient gods, venerable sovereigns, and all the players, as well as the fate of the ancient civilization of Huaxia's Buddhism and Taoism on Earth, were going to have a new trajectory here. The ultimate Tao is about to be born. A mountain-like pressure accumulated in everyone's heart. No one said a word, just staring at the screen. In the vortex of the universe, Dickie, Carolyn, Cute, and the three heavenly venerables were surrounding the stoneman disc. The terrifying energy made it impossible to distinguish their faces and figures. The only thing that could be distinguished was the flash of a huge door behind the heavenly venerables. Just like the Ninth Order, climbing the road to the 10th Order depended on one's own accumulation of energy and seclusion, so it didn't need external energy. But to break through to the 10th Order, one needed a huge reserve of energy to help oneself break through. The ultimate Tao of the 10th Order was an ultimate life form of another dimension. The energy needed to break through was as vast as the ocean, but for these ancient existences, they were already well prepared. The door behind the four of them became clearer and clearer. There was a delicate and lush tree carved on the door, and there were countless fine patterns on the door frame. It looked simple and mysterious, with an ancient feeling. Click. As the door of the Tao appeared completely, the door opened completely. Everyone stared with wide eyes, wanting to see what was at the end of the door. They saw a clear mirror on the other side of the door, reflecting the same scene in front of them. This is the 10th Order, the door of the Tao. In the middle of the universe, a huge ancient door shone with a holy and ancient radiance. The radiance pierced through the galaxy and was as dazzling as a mini Big Bang. It was condensed by the great Tao and was the ancient door to the final world. The inside of the door was like a mirror of the universe, reflecting their faces. But only their gazes penetrated the door and saw the end of the great Tao of the universe, the origin of everything. It was a dense cluster of branches that gathered to form an ancient and brilliant inverted pyramid. They had become a part of the branches and were forever branded on it. At this point, we will live as long as heaven and earth and shine as bright as the sun and moon. The three heavenly venerables and the stone puppet disc looked at this ancient tree and suddenly had a sense of enlightenment. Even though they had already made deductions, they had never really reached this step. Everything they were experiencing was inexplicable. At this moment, he actually had an unprecedented feeling of clarity, and a clear feeling of great enlightenment arose from the depths of his heart. His Tao heart was so exquisite and clear. They had become one of the supreme ancient gods of this universe, the embodiment of a certain part of the laws. This is, Diqi's eyes widened abruptly as if he could feel the world trembling. The laws of the entire universe changed slightly the moment they broke through. A new great Tao law appeared. A certain part of the laws of time seemed to be perfected, and the laws of the universe were completed. The parameters of absolute zero were changed, some of the parameters of time have been completed. This feeling was mysterious. It was as if a complete giant mountain had a few grains of sand added to it, making the mountain more complete. But because the impact was too small, it didn't seem to have changed at all. If they weren't so close, they wouldn't have felt this feeling. For some more distant existences, they didn't even feel that it had changed. It was as if a new branch of lower-level laws had appeared since the beginning of the universe and had existed since ancient times. And what was the branch of the laws of the universe? The melting point of metal. The boiling point of water. The extreme density of matter. The extreme speed of light. These were almost fixed numerical thresholds. This is the end of the 10th level, the ultimate existence of the universe. Carolyn looked at the earth-shattering scene in a daze. The ancient existences stood in the universe and said in shock, they fused their life's learning and condensed their own end of the great Tao. And this end will eventually become a part of the universe, existing eternally in the void. They have already symbolized eternity and infinity. This was the 10th level, this was the ultimate. The newly hatched baby looked at the scene of the universe rotting in the arms of the phoenix. Everything is repeating again. This elemental baby with 5 genes still remembered what his mother had told him and what had happened in the past. Somebody once said that water droplets are not round in the first place. They are more like clouds of water droplets that drip on the ground in bizarre shapes. Even the planets are in the shape of irregular blocks of soil, like messy mounds of dirt. The water droplets are like clouds, the planets are mounds, and the whole world is as messy and irregular as an undeveloped wasteland. Do you think that's possible? I think it is. Back then, when the Renamanka Cosmic Garden made a breakthrough, its mother had opened her eyes from the ancient ruins and said the exact same words. At the beginning, the world was an extremely simple and crude tree. After the Big Bang, it was a rough embryo. Only the main trunk of the laws was perfected by the later generations. Only after the lush branches were added did it grow into a towering tree with lush branches and leaves. Back then, his mother thought that there was still hope for the Renamanka Cosmic Garden, but it was still destroyed. I wonder if they know the truth before me? In fact, not knowing is also good. After all, it is a blessing to welcome death, this existence from the ancient blue abyss god realm said lightly. Moon Goddess Ji is also a weak 10th level. He will think of a way to help, the phoenix said seriously. Will he? He only shook his head and smiled. Everything was destroyed. That was not a future that a weak 10th level who had just broken through could resist. Listening to their conversation. In the orchard, Su Ji sat by the window in the living room and closed the book that recorded the history of the sand table. Fortunately, we ran fast and the army retreated. As long as we hide in the insectoid's protective barrier, nothing will disturb us. It's just that we don't know how it will develop. This battle situation is very unpredictable. He looked at the meteor shower in the sky outside of Earth. It was magnificent and magnificent. In the end, he softly muttered a string of numbers. The path of the weak 9th level, 100%. It was complete. But time was still a little too tight for him. After all, although he could break through to the 9th level, there was still the lower 9 and the middle 9. Only when he reached the upper 9 could he step onto the path of the 10th level. But he did not have the path of the 10th level. He would directly advance to the weakest 10th level. The golem disc ignored Di Chi and the others beside it and looked at the 3 heavenly venerables in front of it as if they were its final opponents. Is this the end of the path? We have all condensed our Tao. Even if we die, our Tao will forever exist in this universe as part of the universal laws. The golem disc moved forward step by step. Throughout the long history of time, I do not know how many Tier 10 civilizations have fallen. Their decline has not only left behind ruins to prove their achievements and existence, but their Tao has also become a part of the order of the Great Tao, becoming an eternal imprint that hangs in the sky as proof of their achievements and existence. Looking at the past, their path is still as long as the stars, admired by us. Although one of us will die today, we will not become dust in history that no one knows about. The 3 heavenly venerables also looked calm. Stepping into the ultimate of the path was enough to leave their names in the history of the entire universe. Fight. They turned into meteors and landed heavily on the ground. Icy light flashed, and in the dense sounds of collision, they were completely engaged in a battle. Di Chi and Carolyn were both sent flying by the storm. The cute girl's Panga true form lost the protection of the ultimate weapon, and her strength plummeted. In an instant, she was shaken into nothingness by the aftermath. Carolyn and Di Chi stood in the distance, watching the terrifying power that could crush everything. They felt a strong sense of fear and were completely silent. Just a moment ago, they had been fighting back and forth with them, but in front of them, they were already beings of a different dimension. In fact, they could have broken through long ago. It was just that they had been suppressing their strength for countless years and had been stuck in their own realm, which was why they had not taken that step. They are already beings of a different dimension. Their Tao seeds are still 100% weak 10th level perfect great Tao genes, but the energy level of their bodies is already of a different dimension. They have absorbed unimaginable energy reserves to break through. Their cells, flesh, and soul have all been upgraded. They have formed an ultimate species that has undergone an unimaginable qualitative change. The upper limit of the energy stored in their cells, their toughness, defense, and regeneration were already on a different level. If the 9th level was said to be Law cells, then they were Great Tao cells. Every cell contained the Great Tao of heaven and earth. They had condensed their own Tao. This was the ultimate form of life in the universe. Carolyn and Di Chi were still too young. They were only 10,000 years old. Moreover, they had only broken through to the 9th level about 1,000 years ago. Right now, they had just stepped onto the 10th level and achieved Tao. Compared to the accumulation of ancient existences like them, the gap was already immeasurable. This is no longer something we can interfere with. We can only wait for the super ancient gods and the others to make a move. Carolyn said in a low voice. She looked into the distance and was extremely solemn. Moreover, their battle will probably end very soon. Heavenly Venerate Abyss Blue and the Stone Puppet Disc know very well that there is no time to delay. They are going all out now to kill the other existences and seize their great Tao bloodlines. Only the last person will be left to face that terrifying ancient existence that is about to descend. They had broken through. That existence had probably already begun to sense them, locate them, and descend. It would not take too long. Perhaps it would directly descend in the next second. Therefore, Heavenly Venerates Abyss Blue and the others definitely understood this better than anyone else. They were of the same race after all. If they died, it was because they were not strong enough, but it was also to pave the way for the last person of their race to face that existence. Sob, sob, sob. Suddenly, they heard the sound of crying. Dichi and Carolyn turned around and looked in the direction of the cry. They saw a few Quantum Life players fiddling with a small baby in an extremely remote area. They said in a low voice, "Are you a vile spawn of the Stone Puppet Disc? Humph, it's obvious that you're like the 3 Heavenly Venerates. You've raised another baby and are also studying bloodline mutations. Let's get some bloodlines first." A few players were scraping the skin of the baby in the pram with knives. There's no hope. Everything is hopeless. The baby was still whimpering. What are you doing? Dichi turned around. A player replied seriously, "Oh, this baby has a concussion. He must have lost his mind and is babbling nonsense. He won't say anything when we ask him. We felt that something was wrong, so we took pity on him and scraped his bones to see if we could cure him." Dichi's eyelids twitched slightly. It was already the final moment that would decide their fate, and they were still so pompous. Dichi looked at them in silence for a long time before he said to the players, "Wait a moment. Give me some materials for scraping bones too." "Okay." The players nodded and continued scraping. The players were still very rational. At the final moment, whether or not their civilization would be destroyed was not something they could decide. They could only do the best they could, such as stealing the bloodline of the Abyss Blue. Dichi looked at the baby and asked, "What hope are you talking about?" The baby glanced at Dichi as if he had seen the stone doll disc in this young emperor. For some reason, he suddenly whimpered and replied, "Everything is fate. Everything is the beginning of a predestined end." Everything is fate, everything is the beginning of a predestined ending? The players were stunned. As they scraped the skin, they thought to themselves, "What the hell is this guy doing? Is he playing riddles? Is he cutting off his flesh to feed the eagles?" In fact, they were quite concerned about this baby. After all, it was a very eye-catching existence on the battlefield. That was why they came over. Fate? They looked at the battlefield in the distance. Even though they were a few light years away, they still felt fear. We know that the 3 Heavenly Venerables will definitely not be able to defeat the stone humanoid disc. They will all be killed by the stone humanoid disc and their bloodlines will be taken. But you said that everything is fate, and that the stone humanoid disc is destined to succeed. Isn't that a bit too pretentious? You are here to show off and celebrate the stone humanoid disc. The stone humanoid disc seems to have won, but the super ancient god will immediately take action. You are still too inexperienced. The stone humanoid disc will definitely lose. They still did not care about the stone humanoid disc. In their eyes, the super ancient god that descended was the greatest enemy that the super ancient god had to face. Fate, everything is predestined. The baby was sobbing. No, not all fates are like what you said. The players suddenly became serious. They pointed to the sky and the ground. Not everything is predestined. Not all appeals go unanswered. Not all losses can't be compensated. Not all abysses lead to destruction. Not all deaths fall on the heads of the weak. Not everything. Their voices gradually became louder as they roared. Not all souls. All souls can be stepped on and rotted in the mud. Not all souls can be stepped on and rotted in the mud. The baby suddenly stopped crying and looked at them. There was a hint of emotion in his clear eyes. Dichi's eyelids twitched. These were the great poets who had written these twisted poems on the giant octopus's corpse. But fate is already predestined. It cannot be changed. The baby was still silent. For the sake of sacrifice, we dare to change the sun and moon. The players were completely solemn. They stood side by side like ancient martyrs, their heroic spirits soaring to the sky. But, I will raise my saber and laugh at the heavens, leaving my liver and gallbladder behind in the Kunlun mountains. They shouted loudly, and their eyes flickered with a heroic light. A quantum battle body leaped lightly, and actually jumped into the wave of energy explosion in the distance, and was instantly shaken to death. The baby's gaze was stunned. He looked at the figure who bravely charged into the energy sea and perished, as if he was looking at the heroic mythological figure roaring at the sky. Dichi's eyelids twitched wildly. Suicide at the drop of a hat? Could it be that you already know that we... He hesitated, his eyes filled with disbelief. The loyal bones are buried everywhere on Green Mountain, there's no need to return the corpses on the battlefield. Another existence leapt into the raging flames. His eyes were filled with carefreeness and joy as he walked towards death. He was lifeless. If the cold stars don't notice, I will sacrifice my blood to the Emperor. With a roar, another existence strode into the battlefield of the ultimate rank 10. As the light faded, his body was shaken into ashes inch by inch, disappearing from the world. Did you know? Not all fates are unchangeable. The leader of the living beings said in a deep voice, his eyes burning with passion as he warned him. The heroic look in his eyes was sublimated, but the knife in his hand never stopped for a second on the baby. Yes, not all fates are unchangeable. The baby had extremely complicated emotions in his heart. He was completely moved by their heroism. He didn't expect that there would be such variables at the final moment. In his opinion, the other party wasn't in the fate, and it was obvious that they knew the future trajectory of fate. And they were indeed variables. If it was them, could they really change everything? Yes, our civilization shouldn't be destroyed like this. He unconsciously tightened his grip on the cradle, looking at the terrifying battle in the sky, only feeling cold all over. There's still hope, maybe there's still hope. He looked at the people in front of him and said, the golem disc has long known about fate, and has long calculated the future. He has been waiting for this moment for countless years, and he has walked towards death according to the script of the future. Script? Dichi's expression changed slightly. Yes, the script. He has long calculated everything. After he defeated the three great celestial venerables, he fought that ancient existence, and then he was killed by the other party. In such a fallen future, he didn't choose to resist, and he couldn't resist. Dichi frowned. How many bloodlines does that existence have? 3 bloodlines of the Great Path, he said. One has the elemental bloodline, one has the iron-based bloodline, and the last one has the bloodline of his own race. So the golem disc, which has killed 3 great celestial venerables and 4 bloodlines of the Great Path, still couldn't defeat that existence. Dichi said softly, somewhat understanding in his heart. All 4 of them had the bloodline of the Blue Abyss race, which was equivalent to having the same kind of talent. Their realms were higher, and it was only natural that they couldn't defeat that existence. Now, the golem disc has chosen to accept this fate, because he saw that after he fell, the world would be completely unified because of that great existence's realm, and the world would move towards another kind of peace. Another kind of peace? Carolyn asked. Yes, as long as he doesn't resist, it will move towards another kind of peace, and there will be far fewer people who will die. Me and the fallen civilization, and even the other Blue Abyss heavenly venerables, will most likely survive and not die. In that battle, although the 4-gene golem disc was no match for that existence, it still caused great damage to that ultimate existence of the Great Path. As the strongest man in the history of this universe, the golem disc's Great Path degenerated, and he fought the strong as he was weak, cutting off too much of his opponent's Great Path bloodline, damaging his bloodline foundation. This caused that existence to be completely enraged after killing him, and he destroyed all traces of the fallen civilization and the Blue Abyss celestial realm. At this time, the golem disc knew that he would lose, so he chose not to resist. It seemed as if he wanted to kill the other 3 heavenly venerables, but in reality, he just wanted to seal them into a deep sleep. He looked at the battle in the distance, at the strongest man who was fighting 1 against 3. He chose to use the life of 1 Blue Abyss Heavenly Venerables and his own life to complete the remaining 2 bloodlines of that existence. As long as the bloodlines were completed, that existence would not be enraged, let alone kill them. The entire universe's civilization would usher in a true golden age. Moreover, as the existence completed the 5 bloodlines, he began to accept other level 10 subordinates, and the Blue Abyss race would completely develop. The remaining 2 Heavenly Venerables would also become subordinates of that existence. This era would usher in an unprecedented era of extraordinary peace, and it would last for a very, very long time. The golem disc saw the future, and he chose not to resist at all. He accepted that tragic future by preserving his people and descendants, and he sacrificed himself to open up a future of peace. This was a compromise with fate, and it was also a kind of success for that man. Some players fell silent. The golem disc's actions were undoubtedly worthy of respect. He had been working hard for the prosperity of his race, even at the cost of his own life. Such a man was undoubtedly worthy of respect and admiration. Dicky also frowned slightly and turned to look at the golem disc that was about to defeat the 3 Heavenly Venerables. In a trance, he thought of the Tao Chongqing who bore the heavens and carried the earth and roared in front of the zenith heaven. Although he did not approve of such actions, there were always some people in this world who had unbelievable obsessions and admirable dreams. In the original history, if the golem disc failed, wouldn't it usher in a golden age? Why would they compromise? Carolyn asked curiously. Logically speaking, if the other party killed the golem disc, he would also complete the 5 bloodlines. If he stopped hunting, he would usher in a golden age of transcendence, allowing those who achieved Tao to have a future. That's not the case. The infant shook his head. If the golem disc was killed, the other party could only obtain the first bloodline of the other party. Thus, there was still 1 missing to become the ultimate 10th great Tao with 4 bloodlines. It would still take countless future eras to form a long dark age. They finally understood the truth from the infant's explanation. Although the ultimate 10th great Tao could change bloodlines at will, the first great Tao bloodline of their race could not be changed. They could only change the remaining 4 bloodlines. Just like the transcendent lifeform realm before, your first bloodline is the foundational characteristic of your race. If you stole the other party's bloodline, you could only take the first bloodline of the other party. The other bloodlines could not be taken. The ultimate 10th great Tao was not much different from the previous 9th and 8th great Tao lifeforms. To steal the other party's bloodline, they could only take the first bloodline of the other party. Every great Tao bloodline is unique. They are the manifestation of the great Tao laws condensed by the ultimate great Tao. For example, if a ultimate 10th great Tao life form with 3 bloodlines was killed, would they only be able to take his first bloodline? What about his 2 remaining great Tao bloodlines? Dicky asked blankly. They will naturally return to the universe. The infant shook his head. After all, they originally completed the laws of the universe. If no one controls them, they will naturally return to the universe. Most of the laws of the universe are not controlled by anyone. They have become complete operating laws. Those are the final traces of the fallen ultimate 10th great Tao lifeforms. Everyone was in awe. They had originally thought that as long as they killed an ultimate expert with 3 bloodlines, they would be able to seize the other party's 3 bloodlines of the Great Path, and there would be no bloodline damage. In this way, as time passed, the number of bloodlines would increase, but who would have thought that it would actually be like this? If that was the case, then the universe's bloodline of the Great Path was much more precious than they had imagined. At the same time, they understood the golem disc's plan. If the Stoneman disc transformed into the ultimate form of 4 bloodlines and fought against the other party would only be able to obtain 1 bloodline. If he didn't go and kill the 3 celestial venerables, they would only have 4 tier 10 ultimate experts with 1 bloodline. Then, the other party would be able to steal 4 Great Path bloodlines without any loss. Meanwhile, the other party would only need 2 Great Path bloodlines to make up for it. The 2 remaining Heavenly Venerables would survive, and the fallen civilization and the Blue Abyss God realm would be preserved. This is very contradictory. If he had 4 Great Path bloodlines, he might have a fighting chance. But if he doesn't merge them now, he won't even have a chance to fight. But if he doesn't merge them, choosing to wait for death is also the best solution. After all, once he becomes the ultimate form of 4 bloodlines, it will be a fight to the death. At the same time, if the other party didn't obtain the perfect bloodline, there would be one more missing. The dark era like this would continue for a long time, and the hopeless future would continue for a long time. Sacrificing himself to end this dark era, creating a bright future for this land, and at the same time, saving the continuation of the Blue Abyss God realm. Suddenly, the players knew the truth, but they didn't know what to say. They didn't expect the transcendent ruler of the universe civilization that ruled Earth and the nearby galaxy cluster to have such a big heart. They looked at the golem disk in the distance. They felt that such an existence was indeed worthy of being called the strongest man in the history of this galaxy. He was quite extraordinary in this country bumpkin land. Boom, at this time, the battle was very fast. Everyone knew that they had to end the battle quickly, so they used all their strength. However, the 3 Blue Abyss Venerables were still quickly suppressed and soon lost the ability to resist. The 3 Heavenly Venerables lost, but there was no joy or sorrow on their faces, as if they had been waiting for this fate. They looked at the golem disc. We lost, but we have no regrets. Our combat power is not as good as yours, and our talent is not as good as yours. We relied on the improved Blue Abyss bloodline to cultivate to rank 10, or else we would have died of old age long ago. They knew clearly that their talent was not enough to reach rank 10, so they would definitely die of old age. Because the golem disc's improved Blue Abyss bloodline allowed them to cultivate in frozen time, they were able to reach where they were today. However, the golem disc was different. His Blue Abyss bloodline had not been improved, so it couldn't be cultivated in frozen time. He relied on his own ability to step into the door of rank 10. This meant that he could break through to the ultimate rank 10 with any bloodline. At this time, their rank 10 realm was bestowed by the golem disc. Their mission in life was to break through to rank 10, so it was natural for them to take it back and use it to fight against the descending existences of the dimension. You don't owe me anything, the golem disc said. The Blue Abyss tribe will never perish. Blue Abyss Heavenly Venerable revealed a gentle smile with a hint of brilliance. The look in his eyes seemed to have returned to the earliest days. The 3 youths followed their tall and strong father, walking between the mountains and rivers. They slowly bowed. Father, please open the way for the Blue Abyss tribe. Help us fulfill our final dream and stand at the end of the universe forever. Crack. The golem disc gently patted them. The 3 Heavenly Venerables didn't resist and allowed the seal to fall asleep. Final dream? The golem saucer silently raised its head, its nose feeling a little sour. The ultimate dream of civilization. These words lingered in its ears. It had mentioned this belief to the 3 of them when they were young, but who would have thought that these 3 young and inexperienced youths would always remember it? The dreams of trillions of predecessors, heroes, and all living beings of every civilization were indeed right in front of them. However, it had failed to live up to the expectations of the 3 youths. What it encountered was not an opportunity to fulfill their dreams, but a destined death. The battle is over. In the distance, Di Chi and the others watched this scene. After knowing the truth, they were very emotional. But you don't have to worry. Your unfulfilled dreams, your unattainable dreams, we will fulfill them for you. At this moment, a player vowed with his head held high and chest out. The golem disc's bloodline can't defeat the opponent, but we are different. The ancestor of our Buddhist and Taoist system will break through the weakest rank 10 and descend personally to snatch your bloodline away to fight against that high and mighty existence. Disbelief flashed in the baby's eyes. Could it be that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it? Could it be that there was a weak 10th rank expert hiding in the dark, waiting for a breakthrough to defeat them in one fell swoop, snatch away their bloodline, and fight against that high and mighty dimensional existence? Originally, this was impossible in their understanding. After all, they could predict the future and couldn't see such variables. Someone was plotting against them, but it was different in front of them. These mysterious beings didn't exist in the future at all. In other words, they had jumped out of fate. It was really possible that they were hiding in the dark, preparing to plot against them. If it's that weak rank 10 being who killed the Blue Abyss race's heavenly lord, it's not impossible to fight. The baby said in a low voice. It wasn't that they weren't willing to pay the price, but it depended on whether the price was worth it and whether there was a possibility of winning. That's right. The player had a proud look on his face. Only those old ultimate existences are a bit of a threat, but the threat isn't much. How can we fight if we don't know what kind of country bumpkin bloodline it is? The baby couldn't help but ask, then why aren't there any signs or movements of breaking through rank 10? If we don't break through now, we won't be able to make it. Even if we break through now, we might not be able to make it in time. I'm afraid that the opponent is already descending. The players' triumphant faces instantly stiffened. That's right, why haven't there been any signs of a super ancient god breaking through? Logically speaking, it should have broken through long ago, and if we break through now, we might not be able to make it in time. And now, there was no sign of a breakthrough. This completely didn't conform to the speed of Mount Akina. It also didn't conform to the plan of the super ancient gods. The super ancient gods had already been paying attention to this battle. Weak rank 10, now that such a great opportunity was in front of them, if they didn't break through to the ultimate rank 10, when would they be able to? At this time all the players started to panic. Suji sat in the courtyard, his expression very uneasy. A high rank 9 had finally endured the primordial accumulation to reach this realm, and could already embark on the path of a weak rank 10. But obviously, he didn't have the path of a weak rank 10, he could directly enter rank 10, the energy was also ready. The energy needed to break through to rank 9 was already an astronomical figure. How huge was it to break through to rank 10, but after stealing the resources of the Blue Abyss Celestial Realm and the fallen civilization, especially after extorting the 3 pillar gods who had just returned, the resources of the 4,000 civilizations under his command were considered enough. Rank 10, when the conditions were right, he would succeed. It was like a natural breakthrough, there were no ripples. Is this the ultimate rank 10? Suji had also pried open the door to the great Tao. He had a feeling of transcending everything, and the whole universe was clear and bright. Also, I don't have any signs of a breakthrough, what's going on? Are they looking down on me? His eyelids twitched wildly. I'm not human if I don't condense the ultimate rank 10 of the great Tao. I don't get any treatment at all. Even this galaxy was shaking, heaven and earth were blessing, and the great Tao laws of the universe were shaking and changing. What about me? He couldn't be bothered to care so much. He lowered his head and sensed his realm. He stood at the end of the great Tao. He had a feeling that he could see the origin of the entire universe at any time. It was like he could see a sky full of stars as long as he raised his head at any time. This kind of feeling was indiscernible. He saw a large tree with lush leaves, and from the chaos explosion at the root, countless branches split, forming a towering tree. It was also another manifestation of the Great Tao Overture. The Great Tao Overture was also a part of chaos, constantly splitting into countless syllables in the shape of a tree. The tree and the syllable overture were just different manifestations of the Great Tao diagram. Seeing this tree now, it was like seeing through the surface, seeing the origin of the entire universe, the source code, or rather, the origin of all the laws of the universe. Rank 10 was the ultimate life form standing at the end of the universe, seeing the origin of the universe, looking at this large tree. Suji's face was full of shock. Every branch and leaf on it represents an existence that has existed since ancient times. There are high and low statuses, and the stronger the Tao, the higher its position is, and the closer it is to the core law, and the closer it is to the branch of the main trunk. The more ordinary a lesser Tao is, the more it is a branch of a branch. Suji was very surprised. This was like a fixed praying mat seat. Once one reached the ultimate realm, the Tao they opened would become a part of the laws of the universe, leaving their own mark. I wonder which main trunk Heavenly Venerable Blue Abyss and the others are on. Suji's eyes scanned the area, and they were as complicated as the stars in the sky. Finally, his gaze landed on a certain spot. That should be the main branch of time, but there are countless second-level branches below the main branch. They should be on the second-level branches, and they're closer to the front. Looking around, he couldn't confirm where they were. After all, only they clearly knew which branch of time law they belonged to. I just don't know how many existences are still alive in front of this luxuriant tree that has been perfected to such an extent. How many have fallen? How many have been seized? But no matter what, this place has left their mark on this world. Suji sighed. If there was even 1% of them alive, Suji would feel good. A 5-gene ultimate gene with a perfect bloodline could kill 4 ultimate genes, but he couldn't find his own figure. That was because he did not use his 4 paths of the extraordinary system to form the crystallization of his own wisdom and his own Tao with everything he had learned in his life. If he had to compare it, he didn't change or perfect the laws of the universe and become the incarnation of the great Tao. This tree didn't have his seat on it, so he was just standing there. Now that he had broken through to rank 10, there was no time for Suji to organize his harvest. Now it's difficult. Stone doll disc? I didn't expect it to be hiding such a secret. Suji pondered. He had planned to sit on the sidelines and watch the fire burn, even suppressing the breakthroughs of the stone doll disc and the others. If they didn't break through, the ultimate existence wouldn't come. Who knew that Dichi would stir up trouble and let them break through early? He couldn't keep up with their breakthroughs and only broke through at the last moment. He was helpless. The other party had already killed 3 celestial venerables and was waiting for the ancient ultimate 10th stage to come, and he only broke through now. It was too late. However, if I allow that 10th tier super realm cultivator to succeed, it'll be a little troublesome. After obtaining the bloodline of the humanoid golem race, I'll have to overthrow him in the future. Furthermore, he'll be standing on top of this land, so it'll be difficult to deal with him. Suji continued to assess his current battle prowess. Although he was sitting on the sidelines and watching the fire burn, it would be best if he could get involved. The other party has an elemental bloodline, an iron-based bloodline, and an unknown bloodline. Suji frowned. I don't know. Elemental, iron-based. Isn't that odd? These two completely contradict each other. What was so powerful about the elemental bloodline? It was strong in its pure energy form, with physical immunity and unlimited energy. Replenishment. But now that the other party had a physical body, it was crippled. He became a half-elemental life form like the Mother Stream civilization, but without the bloodline of the Mother Stream civilization, the elemental bloodline that the other party has fused with is probably all bark and no bite. If there's a physical part, there's no physical immunity. If there's a physical part, there's no way to directly replenish it. Suji frowned. The heaven-defying characteristic of this elemental bloodline is gone. At best, it can only be used as a powerful elemental energy path to attack. At the same time, I also have the elemental bloodline, and this bloodline's fighting style and tactics can't restrain me. As for the iron-based bloodline, Suji smiled faintly. The iron-based bloodline is powerful when it's massive. Even if he fuses with it, he'll still have the body of his own race, just like others who fuse with the iron-based bloodline. They'll become little iron men, and not giants the size of stars. Outsiders who fused with the bloodline of the iron-based bloodline were really not strong. They couldn't inherit their body size, just turning their entire body into steel. Their body wasn't big enough, and they couldn't use the iron-based unique flexibility to compress their body size. If the other party fused with it, it meant that the other party had an iron-based bloodline, and could only use gravity to fight. These two are both nature-defying bloodlines of the Great Path, and they've lost their original strength. This shows the importance of matching. The other party obviously didn't have a choice. A single bloodline of the Great Path is rare enough, so how could he choose? And I have both of them. They won't work on me. Suji kept muttering to himself, feeling that this was a blessing from the heavens. His vitality was the bane of the other party's existence. His next-door neighbor, Old Wang, was of these two races. Could the other party use it? The other party was too unlucky. But thinking about it carefully, it wasn't unlucky. It was to be expected. These two weak level 10 civilization ruins were rooted in this land, and they were ruins of civilizations that had been destroyed in recent times. It was highly likely that he would find them because of a certain existence. Looks like I'll have to go to the heavens to punish the way. Suji frowned slightly. He turned into an emperor and took a step across the sky. Boom, everyone turned their heads to look. There were still no signs of heaven and earth, and they couldn't help but feel anxious. The super ancient god hadn't broken through, but in the next second, they saw a black-robed lord of Samsara. This was an ancient venerable sovereign who had traversed through the ages, descending from the void. The players were anxious, and they hurriedly asked, "Where's the super ancient god?" They thought that the super-ancient god had sent this disciple of Dizun to send a message. Dizun was dressed in black, and his body was full of emperor's might. His eyes were bright, and there was a cold glint in his eyes. He said calmly, "Why do I need Master to appear? I can deal with those so-called level 10 ultimate existences." As soon as he said this, everyone's mind went blank. What is Dizun saying? They had all thought that the ancient god might have encountered hundreds of unexpected variables, which was why he didn't choose to break through. That was why there were no anomalies in the world, but they had never thought that he would suddenly say this. It was like a dream. Carolyn, Di-Chi, and the others were also stunned. The baby in the cradle beside them also felt that his brain wasn't enough. That was an ancient existence at the ultimate level of the Great Path, a true saint who controlled the laws of the universe. He stood at the end of the universe and looked down at the sky. His name was imprinted in the rules of the universe. How could he be so arrogant? From the looks of it, the other party's weak 10th level Buddha Tao didn't even bother to break through to the 10th level ultimate realm, so he sent one of his disciples here to deal with the matter and defeat the ancient ultimate realm expert. This was like an idiot's move. In his eyes, it was like facing a giant dragon. A low-level beast that couldn't even fight against a dragon was arrogant enough to send a monkey to fight it. The difference was too big. This is so shocking. This Dizun is too fierce. Even the players were so shocked that the knives in their hands trembled. They took a deep breath. The ancient god had ordered them to come and suppress this ultimate level 10, this was completely beyond their expectations. They didn't even think that things would develop like this. They thought that the ancient god would choose to break through and attack. Who knew that he wouldn't choose to break through and would send Dizun? Actually, they couldn't be blamed. This turn of events was too big. It was hard to describe. Dizun, Your Majesty, you're going to attack? That's the ultimate level 10 existence of the universe. Some players couldn't help but say. This wasn't a joke. It was too scary. It really wasn't a joke. This kind of ultimate existence of the universe would naturally go all out. They wanted to use 300 times their strength. Who would act like this? Send a disciple, but there was no choice. Dizun and the ancient god had the same combat power. It was the same no matter who went. Of course, it was better for Dizun to go. The ancient god couldn't condense the Great Path and couldn't show himself. Once he made a move, he would be exposed. Dizun, Your Majesty, are you confident? Some players asked in shock. This was such a big move, and they actually sent Dizun? Were they that confident? From this, it could be seen just how terrifying the resources of the ancient deities were. Suji glanced at them and said coldly, that 10th level ultimate god is just a broken 10th level ultimate god. It's not elegant at all. Their eyes immediately lit up, and they wanted to say something. It seemed like the truth of history. Boom, Dizun walked with his hands clasped behind his back. He strode past them and walked towards the stone dummy disc. You? The golem saucer turned around. This tall and valiant strongest man under the starry skies slowly regained his composure. He looked at this existence that didn't belong to fate and was surprised. You, who are you? There's no need to know where he's from. Master didn't want to fight for this battle, didn't want to seize it, and didn't want to interfere. Looking at the stone dummy disc, Dizun said softly with a lazy expression, but I can't bear to see the chosen one of this era fall, and a civilization become a relic, lying dormant in this universe. The golem disc looked at the man in front of it in confusion. He was obviously a weak 10th level ultimate god without a great path, but he gave it a strong sense of danger. He had an aura that could shake the sun and the moon with just a wave of his hand. The 5 bloodlines in his body were extremely heaven-defying and exaggerated. Your master? The golem disc's eyes suddenly froze, and it said in a deep voice, is he the one behind the Buddhism? A peerless mighty figure that doesn't belong to fate, and is beyond the calculation of fate? It was very likely that the other party had been watching this land in secret. Jumping out of fate, not within the 5 elements, living outside of the rules, this kind of ancient sect that was like an ethereal immortal trace was actually paying attention to him in the dark. This made his heart very uneasy. It seemed like it was a supreme overlord that could calculate the cause and effect of the universe, fate, and the unseen fate. What do you want? The golem disk's words were concise and comprehensive, neither humble nor arrogant. The fate you saw, and I gave you a chance to live. The venerable emperor smiled gently and said, everything in the world has its ups and downs. Whether you submit to the master of this land, or break him and become the new master of this land and build your own prosperous dynasty, it's all up to you. The young man in a black imperial robe in front of him had a hint of a smile in his eyes. As the strongest man in this land, the golem disk still didn't understand. Was the other party some kind of ancient existence, a variable, sent to help deal with the universe's ultimate existence that had descended to this dimension, but was this fighting power enough? Although a 10th level ultimate god without a great path was still a 10th level ultimate god, it was not on the same order of magnitude. But he always felt that although the other party didn't control the great path of heaven and earth, his fighting power was inexplicable, and he couldn't see through it at all. He felt extremely threatened. The golem disk's eyes wandered, and for a moment, he couldn't think of anything. Don't have any delusions about me, or I'll suppress you and the ultimate existence that is coming soon. Suji didn't pay attention to the golem disk, but looked up at the sky. He felt that no matter how far away the star cluster was, it was about time for it to descend. At this time, the golem disk with the 4-abyss blue great path bloodline had actually approached the other party, which was enough to prove that the other party wasn't too far away. In Suji's eyes, a disabled person with the 4 great paths bloodline was equivalent to a single great path bloodline with a single great path bloodline. If he could fight with the other party so fiercely, it was enough to prove that the other party was also a disabled person, and not so brilliant. A disabled person versus a disabled person. But I'm also a disabled person, and I'm even weaker than them. They have the great path seats, but I'm just a standing ticket. Suji whispered softly and said with a faint smile, there's no doubt that this will be a battle between disabled people. But the other party's fighting power isn't strong, which gives me a chance to fight above my level. As for the great path bloodline of the blue abyss heavenly venerable, kill one and integrate it. Suji didn't have such an idea at the moment, because it was too late. The integration of a brand new bloodline required a lot of time to adapt, and only then could one understand the principles of the Tao within. Only after experiencing the Tao within could one truly integrate it into one's body. If one temporarily integrated it, one's fighting power couldn't be displayed. That was the Tao of a level 10 ultimate being's lifetime of learning. How could one comprehend it in an instant? The breadth and depth of it was unimaginable. This was also the reason why the golem disk in Fate didn't consider other level 10 ultimate bloodlines. Because once he broke through, the other party would descend, and this period of time was so short that he wouldn't have the chance to adapt to other level 10 bloodlines. Therefore, he chose the great path bloodline of his own race. Once integrated, he would be able to immediately grasp it, and use the advantage of the number of bloodlines of his race to defeat the other party. But he still lost. Just like he said, the only chance of winning was gone, and he could only admit defeat. He could only calmly accept his fate. Fate really is a little strange. Suji looked at the sky, and suddenly felt a little emotional. He recalled, before, Carolyn and the others were always ahead of me, and now, in the blink of an eye, I'm ahead of them again. But they broke through in the normal way, and I didn't take the normal path. I'm a level 10 that doesn't even have my own Tao. Before he could sigh and wait for the arrival of that existence, the void shook violently. The colorful space-time vortex in the sky slowly spiraled, and light sprinkled down, as if the entire pillar of the sky was twisting, and a slender figure of a girl stepped out of the void. Finally, another breakthrough? She murmured an ancient godly language, her voice cold, like an evil ancient god in the distant void, with a sense of coldness and majesty that despised the common people. She wore black stockings and a pleated dress, like a beautiful human girl, with a fair and pure face, and long hair fluttering in the wind. But no one felt that she was beautiful at all, only endless majesty and the weight of death. Because her neck was soft and narrow like a plesiosaur's, and she had 9 human heads, so soft that they fluttered in the void like 9-headed snakes. The 9 beautiful heads had all kinds of emotions, such as joy, anger, sorrow, and joy, respectively, giving people a sense of the ancient universe, as if she were an ancient creature from an unknown civilization billions of years ago, with an unimaginable weight of primitive times. 9-headed ancient mother. The stone dummy disc looked extremely serious. It was not that it didn't use all kinds of methods to investigate the remains of the ancient ruins, to get some information. It said that the Ancient Mother, the first group of creatures in the universe, is a thin bloodline branch of the Ancient Mother of space. In the late ancient times, the bloodline was much thinner, but it was still very powerful, and it had an unknown ancient creature in the universe? Dizun looked very calm, as if he hadn't heard the stone dummy disk's information. He looked up indifferently and murmured, "These ancient antiques really have an unimaginable sense of decay and weight. It seems I have to hit a woman." The players were dumbfounded. They were so shocked that they covered their mouths and roared in their hearts. Dizun was still thinking about how dishonorable it was for him to hit a woman. He didn't even think about whether he could beat her or not. This was a 10th level ultimate being, and an extremely powerful one at that. Dizun, you are indeed powerful and invincible. You are indeed unparalleled in your realm and combat power, but you are not a real ancient god. You are not a real 10th level ultimate being after all, even if you crossed the entire world, and when you became a god, there were no gods in the world, and you defeated your peers and suppressed countless ancient eras, you did not have your own great path in front of you. Isn't it a bit too difficult for you to fight someone at a higher level? Moreover, the opponent did not look simple at all. They carefully observed this ancient existence of the ultimate great path of the universe. Its 9 heads were like planets floating in the air, rotating in a regular pattern like a galaxy. Its aura was vast and ancient, vast and endless. It was as if they were facing the brilliant heavenly might of the entire universe, facing a galaxy of the universe. The more they looked at it, the more shocked they became. It was unimaginably mysterious. They took a closer look. Iron Base, it turned out to be an Iron Base Great Path bloodline. A chill ran down their spines. They turned around and saw a 9-headed woman with a long and narrow neck. Her 9 heads were floating strangely like balloons. But when they looked closely, their fair skin had a platinum metallic texture, giving off a heavy and familiar aura. It was the characteristic of the Iron Base Great Path. "That's Mr. Darkness," someone exclaimed. In front of the computers on Earth, countless people began to realize the horrifying truth. This descending ancient taboo is indeed the ancient ultimate overlord who came more than 100,000 years ago and destroyed the Garden of the Universe. Back then, Mr. Darkness must have been a member of the Iron Base clan. That's why he could replace Xianxia and deceive this 10th level ultimate being. But Mr. Darkness's Iron Base Great Path bloodline was taken away. Now he already has this kind of Great Path bloodline. They roared in their hearts, feeling inexplicably shocked. But in the next second, they became even more fearful as they discovered an even more horrifying fact. Elemental aura. This ultimate 10th level existence was shrouded in the unique aura of the Elemental clan. And the Elemental bloodline? Could it be that the Elemental clan that once flourished to the pinnacle of this land, the level 10 existence, and the current Elemental ruins are also the work of this existence? This was even more terrifying. They had never entered the depths of the Elemental ancient ruins and heard the secret history from the remnant soul. Only now did they know that the ancestor of the Elemental race was actually killed by this ultimate 10th grade being. In other words, the ancestor of Moon God Ji was also killed by this being. As soon as this message came out, in front of their computers, many players on Earth felt as if the world was spinning and the Earth was collapsing. The truth of history was too horrifying, and they found it hard to accept. The culprit behind the destruction of the civilizations of the Iron Base race and the Moon Goddess Ji of the Elemental race was actually the same existence, and this existence was right in front of them. It was incomparably terrifying. But was it enough for a venerable emperor to make a move against an ancient god? They could no longer see through the plans of the ancient gods. At this moment, let me see. So, the one who achieved Taoism in this land has the bloodline of the Great Path of Time? The ultimate taboo existence known as the 9-headed ancient mother's voice was cold, and her divine consciousness rushed out. She ignored all the existences present and began to search for the ancient marks of this land. Images appeared in front of her. The Blue Abyss realm, the fallen civilization, and countless scenes of time flashed quickly. Interesting. This is so interesting. I haven't returned for a long time, and as soon as I return, I have a big surprise. There are actually 4 weak 10th level existences. What a powerful and special transcendent bloodline. The nine-headed ancient mother laughed heartily. She was very happy. What did this mean? It meant that her 3 Great Path bloodlines could be replenished to 5 complete Great Path bloodlines at once. Her strength would be completely complete, and it would be a qualitative leap. There would even be 2 remaining ultimate 10th grade beings who could become her subordinates. How could she not be happy about this? After careful calculation, if she absorbed all of them, her strength would double. This was simply a great fortune, and it was not an exaggeration. The bloodline of the Blue Abyss. I see. The 9-headed ancient mother stood in the sky with an ancient majesty, as if she was the only true god in the universe. Her body emitted an unimaginably terrifying aura as she murmured. This race can produce many 10th-level existences who achieve Taoism, so they hope to use this bloodline to challenge me and defeat me. In an instant, they gathered the bloodlines of other 10th-level clansmen and formed the 4 ultimate bloodlines. It is not impossible for them to fight me. She looked down at the golem disc emotionlessly, like the true rules of the Great Path, very emotionless. However, you have grasped the rules of time and saw part of the future. You knew that you would definitely lose to me, so you chose to give up and wait for my arrival. You are not bad. With that, the golem disc did not say anything. All the players were even more terrified of this ultimate existence of the Great Path that had descended. What kind of wisdom and terror was this? With just a glance, he was able to deduce the golem saucer's plan. She knew that the golem disc had predicted her strength and used her bloodline to see the outcome of the battle with her in the future, so it chose to submit. Good bloodline, it is really a good bloodline. The 9-headed ancient mother became more and more delighted. Her voice was ancient and vast, as if an ancient god had arrived. This kind of bloodline of the Great Path that avoids danger and seeks fortune is really rare. Although existences like us have a faint premonition, it is not so clear. After saying that, she looked at the golem disc and said, "You made a very good choice. After you fall, I will treat your clansmen well and let this land have a brighter future." The other party undoubtedly knew her strength, so he submitted without a fight. This made her very satisfied, and she felt very refreshed. The golem disc was silent for a while and still did not say anything. The 9-headed ancient mother was not impatient. She looked around and saw the others on this land. After a slight glance, she was shocked and overjoyed. She looked at the venerable emperor and was even happier than when she saw the golem disc. There is such a perfect creature in this world. Its bloodline is so perfect. It was as if she was looking at an exquisite and perfect piece of porcelain. It is a pity that it is a level 10 descendant and cannot condense the Great Path. It is such a pity that such a perfect and nature-defying bloodline can only be treated as a normal bloodline forever. But the first bloodline is also extremely powerful. It seems like I have to capture it and have a lot of children. In the distance, the players were completely shocked and started whispering to each other. So, it is a 9-headed ancient mother. That is not what she meant. I am afraid she wants to turn the venerable emperor into a heartless breeding machine to reproduce his powerful bloodline. To plunder. The venerable emperor said he does not hit women, but she wants to take him back to have children. The whispers of countless players stunned the 9-headed ancient mother slightly. Although they were separated by countless light years, how could she not sense it? She reached out and grabbed the air. The group of players instantly became extremely small, and she grabbed them in her hand. I could not see through the background of that level 10 descendant without the bloodline of the Great Path, nor could I find out his past. I thought it was because of the powerful strength of a level 10. But why can't you guys find out anything about his past? She was very strange and had a strange feeling. However, she did not know that after eating thousands of Taoists in a hurry, the insect tribe's protective shield had become countless times stronger. Naturally, the other party could not break through it and cut off all the karmic connections, so she could not find out anything. Demoness, don't you dare lust after my body. I would rather die than submit. Only by sacrificing myself can I exchange for a bright future. A player roared and looked up at her. A heroic determination to die flashed in his eyes. He slammed his head into her palm and died. He was extremely heroic and shouted loudly. How ambitious is the sacrifice? How dare you change the sky? The 9-headed ancient mother was silent. Ugly woman, my chastity is only given to the person I love. A player shouted. His eyes flashed with a heroic light as he self-destructed and walked toward death. Loyal bones are buried everywhere in the mountains. There is no need to die in battle. The nine-headed ancient mother's eyelids twitched wildly. I do not love you. Don't ask me to bury your child. A pair of jade arms pillowed by thousands of people, a little bit of red lips tasted by tens of thousands of people, pretending to be a delicate body, pretending to be a hypocrite. You are not worthy of a lover like me. A tall and mighty man walked out and stared at her. He had a look of disdain and self-destructed. The nine-headed ancient mother was completely stunned. In the distance, the baby was secretly impressed. They knew that they would not have a good ending if they fell into the hands of such an existence. They were also powerless to resist, so they used this method to let out their final roar and express their final attitude. If the cold stars don't notice, I will sacrifice my blood for the emperor. He understood the broad-mindedness of spilling blood in the sky. There was no war in the world without bloodshed. So what if they sacrificed their lives? They used their blood, backbone, and will to crush themselves in the mud of blood to form a path and pave the way for the future of civilization. They are not afraid of death? Why should I be afraid? You have a long lifespan of millions of years, but you are overcautious and indecisive. You are not as carefree as these young people. I want to use my own method to let out my final roar. In a daze, he had completely established his belief. He shouted toward the distant sky. Demonis! You won't even let go of an infant like me. You are simply too indulgent. His eyes were filled with the joy of Jianghu. He used all the strength in his life to shout this sentence. Loyal bones are buried everywhere in the mountains. There is no need to die in battle. The nine-headed ancient mother's expression changed completely. Her eyes were filled with ferocity. These existences dared to tease her and challenge her authority. She took a step toward the baby and grabbed him with her palm. Clank, a young man in a black emperor's robe stood in front of her. He had a lazy and peaceful expression, and he had a domineering aura. Although I don't hit women, I can't bear to see others hit children. Are you asking for a beating? He blocked it. The golem disc watched this scene with its mouth agape. Those were three ancient ultimate bloodlines of the Great Path, but they were blocked by a rank 10 cultivator who didn't even have a Great Path bloodline. Without a Great Path bloodline, without condensing one's own Tao, how could the power of an individual have such great power? Logically speaking, it did not even have the right to get close. Most importantly, it was its younger brother. He had always wanted to fight against the fate of failure, but he was a well-behaved, unsmiling, and honest man. He could not even joke for tens of thousands of years, so how could he speak like this? He had seen those strange life forms when he first came into contact with them, but in such a short time, they had become so strange, infected with those strange lofty words and lofty aspirations. The golem disc frowned. The current situation was developing somewhat strangely. Looking at the young man in imperial robes blocking in front of her, the nine-headed ancient mother revealed a look of surprise, and gradually turned green. Are you all going to disobey me? It seems like you have not witnessed my terror. You have the aura of space on you, so I will show you the power of the nine-headed ancient mother. She raised a palm high. Descend. Bam, 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 the entire silent universe seemed to have become a huge lake, rippling and forming layers of folds. The distant starry sky was pulled closer. The stars in the distance were squeezed together. Space was like a huge piece of white paper, and at this moment, layers of ripples rapidly folded. Boom, planets that were light years away quickly appeared in front of him. Pampas and Yusha, who were still running away, were quickly pulled back. They revealed terrified expressions and sped up to escape, even trying to jump through space. But they soon discovered that they could no longer jump through space. They could only run at a speed faster than the speed of light, accelerating to escape. How is this possible? Their running speed could not keep up with the speed of space-time folding, and they were rapidly retreating. Even the spatial rings of the inspectors and Taoists were shattering, and their extraordinary small worlds fell out. Continents, planets, and lands were scattered throughout space. Countless mortals in these small worlds were wailing and crying, squeezing into a black mass as they ran and screamed. The mortals were torn apart by the vacuum, turning into pools of blood that exploded in the universe. Meanwhile, the ancient gods and celestial emperors quickly took action, building protective barriers on the continents and stars, resisting the tearing of the earth by the vacuum, and doing their best to maintain order. Is this what you want? The nine-headed ancient mother's voice was very cold. It was as if she was a god that had lived for billions of years, overlooking the changes in the world. Space was pulled closer, and the subspace small world was destroyed, falling out of the real universe. Floating broken continents were everywhere, and all living beings were wailing in grief and despair. Even more mortals couldn't even cry out in the vacuum before they were torn into a bloody mist. Whoosh! The folded space seemed to have been crumpled into a crumpled ball of paper. She couldn't even tell the direction. This was her power, the unparalleled bloodline power of the space race. At the same time, many evil nefarious devil existences, their bodies giving off spatial black auras, started to appear and wreak havoc, letting out maniacal laughter. You have angered grandmother again. In front of the great shattering demon master Ender, accept our wrath. One after another, existences descended. What a dense life aura. Another powerful civilization. This is the perfect ingredient. Kill. Devour. Go crazy. Fear. Ha 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 ha. Has this day come again? After the universe garden back then, the second delicious dessert has arrived. They threw their heads back and laughed. At this time, the players finally realized that the evil aura left behind when the universe garden was destroyed was just like what they were seeing now. Even after tens of thousands of years, it was still corroding the universe garden, forming black vortexes of despair and energy tides. The universe garden experienced the invasion of the calamity, and now it was also happening at the same time. It was as if the ancient history was repeating itself at this moment. User roared, frantically organizing the Great Ones. Help, quickly go and help. Countless patrolmen started to act, suppressing the worlds and facing the evil existences. Quickly stop. The golem disc begged. This once incomparably powerful man lowered his head. It's useless. The nine-headed ancient mother said coldly, you no longer have the strength to resist, because I won't give you the time to kill the 3 great heavenly venerables and become an existence with 4 great bloodlines to fight against me. She looked down coldly. I'm not going to help. Pampas revealed an anxious expression. This child with the mental state of a 10-year-old quickly rushed into the distance. Heavenly venerables, 3 great heavenly venerables, where are you? Why is your aura? He cried loudly. After all, he was still a child who couldn't grow up. In his 10-year-old mind, he had already treated the 3 great heavenly venerables as his own father, the most important existences in his life. I'm here. In the chaotic battlefield, Blue Sky Venerables walked over slowly, his gentle face filled with kindness. Heavenly Venerables. Pampas rushed over. Pampas, don't worry. We will win. You must believe in our strength. This heavenly venerate gently hugged Pampas. However, without Pampas knowing, countless shadows appeared behind heavenly venerate Abyssal Blue and secretly enveloped him. At this moment, Pampas sensed that something was wrong and struggled violently. However, his already exhausted body could no longer resist such a fierce surprise attack, and large amounts of blood burst out from his body. Pung! Pampas' body exploded into a mist of blood, and his head fell to the ground. That blue sky. Venerable suddenly became ferocious and laughed strangely. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect that with my disguise. An ordinary Taoist would have the chance to kill such a powerful existence. Ha 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 ha. I can feel his strength. Gurgle. Pampas' head rolled on the ground and landed at Goddess of Stone's feet. He looked into the distance and was still muttering to himself, Heavenly Venerables, don't die. Goddess of Stone was silent as she looked at Pampas' head that had rolled to her feet. Renamansa and the other 2, as well as Nasira and the rest, who had been hiding in the chaotic battlefield and escaping with them, were completely silent. Even Dickie and Carolyn found Pampas' strength troublesome, but he had actually fallen in the hands of such a despicable person. Father. Goddess of Stone slowly squatted down and silently looked at this naive yet somewhat stubborn and tyrannical Pampas. Did our universe garden encounter this too? The destruction of civilization, the cries, the sounds of despair. It's too sad. Suji was silent. He bent down and looked at Pampa's head, then turned to look at the battlefield that was filled with death. I originally only wanted to let a doppelganger fight. It's fine if it doesn't work. Even the strongest man, the stone puppet disc, has surrendered and chosen to compromise. But now, she's still killing like this. She has completely angered me. With a swoosh, another venerable emperor's figure descended from the void. He overlapped with the original venerable emperor's figure and rapidly grew tall and strong. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a panga giant that was comparable to a star. At this moment, even the void was trembling. It was as if this was the true ultimate ancient existence of the universe that had completely descended. A black-robed young man stood tall in the sky with an indomitable spirit, looking down on this 10th-level cultivator. A mere disabled person. In the silent void, space was folded and filled with wrinkles. The flat space seemed to have become a crumpled paper ball, like a space maze. Continents and stars were all folded in a mess, and it was difficult to distinguish up, down, left, and right. The screams and wails that came from a continent above might actually be coming from a continent below. Such a space isolation was too beneficial for a war between extraordinary civilizations. The experts would be in a mess in the civilization planet maze, and they would not be able to support each other. They would be defeated by the chaotic and dark space demons. The nine-headed ancient mother was confident of victory, but her expression was as if she had seen a ghost, like an ant looking at a huge and mighty giant. A mere cripple, a vast panga giant standing in the sky walked over, covering the sun, the moon, and the galaxy. It was as large as a planet, and its body was as huge as Renamanga's. It carried a majestic aura that was like the pressure of heaven and earth. This energy level, the nine-headed ancient mother raised her head, and she was stunned. It was a shape-shifting bloodline. It was the same size and energy level as Renamankar. But she did not have time to react. The huge body rapidly shrunk, compressed, and collapsed. It actually returned to the height of a normal person, but the density of the body had almost reached the limit. This was Suji's main body. It was the first time his main body fought. The ant-like panga true body was already the size of a normal person, and its energy level was already very strong. Suji, who originally had the size of a normal person, was at the peak of the 10th level. Once he used the panga true body, he was naturally comparable to a small star. Renamankar's body back then was only this size. Compressing the body and increasing the density and quality are Renamankar's tactics. For a moment, the nine-headed ancient mother thought that it was the Renamankar family that she had destroyed. But obviously, that kind of white porcelain cell was different. She was slightly more serious now. The energy level of this body was hundreds or thousands of times larger than her, as if the body of a mouse had met a tiger. Even if the opponent was an ordinary 10th level, it was still a threat to her. Oh? What bloodline is this? The nine-headed ancient mother was not afraid at all. The other party was surrounded by a terrifying and mysterious aura. It was as if he was facing the entire universe. It was vast and boundless, making it difficult for him to see through the other party's background. The 9 heads floated like balloons, and their eyes were as cold and emotionless as the natural law. They said casually, "There is a similar air of the Iron Base clan and the elemental civilization. Are you the backup that the 2 losers of the old days left on this land?" "Loser?" Dizun smiled faintly. "Did you say that the 2 of them were losers? Back then, I personally suppressed and killed them. Their grand daos have already fallen into my hands, and this is the proof of their failure." Her voice was clear and resonated throughout the entire universe. Her entire body glowed with a metallic luster, and elemental aura flames surrounded her. A sacred and ancient 7-colored sky surrounded her. It's useless to have a large body. Back then, Renman's body was as large as yours, and he had a great Dao bloodline, but he was still defeated and killed by me. The 9-headed ancient mother took a step forward and stepped over the stone puppet disc that was no longer a threat. However, her expression was cold. "You merely piqued my interest a little." Her bloodline came from an ancient primordial demon god. The ancestors of the Iron Base clan had a 10th rank, and their bloodline could be said to be nature-defying, but it was still a little weaker than their clan. It was said that their ancestor was the oldest existence in the universe who had achieved the Grand Tao since the creation of the world. He had once controlled part of the core rules of time. Although his bloodline had been weakening as time passed, he was still extremely nature-defying. However, at this moment, the 5 bloodlines of the other party gave her an extremely terrifying and unpredictable feeling of antiquity. Unexpectedly, each of them was not inferior to the oldest primordial ancient gods in the universe, 5 nature-defying extraordinary bloodlines that were not weaker than their clans gathered in one body. Even she could not help but look sideways. Her heart was pounding, and she felt a great sense of horror. "You have the right to know my name." The 9-headed ancient mother's expression was slightly calm. "I am the only ancient god of the universe who can travel through time and space, the 9-headed ancient mother who will descend when the lives of countless planets prey. I am the ancient mother god of all time and space, and I control the rules of distance and order of space. Now, I will give you a chance to surrender. After I kill the existence of the Great Path in the body of Blue Abyss and seize the Tao Seed, you will have the opportunity to become a general under my command. I will let you reproduce your own extraordinary civilization world, and even give you a Tao Seed of the Blue Abyss clan, so that you can become the real ultimate 10th rank of the Great Path. If you tell me your bloodline and the sources of the other 4 bloodlines that you have obtained, I will give you better treatment." In her opinion, the existence in front of her must have obtained some kind of earth-shattering opportunity from an ancient relic. The bloodline that he had obtained was simply ridiculous. It was a pity that she could only steal one of his original bloodlines. If she could get the sources of the other 4 bloodlines. If she could get all 5 of them and twist them into the bloodline of the Great Path. Even she, an ancient existence of the universe who had lived for nearly 10 million years, could not help but breathe heavily. This kind of opportunity was already nature-defying. "Have you said enough? You want to surrender to me? Who do you think you are?" Dizun clasped his hands behind his back and waved his sleeves. It was as if the entire nearby planet was stirred up by a strong wind. "Do you know who my teacher is? A country bumpkin. Just by seeing a pond, he thinks that he has seen the whole universe. Walking up a hill, he thinks that he has reached the peak of the world. A disabled person with 3 randomly combined bloodlines of the Great Path also thinks that he is strong. In this long world, although weakness and ignorance are worthy of sympathy, it is the saddest thing in the world to be arrogant." Dizun stepped forward. His eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like stars. There was a domineering look in his eyes that looked down on the world. He looked in front of him and said, "Do you think that the cosmic garden has really been destroyed? You are playing tricks." The 9-headed ancient mother Melville coldly snorted. Seeing that the other party was arrogant, she was not angry. If she wanted to surrender to the other party, she naturally had to be broad-minded. She said, "That year, I personally killed Renamenka. Although his energy level was thousands of times higher than mine, he also had the bloodline of the Great Path, and his fist technique could shatter stars and defy the heavens. He collapsed his own density to become small and agile, increasing his defense and offensive ability. He also increased the density of the enemy's body, causing the enemy's iron-like defense to become swollen and enlarged. He used his strongest iron fist to attack the weakest point. He claimed to be invincible in the world, but he was still killed by me. I seized his bloodline and left behind the ruins of the cosmic garden to make a monument for him." A monument for him. The players in the distance were all shocked. They had only heard of Renamenka's Iron Clan fighting style before, but now that they heard it in detail, they only felt that it was terrifying, like a spring, nimbly compressing the huge body of the star energy level to increase defense and attack power. At the same time, it was more agile. At the same time, when the fist landed, it would enlarge the size of the opponent's skin, making it loose and soft. No matter how strong the defense was, it would be difficult to block it. With the law of force, one punch could destroy the opponent. However, the Cosmic Garden, with such a fighting style, was still defeated. The players were very shocked. This 9th-level extreme ancient existence could be said to be extremely terrifying, his fighting strength unmatched. "Oh?" Dizun smiled, but he didn't care at all. "If the Cosmic Garden is like this, how do you evaluate the elemental civilization?" The 9-headed ancient mother Melville's expression was cold. "The elemental civilization is said to have infinite energy and can ignore physical attacks. Ordinary ultimate existences will be exhausted in half a day. Pushing through half a galaxy is their limit, however, their race could fight for more than a month at full power. Every single move they made was at full power. Fighting against them was like facing a boundless ocean, an unstoppable force. Their civilization is said to be invincible in the world. They are extremely arrogant and prosperous. They are even more prosperous than the Blue Abyss celestial realm. But after they descended and fought with me, they were exhausted in less than 18 days. They could no longer get up. I killed them immediately and left behind the elemental ruins to make a grave for them. To make a grave for them, how domineering. The players were completely frightened. This ancient manipulator behind the scenes was already unbelievably strong. Could such an enemy really have a chance to win? Even a powerful 10th grade ultimate existence of the same level was defeated. Dizun didn't even have a bloodline of the Great Path. The stone dummy disc was also very disturbed. This was the result of his investigation of the ancient ruins. He already had some speculations, but when it really happened in front of him, he still felt a lot of shock. Under the players' shocked gazes, the 9-headed ancient mother smiled and said, "The elemental civilization was the closest they got to me. At that time I had the same amount of Daoyi's bloodline. However, after being suppressed, it was impossible for me to do so in the future. When I faced Renomancer, I already had 2 bloodlines of the Great Path." Her meaning was very clear. The longer she dominated this big region of the Archean universe, the stronger her foundation would be, and there would be no possibility of overthrowing her. That gate was completely sealed. Dizun pondered for a while and suddenly smiled. "You said that the Cosmic Garden was destroyed. Look at the Cosmic Garden now. What do you think it looks like?" Melville's eyes flashed with sarcasm. He looked sideways and immediately looked across the entire space. His vast divine thoughts fell on the Cosmic Garden, wanting to see what tricks the other party was playing. She saw that the ruins were flourishing at the moment. There were countless flowers, beasts, and plants growing on it. It was like the lush green scene of the old days, full of vitality. This scene, which was similar to the past, made her slightly stunned. Her mind buzzed. The species in the Cosmic Garden had long been extinct. How could the species on it reappear and reproduce as if they had never been through a destructive war? "You're playing tricks." Melville was a little shocked, but he said calmly, "For existences like us, standing at the end of the Great Path, it's very normal for us to have some means to revive the ancient creatures." "Ridiculous, how ridiculous. Living in a dream but not knowing it. You think you've crossed the ages and defeated enemies from ancient to modern times, but you're just entertaining yourself like that clown." The venerable emperor burst into laughter. He shook his head as he laughed, looking helpless. "Fine, fine. I'll let you know the truth before you die, so your trip to the human world won't be in vain. Look over there. Who is that existence running in the middle of the battlefield?" As soon as her gaze fell, her whole body suddenly shook violently. She saw an existence whose background could not be seen through. He was wandering in the middle of the battlefield with his daughter and a female evil god who emitted an evil and horrifying aura. She could not see through the mysterious man's clan, but she could see through his daughter. The daughter of the Iron Base clan, her heart was violently stirred up a storm. Just as she was about to grab the void fiercely and grab those 3 people, she saw the man in the lead snort coldly. He looked into the distant sky and said with dissatisfaction, "That guy's disciple really doesn't know the rules. How could he involve us in such a small matter? He actually shifted his attention to us and disturbed my peaceful cultivation trip." "Fine, let's leave." "Yes, father." Little Rock and the others nodded. They directly turned into a cloud of flying sand on the spot. They were completely dead. The 3 directly gave up this part of the quantum doppelganger and directly returned. "Want to leave? In front of the ultimate life in the universe, do you think you can leave?" Melville said coldly. She directly followed the karmic traces left by them, twisted the rules, and quickly chased after them. However, she could not find anything. This completely set off a storm in her mind. Everything had a pattern. As long as it was a creature living in this universe, the land it walked on, the air it breathed, the images it left behind, the words it spoke, the saliva it spat out, all exchanged substances with the entire universe. In the eyes of these ancient ultimate beings, a dense net of rules from a certain angle could be directly pursued. Even a 10th level ultimate being would find it difficult to completely conceal it. But at this moment, there was no trace of it, as if this creature had never appeared in the past and future timelines of the entire universe. This made her feel uneasy. What is this? She had killed Renemenka with her own hands, seizing his bloodline of the Great Path. That was the last bloodline of the Ironbase clan. However, there were still some mysterious clues in front of his eyes. The Universe Garden still existed, and Renemenka was still alive. He was even extremely free and unfettered. The Ironbase race, whose fertility rate was unbelievably low, had given birth to a descendant. It was as if there was a hidden force behind all this. Was the Cosmic Garden really destroyed back then? The venerable emperor, dressed in black, looked cold, and his eyes were as deep as the sea. He gazed into the distance. Look again. What do you think of the elemental civilization's ancient ruins now? Boom, Melville's vast divine consciousness descended again. The ancient ruins of several elemental civilizations had been destroyed, but in one of the elemental ruins, there was a scene of vitality. Countless strange elemental creatures were cultivating and becoming stronger. It was a magnificent scene. His gaze fell again, and he saw an elemental god with a mysterious bloodline. His body was surrounded by flames, and his face was elegant, like a divine bird that stood aloof from the world. Beside him, there was another young man who was hard to see through. He looked up silently, as if sensing her spying. That guy is already at the end of his life, and he still wants his disciple to covet me? Why is he so irritated by these trivial things? Does he want to start a war? Fine. The young man gently pulled at the space, and a beam of extraterrestrial elemental passage sprinkled down. He floated away. Let's go back to the mother stream. Yes. The mysterious divine bird followed him and left. Melville chased after him again, but this mysterious young man seemed to have disappeared into thin air in the universe, and there was no trace of him. Another unfathomable fellow. Could it be that the elemental civilization didn't really go extinct? Her mind was in a mess, and her Tao heart was slightly unstable. Back then, she had personally destroyed the elemental civilization. She had swept through it and left almost nothing behind. It was impossible for such a scene to occur. It was as if there had never been a war between the two civilizations. It was as if she had never come to this land hundreds of thousands of years ago. It was as if she had never been here before. It was like an illusory dream of life. This feeling was like the real and fake Sun Wukong, Guanyin, Yama, and all the gods and Buddhas in the world. He couldn't tell if it was real or fake. However, these two 10th-tier ultimate bloodlines of the Great Path proved that all of this had really happened. But how could a dead civilization and ultimate existence be revived? It was as if she could see some unimaginable, inconceivable, and terrifying truth hidden in the thick black fog of this land. What on earth is? For the first time, she showed doubt. The venerable emperor, shrouded in divine light, kept shaking his head. You thought you were invincible. You conquered this ancient land and the whole river zone. You didn't allow ultimate existences to be born in this world. Once they were born, you would come and kill them. But you didn't know that someone secretly made you invincible, made you think you could rule this land and hide the traces of their existence. But you were proud of it. Melville's heart shook. Made me invincible? Could it be that all the previous victories were fake? The Universe Garden and the elemental civilization were just faking their deaths and hiding the traces? To avoid the schemes of some even more incredible existences in the ancient universe, however, those were two real 10th-tier ultimate existences. They were real, not fake. The two Great Path bloodlines in her were the evidence. If they hadn't been defeated by her fair and square, and had instead willingly fallen to her hands to hide from some terrifying higher-dimensional existence. Then, what exactly was the terrifying higher-dimensional existence that they had to hide from after spending the lives of two ultimate great Daos? And hiding in the dark, facing such an unimaginably horrible dimensional civilization, who could easily bear the death of two 10th-tier ultimate existences. How strong was he? She started to panic. If that was the case, she was just a chess piece that was randomly pushed out to block the way. She was used from the beginning to the end. She was used as an ancient universe ultimate existence to rule this land. But she actually believed it? Did she think she was the ruler of this land since ancient times? This must be fake. She immediately rejected all these absurd thoughts in her mind. She didn't believe it. As an ancient ultimate existence with a calm mind, it was impossible for her to easily believe these so-called absurd theories just because of all these abnormalities. But it was undeniable. This idea and seed had begun to take root in her heart, making her a little annoyed. In this long world, although weakness and ignorance are worthy of sympathy, it is the saddest thing in the world to regard this as arrogance. The venerable emperor walked over step by step, looking down at the ancient ultimate existence that had descended into the dimension. He had an unnatural look on his face. You always think you're very strong. You're just 3 disabled people with great path bloodlines. Without matching bloodlines, you're just like chickens and dogs. Disabled people? Melville's face was full of anger. Further away, a new 10th-level ultimate existence, the stone puppet disc, also felt as if its worldview had completely collapsed. It was already good enough to obtain a great path bloodline. It was already a great fortune to be able to find and kill a 10th-level ultimate existence. After all, which 10th-level ultimate existence wasn't heaven-defying? How could they pay attention to matching bloodlines? His Blue Abyss clan didn't even have a matching bloodline. They could only use one great path bloodline, the civilization of the other party, the ancient existences behind the Buddhist and Taoist sects, had such a deep and terrifying foundation that even his fate couldn't be calculated. So, Master ordered me to come here. I don't need a great path bloodline to kill you because you're too weak. The flames all over the venerable emperor's body began to rise. At this time, I just want you to die a sensible person and know the real truth. Don't worry, no one will know of our existence. You were killed by the stone puppet disc. This land will have a new master, who will continue to rule this land. There will be no traces of us. The venerable emperor took a light step forward, his whole body shrouded in flames. Are you ready to die? He took a step forward. A punch. Suji simply and straightforwardly waved his fist. Attacking the heart of killing. Disrupting the other party's Taoist heart was naturally very useful in the battle, but the real decision of victory or defeat still depended on real strength. What he needed to do now was to defeat the strong as the weak. This kind of feeling was like a mortal on the earth challenging a heavenly god who had mastered the supreme laws. There was a huge gap between them. According to ancient legends, there was a 10th-level descendant who couldn't achieve the Tao. He gathered 5 heaven-defying bloodlines and forcibly killed a 10th-level ultimate bloodline. He took the 10th-level ultimate bloodline and achieved perfection. It was an incredible ancient miracle. Today, Suji wanted to challenge the ultimate bloodline of the 3 major bloodlines. If he could succeed, at this time, he truly felt his own strength for the first time. This was an unparalleled and extremely terrifying power. Ever since I absorbed the immemorial Taoyi of the universe, the first wisp of matter from the creation of heaven and earth, and used it to cultivate the small universe technique, even I don't know how strong I am now. Suji said softly. The large universe technique of the quantum battle body. The material universe of the inner world bloodline. The spiritual universe of the demon core bloodline. The clay creation of all the cells of the race. The half-elemental bloodline of the true Qi bloodline. These few bloodlines seemed to form a real universe. Suji felt the aura all over his body. For the first time, he felt the great terror of the entire large universe technique. He faintly connected to the entire bug race, as if he was already a part of the entire universe. It's like Carolyn, Dickie, and all the others who achieved the Tao. The 4,000 who achieved the Tao that I just infected, I can know their laws. They are a part of my body. This is the large universe technique. Heaven is seen by the heart, the earth is seen by the heart, and all things are created by the heart. The universe is my heart, and my heart is the universe. He murmured the enlightenment that appeared in his mind. At this moment, he felt as if he had become one with the Tao and everything was at his fingertips. Whoosh. He made a grabbing motion, and a 6 paths of reincarnation appeared in his hand. This 6 paths of reincarnation was made up entirely of god spirits. In front of a level 10 ultimate god, it was no longer of much use, but Suji needed their nomological attribute. Similar to Medusas, it was a mixture of biological laws. Boom, his whole body emitted the aura of the great Tao that Medusa had cultivated thousands of laws. It was as vast as facing the entire heavenly might. This was the law energy, only at the level of a god, but it was like an embryo. It quickly injected energy into Su Ji's hand and grew stronger. I don't know how to use this mixture of countless laws. But Medusa's laws have become a part of my body. First, I'll mix more than 1,000 great Tao and attack. His heart was calm. The dazzling law turned into a chaotic torrent, as if the world had just been born. It directly slashed at Melville, and in the explosion, countless light years turned into chaos. What kind of monster is this? Melville's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. The great Tao, this gave her an extremely profound aura of the great Tao. The other party had clearly not reached the great Tao, but it was as if he was facing the true great Tao of the universe. It was as if he was facing the ancient ultimate existence of the great Tao's main principles in the diagram of the origin of the universe. This person is very strange. He has clearly not reached the great Tao, but he has such an aura of the great Tao. How can his understanding of the entire universe's laws be so terrifying? The other party's principle was not complicated. It was to cultivate countless great Tao and combine them into one. But although it sounded simple, who could do it? Ordinary cultivators cultivated 1, 4, but the other party cultivated all. There was almost no existence in this world that was omniscient and could cultivate all systems. Even if it was an ancient existence of the universe, it was impossible to cultivate all systems. This was not something that could be cultivated with a long lifespan, unless there were thousands of gene positions in one's body, then one could fuse them one by one and cultivate one great Tao after another. But was that possible? Absolutely impossible. There were not that many creatures in the world with that many gene positions. No one could walk the path of all. And without the understanding of all, how could one be so skilled and unimaginable in combining the great Tao's laws? In fact, Su Ji's understanding was even higher than Medusa's. Because on top of Medusa's foundation, he also had the understanding of 4,000 who had reached the great Tao. At this moment, his thoughts were clear, as if he was listening to the heavens. He could see through most of the world. He felt that he was the true all, the real universe. All obscurity seemed to have disappeared. Boom. The other party, what kind of civilization is this? Such a strange monster, without the great Tao's laws, but still so exaggerated. Could it really be? A blush flashed across the face of the nine-headed ancient mother, Melville. The whole world seemed to be completely spread out. Previously, the power that she used on the entire folded galaxy was immediately retracted and quickly used to resist the Tao technique in front of her. It could be seen how vigilant she was. She did not have the bloodline of the great Tao, but she treated the other party as an ultimate existence of the same level. She had a strong fear of death. BZZT 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 BZZT, countless rays of light folded. This Tao technique landed in front of him. The nine-headed ancient mother looked at the Tao technique of mixed elements and 5 colors in front of her. It was clearly within reach, but it felt like they were worlds apart. She said solemnly, "It's useless. Countless light years of space have been folded around me. From the beginning to the end, it seems like you and I are very close, but in reality, we are very far apart." Her bloodline was the law of space, so it was related to spatial distance. It looked extremely weak, but when it came to the space attribute, how could it be considered weak? She was constantly shrouded in a trillion space-time maze. The space-time around her seemed to be wearing a beautiful and vast pleated skirt, overlapping like waves. The space-time folded countless times, protecting her at all times. It seemed like he could see her with a single glance, but in reality, the distance between them was countless times greater than that of light. Even if he flew for 10,000 years, he might not be able to get close. This was the true meaning of 10,000 years with a single glance. The next second, an even stranger scene appeared. The Tao technique that Dizun had just bombarded had passed through countless folded spacetime, passed through countless galaxies, and reappeared behind him, bombarding him with terrifying power. "I see." Dizun's expression was calm, and she said without turning her head, "The way to attack the enemy will eventually fall into your body? You should know that the world is a circle. Her voice was very cold, but she said in a joking tone, just like that planet, sailing in a straight line along the ocean, you will eventually return to the starting point. Dizun's expression was calm, and she did not resist at all. Boom, she let the Tao technique land on her body, and it was instantly absorbed. This use of mixed laws completely changed Melville's view of the world. Because one had to be extremely proficient in it to be able to divide those laws in an orderly manner in an instant, and then merge them back into one's body. Is this what you're capable of? Dizun's expression did not change at all, and she said calmly, you can fold space, and you can even change the distance between spaces, folding it into a circle. You're like an origami guy, with all kinds of origami patterns. Trapped in my space-time labyrinth, you can't find a way out. With a smile on her face, she approached Dizun step by step, and without any scruples, her face almost touched his face, the tip of her nose against the tip of her nose, and her 9 heads looked at Dizun from all directions, feeling a little creeped out. Back then, the element civilization was good at spells, and they claimed to have inexhaustible power, but after using Tao techniques continuously for 18 days, I exhausted him to death. He was trapped in my space-time labyrinth, and it was unrealistic for him to fly out of the folding labyrinth that I had designed for millions of years in a short time. And the Tao techniques he used were all sent back to him, and he couldn't see where my attacks came from, so he could only take them head-on. Under the double blow, he claimed to have infinite power, but he only lasted for a short time. Faced with such a threat, Dizun's expression did not change. Do you really think that the existence of the element civilization has fallen, and is still living in his own dream? It's just your imagination, and you think that you are the ancient mastermind of this land. He also ignored the 9-headed ancient mother, who was circling around and almost whispering into his ear, and just said softly, your clan is indeed an ancient extraordinary clan with a long history of space inheritance. The 9 heads that you evolved, I'm afraid that you are all hidden in different folded spaces, so that you can see the whole picture, right? Yes, so what? The 9-headed ancient mother was very calm, and she said with a smile, the world is round, and energy attacks will return to you. That expert of the element race can only use elemental attacks, and I am the one who can restrain him. Then, what about Renamanka of the iron base race? This is more troublesome, and his powerful power can't hit me, but I also don't dare to get close to him. His defense is also very strong, and it took me a long time to use the bloodline of the element race to bombard him with Tao techniques of the element race over and over again, to slowly wear him down and kill him. Now, guess how I will deal with you. Her 9 heads rotated in all directions, like galaxies revolving around the sun, and looked at Suji. I don't know how you will deal with me, but I will have to kill you. I can't drag this out for too long, I have to go back and report to the master. Dizun took a step forward with his hands behind his back, and his feet seemed to be very close, as if he could see through the folding maze of the 9-headed ancient mother, and he walked straight toward the 9-headed ancient mother. How is this possible? The 9-headed ancient mother finally changed her expression. Is it that difficult? I learned it with just one look, Dizun said without changing his expression. He learned it with just one look. The 9-headed ancient mother listened to these unbelievable words, and she felt like she was dreaming. Suji was in a mysterious and hazy state. The quantum martial arts of the universe did not seem to have any direct combat power, but in reality, it was the strongest combat power. This was because knowledge was power. It provided the knowledge and wisdom of the entire universe. As long as the opponent's knowledge and nomological techniques were known, all the principles and flaws of the opponent's Tao could be clearly seen in the entire universe. Diqi's learning ability is essentially a powerful understanding of the entire universe. It's like a Taoist heart. That's why I can quickly see through the opponent's bloodline, techniques, and see through the opponent. Suji was very calm. Although I can't use what I've learned, my knowledge is already high enough. This was the terror of the universe's techniques. This was a state of mind. My body is the universe, my heart is the heart of the heavens. Crack. Suji took a step forward. An overwhelming aura surged toward him, almost solidifying. You can't stop me. I'm going to beat you to death. He was like a fish in the universe, swimming and jumping quickly in the maze. His movements became faster and faster as he familiarized himself with the structure of the maze. The 9-headed ancient mother's expression changed. She felt a bone-piercing chill. From this moment onward, she truly felt the threat of death for the first time. At this rate, he might be able to ignore all interference and know the specific coordinates of the entire spacetime maze. He can analyze his location and perform a spatial jump. She did not panic while moving in the maze. What she was afraid of was spatial jumps. Melville's myriad maze empire was completely different from other ancient civilizations. The Blue Abyss celestial realm and the fallen civilization's main body lived in subspace. However, they were the only high-energy world civilization that did not live in subspace but in the real universe. At the same time, the billions of lands with their domain as the center had folded countless spacetime. She was like a mythical dynasty wearing a spacetime pleated skirt. This dynasty was countless times larger than the Blue Abyss celestial realm. It was an alliance formed by tens of thousands of extraordinary civilizations. This was the eternal god of spacetime, Melville. Known as the nine-headed ancient mother, the supreme god of spacetime laws, the most terrifying ultimate expert in this galaxy of spacetime, the legendary strongest, everyone even thought that she had died. Or perhaps she had never existed in ancient times. Countless people could not find any trace of her. However, they didn't know that their galactic civilization domain was truly incomparably huge. However, it was folded on Melville's body and turned into a skirt. Hidden in the dimensions. In Melville's eyes, no one could find the location of her civilization. Be it the past or the future, no one had ever been able to threaten her spacetime empire. The river of space separated the outside world, forming a perfect moat. They could live in the maze forever. Usually, the mythical nations would only retreat from the labyrinth during battles to trap their enemies. No matter how fast Renamenka was back then, he could not even fly 1% of the labyrinth before he was killed. In this world, no one had ever been able to get close to her body, but at this moment, she felt threatened. If she could understand the folding structure of the maze and find her coordinates, she would be able to jump through space in the maze. No matter how long the distance was, it would not be able to stop the arrival of the other party. Heh. Useless chickens and dogs? In the real world, in a beautiful room that looked like a fairy tale, Melville was dressed in a huge gothic white translucent dress. The long skirt almost covered the entire center of the room. She was sitting on a chair and looking down at her dress. This was a beautiful starry dress that took millions of years to create. In the corner of the translucent folds of the skirt, a young man in a black robe could be vaguely seen striding over. Her expression was cold. She stretched out her slender fingertips and gently smoothed the wrinkles on the dress. I, who killed many ultimate beings, who wore the spacetime galaxy as my skirt and walked freely on the galactic continent, am also considered a weakling? It was undeniable that the iron-based bloodline did not improve her at all. Against others, she might be able to hide in space and launch sneak attacks. However, the other party's powerful body made her not dare to get close. Only the elemental bloodline had some use. It could be used as a long-range attack method, but it had long lost the powerful core of the elemental bloodline, unlimited endurance and immunity to physical damage. She smiled. My three bloodlines are indeed incompatible. Even after inheriting their bloodlines of the Great Path, I do not possess their power. I might be able to trap them alive, but that won't work now. Melville felt that things were getting tricky. I can only use that move. I'll show you what I can do. With a cold expression, she sat on the chair and took out a translucent long needle. Then, she gently adjusted the pleated dress and threaded the needle. Stitch up the galactic continent. The needle and thread connect the earth. Pierce through space and time. Her fingers were slender and soft. The needle was connected to the strange translucent thread, and she began to stitch it up. The sky shook. The entire maze seemed to be shifting. The stars were moving. Many of the routes of the maze that have been explored are changing. Suji looked up and frowned. I can't tell north from south again. But this is just to buy time. But my body doesn't feel safe. He looked strong and powerful, and his power level was overwhelming. But in reality, his power level was far from that. It was the same as Carolyn and Dickie. His 9 revolutions mysterious art was still at the level of level 8 deity. He had yet to upgrade it to level 9, let alone level 10 ultimate. The 9 Revolutions mysterious art was 2 levels lower. The living beings in the original 6 paths of reincarnation only occupied 0.0001% of the land. The rest was a barren land that had yet to flourish. Such a ratio could not provide him with a strong recovery ability. His power level seemed huge, but in reality, he was not consuming the 9 Revolutions mysterious art. Instead, he was consuming the Insectoid Queen's death energy. But the Insectoid Queen's death energy was also running out. After all, he had just broken through to level 10 ultimate and had already used up a lot of resources. Boom, the void shook. One after another, extremely black vortexes slowly descended, each of them extremely deep. A cold voice came from the void. This is the most terrifying natural celestial body I have found in the universe. It is a few gigantic black holes. The lowest density in the center is 1,000,000,000,000 times denser than the sun. The 9-headed ancient mother's voice was cold. This was her trump card, and it was very powerful. When iron-based beings reach level 10, they can compress their density to surpass that of a neutron star to form a black hole. This is a black hole pulled by their Tao bloodline. For those who have achieved Tao, no natural celestial laws can harm them. Only laws that have been twisted by those who have achieved Tao can harm them. However, to resist such a terrifying natural celestial body, you can only keep twisting the laws. That will consume a lot of energy. How long can you last? You can only be tortured to death. You will fall in despair and pain. Her voice was cold and sharp. Victory was in her grasp. This was a trump card that she had never used before. No one could resist it. Boom, the maze was surrounded by black holes that were being pulled closer. Although the iron-based bloodline was not very useful for her in a head-on battle, with her level of intelligence and talent, she still found the most suitable way to match her bloodline. Black holes were pulled into the maze one after another. And the nature of black holes was very special. They could not be destroyed. Any energy would be absorbed. Unless the amount of energy you injected exceeded the upper limit, there would be a big explosion. But for those who had achieved Tao, no one would waste a lot of energy to do that. They would only stay away from such celestial bodies. But here, they could not stay away. The vortex in Pampas was man-made. But this vortex, the strongest celestial body in the universe, had always existed. This guy has really used this kind of torturous and disgusting method of trapping and killing to the limit. Suji was still expressionless. He looked at the spinning black holes around him that were madly pulling at all the matter in his body. Being strong did not mean that one was invincible. The 9 Revolutions mysterious art was not strong in a head-on battle, but its recovery ability was terrifying. The extraordinary bloodline of the iron-based race and the elemental race was strong, but if they did not fight you head-on, they would still be tortured to death. The various extraordinary bloodlines in the universe could not be measured by common sense. This is why I am not willing to fight. Because I have just broken through, the realm of the 9 Revolutions mysterious art cannot keep up. This is more troublesome. Suji's expression was gloomy. If I cultivate the 9 Revolutions mysterious art to great success, even if I have not formed a great Tao bloodline, my true combat ability will not be weaker than a great Tao bloodline. My recovery ability has thousands of lives and unlimited physical strength. My opponent has no attack power and cannot even touch me. I can already do whatever I want. But at this time, the most important thing was that Suji did not have the 9 Revolutions mysterious art. Although he felt that as the 3 pillar gods absorbed a large amount of energy, the civilizations of more than 4,000 enlightened Taoists were constantly growing old and dying, they were rapidly rebounding. At this time, fighting with ordinary energy consumption, the black holes could not grind him to death. After all, with his understanding of the law of gravity, the consumption of the black holes was much less than he had imagined. The natural regeneration of the Zergs could still be perfectly made up for, and there was still too much left. The black holes are interfering with me. In addition, she is crazily changing the layout of the maze, affecting my analysis. It will take at least half a year to completely understand the structure of this maze. Kill her. Suji frowned. Half a year was too long. One should know that he had only cultivated for a year until now. Was he going to be trapped for half a year before he could kill his way out? At that time, he would be almost 27 years old. This was unbearable. A cold and stern voice came from the sky. In the past, there was a being from the elemental civilization who was said to have unlimited energy, but he could only hold on for 18 days. His 18 days were actually 1,800 years, and he only died after such a long time. He was indeed worthy of his name. What about you? Can you hold on for 1,000 years before you die? 1,000 years was already very, very long. The black holes were like a great millstone that could destroy the world, madly depleting their physical strength to resist. To be able to hold on for 1,000 years was already an incredible feat. Suji's expression was calm. He was still frowning in deep thought. His opponent's methods were very frightening, and the method of trapping him was very profound. Even he had to admit that the situation before him was indeed very troublesome. Huh? You're finally silent. Do you feel fear? Melville looked at the silent black-robed youth and could not help but say in a low voice. A voice came from the void. This is my strongest trump card. You should be satisfied that you've seen it. How could I not have known that the only beings that could not be trapped in my spatial maze, and the only beings that could escape, were those who were proficient in the laws of space? Those who were proficient in the laws of space could ignore the long distance between them and jump. Over the years, I searched for a way to resolve this flaw, a way to interfere with spatial jumps. Although the results were not very good, I still found a way. Black holes. Black holes can collapse the surrounding spacetime, greatly reducing the efficiency of your calculation of spatial coordinates and the structure of the surrounding space. This made up for the last flaw. So, you should know that I am invincible. No one can. Get close to me, and I will trap and kill all living beings. Boom, an image appeared. It was the outside world, the scene of the blue abyss divine realm. Watch this scene. I will suppress you here, then kill the stone doll disc, the people of the blue abyss divine realm. I don't know whose disciple you are, but I will kill your so-called new master of this land, and prove that everything you say is a lie. If it is not a lie, why don't you ask your master to suppress me? She said coldly. 9 heads floated in the air, their eyes filled with the great Tao and merciless gaze down. Suji was silent for a while. After a long time, he said, in this battle, you can only imprison me for 5,000 years. After that, I can kill you. But 5,000 years is too long. It seems that without special methods and a certain price, I will not be able to suppress you and kill you. Don't think that you are the only one who can teleport. Suji's expression turned serious. He directly removed the elemental true energy from his bloodline genes. His bloodline was damaged. His face paled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. In the next second, he merged the eternal life blood back into his body. A long golden plug-in appeared in his hand, and the long strip quickly turned into a golden crown of an emperor. Suji inserted the plug-in directly into his head. It was like a crown on his head, and an indomitable ancient emperor appeared. He silently sensed some ancient god in the distant space. I have crossed the ages and destroyed all the taboos of the ancient times. Under the 9-headed ancient mother's shocked and confused eyes, Dizun slowly said a few words. I curse you for the 5 decays of Deva, for your life is old, and the great Tao is exhausted. I curse you for your old appearance, for your body is stained with filth, and for your body is filthy. Suddenly, the girl in the long dress in the room showed a horrified expression, and her heart trembled. Her life was rapidly aging, and she began to become senile. Sweat came out of her pores, and her body was rotting, emitting the rotten aura of the great Tao. Oh no, my cultivation is increasing. She could feel that she was aging rapidly. Ultimate level 10 beings naturally had a lifespan. Their lifespan depended on how long they could resist the erosion of the universe. The longer they resisted, the longer their lifespan would be. They were like gods of incense. As ultimate beings who had mastered and created a part of the heavenly way, they would completely lose their self-consciousness and be assimilated into a part of the great way as time went by. She could feel that her life was burning faster, turning into a pot of boiling water. She became extremely powerful, but at the same time, she was aging rapidly. She didn't have much time left to live. She had been avoiding the erosion of the rules of the universe, but now she could feel that she was being assimilated extremely fast. What kind of evil and vicious bloodline is that? Her voice was starting to sound old as she asked the black-clothed young man who cursed her. A bloodline that curses people's lives. Suji was very calm. This was the life overclocking developed by Medusa. Because of this bloodline, Suji could accelerate his cultivation to such an extent. Not only could he enhance himself, but he could also enhance others through the air. You're not the only one who has this kind of method to fight through the air. Dizun said calmly, I thought that would be enough to defeat you, but I didn't expect that you still had some tricks up your sleeves. I underestimated you. What an evil bloodline. Melville was completely uneasy. His opponent was terrifyingly powerful. Not only did he have 5 nature-defying bloodlines, but he also had other bloodline methods. Who knew how many extraordinary bloodlines he had hidden? If one of them was not suitable for the battle, he could easily replace another nature-defying bloodline to fight. Her eyes turned red when she saw each of these nature-defying bloodlines. Evil? That's evil? Suji shook his head. If it wasn't a last resort, he would never use this nature-defying bloodline, because he also had to burn his lifespan. He integrated the immortal blood to resist the side effects of aging, but it also meant that he would soon fall into a deep sleep. How dangerous would it be to fall into a deep sleep in the middle of a battle? But Suji was now confident that his opponent couldn't hurt him, so he chose to do this. This was a very extreme way of fighting. How could ordinary people use it? Both sides burned their lifespans at the same time to see who could live longer and perish together? Suji shook his head and sighed. The Blue Abyss tribe's stone golem disc and his Cloudstar Dao fruit were even more vicious. He had directly pried open someone's bloodline and modified their Great Dao bloodline. This was irreversible damage to the Great Dao. According to the future foretold by the golem disc had obviously relied on freezing time to slow down the opponent's consciousness. In addition to the stored energy, it had fought a protracted battle with the opponent. In the end, it had gotten close to the 9-headed ancient mother and fought a bloody battle with her. Although it had lost in the end, it had pried open the opponent's Great Dao bloodline, greatly reducing its strength. Boom, the 9-headed ancient mother panted heavily. Her entire body reeked of sweat as filthy pus seeped out from her pores. This was the smell of decay. Many old 10th-rank ultimate existences would develop all kinds of mysterious and ancient diseases in their later years. Their bodies would be covered in spots, corrosion, aging, and coughing. These were all signs of assimilation. I can't let this go on, but... The 9-headed ancient mother was terrified. She was treating this young man as a deadly opponent. Crack. In the next second, the 9-headed ancient mother's body relaxed. She realized that the aura of aging and decay was no longer there. She was shocked. Why was the other party not cursing her? When she looked again, she realized that the existence had closed his eyes and was in a deep sleep. She could not react for a moment. How could such a great existence sleep at such a crucial moment? She thought for a while and smiled. I see. The other party is relying on the eternal bloodline to compete with me by burning his lifespan. Otherwise, without the Great Dao bloodline, how could he compare to me in terms of lifespan? However, the other party's eternal bloodline has a side effect, which is that he will fall into a deep sleep. She was very smart and figured out the crux of the matter in an instant. She suddenly had the urge to personally descend and kill the other party. However, she hesitated. This might be a trap. He faked his death to lure me over. Since he's sleeping, I'll just kill him from afar. Boom, she bombarded the other party with layers of elemental Dao techniques. She crossed countless spaces and descended. However, in the next second, she was quickly absorbed by the other party's body. He still has such terrifying abilities even in a deep sleep? She gritted her teeth and looked at the sleeping body. She could not help but pace back and forth. Damn it. The other party is the backup of the elemental civilization. He's proficient in the elemental lineage. I'm being restrained. He's too familiar with the energy attacks of the elemental race. I can't hurt him at all. She summoned layers of black holes and used them to grind his body. However, they could not damage him no matter what. The other party was also very familiar with the power rules of the Iron Base race. She looked into the distance and was about to think of another way. However, she saw that the venerable sovereign had already woken up. He sat up quietly and continued to chant the evil incantation as if nothing had happened under the nine-headed ancient mother's horrified gaze. Curse you of the Deva's 5 decays. Life is old and the great Tao is exhausted. Curse you of the Deva's 5 decays. Your body is stained with filth. You. The nine-headed ancient mother's eyes widened. The intense feeling of life overclocking attacked her again. The nine-headed ancient mother's body was filled with the Deva's 5 decays. She was sweating profusely, and her entire body stank. The woman who was wearing a huge pleated dress in the starry sky sat on the chair and panted heavily. She was like an old woman in her 90s who had not eaten for more than 10 days and was lying on the bed before her death. I'm going to take another nap and rest a few times. I'll kill an ancient taboo and report to my master when I get back. In the next second, the Dizun closed his eyes again and lay down peacefully. He said in a low voice. He fell asleep again? He actually fell asleep again? Looking at this scene, Melville was so angry that the world was spinning around him. He had a complete mental breakdown. The other party did not take her seriously at all. In front of such a terrifying ultimate opponent, he actually lay on the ground and slept without putting up any resistance. He allowed her to attack him. How humiliating was that? At the same time, an unprecedentedly strong thought popped up in her mind. What kind of existence is ordering him to do this? He wants to wake up from his slumber again and then curse me to death. Looking at the venerable sovereign who had fallen into a deep sleep, she felt an intense fear that she had never felt before. It was a feeling of impending death. Before, she had been using this method to kill the other party inch by inch. But now, the other party was doing the same to her, killing her inch by inch, and she could do nothing about it. He's my nemesis. My attacking bloodline, iron base, and elements are all useless against him. She felt like vomiting blood in her heart. She was really anxious and scared. The other party seemed to have left hidden doors in both of her bloodlines. They did not work on him at all. This made her really start to suspect whether the two civilizations that she had personally defeated back then had deliberately fallen and been killed by her. Everything had been a huge conspiracy, and she had been pushed to the forefront to become the ruler of this land. The other party had used 2 bloodlines of the Great Path to directly leave 2 hidden doors in her body. So now, even this so-called disciple called the Venerable Sovereign could restrain her. His realm was so low, but he still had the power to kill her. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. She felt that there was great terror in the depths of the fog. She looked at the Venerable Sovereign. My bloodline can't attack him. If this continues, I will die without a doubt. While he's sleeping, I have to attack directly. I won't attack through the air, but attack his body. In the next second, she completely descended. Looking at the sleeping black-robed young man in the Black Emperor's robe, she fiercely punched with the battle method of the iron base race. Bang, the sound of metal echoed. It shook slightly, but there was no reaction. She immediately discovered that the other party's body density was the same as that of the iron base race, and even their nature was similar. She could not disintegrate the other party's density, and it did not work at all. She was completely silent. Suddenly, she called over the experts and major existences of the Extraordinary Civilization Alliance. Although her ancient civilization did not deliberately develop, it was much larger than the Blue Abyss Celestial Realm and the Fallen Civilization combined. Great Supreme God, you want us to think of a way to defeat him? Can we even interfere with an existence of this level? He's sleeping, and we can attack him at will? The civilizations listened to this scene in shock and immediately became excited. Ultimate Level 10. That was a supreme existence that stood at the end of the great Tao of the universe. Before this, they didn't even have the chance to fight. They didn't even have the chance to get close. Now, they had to attack each other? Great ancient Mother Goddess of Spacetime, I accept your command. Please listen to our victory report. One by one, the existences of the civilizations made their move. Some even brought along their entire weak 10th level higher dimensional civilization. First, it was a technological civilization with mechanical spaceships. The massive energy cannons were powerful enough to destroy a star, yet they seemed to be absorbed by the other party's body. His body has the ability to absorb energy. Doesn't that mean that most energy attacks are ineffective? Looking out from the cockpit, many of the weaker Type 10 powerhouses felt a sense of fear. We will enter the enemy's ears, mouth, or any other part of their body to destroy them. But they searched around. He discovered that his eyes, nose, and every other part of his body was just a facade. His opponent was a perfect creature without any holes inside. We'll teleport directly to the interior. Yes, jump into the organs, blood vessels, and destroy the inside of his body. They tried to teleport again, but they discovered that the other party's body was a solid structure. The inside was perfectly round, and it was made of special ceramic cells that were the same as the outside. The other party was like a complete ceramic doll, not like a living creature at all. There's no weakness in any creature? That's impossible. No organs, no blood vessels, no digestive organs. Is he still a creature? No. This is probably a life structure similar to an iron-based life. But does such a life have any weakness? They didn't dare to believe their eyes. There was actually such a creature in this world. They felt that they couldn't do anything to this body. The entire civilization tried all kinds of methods to attack him, but nothing could hurt his body. They couldn't even break his defense. Even if some of his skin cells were scratched, they healed almost instantly. After a while, they could only retreat. Dizun opened his eyes again, took out his crown, and put it on. This emperor curses you for frequently showing signs of old age, filthy water covering your body, filthy all over. He cursed for a while. Dizun rested again. The nine-headed ancient mother was sweating all over. Restraint. He restrains me too much. He would never dare to lie down like this in front of other ultimate level 10th grade existences. No matter how strong his defense is, he can't do this. He just happened to restrain 2 of my great Tao bloodlines. He knows that I can't hurt him at all. Too powerful. Even when facing Blue Abyss Heavenly Lord Stone Puppet Disc, that weak ultimate level 10th grade existence, he would never dare to lie down like this. But he dared to lie down in front of her. His opponent had both iron-based and elemental bloodlines, and he knew her very well. That was why he dared to do this when he couldn't hurt her. It was as if he had planned this in ancient times. She looked at Dizun, who was now asleep, and decided to flee. Originally, I planned to kill and destroy the Stoneman disc, she thought. But now, it'll take some time. He controls time, and I can't afford to waste any more time. If I stay here any longer, I'll have to leave first. If I stay here any longer. She planned to retreat first, find a bloodline that could restrain the opponent's vicious and evil, and then come back. On the other side. The entire void shook slightly. At this moment, all the existences in the Blue Abyss celestial realm were silently looking into the distance. They couldn't see through the space layer maze, so they didn't know what the battle was like. The players were also very worried. After all, there was too much of a difference in realm. Dizun had made rapid progress, and he had accumulated a lot. But obviously, because of this incident, he had hurriedly entered ultimate level 10th grade. He was still an ultimate level 10th grade without a great Tao. He had the realm, but he had no combat power. Could he really win? At this moment, the stone puppet disc was also looking into the distance. Although I want to help, the nine-headed ancient mother is good at spatial laws. I can't enter that maze. This scene was also very strange to him. It was not within the scope of the fate he saw. But in the next second, he suddenly saw an unforgettable scene. The huge labyrinth suddenly shrank and turned into a starry dress. The nine-headed ancient mother's body appeared, and her face was deathly pale. She turned around and left. Everyone was completely shocked. Dizun was lying flat on the ground. They immediately thought that he had been killed, but when they took a closer look, they found that he was sleeping on the ground. Asleep, asleep, the eyes of the golem disc and the others widened, unable to react at all. Such an intense battle of life and death? He actually fell asleep? In a battle of life and death like this, wouldn't they be at the mercy of others? Then why wasn't he killed? Why was he still lying on the ground? This scene was completely incomprehensible to them, and they couldn't even imagine what was happening. In the distance, the quantum players who were responsible for the live broadcast had also captured this scene. F***ck. This is a classic scene of a scumbag. Look at how the nine-headed ancient mother left with a pale face, leaving Dizun lying on the ground. I'm afraid Dizun has miscalculated and lost her virginity. She's really thirsty. She said that she wouldn't even let the old and the children go, and that she wanted to lay her hands on us, but we refused with our leave the liver and gallbladder to Kunlun, and now. Most importantly, she actually got her way. Dizun suffered a crushing defeat. I'm afraid she's been sucked dry. They shouted and ran. Seeing this scene, they felt that their worldview had been turned upside down. The scumbag didn't want to admit that he had slept with her, and the scumbag just ran away. Some of the other players were completely speechless when they heard these discussions. These idiots weren't really stupid. They probably already knew what had happened, and were now breathing a sigh of relief, which was why they were spouting nonsense. Cough cough cough, although I don't know what kind of battle happened, the nine-headed ancient mother left with a pale face. I'm afraid she's badly injured and has the upper hand. Sleeping, I'm afraid she's really asleep. After all, Dizun had the eternal bloodline. I thought she was gone, but she's still here. She fell asleep so quickly. Doesn't that mean Dizun wasn't in a good state from the start? Why did she come back when she was about to sleep? In the end, she fell asleep halfway through the battle? They all felt that something was amiss. Did Dizun not take the other party seriously? Why did she come back when she was about to sleep? Why did she fall asleep halfway through the battle? Wasn't she afraid that she would take the opportunity to kill her, or did she not take this terrifying 10th level ultimate god seriously from the start? Did she think that her opponent was so weak that it made one's hair stand on end? They looked at each other and suddenly felt the great horror hidden in this. The super ancient god did not take her seriously at all. She directly let Dizun, who was still a supreme great path, defeat her, and let Dizun defeat the strong, and Dizun did not take her seriously either. She came here casually and lazily. Knowing that she was about to fall asleep, she still came to fight. It seemed that she did not take her seriously at all. They continued to daydream. The meaning behind this scene was too profound. Brothers. In other words, if Dizun hadn't fallen asleep halfway through the battle, the nine-headed ancient mother would have been killed? And after she fell asleep, the nine-headed ancient mother tried to attack Dizun, but she couldn't break his defense at all? She could only run away? That's too bad. The more they thought about it, the more terrified they were. How big was the gap between them? At this moment, Dizun also slowly woke up. He opened his eyes and looked around. He did not listen to the players' nonsensical guesses. His expression was solemn as he thought to himself, the nine-headed ancient mother finally knew that she was going to run. She escaped while I was asleep. In the end, she found this bloodline, the flaw of the curse. If her aura was not nearby, or her divine sense was not nearby, it would be impossible to curse her across space. Once she escaped, if the distance was too far, there would be no way to catch her. However, she withdrew her space maze and didn't cover me. To me, it's like I've escaped from that cage. Suji thought to himself. Without the protection of the space maze, if she escaped with light equipment, he might have a chance to defeat her. He just did not know what else she had up her sleeve. But he still had to try. Suji sorted out his thoughts. Since he had made his move, he was not a saint. Only a fool would let a tiger return to the mountains. The three bloodlines of the nine-headed ancient mother did not match. Suji did not think that she was some powerful ultimate level 10. At most, she was the king of this land, a level 10 ultimate level 10 that came from an unorthodox background. After all, she only ruled a small part of this star cluster. It was not even 1/1000th of the area of the universe. In the universe, there were definitely powerful ultimate level 10 inheritances. But he still had to think of a way to get rid of her. He thought for a while, looked in the direction where the nine-headed ancient mother had jumped, and took a step forward. You want to leave while I'm asleep? You think too highly of yourself. Dizun stepped on the ground lightly. The surrounding space began to vibrate as he chased after the nine-headed ancient mother. The golem disc and its little brother saw the nine-headed ancient mother, who had been so domineering just a moment ago, looking down on everything in the world, but now, after fighting for an unknown amount of time, she was already running away in fear. She didn't even look back. According to those creatures, if it wasn't for the fact that her bloodline was in hibernation, she would have killed the nine-headed ancient mother long ago. And even if she was in hibernation, lying where she was without any resistance, the nine-headed ancient mother couldn't attack? This gap was already unimaginably large. They couldn't even imagine how an ordinary 10th-tier cultivator with no bloodline of the Great Path and only 5 ordinary extraordinary bloodlines could cause such a huge gap. It was as if the difference between the heavens and the earth had been reversed. This is a real big shot. The golem disc looked at the disappearing silhouette, shocked. Of course, they did not know that they had used a vicious trick to scare the nine-headed ancient mother away. In fact, the gap in their combat power was still so huge that they could not even touch a hair of the nine-headed ancient mother. Just looking at the scene of her hibernation and fleeing was terrifying. Whoosh! Suji leaped lightly. He chased further and further away. Although the nine-headed ancient mother was proficient in the law of space, she was also very familiar with the method of leaping through space. If I wasn't proficient in the law of space, I would have been left behind by her. Suji looked at the scene with a solemn expression. The nine-headed ancient mother's escape was a real disaster. If he could get rid of her, he would not let her live. Whoosh! The space was torn apart, and the coordinates kept jumping. The two supreme beings, who were so strong that they stood at the top of the universe, chased after each other. The sound of something breaking through the void was heard, and a storm of energy and space fragments was heard on both sides, echoing with colorful light. Although I can't even touch her, I can exhaust her to death. Suji narrowed his eyes, and his gaze gradually turned cold. As he chased after her, he sorted out his thoughts. Her energy level is not high, and she is of a normal size. The energy contained in the cells of the Great Path in her entire body is only that much. Although I don't have the endurance of the 9 revolutions mysterious art, my great extinction energy feedback can make up for the consumption of chasing after her. When she's full of energy, I have absolutely no chance of getting close to her. I can only be toyed with by her, trapped and killed. But her energy level isn't high. When her energy is exhausted, it'll be a different story. The other party was definitely extremely aggrieved right now. Iron-based and elemental attacks were completely ineffective. Her tribe's space bloodline could trap and kill him, but she was also afraid of Suji's long-distance curse. He would use his immortal bloodline to consume his lifespan. Let's kill him while he's down. Suji took a step forward. His speed was very fast, and for a moment, he accompanied the entire blue deep abyss region. Boom. The space around them trembled, and they traveled as fast as lightning. What is that? There are actually existences of this level fighting in the world. On an ordinary planet, a god that was worshipped by all beings revealed a look of horror. He looked up at the sky in disbelief. Boom, the stars seemed to have been folded, and the planets streaked past them like densely packed bowling balls. Nuclear bomb, the nuclear bomb destroyed our home. This is the world's cruelest world-destroying weapon. The entire planet has been destroyed. In the ruins, smoke rose everywhere. People walked out of their underground bunkers, but when they looked up at the sky, they felt that there was a vast existence like some kind of space monster. It covered the sky and the sun, streaking across the sky. It was as if their entire planet was a marble under the other party's feet in the eyes of the other party. Why do you keep chasing me? The nine-headed ancient mother growled. The continuous battles and the consumption of her lifespan, as well as the space jump, had depleted her physical strength rapidly. She felt a piercing chill. She had never been so close to death before. I've come to kill you on my master's orders. Dizun just kept chasing behind. The nine-headed ancient mother was completely flustered. Only she knew in her heart that the other party was born to suppress her. Even the stone puppet disc from the blue abyss celestial realm could give this level 10 a hard fight. No matter how strong the other party's defense was, it would be useless. She could directly pry open the bloodline and beat this Dizun to death. He might not even be able to defeat the stone puppet disc, but he could perfectly suppress her, who was countless times more powerful, and chase after her. How could she not be angry? Her mind was still blank. She felt that this was as bizarre as a dream. It's a scheme. I'm afraid it's really a scheme. I've really been pushed into the light. Those two great bloodlines have been planning this for me since ancient times. She had goosebumps all over her body. She was trembling in fear, and she roared in her heart, so, a disciple of a Dizun can still cause fatal damage to me when he walks out of the mountain gate and enters the world. At this moment, she knew that escaping was also a slow death. The other party was too strong. His endurance was too strong. He completely suppressed her. Whoosh. She stopped in her tracks and revealed a trace of sadness. Can you let me go? I can give you whatever you want. You're just a barbarian from the countryside. What can you have? The Dizun looked calm and disdainful. She hesitated for a while and then showed her real body. She was wearing a pleated starry sky dress. The hem of the dress was so thick that it looked like a flower in the starry sky. Her 9 heads actually merged into one. Her face was elegant and beautiful. Dressed in gorgeous clothes, she turned into a tall beauty. She said, I'm from the ancient 9-headed ancient mother clan. Although my bloodline is getting thinner, I've been the god of time and space for generations. I've cultivated to the ultimate level, but I've never found a man I like. Their bloodline is not good enough for me. She said softly, the bloodline of the 9-headed ancient mother clan is not good enough for other mediocre bloodlines. I've been looking for a space bloodline for most of my life to match with me, so that our bloodline can prosper again. But I've never found one, until I met you. She pursed her lips and looked at the domineering black-robed young man in front of her. Her eyes were gentle and sparkling. She could not help but say, and you have the extremely powerful subspace bloodline, which is a perfect match with the space bloodline of my clan. If it's you and I, if the bloodline of our descendants mutates, it's very likely that our clan's glory will be restored. We might even surpass the 9-headed ancient mother clan when it was at its peak. Her eyes were bright and fiery. Thinking about it this way, they were simply a match made in heaven. The stone golem disc had been constantly searching for females with compatible bloodlines. Only then had the 3 great abyssal blue paragons been able to improve their abyssal blue bloodline. And now, the 2 space bloodlines were extremely compatible. If she could succeed, then the aging 9-headed ancient mother clan's bloodline could be restored to its peak in her hands. It might even surpass the supreme bloodline of the ancient ancestor. Her eyes were completely fiery as if she saw a kind of invincibility. Melville looked at the young man in front of him. He did not know whether it was because he had been beaten silly or because his head was clouded by all kinds of shocks, but his heart was beating fast. After all, they were both humanoid creatures, not strange monsters. It was very in line with their aesthetics. She also felt that he was handsome. For a moment, she even blushed and said, if you and I become Taoist companions, you will have a part of my power. After all, you are in the clan, so you need to have a foothold outside and develop some power. You come out to work for the master. As long as you pretend to fail and let me go, you can even let me fake my death and disappear without a trace. In the future, when the storm is over, you can bring me back to see your master. I think he is not a cold-blooded person. A flash of blush flashed across her face, but she soon calmed down and said coldly and seriously, you and I are both at the ultimate level, living under the law. We can swear to the Great Way to establish a Taoist companion contract. From then on, we will be like one, sharing honor and disgrace. The Dizun, with his hands behind his back, was listening to this stunning beauty in a starry dress gently introducing him, but his expression did not change at all. After waiting for her to finish, he said calmly, I see. You want to trick me into letting you go and let you live. You even want to get my powerful bloodline and trick me into having a child with you. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. What a good plan. Her face was stiff. She did not react at all. She looked like she had seen a ghost. Just one look. I can see that you have ulterior motives. Before Melville could react at all, the Dizun took a step forward, grabbed her hair, and smashed her hard. Unforgivable. How dare you lie to me? Bang. The head of the doll-like beauty, who was dressed in a pleated Gothic dress, was smashed into pieces by a hand in the void. Her entire head exploded in an instant, and blood mixed with the skull in the shattered void. It was no longer possible to see her original state. bang, the entire spacetime cracked. The defense of this rank 10 ultimate beast was also extremely shocking. She wasn't good at close combat. However, the defensive power of one of her iron-based bloodlines was actually comparable to the combined defensive power of several of Suji's bloodlines. It was extremely sturdy. When Suji got close to her body, he found that their defense was almost the same. She couldn't move him while he was asleep, but he couldn't move her either. After all, neither of them had any powerful attack bloodlines. Among the 5 bloodlines of Suji, none of them were attack bloodlines. All of them were defense bloodlines. They were all strange species that the players had evolved. None of them could deal damage to him. Suji's eyelids twitched. "I can't believe I can't move you." Dizun's face was cold. He waved his fists like a dragon and a tiger, pressing her head hard in the void and rubbing it against her face. Her eyes and nose were glued together, but her head recovered quickly like a firm mollusk. In Suji's eyes, she was indeed a country bumpkin. As a sorcerer, she had fused such a defensive close-range bloodline. She couldn't take a beating and was so hard. She didn't match a melee sorcerer at all. Bang, bang. Bang, the 9-headed ancient mother's head was pressed in the air and smashed like a rice cake. She was confused. She was beaten so hard that the world was spinning. Her head was spinning, and her whole body was sluggish. How could there be such a person in this world? She was originally an extremely proud and peerless woman with extremely high standards. Many ultimate beings in the universe had pursued her, but she had coldly turned them down. She had the heavy responsibility of reviving her clan's bloodline. No matter how powerful the other party's bloodline was, she wouldn't care as long as they didn't match. She was a woman who cared a lot about appearance. She wasn't a humanoid creature, so she didn't even look at them. After all, she was living with a monster. She was proud and didn't care about that. In front of her, she was the 9-headed ancient mother, a supreme existence that looked down on the world and the universe. Countless ancient taboos had tried to get close to her. At this time, she had taken the initiative to say that she wanted to marry down and become Dao companions, but the other party pressed her down in the void and beat her up. The other party was a descendant of a 10th stage that could be seen anywhere. As long as they were willing to pay the price, wouldn't they be able to have as many children as they wanted? Over the long years, she had seen countless of them. They were like ants everywhere. Perhaps it was very rare in the outside world, a rare legend. But for true existences like them, they could be seen everywhere. When she went to visit them, the other ancient Taoists, the children of the 10th grade Taoists, were obediently standing on either side of her as servants. When they talked, they served her tea, but none of them dared to look at her, for fear of angering her. But at this moment, an ordinary level 10 descendant who did not even have a bloodline of the great Tao, a weakling who only served tea and water, was willing to marry her, a lofty ancient overlord with 3 bloodlines of the great Tao. It was as unbelievable as a dream, and he actually refused? Was he looking down on her? She was completely stunned. Everything that had happened before had already toppled her worldview and struck her confidence time and time again. Coupled with the current situation, she had already made a compromise. A woman who had taken the initiative to marry him was beaten to such a state. She was grabbed by the hair and pressed to the ground and beaten. This caused her mental state to completely collapse, and in the face of such a close combat attack, she indeed had no power to resist. But she still quickly recovered and tried to persuade him, murmuring, "I'm telling the truth. With the great Tao contract, we are all ultimate Tao merge experts, and we can sense the laws of the universe. How could we lie to you? If we lie to you, our consciousness will gradually be assimilated by the great Tao, and we will lose ourselves, and we will be corroded even faster. This means death." She thought that the other party did not know about the great Tao contract. The great Tao originally had no laws or contracts, and the entire universe was originally incomplete and simple, with only the main trunk. But as the laws and the branches of the universe were perfected by the ancient existences, there were naturally ancient heaven-defying existences with great ambitions, indescribable ancient taboos, who chose to fuse with the great Tao and made up for the great Tao contract. The laws of the great Tao contract appeared in the dark, binding the ultimate 10th stage and establishing the rules. Therefore, the laws of the entire universe would not be messed up because of ultimate great Tao existences like them. You're just a country bumpkin, and you want to marry me and get involved with me? Isn't this taking advantage of me? Dizun's expression was cold. He saw through the other party's sinister plan at a glance, and he rode on her and smashed her head with his fists. You want to live, take advantage of me, and covet my bloodline. You've taken advantage of all three of these. Her mind was blank. She had taken advantage of him? The other party was a 10th stage who did not even have a bloodline of the Great Tao. If he had not restrained her, she might not even have been able to defeat the stone puppet disc. One punch. One punch. Dizun was like Wusong beating a tiger. He pressed the other party to the ground as if he was pounding a rice cake. But the other party's body was extremely hard, and her defense was still very strong. Even when he was exhausted, the other party was just a pile of sticky flesh that was quickly recovering. The vitality of the Iron Base clan, after achieving the bloodline of the Great Tao, even Suji felt his scalp go numb. Although the battle was fierce, it had reached a stalemate. Both of them were monsters with extremely strong defense, and neither of them had any strong attacks. Neither of them could kill the other. Suji did not dare to curse her at the moment. Once she fell asleep, the other party might really take the opportunity to escape. But it was not impossible to kill her. Suji had the great extinction energy of the insect clan, and he was constantly feeding it back. His physical strength was definitely more abundant than the other party's, and then he could kill her. What was the use of having strong defense? It all depended on physical strength. The 9 transformations' mysterious art relied on physical strength, or else it would be nothing. As long as the other party did not even have the strength to recover, this 9-headed ancient mother would really be destroyed. The entire space river system was destroyed. There was no sound, and all molecules and atoms were disintegrating. The 9-headed ancient mother's aura began to weaken significantly. This meant that after a series of intense battles, she had finally touched the edge of her energy level. A large portion of the energy stored in the cells of the Great Path in her body had already been used up, and she was showing signs of exhaustion. Her expression also became completely dispirited, and her recovery speed also rapidly slowed down. More and more wounds gradually appeared. I can't go on like this. At this moment, Melville completely felt the great weakness of her body. Death was approaching, and her entire body was emitting a kind of sorrowful sound. The strong omen of death was stimulating every nerve and every cell in her body. The fear of death made her feel extremely weak. Trembling, hopeless. The emotions that she once had as a mortal surged. To her, the more powerful she was, the more she feared death. I can only use that move. I'll endure this first, then I'll think about how to survive in the future. Her face was pale, and a flash of struggle flashed across her face. From her starry dress, she slowly took out an embroidery needle and slowly flicked it. Spatial ruler. The next second, a spring road that seemed to fold countless spaces was instantly spread out. The waterfall, like a galaxy screen, propped up between the venerable emperor and her. It grew larger and larger, as if it covered the entire sky, and pulled the distance between them further and further. It seemed that this needle had turned into a ruler that could separate the two of them from each other. In the end, she still managed to escape. Suji looked sideways, but with his hands behind his back, he did not chase after her. This scene was too sudden, and he had no time to react. At the same time, he was also powerless to stop her. His opponent's space maze had always been a difficult problem that he could not deal with. At this moment, he already felt that she was unimaginably far away, and he could not locate her space coordinates. He had defeated someone stronger than him. He had fought against 3 bloodlines of the Great Path at a low level of 10. It was already an incredible miracle that was rarely seen in the universe since ancient times. This was an absolute advantage of the right time, the right place, and the right people. The 2 bloodlines of the ancient ruins that he had obtained were the key to his victory. In this battle, facing the arrival of his opponent, he was able to fight with such power, which was almost impossible to replicate. All this was the credit of the 2 great civilizations, the ancient cosmic garden and the elemental relic. And the opponent is an old superlative who has lived for God knows how long, and she still has a powerful last life-saving means. Even though I tried with hope, I still failed in the end. Suji stood in the starry sky and walked. Bathed in the light of the sun, he looked up at the sky. The golden light shone on his handsome face, giving him an indescribable sense of ancient holiness. But he had never expected that he would eventually reach this step and become so powerful. Suji took a step forward and walked in the vast sea of stars on his way back. This nine-headed ancient mother was indeed a troublesome fellow. If he did not restrain her, this battle would be very troublesome. And the other party had expressed her submission along the way, asking the great Tao of the universe to be her witness and sign a cultivation companion contract. What was a cultivation companion? To share blessings and difficulties together, please be the witness of the heavenly Tao. If Suji, as the father of the insectoid race, signed a contract with her, wouldn't she covet the insectoid gene bank that he had deduced for so long? Cultivation companion. Was he really going to ask her to be his insectoid queen? No matter how stupid Suji was, he would not be that stupid to sign a contract like that. What he said about the other party coveting his bloodline seemed to be an excuse, but it was actually true. It seemed like I did not care about her submission and was willing to marry and kill her, but in reality, I had no choice. Suji shook his head. At most, the other party would swear an oath to the great Tao and sign a contract of equality. As cultivation companions, they would pursue the great Tao together. This was already the biggest concession she could make. But to make her sign a slave contract, to recognize him as her master, did he not know how charming he was? She was an ancient being at the peak of the universe, the end of the great Tao. How could she fall in love with him and shamelessly become his slave? She would not sign a contract even if she died. This was equivalent to putting her life in the hands of others. She would lose her dignity and even become a pig that the other party reared. She could kill you at any time and take away your great Tao bloodline. Who would be willing? Moreover, she had her own means of survival. She could escape, but it seemed like she had to pay a heavy price to use it at the last moment. In this battle, it seemed like I had the upper hand and was suppressing her forcefully. I was very relaxed, as if I was really a disciple of an ancient sect, suppressing her at will and completely restraining her. But in reality, I had no choice from the start. If I were really a sovereign, I would marry a beautiful woman to win her over. But if I sign a contract with her, it is impossible. Suji took a step forward and wandered among the stars. He was still very realistic. He would be lying if he said he was not jealous of a level 10 ultimate being. Moreover, she was a level 10 with 3 great Tao bloodlines. One had to know that Suji himself was a crippled level 10 cultivator who didn't even have a bloodline of the Great Path. Now, he was barely able to step into the level 10 era by relying on himself. However, the current Zerg civilization was still in the rank 9 era, and they were on the path to the ultimate rank 10. It would take a long time for a true rank 10 to be born. If he could deal with the other party, it would be equivalent to a huge leap forward. Initially, I was intending to cripple the other party and bring him to the brink of death before turning him into an insectoid. However, that sliver of hope has been dashed as well. As expected, the other party has some life-saving means to escape, Suji remarked helplessly. This kind of ancient universe existence that had lived for millions of years was extremely difficult to kill, and it was impossible to do so without some life-saving means. But after thinking for a while, Suji couldn't help but laugh. What am I thinking? Given how powerful the other party is, the fact that I was able to force him back is already enough to scare him to death. Does he really think that there's some ancient and secretive sect behind him? It's already a miracle that he was able to accomplish this, and yet, he's still thinking about something that doesn't exist? How could everything in this world go as one wished? But what was even more unfortunate was that even though he had killed the other party, he still hadn't obtained the 9-headed ancient mother's bloodline from the other party's flesh and blood. This was because after condensing the Great Path bloodline, there were already 5 of them fused together, so he couldn't seize the original ordinary bloodline that hadn't attained the Great Path. As Suji thought about this, he returned to the land of the Blue Abyss Celestial Realm. Forget it. It looks like the other party will have to cultivate in the high-dimensional spacetime for at least a few hundred years, or even a few thousand years. By then, I don't even know what realm I'll be in. The ground was a mess, and the entire battlefield was covered in fresh blood. The 3 heavenly venerables of the Blue Abyss Celestial Realm had been knocked unconscious, but they had already woken up. They stood quietly on the spot with the stone doll disc, waiting for the outcome of this battle. They were slightly surprised to see the Dizun descending. "May I ask, sir, this battle?" The stone doll disc had lived for 1,000,000 years, but it still asked respectfully. The nine-headed ancient mother does have some tricks up her sleeves. Even though she was seriously injured, she used her last resort and ran away on the verge of death. Suji glanced at him. He had subdued the nine-headed ancient mother because he had become the next-door neighbors of her bloodline, but he couldn't subdue the stone doll disc. He hadn't become the next-door neighbor yet. If they were to fight normally, his realm was low, and he hadn't practiced the 9 revolutions mysterious art, so he wouldn't be able to defeat the stone doll disc. But it seemed like he was already scared out of his wits. He didn't know about the process of his battle with the nine-headed ancient mother and was very respectful to him. Only now did Suji realize that the previous queen mothers of the Zerg clan seemed to have familiarized themselves with the next-door neighbors, then figured out the other party's background, restrained them, and then killed them. Suji thought that this kind of fighting method was acceptable. The nine-headed ancient mother was completely stunned. On the verge of death? The stone doll disc was shocked. It seemed that it had suffered unimaginable damage. Dizun said calmly, "Nothing happened. You are still the new masters of this land. The nine-headed ancient mother was defeated by you. The Blue Abyss realm will be the new ultimate dynasty of this star area." The stone doll disc was almost dazed. Behind him, the blue sky venerate of the 3 great abysses also had a look of disbelief. Had their wish come true so easily? The ultimate civilization that stood at the top of this universe, they had thought that they would definitely die in this situation, that they would definitely fall, but it had turned into this unbelievable scene. "Do you understand?" Dizun said, "We have never appeared. Yes, the Blue Abyss divine realm will not know anything. Everything will return to normal, and we will continue to develop as normal." Stone Disc was as quiet as a cicada in winter as it hurriedly replied seriously. They were already very lucky to become the new masters of this land, to break the curse of the ultimate 10th grade, and to enter this realm. "By the way, prepare some bloodlines like the Cloud Star Fruit of the Way," Dizun said. "Yes." The stone doll disc didn't dare to disobey because it was completely afraid of this ultimate 10th grade descendant who didn't seem to have any great path. He could easily kill the nine-headed ancient mother. How could he dare to disobey? If he accidentally angered him, even he might be killed instantly, but the fact that he didn't kill them meant that he looked down on them and didn't even covet their bloodlines of the great path. The existence behind the scenes was really unpredictable. Suji took the bloodlines and left. He said to the players behind him, "We have never appeared in this land, understand? From now on, the Blue Abyss realm will be the new overlord of this universe. You are not allowed to appear at will. You are not allowed to leave any trace. Come back with me." The players were so shocked that they couldn't speak. They hurriedly nodded and respectfully followed Dizun to open a space passage. All of them directly returned to the extraordinary sand table world. Everything was completely quiet. The stone doll disc stood in the ruins and looked into the distance. He couldn't help but say in shock, "This is the real terrifying big shot in the universe. Who knows how many terrible secrets are hidden in the universe?" On the internet, the whole players' forum was completely boiling. This scene was too shocking. They had thought that the super ancient god would directly break through to the 10th grade and then fight the ultimate existence who had descended. Who knew that the super ancient god didn't even make a move and let Dizun do it, but Dizun didn't seem to care at all. He was obviously on the verge of a deep sleep, but he still wanted to descend and beat the opponent directly. All of this was too inexplicable. That was the hand of the ultimate existence behind the scenes. Mount Akina also fell silent. This was 2F** King scary. He felt that all of this was a little inconceivable, but these small problems were not difficult for him after all. After sorting out the cause and effect, he directly posted on the forum. "Brothers, in fact, all of this has already been decided. Fate, everyone did not understand. In fact, the battle in the Blue Abyss realm was too intense. Many unimaginable things had happened, and no one had been able to react until now. For example, the arrival of the venerable emperor. Why did the ancient gods not make a move? They were hiding to prevent even more terrifying enemies. What kind of enemies were there? The golem disc saw the future, but why did it not see their footprints? Was the fake death of the universe garden really to prevent the nine-headed ancient mother? After all, even the venerable emperor could suppress it. At this moment, everyone was very confused and excited. They were passionately discussing what they had seen on the forums, trying to figure out the deeper meaning behind it. It was like watching a TV show and discussing the next plot. This was not a TV show, but reality. This was an unprecedented event. Even Earth could vaguely see the light from that explosion. It was definitely going to affect the future of the entire superstar cluster for the next million years, Xianxia said. Yes, fate. The mastermind of the fallen civilization, the golem disk, can vaguely see the future, but why can't it see us? Everyone realized that the other party indeed could not see them. The future that the golem disk saw did not have the appearance of quantum life forms, the Buddhists, or the venerable emperors. It only had the tragic future of him fighting the nine-headed ancient mother and being defeated. Their figures could not be seen in the future. They had been directly erased. What kind of earth-shattering mysterious power was that? It was hard to imagine. The cause and effect of the entire universe was the hardest to erase. The stronger the law, the more they could sense the cause and effect changes of the entire universe. No one could escape it. Speaking of which, this is indeed a huge doubt. The other party can't see us. Also, it's fine if the golem disk can't see us because its level is too low. But how powerful is the nine-headed ancient mother? Even she can't see the three ancient forbidden beings with the bloodline of the Great Path. She can't track us down. When he said that, everyone was puzzled. At the same time, they thought of an ancient Chinese saying, "Jump out of the three realms, not within the five elements." The situation in front of them seemed to reflect this. Xianxia said, "The other party can't predict us, not even the ultimate level 10 beings?" This is a very frightening point. We have hidden too deeply, and why can we hide? In fact, I already had the answer before. Everyone became excited and hurriedly asked for the answer. Do you still remember the origin of the god of creation's dimensional courtyard? Of course he remembered. The dimensional courtyard of the god of creation. Previously, Xiaomingshan had deduced its true origin. In short, it could be summed up in one sentence: out of the 49 heavens, humans hide from one. The origin of the entire universe, chaos, Dao-yi. He was also the god of creation. He had evolved the 49-foot life forms in the universe, but he allowed them to evolve the remaining one, and this one was the god of creation's dimensional courtyard. It evolved into the one that escaped, yet it was grasped in the hands of the ancient life form. It was placed on Earth that gave rise to the species they were currently deriving. Previously, the god of destruction's dimensional courtyard had appeared. From the distant future, the observed god of destruction had descended into this era. The one that had escaped had become the second. Therefore, Xianxia of Mount Akina had mentioned it before. The god of destruction and the god of creation had appeared in the same era. When the two once fought, the entire universe would fall into unprecedented chaos. This was the origin of the god of destruction and the god of creation's dimensional courtyard. What's the matter? Is it related to the god of creation's dimensional courtyard? Many people were discussing it. Hearing these naive words, Xianxia of Mount Akina could not help but say helplessly, "Can't you see it now? Out of the 49 heavens, humans hide from one. We are the one that has escaped, the only variable. Can the other party track us down? Can they deduce our future?" Let me repeat that sentence again: out of the 49 heavens, humans hide from one. In our ancient Chinese mythology, this one that has escaped cannot be calculated at all, understand? Xianxia of Mount Akina was very distressed. He began to doubt whether they were the descendants of China. This combined with ancient Chinese history and the current situation, it should be obvious at a glance. But at this time, the players slowly came to a realization. Damn. So that's how it is. We can't calculate it. No wonder the blue abyss celestial realm, the fallen civilization, and the nine-headed ancient mother couldn't calculate our background. Because we are the only variable. With this, one of the doubts became clear, and there was a feeling of enlightenment. They sat in front of the computer and looked at the computer screen. Their eyes gradually flashed, and they slapped their thighs. F***CK, it's right, it's a perfect match. No wonder they couldn't calculate us. they already had the answer from the beginning, it's just that we are too stupid and can't see through it. We are not in fate, the only variable in the entire universe. But now, the only variable has become the only two variables. When they thought of the god of destruction's dimensional courtyard, the excitement on their faces collapsed again. Xianxia of Mount Akina said, "Do you know why I want to use this point to analyze the whole incident? Because this point can lead to the overall pattern of the whole incident." What overall pattern? Everyone held their breath, feeling very puzzled. Xianxia continued, "First of all, as the only variable, it naturally needs to be hidden." Why hide? Needless to say, the opportunity to come into contact with the God of creation, the only chance to come into contact with the origin of the great Tao. Once others find out, it will definitely set off an earth-shattering universal war. No one refuted his words. This was no longer possible, so they chose to hide it. It must be hidden. The ultimate level 10, stepping at the end of the entire universe, is the ultimate level. But who doesn't want the opportunity to see the true origin of the universe? To see the real God of creation? Humph. We won't let them see the God of creation. Sundara, humph. We won't let them see the apple. We haven't understood this mystery yet, how can we let them see it? Smug, speaking of which, there are already big shots lying in the courtyard every day, studying every detail of the God of creation eating the apple. I wonder what laws of heaven and earth they have comprehended. Longing, it said that they haven't comprehended it yet, but there must be a great meaning behind it. All the more we can't let them see it. I have to admit, these ultimate existences are still much stronger than us. They might even comprehend the great Tao from at once. Helpless, hey, let them continue to be country bumpkins. If they don't observe it, it will be an intermediate state of quantum uncertainty, and the God of creation will not collapse into reality in their eyes. This was the greatest opportunity in the universe. Who didn't know? Mastering this one, the evolution of species, and the origin of all bloodlines, there were infinite possibilities. Qiu Mingshan saw the crowd talking, but he wasn't in a hurry. He waited for them to slow down a little before he continued, "So, if it's you, you want to hide and protect the greatest opportunity in the universe. What do you think you should do?" Someone immediately replied without hesitation, "Of course, hide." Akina Yamaguchi laughed. "Then, how will you choose to hide?" Hearing this, everyone fell silent again. Hiding was something everyone knew. But as for how to avoid it, he was at a loss. Someone couldn't help but ask, then what's the point of hiding? As the only variable of life, it's not within the 3 realms or the 5 elements. They can't find it, right? Everyone felt that it made sense. The universe was so big. If they couldn't calculate the location, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It was impossible to find it. Just find a random place to hide, there was no need to pay attention to it, right? Akina Yamaguchi shook his head again. You think too simply. Those great ultimate universe beings can't calculate your location, but it's possible for them to find you indirectly. For example, on a piece of land, there isn't a supreme existence of the great Tao ruling this land. Do you think it's normal? Everyone's heart tightened. They vaguely felt that they had grasped something. Hiding on a piece of land couldn't be that simple. There were many things to consider, Akina Yamaguchi said, it's very abnormal. If there isn't a ruler on a piece of land, it's very abnormal. So you've guessed it. If it were me, or anyone else, they would choose to make an inevitable move, to push out a ruler on the surface of this land. So, the scene we saw happened. Faking his death to escape, pushing out the 9-headed ancient mother, and becoming the ruler of this land on the surface. Boom. Everyone's minds seemed to have been struck by lightning. Their minds seemed to have been filled with enlightenment. They could vaguely feel that everything had become clear. Previously, they thought that Renamenka faked his death because the Cosmos Garden had encountered an unimaginable enemy, that was why it had used such a method and paid a huge price to escape with the death of a level 10 being. And that unimaginable enemy was the culprit that destroyed the Cosmos Garden, the 9-headed ancient mother that had descended previously. Who knew that they had only guessed half of it? They had indeed encountered an unimaginable enemy. An existence of a higher dimension was coveting their one that had escaped, but it wasn't the 9-headed ancient mother. Back then, the Cosmos Garden had indeed paid a huge price for its destruction. However, it had only been given to the nine-headed ancient mother on purpose, allowing her to become the ruler of this land. Then, she had used this huge price to hide her true identity and hide in the dark. Good plan. The super-ancient deities really have a shocking plan. Hiding in this land, it's very terrifying. Although Moon Goddess Ji and Renamenka also knew the truth, the super-ancient deities still couldn't hide the news. However, after they found out, they also escaped and hid. Although the three of them were fighting, they didn't want outsiders to know and more people to get involved. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became. They were so excited that they cried out in surprise. It matched, it was completely matched. It was like all the previous truths were a jigsaw puzzle. Every detail was fitting together. It seems different, but in fact, the essence is the same. It's just that the process is different. We thought that the enemy of the high and mighty dimensional existence was the nine-headed ancient mother. Who knew that she was just a shield? No wonder they only sent Dizun to deal with her, and she was easily dealt with. Their bodies trembled as they felt a sense of inevitability. The true truth of ancient history that was linked together gradually appeared in front of them, pushing out a master on the surface. Even they had to admit that this was the best way, or even the inevitable way, the inevitable choice of history. Then, after pushing out the master on the surface, why are they trying to overthrow him again? Someone couldn't help but ask. Since he was the master on the surface, it would be better to not interfere with the nine-headed ancient mother's actions and let her continue to destroy the blue abyss celestial realm. Xianxia was a little silent. He couldn't explain this point. Xianxia said, "I'm not sure about this. Maybe the nine-headed ancient mother of the three great bloodlines is getting stronger and stronger, and for safety's sake, it's better to get rid of him now and support a new one. Anyway, it's a change of era. In the eyes of outsiders, the blue abyss celestial realm has defeated the taboo of this land and replaced it." Everyone felt that this explanation was acceptable, but it wasn't convincing enough. Maybe there were other reasons why they chose to get rid of the nine-headed ancient mother. Anyway, they couldn't figure it out. Xianxia didn't dwell on it. Then, you should know the overall outline and details, the cause and the result, right? Now, let's talk about the last key question: what is the realm of the super-ancient god? Everyone held their breath when they heard this. In the beginning, when they were still in the ancient lava region, they thought that the ancient god was a stage 9 Taoist. But as time passed, they learned that the ancient god was a peak stage 9 Taoist, a weak stage 10 who could break through at any time, but now, it seemed like it was going to be overturned. The super-ancient god was actually a mysterious level 10 ultimate god a long time ago, but didn't they say it was impossible? That would definitely contradict itself. If the super-ancient god was a level 10 ultimate Taoist, he could change his eternal bloodline at any time. On the verge of death, he wouldn't need a guardian. Everyone realized that this was the biggest mystery at the moment. But the disciple of an emperor sent by the super-ancient god could suppress 3 level 10 ultimate Taoist bloodlines. This super-ancient god was definitely a level 10 ultimate Taoist. Brothers, it's contradictory. Yes, it's too contradictory. If he was a level 10 ultimate Taoist, why would he need a guardian to protect him during his sleep? If it's not a level 10 ultimate realm expert, but a weak level 10 ultimate realm expert, then it's even more impossible. Even Venerable Sovereign is already at the peak of the 10th grade. Even if he doesn't have the bloodline of the Great Path. Everyone's minds were in a mess. If the super-ancient gods weren't at the peak of the 10th level, even if the Venerable Sovereigns didn't have the bloodline of the Great Path, they would still be at the peak of the 10th level, and they could easily kill the super-ancient gods with one hand. It would be impossible for them to command the Venerable Sovereigns. Judging from Dizun's respectful behavior and the fact that he was following the orders of his master, the super-ancient gods must have been extremely powerful. This meant that he was a 10th level ultimate expert. They were completely at a loss. Suji had just returned to the orchard and was sitting in the living room on Earth. When he saw the scene on the internet, his face darkened slightly. This was indeed an inexplicable contradiction. Everyone, quiet down. The speed of Mount Akina calmed everyone down a little. He still had something to say. First of all, if the ancient god is a level 10 ultimate god, is it possible? Was the logic of the previous Tao protector going to be overturned? That's the contradiction. Everyone nodded. The speed of Mount Akina continued. However, all the illogical contradictions we see are just because our level of knowledge is not enough. Right now, I have two guesses. First, let's sort things out. If the ancient god is a level 10 ultimate god, then moon goddess Ji should also be a level 10 ultimate god, right? Everyone said that it was a given, otherwise, how could he be qualified to be an opponent? Now that they thought about it, the battle between the transcendental system of Buddhism and the mother stream system back then was probably not a level 9 battle, but a level 10 ultimate god battle. The speed of Mount Akina continued. Let's follow the logic. Do you still remember the reason why Moon Goddess Ji attacked the ancient god civilization? Moon Goddess Ji was at the end of her life, so she came to take the blood of eternal life. After Moon Goddess Ji took the blood of eternal life, she rebuilt the second generation of the Mother Stream civilization, and the blood of eternal life was everywhere. This meant that she was also at the end of her life, and needed a Tao protector. Am I right? He said it himself, it's not a lie. So the question is, since these two level 10 ultimate gods are already level 10 ultimate gods, why are they still fighting for the blood of eternal life? Everyone's breathing quickened. Watson, you found a blind spot. Why didn't they notice it? Not only did the ancient god civilization fail, but Moon Goddess Ji also failed. Moon Goddess Ji also expressed in the Mother Stream civilization that she needed to cultivate a Tao protector to protect her from her slumber. Ji Shang and the sun god Asa were both candidates, and she even brought the Tao Lord back to be cultivated. Wasn't this unnecessary? If it was a level 10 ultimate god, they could remove the bloodline at any time, and there would be no need to worry about this. At this time, Suji looked at the forum, and his face darkened. He thought that the loophole there was already big enough, but he did not expect there to be another loophole here. This contradiction was simply irreconcilable. This speed of Mount Akina was messing with him. At this time, Cute Girl could not help but say, could it be that, as level 10 ultimate gods, they are also at the end of their life, and they dare not remove the blood of eternal life, because they can't find another blood of eternal life to replace it? When everyone heard this, they felt that it was very possible. After all, the blood of eternal life was very rare, and there was no substitute in the vast universe. Although level 10 ultimate gods could modify the bloodline, they should not, because level 10 ultimate gods also had a lifespan. Sitting in front of the computer, Suji took a sip of tea. He felt that Cute Girl was very sensible, and he would be put in an important position in the future. Mount Akina shouted, "Idiot! The blood of eternal life is difficult to find. Perhaps a level 10 ultimate god might not be able to find it even if he searched the universe. But who said that there is no blood of eternal life? The Blue Abyss realm has been lying here for 1,000,000 years, and this blood of eternal life has not been seen?" Everyone thought about it and felt that this was indeed the case. Cute Girl's explanation did not work. Mount Akina sped up. According to my understanding, according to the information I got from the Blue Abyss tribe, I asked the stone golem disc about how it felt when it broke through to the 10th grade, what it experienced, and some simple layouts. The stone golem disc said that the ultimate 10th grade has a theoretical lifespan of hundreds of millions of years. They used it to prolong their lifespan? That's impossible. Everyone was shocked. More than 100 million years, a level 9 ultimate god only took 100,000 years. This was the level 10 ultimate god? An ancient ultimate life standing at the end of the universe. Although the lifespan of a planet was tens of billions of years, that was a dead thing. This was a living thing. Mount Akina said, more than 100 million years is only in theory. In fact, they are basically assimilated by the universe. The length of their lifespan depends on the speed at which they submit to the universe. When their resistance becomes weaker and weaker, they will be assimilated by the universe and become the true laws, the rules of the universe. Hearing this, everyone completely understood. A normal level 10 ultimate god could not resist until the end of their lifespan. As time passed, the assimilation would become more and more serious. In the end, they would lose their consciousness and be mixed with the rules of the universe and become one. Immediately, everyone was completely shocked. That's not logical at all. That's right. How could the moon goddess Ji, a super ancient god, still be cultivating path protectors for the sake of their lifespan? Also, moon goddess Ji attacking the super ancient god to steal the blood of eternal life is obviously not logical. What's going on? Mount Akina said the truth, and the internet was in an uproar. Just as Suji's eyelids were twitching and he was about to kill Mount Akina laughed and said, "Young man, I'm lying to you all. How smart am I? The contradiction you see is in fact the true source of all ancient Buddhist secrets, and I have already seen through everything." Everyone was speechless when they saw Mount Akina's strange behavior. This guy never had a normal day. And he was getting more and more ridiculous. This turn of the car caught them off guard. Naturally, Mount Akina didn't know that he had made a trip to the gates of hell. He said proudly, "Ha ha ha. You are still too young to see the truth of the matter. I just pointed out a few contradictions and you can't find the answer. Or rather, you are still shrouded by the level 9 structure. Your vision is very low and you don't know how to think with the level 10 structure." Level 10 structure, everyone was confused when they saw Mount Akina's pretentious behavior. Mount Akina said, "If you think with the level 9, what I said just now is not wrong. But if you look with the level 10 vision and think from the beginning, you will find that my words are full of mistakes." Amidst everyone's confusion, Akina Yamaguchi proudly said, "Let's start from the beginning. First of all, Moon God Ji was at the peak of the 10th level. He attacked the Buddhist civilization and killed Hermes. In fact, he was an ancient ancestor of Buddhism and Taoism, right? He obtained the ancestors' Tao bloodline and fused it, right?" Everyone felt that he was right. Mount Akina said, "Moon God Ji obtained the Tao bloodline of a heaven-defying Buddhist ancestor and fused it. This Tao bloodline contains the blood of eternal life and needs to sleep. Is there a problem? No problem. And Moon God Ji can naturally get rid of this Tao bloodline, but is he willing to do so?" As soon as he said this, everyone grasped the main point of Mount Akina's words: such a powerful bloodline, Moon God Ji naturally didn't want to get rid of it. It was too wasteful. This was a Tao bloodline, and it was extremely powerful as himself. So, he chose to accept the side effects and nurture a Tao protector to protect himself while he slept. There was no problem with this in theory, and what about a super ancient god? A super ancient god wanting to nurture a Tao protector was even less of a problem, because first, his own Tao bloodline couldn't be removed. In other words, he had to sleep after reaching level 10. Another ultimate Tao protector died. Was there a problem with him finding a new Tao protector? Naturally, there was no problem. All of this logic completely matched up. When everyone heard this, they completely understood. They felt as if they had come to a sudden realization. It was indeed unreasonable at the 9th level, but it was reasonable at the 10th level. However, the reason why they were able to see through this was because they had come into contact with the various rules of the 10th level ultimate realm. Otherwise, they would not have been able to deduce this realm without knowing anything about it. That was the whole truth, perfectly logical. Akina Yamaguchi laughed heartily. This is the importance of knowledge. As long as there is profound knowledge, there will be no secrets in this world. This is a lesson for all of you. Although we are still at the 9th rank, we are already at the peak of the 10th rank. Take the Blue Abyss Celestial Realm for example. Although we won't show up for a period of time and won't bother with them, they will be allowed to develop freely. After all, we have to hide our identities and not be detected by those higher dimensional beings. However, they are indeed at the peak of level 10. Everyone, we have to work hard. When everyone heard this, their expressions immediately turned solemn. Indeed, this battle had thoroughly revealed the strength of venerable sovereigns, as well as the real trump cards of the ancient deities. It also revealed the future of the path to level 10. It could be said to be a huge point of change. They had to work hard. If they couldn't keep up with the times, they would die. Venerable sovereigns, even the 9-headed ancient mother, who had 3 major bloodlines, had been forced to retreat. How powerful would the ancient deities and the others be? And they were all afraid of some kind of enemy, so they secretly hid their identities and didn't dare to show up. One could imagine how terrifying it was to face such a great enemy. Yes, we have to work hard. Yes, we have to work hard. Go, 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 go. We have to study the evolution of bloodlines. Is the Grim Reaper and the God of Destruction's dimensional courtyard next door still okay? We have to speed up. They were all excited. Wait, according to this, doesn't the eternal bloodline become useless at the peak of level 10? When this was said, everyone felt that it seemed to be true. Not only the eternal blood, but the bloodline of the Blue Abyss tribe was also the same. They had reached the peak of level 10, but their cultivation speed was still so slow. This was also a strong side effect. It seemed that the eternal blood could make people steadily enter level 9 and even the ultimate great path when they were at the low level. This was extremely powerful, but after entering the ultimate great path, there was also a side effect, which was that their combat power was weakened. They were strong in the early stage, but not so strong in the later stage. This belonged to the early stage bloodline. And the quantum bloodline could only be used by the level 8 deities. It belonged to the late stage bloodline. You can't say that. Although we still need to sleep, maybe we can resist the erosion of the great path while sleeping? It can also prolong our life. Moreover, we haven't developed the true power of the eternal blood. If we develop it to the limit of burning our life, our combat power will definitely not be weaker than the bloodline of the Blue Abyss tribe. Everyone thought about it and felt that it was true. The eternal blood was still very strong. It meant that as long as they had enough time and were not killed, they could steadily enter the peak of level 10. Break through to level 10 first, then think about the future. The combat power of the eternal blood was still very strong, not bad. They sorted out their thoughts and began to quickly organize and discuss. Looking at this scene, Suji put down the teacup in his hand in front of the computer, shook his head, and chuckled. This Xiaoming mountain is driving everywhere. Fortunately, I turned back in time, or I almost wanted to kill him. After glancing at them and making sure that they were not causing trouble, Suji relaxed and began to busy himself. After all, he was too exhausted after the fierce battle just now. Although he had exhausted the other party, the storage in the subbrain of the insect race was almost used up. Moreover, he had just broken through and obtained too many resources and bloodlines, such as the Cloud Star Dao fruit, the Blue Abyss tribe, and the Yusha tribe. There were too many. He had to seriously organize the big harvest this time. Moreover, to Suji, the ultimate great path of level 10 was like a hazy veil had been lifted, revealing his true face. Ultimate great path of level 10, Suji gently swirled the teacup and casually said, "Looks like I'll have to think of a way to accumulate more strength. Maybe I'll have to open a new extraordinary sand table world. After all, I still have to get my bloodline, and it has to be composite." This was Suji's first real civilizational war other than his own race. Although the players still thought it was an internal war like Carolyn and Dickie, this was a foreign war, and he had already recognized some shortcomings in some aspects. At the same time, I have to retrain my realm. He rubbed his temples in distress. I can't go on like this. A level 10 without a great path bloodline is so weak. If it was someone else, they would have already accepted their fate, but I'm different. I have to refine a messiah, break through level 10 ultimate, and condense a great path bloodline for me to seize. I might have to refine not just one great path bloodline, but 5. Suji already had a new plan. After all, he was too unqualified as a level 10 ultimate. Once Dickie and the others broke through, they would beat him to tears. Thinking of this, he looked at the Cloud Star Dao fruit, and a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Also, in my eyes, this bloodline is the strongest. The Cloud Star Dao fruit came from the Cloud Star Dao tree race. It was said to be an unknown bloodline of the Cloud Star Dao tree. This race was so ancient that it could not be traced. According to the information given to me by the Golem Disc, it was found in an unimaginably dilapidated ancient ruin. It was a complete coincidence that he was able to enter. He liked to travel around with the infant. When he passed by an ordinary planet, he worked as a blacksmith and lived a carefree life. With his upright personality, he did many good deeds on that planet. Suddenly, he received a gift from a phantom and was lured into a ruin. That was how he obtained the Cloud Star Dao fruit. When he came back to his senses, that ordinary mortal planet didn't exist at all, the place was empty. Even he felt that it was an inconceivable fortuitous encounter. It was said that the ruins were incomparably powerful and emitted an aura that could shake one's heartstrings to death. This ruin was so old that it had to have at least tens of thousands of years of history. Suji sat on the table and muttered to himself. In this place where the laws were distorted, matter and rules were slowly distorted. Any universal laws were unreal. The geological methods of Earth were not suitable. Even with the golem disk, it was difficult to determine the specific ancient era. It could be tens of millions of years ago, or even hundreds of millions of years ago. The Cloud Star Dao fruit had no side effects and was obtained by chance, and the heaven-defying bloodlines of Pampas and Yusha both had side effects. I'm afraid the nine-headed ancient mother already knew of the existence of these two bloodlines, but she ignored them and left them on this land. As expected, there are still good things on this land. After all, it is too vast. Even the nine-headed ancient mother could not completely count some ancient treasures. The Cloud Star Dao fruit was missed, but I'm afraid there are many more of these bloodlines hidden in this land. Suji felt the vicissitudes of history. The nine-headed ancient mother seemed to be the ancient ruler of this vast star cluster for 10 million years, but it was just a drop in the ocean. One had to know that the dinosaur era on Earth lasted hundreds of millions of years, tens of millions of years. For an individual, the lifespan was terrifying. But for a planet, civilization, or race, it was too small. Suji felt more and more that an individual's life was fleeting. Only the continuation of a group was eternal. Ordinary life forms could live on for hundreds of millions of years on a barren planet, but an ultimate level 10 powerhouse could not do it. As for the nine-headed ancient mother, it was obvious that it was a very ancient race that had inherited its bloodline. Even though it had declined and its bloodline had become thinner, it had been passed down from generation to generation. It was unknown how many times it had experienced glory. It was unknown how many of its ancestors had stepped into the ultimate realm. Their imprints were eternally passed down throughout the depths of the universe. In their race, individual strength was also very small, but the power of the group continued to exist, to reach eternity. Suji felt an intense and powerful sense of vastness and heaviness, as well as a sense of helplessness towards the vast universe. It was too vast. Even the greatest existence of an era is but a drop in the ocean. He used his own death to add a new branch that is not even 1 in 100 million to the entire universe. Suji saw the end of the vast road. It was a universe tree, with densely packed rules interweaving like a fine net. Every branch had at least hundreds of millions of ultimate level 10 powerhouses left behind traces here. There had once been hundreds of millions of ultimate level 10 powerhouses, even though he knew that the universe had been born for 20 billion years, and based on the 10 million years as a 10th level era, and the vast land that even ultimate level 10 powerhouses could not explore, this number was not surprising. In fact, it seemed very small. Breaking through to the 9th level and becoming a Taoist might make you feel arrogant and proud. But breaking through to the 10th level ultimate level, the more powerful you become, the more you realize how laughable and insignificant you are. The end of the Tao is not standing at the end of the universe, but at the end of your own Tao. Suji's voice was very cold as he pondered and concluded. He was summarizing the Cloud Star Dao fruit, the bloodlines of Yusha, Pampas, and the Blue Abyss race, as well as his understanding of breaking through to the 10th level. He was also sorting out his future path. The Cloud Star Dao fruit was obviously a very powerful bloodline. It could give the players, and even other weak 10th level powerhouses, the possibility of breaking through to the perfect Tao foundation. Yusha's bloodline was very heaven-defying, but it was also very flawed. It could not accept the bloodlines of other races. Only when all 5 bloodlines were of the same race could it achieve a non-fixed form and become a mutant monster to attack. Once it had other bloodlines, it would have a fixed form, and it would be completely useless. Although it was powerful, Suji did not think too much about it at the moment. The Pampas bloodline was even more so. The vortex, which was a type of power law that was close to inertia, had the strongest physical destructive power, but the brain would not work well. Suji pondered, why do I need to think about these bloodlines after I obtain them? If I give these bloodlines to the players, they will evolve according to the situation. Even if they do not evolve, they will definitely not disappoint. Now that the Cloud Star Dao fruit is in their hands, they will definitely be more active than anyone else in order to survive. Boom, Suji took a light step. He appeared in the ancient lava region, and the lava around him churned. At this moment, Carolyn, Dicky, and the 3 pillar gods were all gathered here, discussing the gains from this battle and various ways to recover from injuries. Where's Mother Earth? Carolyn asked. Dicky snorted and said, "This Mother Earth seems to be a trick of Sky Dream. Although her clone is dead, her main body is still affected by the strange dark emotions and is still in a deep sleep. I'm afraid it will take some time before she awakens." Although she was the god of the incense dragon vein, her own strength was too weak. She could not even resist the strange emotions of the incense and could not control her own power. Three pillar gods, how much did you gain this time? Dicky looked at the three pillar gods and started chatting. The three pillar gods laughed and said, 4,137 ordinary incomplete ones who achieved the Tao, and 37 perfect ones who took the initiative to join us. He did not fight from beginning to end, and almost never showed his head. He only cut the grass in the dark. It was extremely dirty. This was a terrifying number. 4,000 people who achieved the Tao, more than 4,000 extraordinary great worlds, this could be considered a real world. It had devoured as much as 80% of the foundation that the fallen civilization and blue abyss celestial realm had accumulated over tens of thousands of years. It was a complete emptying of the enemy's foundation. If he completely digested it, he might even be able to fight an ordinary ultimate 10th level existence. Dizun looked at the three pillar gods and suddenly laughed. Three pillar gods, I advise you not to neglect the essentials. It seems that you have obtained more than 4,000 people who achieved the Tao, and your combat power has greatly increased, but your combat power is like a castle in the air. It will not last long, and the possibility of you breaking through to the ultimate 10th level is even slower than us. The combat power of the three pillar gods was not strictly divided by realm bottlenecks. They were not real living beings, but the sum of the providence of their race. When there was an ultimate 10th level in their race, their combat power would naturally be at the ultimate 10th level when all the races were gathered together. This was a very simple calculation. It was the combat power formed by piling everyone together. Of course we know. The three pillar gods were very calm and said in unison. These 4,000 people who achieved the Tao seem to be a lot, but they are basically stuck in their realm. Their limit is there, and it is impossible to break through, so they are not worth nurturing. In fact, in the forced high-dimensional spacetime of our Buddhist race, their lifespans, which are already old, will all die in less than 2 or 3 years. At this point, the three pillar gods could not help but feel puzzled. But I don't know why we are forced to stay in the high-dimensional spacetime. Those people who achieved the Tao do not have much lifespan left, and now they will die very soon. Hearing this, the ancient beings present also frowned, feeling very puzzled. Hearing this, Carolyn said, the super ancient gods said that this is the price to pay to the god of creation. I don't know the specific reason. Next to her, Akina Yamaguchi chuckled and said with his head held high, this is the price to pay to get in touch with the god of creation. Seeing the root of the Tao, the true essence of the entire universe. So, their lifespans are rapidly declining. Oh? Carolyn, Dicky, and the others all looked at him. Akina Yamaguchi was very calm and continued, seeing the root of the Tao means that their lifespans will rapidly decline, and they will die. You are the new generation of Buddhism, so you do not know that in the old Buddhist system, there is a saying, those who seek the Tao, live in the morning, die in the evening. In other words, the price to pay after seeing the Tao. Everyone's mind shook. Those who seek the Tao, live in the morning, die in the evening. Carolyn, Dicky, and the three pillar gods were all shocked. This sentence actually perfectly matched the situation they were experiencing. After all, a day is 100 years, and today, a mortal only has a lifespan of 100 years. Isn't this day, born in the morning, die in the evening? I see. Carolyn's eyes brightened, this is the price to see the Tao, to see the god of creation. The super ancient gods did not tell me in detail, so there are such ancient records. So, the price to see the god of creation, after the collapse of the world? All civilizations that see the god of creation are forced to enter the high-dimensional spacetime? Dicky's expression also changed slightly, and the way he looked at Akina Yamaguchi also improved a little. The other really knew a lot, and he could not help but say solemnly, those who seek the Tao, live in the morning, die in the evening. For existences like us, this is completely acceptable, it is natural. You are very good. Carolyn immediately praised Akina Zephyr. She felt that he was very knowledgeable to know this. Ha 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 ha, Akina Zephyr felt a burst of pride in his heart. He actually succeeded in showing off in front of these big shots however, although he was excited, his expression was very calm. His eyes were cold as he said, "Everything is inherited from ancient civilization books. There are bits and pieces of records in them, allowing us to know a lot of ancient knowledge about Buddhism, such as physics, chemistry, and so on." Akina Zephyr's voice gradually grew louder and louder. The Blue Abyss realm currently does not know about the God of Creation, and it is still in normal time. Only the civilization of the God of Creation can be so fast. But, as soon as we see the God of Creation, we will die faster. This is something we should be proud of. Akina Zephyr was very excited. Knowing Tao in the morning, I can die in the evening without regrets. So that was it. The surrounding ancient beings, the gods of the heavenly court under Dickie's command, the Xian clan under Carolyn's command, and even those under the three pillar gods, all had looks of longing in their eyes. But they did not know. The God of Creation was a skank who made them die of old age quickly, squeezed them to work, madly iterated, and did not give them any time to rest. Instead, they became very grateful after hearing Akina Zephyr's proud words. They began to feel proud of this great Taoist who could only live for 2 to 3 years in reality. They felt that they were actually very lucky to be able to live a short life. And Akina Zephyr's voice was very infectious. The surrounding level 9 Taoists all had a look of realization on their faces. They were immediately filled with a sense of achievement. They glanced around and continued with a solemn expression. In fact, there is an ancient Chinese saying, "We will talk about these things later." Dickie was not those players who would be unknowingly diverted by Akina Zephyr. He interrupted him and looked at the three pillar gods. These 4,000 fallen Taoists have already exhausted their potential. If you rely on them, I will easily surpass you in the future. I have already completed 1/3 of the path to level 10. In a few hundred years, I will be able to complete the breakthrough. Humph, why would I be afraid of you in a battle of level 10? The three pillar gods did not care. They also knew their own problems. Even though they had the combat prowess of a demon core tribe member who had attained the 9th step Tao, they would need to have at least one demon core tribe member who had attained the 10th step Tao in order to truly defeat a powerful 10th step Tao cultivator. In fact, they would need to have more than one demon core tribe member who had attained the 10th step Tao. A civilization with level 10 and a civilization without level 10 were two different levels. As the accumulation of the civilization's providence, they naturally knew this very well. They looked strong, but the further they went, the more bloated they became. Although they had countless clansmen, how could all of them reach 100% of the 9th and 10th paths? This was very unrealistic and not condensed enough. He had to think of a way out for his future battle prowess. He had to think of a way to nurture an ultimate 10th level existence. But how could it be so easy for an ultimate 10th level being, an ultimate existence who had proven his Tao against the laws of the universe? Carolyn looked at the three pillar gods and laughed coldly. Don't neglect the essentials. You have to nurture your own clansmen. Those 4,000 are strong, but they have mediocre bloodlines. How can they compare to your Buddhist disciples? Your Buddhist disciples and all the living beings in the lava region all have the 9 revolutions mystic art, demon cores, and all sorts of exaggerated bloodlines. It's not that they aren't talented, but that they're stuck there. Unless we can mass-produce the Cloud Star Tao fruit and pry open their Tao foundations for those 4,000 people, there's a chance that they'll reach the ultimate 10th level. But even then, it'll only be a very ordinary ultimate 10th level. This seemed like a great harvest, but in reality, it was a castle in the air. The three pillar gods themselves knew that if a strong and refined man turned into a bloated fatty, they would look strong, but in reality, their battle prowess would not be refined enough. Their future would be limited. Carolyn and Dickie could already see the three pillar gods' future. The situation was not optimistic. Although they were far stronger than them now, once they reached the 10th stage, they would be surpassed. Just as they were discussing their future breakthroughs, the void trembled slightly. An ancient god descended. Looking around, they immediately stood up respectfully and bowed. After all, Dizun had defeated a 10th level ultimate 10th level with 3 bloodlines. As their master, how terrifying was the strength of an ancient god. The ancient god glanced around, stretched out his hand, and various bloodline cells floated out. These are the bloodlines of the Blue Abyss realm. You can take a look and study them. Dicky and the others nodded slightly. But why should they? This bloodline was somewhat useful to them, but not much. It was just to study the structure of the bloodline and gain some knowledge. Through the bloodline, they could understand the universe. Let them fuse with it. The Blue Abyss race, the User race, and the Pampas Vortex bloodline all had side effects. The effects were not great, and they had better bloodlines to choose from. The Cloudstar Dao Fruit bloodline was very powerful and had no side effects. They could use it to train their disciples. It was a good choice, and it could also repair their Dao foundations. But for the top existences like them, who had already perfected their bloodlines and could no longer fuse with 9th-level Daos, it was not very useful. Don't underestimate these bloodlines. They will be very useful. The ancient god looked at them and said softly, "This time, I sent my disciple Dizun to fight not only against the enemy but also the native barbarians. That's all. I have something to do and can't leave." Can't leave? What kind of existence was the ancient god, and yet he had encountered something so troublesome that he couldn't leave during the previous battle? Is that moon goddess Ji going to fight again? Carolyn's expression was solemn. Akina Sanji thought to himself that it was indeed fierce. The enemies of the three bloodlines were not even in his eyes, and he was still studying each other's enemies. That's not the case. The ancient god smiled and shook his head. It's not the mother stream civilization. The next generation's realm is still a little lacking. When you guys are a little stronger, that might be the time for us to officially meet. Akina Sanji nodded. Both sides had a tacit understanding, choosing not to fight and nurturing their path protectors. Otherwise, even if they won, they would not gain any advantage, and they might even fall into a deep sleep after the intense battle. In other words, the 10th level ultimate. When someone reached the 10th level ultimate, it might be the time for the final battle between the two great civilizations. Then, what is the matter that you can't leave? Carolyn's expression was solemn. On the side, Dicky, the three pillar gods, and the others all held their breaths as they looked at the ancient god, thinking that it must be something unimaginable. As expected. You should know about the god of destruction's descent, right? The ancient god asked. They nodded, naturally remembering the battle in the Universal Garden. The ancient god said, the god of destruction's great Tao originates from the dimensional courtyard, and he has already descended into this universe. That's why he went to investigate, but he couldn't leave. Origin of the great Tao, dimensional courtyard. Carolyn and the others were completely confused. After all, they were not players. The ancient god said, there are already people entering that land of opportunity. This is a supreme great Tao opportunity that is not inferior to ours, and it is also the beginning of a great apocalypse. I want you guys to enter and fight for a chance of survival, and these bloodlines that are researching and evolving are one of the possibilities to fight for that chance of survival. They want us to head to the dimensional court, to fight for a chance. They did not understand, but it should be related to those bloodlines. In their eyes, it seemed like they were going to some ancient civilization ruins to search for a chance, similar to the exploration of the ancient elemental civilization ruins. Such a great place of chance, and it is related to the god of destruction who will descend in the future. We will not shirk our responsibility. The three pillar gods were the first to speak. The super ancient god nodded and said in a gratified manner, we don't need to care about the blue abyss divine realm and the fallen civilization. Even the so-called nine-headed ancient mother is nothing more than that. What we, the existences, are really focused on is the god of destruction from the future. This great calamity of the era is even more shocking than we imagined. The god of destruction is an ancient concept from the future. He only appeared in this timeline because he was observed by the beings of this era. According to my observation, he seems to be creating a new universe. Universe? Not, a small world. Everyone was stunned, and their minds went blank. Their realms were terrifying, and their knowledge was profound. They were very clear about the difference between a small universe and a small world. Before this, although Carolyn's small universe called itself that, it was just a small world. Even the Seven Realms Imperial Court, the Lava Region, the Mother Stream Civilization, and the Universal Garden were all small worlds, and were worlds among the many worlds in this universe. What was the concept of creating a new small universe? They were all people who had achieved the Tao that surpassed the laws of this universe. They cultivated the laws of this universe. Even if they were to condense their own Tao and create a new universal law, it was still adding bricks and tiles to the foundation of the laws of this universe, adding a green leaf. They all lived in this universe, and cultivated the laws of this universe. Creating a new universe, even if it was a small universe, gave them goosebumps. They thought of Carolyn's heavenly axiom piano. That chilling feeling of rejection was using some unknown law of another universe. That would create a small universe. In that case, wouldn't our cultivation of laws be ineffective in that universe? If we descend into a different universe, will we become mortals? They were completely speechless. They were life forms that lived in the cosmos. If they were to go to the next cosmos epoch, or the prehistoric cosmos epoch, they would become mortals. Their cultivation would no longer be able to adapt to the laws of that cosmos. Suddenly, he remembered the question and answer that the god of creation of that era had given them in the cosmic garden. You want to ask for the answer to the truth? To become a transcendent being of the universe? My answer is, there is no answer to the truth of the universe. Everything is wrong. Everything is fabricated. All the truths you see are false. The true sounds of the universe you hear are all lip-syncing. This sentence once again echoed in his ears, along with the words of the ancient god. It was like a clap of thunder that resounded in his mind once again. Everything was wrong, everything was fabricated, all truth is false, all the true voices of the universe were just lip-syncing. Yes, from this point of view, what they were currently cultivating were all false principles, and the Tao they attained through level 10 Tao corroboration was also a false Tao. We can't bear to see the truth. They didn't know whether it was out of fear or excitement, but they were trembling slightly. The impact was too great, and they also knew what this meant. As for the ancient god, they had been investigating the traces of the god of destruction since the beginning of the cosmic garden. Only now did they reconnect with the aftermath of the cosmic garden? The descent of the god of destruction? A new small universe. Dichi said in a hoarse voice. The ancient god shook his head. I'm not sure. I only saw a sliver of possibility from the traces, so I asked you to prepare in advance. The disaster hidden behind this is not something that the nine-headed ancient mother's situation can compare to. It was no wonder that they were so excited for this battle. They didn't expect that they would be defeated by the descent of an emperor. The ancient god didn't care at all. Our vision is still too low. We don't even know how high the ancient god's vision is. Carolyn felt that she had let down the expectations and nurturing. We originally thought that the descent of the Blue Abyss divine region and the fallen civilization would be a great crisis for us, but it turns out that it was just. A bitter smile flashed across her face. The ancient god looked at them. This time, you won't be the only ones who will enter. There will be others as well. Because the news has already spread far and wide, it won't be just you guys. As for creating a new small universe, I hope that it is just a guess. But we still need to enter in advance and make more preparations. If it is true. Under everyone's solemn gaze, the ancient god was silent for a moment. Perhaps you will see an unforgettable scene in the god of destruction's dimensional courtyard. A universe is born. The birth of a universe. They felt as if they were in a dream. How vast was a universe? They were just a drop in the ocean of an era, just a speck of dust in time. How could they have the hope to see the greatest miracle in the universe? If that's the case, then it's fine. The ancient god flicked his sleeves and left, his figure disappearing into the void step by step. I hope that all living beings can see through the false path and obtain the truth of the world. Everyone had an unprecedented solemn expression. They respectfully bowed and sent the ancient god off. Walking on the way back. After Suji broke through to the 10th level, he witnessed the vastness of the entire universe. Any living being was pitifully small. He was thinking about what kind of extraordinary world sand table he wanted to create. Any so-called sandbox transcendent world had begun to make him feel bored. Therefore, he had an extremely daring idea that kept emerging in his mind. Why don't I create a real universe, sand table? He was very bold. He felt that if he didn't do something big, it would be pointless to continue creating a small sand table extraordinary world. Although I don't know if it can be realized, I have to have a dream, right? Suji murmured. After all, it was impossible before. But with the quantum martial arts of the universe, as long as I enter that state, I will be able to obtain the understanding of the entire universe of the Zerg race, including Medusa. This also means that I might be able to use her previous move to create the Genesis and the Great Collapse. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was a chance. Anyway, there would be no problem trying. If he failed, then so be it. If he succeeded, then it would be interesting. I still have to make some preparations. Suji was in the living room of the orchard, sitting in front of the desk, planning. This plan is too vast and huge. If there is a single mistake, all the previous efforts will be wasted. Although Suji liked to say that he did not cause trouble, he was not the protagonist of those novels and movies, who started wandering around when they were weak and were not afraid of being killed. He was definitely hiding in the mountains to train and become invincible. He would only come out when he was invincible and dominated the entire universe. He had always done that. He studied the extraordinary world behind closed doors and deduced the extraordinary system. He was almost at level 9, but he only started to come into contact with the Tier civilization and the Blue Abyss race. It was not that he did not want to continue training in seclusion for a little more time, but because at this level, he still had to understand the rules of the universe and what the outside world was like. However, he was leisurely training in seclusion and did not care about the outside world. He was still quite bold in this aspect of deducing the sand table. The bold will be stuffed to death, and the timid will starve to death. Suji sat on the chair with a solemn expression. Once this bold and unimaginable idea popped up, he felt that he could not control his power. The idea of splitting heaven and earth became more and more intense and difficult to suppress. The spectacular scene of the Big Bang and the big collapse of the universe in Medusa Gao was still vivid in his mind. No matter what, he wanted to give it a try. He tapped his fingertips and looked out of the window. This Blue Abyss celestial realm, it's fine to just leave it there. Anyway, 80% of their enlightened ones have been squeezed dry, and only some small fries and crab generals are left, and there is no bloodline worth paying attention to. I can ignore it, and continue training in seclusion and deducing the extraordinary sand table. After all, as Chi-Che said on Mount Akina, if I want to hide, this land must at least have a master on the surface. The Blue Abyss celestial realm is very suitable to continue ruling this land. What about the 3 heavenly venerables and the Stoneman disc, these new ultimate level 10 existences? It was not that Suji had not thought of assimilating them into the Zerg race. But after thinking about it carefully, Dizun might not be able to defeat them at the moment, let alone if the 4 of them joined forces. Anyway, they would not run away, and he had already suppressed them. He could wait to continue training and deducing the extraordinary sand table. He would think about it again when he could completely suppress them and turn them into Zerg race. This matter was not urgent at all. The Blue Abyss God realm is blocking the entrance. They're good guards. As for the 9-headed ancient mother, it'll probably take some time before she recovers. After taking a stroll outside and dealing with external affairs, Suji, the salted fish, was ready to continue his closed-door cultivation. He felt that he was not the kind of person who would wander about restlessly. After all, he had more or less understood the situation of the outside world. For the time being, he had no intention of heading out to look for ultimate 10th level existences and get beaten up. Genesis era, Suji took a deep breath, stood up, and paced back and forth. I have to start a new plan. I understand the theory behind Medusa, but I have to create a universe that does not belong to this universe. How do I stop the universe from being assimilated? He was lost in thought. This was an extremely powerful repulsive force. It was equivalent to the body of a cosmic giant. If there were foreign bacteria appearing in the body's powerful immune system would expel the bacteria. How could he prevent himself from being killed and assimilated? After all, the power of the entire universe was endless. Even the ultimate 10th rank of the universe was nothing more than an insignificant bacterium parasitizing the giant's body. Even the ultimate 10th rank was unable to resist the heavenly might. Even the ultimate 10th rank was assimilated and fell. Man can conquer nature. It was a beautiful vision. However, everyone knew that the entire universe and nature were truly undefeatable. From earthquakes, tsunamis, storms, and even crossing out of the universe, from the weak to the strong, it was the same. If I can't resist it, then is there any way to compromise? Suji continued to ponder, as if he suddenly thought of something. Carolyn can temporarily convert it using the Heavenly Way piano, but it only exists for a few seconds before disappearing. What if I can convert it steadily, with a stable output port? Just like drops of water falling into the desert, they would only exist for a few seconds before disappearing. If the first drop fell continuously and steadily, it would form a stream of water. Although it would eventually be absorbed by the desert, as long as it was maintained, the stream of water would be stable. The principle is very simple. As long as the rate of conversion is faster than the rate of assimilation into the universe, the laws of the universe will not disappear. But if that's the case, it will require a lot of energy to support the continuous conversion. It might seem impossible, but in reality, it was not impossible. This was because a sun as a power furnace could provide him with a very long period of time to convert. He was already an ultimate 10th level existence, so he could still make a move on the sun. The biggest difficulty is maintaining the existence of the laws, which has already been solved. Suji sat in front of his desk, habitually writing and organizing a Genesis notebook. However, if it's a completely different universe, it means that everything will be assimilated. The amount of work needed to maintain it will be too much. Su continued to write on the paper. Currently, with my ability, I can only create a similar universe, which also has the 4 fundamental forces. Most of the laws are the same, but some of the main laws are different. The difference is less than 10%. Maintaining the existence of these different 10% of laws will not consume much energy. This 10% difference was not to be underestimated. This was a change in the laws of the universe's origin, for example, the laws of light. As long as some parameters were changed, a change of less than 1% would cause the universe to be completely different. The genetic similarity between humans and mice was 80%, and a difference of about 20% was enough to determine that they were 2 different organisms. Even the genetic similarity between humans and bananas was 60%. This small change was already a world of difference. In theory, it's feasible. Suji's expression became brighter and brighter. The universe is like an ocean, and right now, it's like a fish jumping out of the water. Although the fish will return to the ocean, as long as the fish keeps jumping, it will form a fish rainbow hanging above the ocean. This was not to be underestimated. This represented an unimaginable meaning. It was like jumping out of the entire universe, and one could imagine how terrifying it was. What do you think about the subbrain of the Zergs? Suji asked. This matter was too big, and he still had to ask, even though he felt that there might not be any useful information. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the subbrain of the Zergs. This is a brand new method that has never been seen before in the entire universe. Even the previous Zerg empresses did not have such a method. Suji nodded. The piano of Heaven's path was definitely exaggerated enough. The birth of this guy required too many coincidences and luck. If it wasn't for Medusa deducing the universe, how could he have seen that scene? If he didn't see that scene, the piano of Heaven's path wouldn't have been born. Medusa's Big Bang Taoist technique was a generator, producing fireworks that dissipated in an instant. The piano of Heaven's path was a component that maintained these fireworks. Without this core component, all of Suji's hypotheses were just wishful thinking. You mean there's a probability of success? Suji asked. A voice came from the subbrain of the Zergs, but you have to be careful. The birth of a pseudo-Tao universe is very rare, and your method is unprecedented. To be able to take root in the universe, perhaps the true ancient ultimate existences of the entire multiverse will descend into the space-time dimension. You have to be careful not to be killed. Suji? He couldn't react in time. I'm just playing with my own transcendent world sandbox. Is this matter that big? Pseudo-Tao universe? When Suji heard this term, he felt that it was very vivid. However, he still felt uncomfortable and asked, you mean, even the subbrain of the insectoids can't block my coordinates? Suji was naturally aware of this huge commotion. During the battle in the Cosmos Garden, Medusa's explosion caused a huge commotion, but it was still blocked by the insectoid's protective barrier. But now, it couldn't do it? As long as there's enough power, the subbrain of the insectoids can still block the coordinates of reality, the subbrain replied. However, for ancient existences of a certain multiverse, they don't need the coordinates of reality to arrive in that universe. It's like traversing a parallel universe. If they create a pseudo-DAO universe, it's equivalent to a super small parallel universe, like a universe bubble. To them, it's obvious, they'll try their best to find a way to enter that universe. Suji came to a realization. Although the subbrain of the insectoids can block it, they can still sense your existence, and they might try to find you. To be honest, this sentence contained a lot of information. There are parallel universes outside this universe? Suji sensed something. Is the theory of parallel universes real? If it's a parallel universe, then the laws of other parallel universes are different from this universe? Are the powerful beings of our universe really mortals when they go to other universes? The mechanical voice came. What is the ultimate realm? Once one fuses the Tao, they will know the truth of the universe. And that is the ultimate realm. Existences of this level naturally know what lies beyond the universe. Isn't it obvious that there are parallel universes? As long as you're at the peak of the 10th rank, you'll be able to sense this. There are universes outside this universe, but that's not a big deal. To them, it's like the difference between territories, like a continent separated by an ocean. Some civilizations call it the sky beyond heaven, some call it the multiverse, and some call it the barbarian territory, but the host doesn't possess the laws of the universe, so they can't pass through the wall of the universe. Suji, what the F***ck, even a normal peak of the 10th rank can sense it and travel outside the universe? I'm a fake after all. Suji didn't feel good. He felt very helpless. Others could sense it, but he couldn't. As expected, they had merged with the heavens and become a part of the universe. They knew many truths about the laws of the universe, but he didn't. Fortunately, the subbrain of the insect race helped him make up for this. Most of the ultimate level 10, including the 9-headed ancient mother from before, basically live outside the universe to reduce their assimilation, the insect subbrain said. No wonder the 9-headed ancient mother was so slow. So they lived in that kind of place. Suji had been wondering where an existence of this level would live. The subbrain said, Queen Mother, please don't think of parallel universes as too complicated. There are many universes, but they are unified. When many parallel universes are combined, they are called the Great Universe. They have a unified lifespan. The laws of the other parallel universes are different, but they are generally similar. Existences that descend into a parallel universe will indeed have their battle prowess weakened. If that universe does not have a trace of their own great Tao nomological bloodline, the greatest possibility is that they will become mortals. Suji quickly understood the meaning of the Zerg subbrain. If the whole universe was like Earth, then the multiverse was like the continents and countries on Earth. America, Asia, Australia. Every country had different customs and rules, but they were mostly the same. After all, they all belonged to the same universe and the same universal epoch. The Great Universe belonged to the entire Great Universe, and the universe had a lifespan. For example, if Earth was destroyed, could the continents on it escape? If the Great Universe was destroyed, no one in the Great Universe could escape. You mean, the false Tao universe is not the only one? Suji suddenly asked. The subbrain of the insectoid said, just like how rank 9 existences can create small worlds and cover an area with their high-dimensional laws of space and time, some rank 10 ultimate existences can create false Tao worlds, just like the isolated islands outside of the 7 continents of Earth. Because they are incomplete, they are called false Tao universes. However, only truly powerful ancient beings who have mastered more than 49% of the laws of the universe can form a pseudo-Tao universe. Most of the 10th stage ultimate beings live in the small world planes outside the universe, not in the pseudo-Tao universe. The laws they possess are far from enough to form a small universe. Suji completely understood. For example, the 9-headed ancient mother, she probably used her own laws to build a small world outside the universe, a plane that belonged to her own great Tao, and made it her residence in the heavens beyond heaven. Rank 10 ultimate beings are a bit like the ancient sages in the legends. They combine their laws, control the order of the world, and live in the chaos of the heavens beyond heaven. Suji rubbed his nose. No wonder there are basically no rank 10 ultimate beings in this land, because they are beings of another dimension. They live on a different plane from you. Only a newly ascended rank 10 expert like the Blue Abyss Divine Realm, who did not have the ability to create a law plane beyond the heavens, would stay in the universe and accompany those low-level civilizations. They would still be thinking about suns, stars, and ancient ruins as they wandered back and forth in the endless, dry, and boring universe. Those rank 10 ancient ruins are basically created by people like the Blue Abyss Heavenly Venerate, who have just broken through and didn't have time to create their own heavens beyond heaven, were killed, and left behind. Rank 10 ultimate beings can create laws, and use their laws to create a small universe outside the universe. Rank 10 ultimate beings can create laws, and use their own laws to create a small universe outside the universe. Suji completely understood his awkward situation. Although his combat strength was heaven-defying, he didn't have a Tao, and he was a fake rank 10 without the authority of a rank 10. This was in fact the reason why rank 10 descendants were not favored, because they basically had no chance of reaching the peak of the Great Tao. However, most rank 10 ultimate beings can only create a small universe outside the universe, not a universe. Only those who have mastered 49% of the laws of the universe can barely create a false Tao universe that can self-circulate. No, everyone is like Medusa. Suji suddenly felt a chill down his spine. It was also because of his own characteristics that Medusa was able to grasp so many laws. How did the other rank 10 ultimate beings do it? After all, even if an ultimate being with a great Tao bloodline seized the great Tao of others, the great Tao they could cultivate was limited. Who could cultivate 49% of the laws of the universe? Wouldn't that require thousands of gene positions to succeed? Only then could they create a false Tao universe. How could one person have so many gene positions? Could it be that the mysterious being who could create the false Tao universe was even stronger than a rank 10 ultimate being? And rank 11? But rank 10 ultimate beings, when standing on the level of a rank 10 ultimate being and seeing through all the secrets of the universe, Suji felt a chill down his spine. The insectoid queen said, I have to remind you, the other's false Tao universe is a replica of the universe they live in. The laws are exactly the same, copied over. Suji finally realized what was going on. They cultivated the laws of the universe. Creating a small universe would definitely use the laws of the universe that they had already mastered. It could not escape the framework. It could be said to be a replica of the main universe. Myself, it's different. I created Medusa's Big Bang, directly deduced the creation of other new universes. Like me, the unprecedented laws of a different race. The rules are different from the main universe I live in. It can be called an outer Tao universe. It will naturally be rejected by other universes. At the same time, most false Tao universes are outside the universe, in the gaps of the multiverse, but I built it inside the universe. It's unprecedented. Suji suddenly understood why the subbrain of the insectoid race was so talkative. He also wanted to enjoy the fun of being a powerful being in the chaotic heavens beyond the universe, but he was not a true ultimate being of the Great Tao. He could not jump out of the universe, he could only mess around in the universe. After all this time, I'm not the first to create a universe, but it's not a universe, it's just a small replica of a universe, cloning it as their residence. Suji felt that he was ignorant. Powerful rank 10 existences could basically create one, it's just that the degree of perfection was different. But my universe will be rejected by other universes. It's very evil, strange, it's indeed unprecedented. It fits the image of a god of destruction. Suji's heart was not dead yet. Ordinary rank 10 ultimate beings, after creating their own laws of the Great Tao, would use their own laws of the Great Tao to create a place of their own, a residence in the heavens beyond the heavens. And he was more or less a rank 10 ultimate being, although he was disabled and could not leave the universe. Couldn't he build his own place in the universe? Suji felt that the 10th level ultimate realm, which he had been very confused about previously, had become much clearer now. He was a level 10 descendant. Although his status was low, it was no longer a problem in his eyes. So what if they could sense it? Even if they couldn't find his exact location, he wasn't afraid. The insectoid subbrain had told him so much just to let Suji understand the structure of the Tier 10 and make up for his incomplete knowledge of the Tier 10. Suji felt that he didn't go out. His family created a small transcendent world. Those who lived outside of the universe had nothing to do with him, he just had to develop normally according to the progress of civilization he envisioned. Then, let's begin. I'll continue my secluded civilization deduction plan. First, to build the framework of the world, I'll have to get a lot of output of the law of creation, piano of heavenly path. Suji took a deep breath. Piano of Heavenly Path was the only heroic bloodline. Like the phoenix, it was a creature that couldn't be replicated in the gene bank. It was a special mutated bloodline that couldn't be mass-produced. But it wasn't a problem for Suji. Alchemy Factory. This bloodline could still be replicated, just that it was a bit more complicated. Suji waved his hand and called Akina Yamaguchi over. Akina Yamaguchi was still researching the new bloodline in the Immortal Palace of the Seven Realms Imperial Court. At this moment, the world was spinning. When he opened his eyes, he was shocked and said respectfully, "Great Ancestor, what's the matter? Can this be cloned?" Suji took out the piano of Heavenly Path and said coldly, "This bloodline is very useful." Akina Yamaguchi saw that it was actually the piano of Heavenly Path. He was overjoyed and smiled, "Yes, definitely. That little bitch piano of Heavenly Path, her evolution knowledge wasn't lower than mine. She even argued with me all day, calling me a fool. Finally, I got her bloodline." The super ancient god's eyes twitched. "Study it well." Akina Yamaguchi's face was full of excitement. After a few days, he lived up to everyone's expectations and gave his answer and conclusion. "The complexity of this bloodline is too high. Even if I clone it, it can only have 1/10 of the original's power. This is already extraordinary." Suji didn't mind. "Then let's win with numbers. Let's clone 10,000 units first." If Suji wanted to construct a world, he would definitely need a large number of stable piano sets created by the laws. Even if it was only slightly different from the main universe, there would at least be a few hundred laws that were different. They would be assimilated and would need to be constantly maintained. A few hundred pianos were required to maintain the supply of one law. 10,000 pianos would be very normal, but it might not be enough in the future. Suji felt as if he was creating a big project. It was like launching a rocket or a satellite, but what he was launching was a universe. It was a tumor that was rooted in the universe. Akina Yamaguchi's face darkened. What did 10,000 units mean? She could squeeze him dry to death. He was scared out of his wits. Thinking about it carefully, he felt that there was no great enmity between him and the ancient gods. 10,000, can you do it? The super ancient deity said with an unquestionable tone. Yes, it should be possible, Akina Mountain Speed was crying. Suji didn't care about him. He just left him there and provided a large amount of energy as a merciless production tool. These piano sets still need a continuous supply of energy. I need to find a sun to provide energy. Suji leaped into the starry sky, looking for an uninhabited barren land. After a few leaps, he landed in front of a huge sun. He felt very satisfied. The new transcendent sand table world I created isn't big. It's just ant-like creatures. After all, the smaller the better, but the consumption to maintain stability is still too great. I don't know how long a sun can last before I drain it dry, and the speed of energy extraction from a sun is limited. The rest will have to be replenished by the Queen Zerg's mass extinction. He kept preparing and taking stock of everything. After all, Medusa's universe Big Bang Taoist technique was like a rootless flame. A few seconds after it appeared, it would be assimilated by the entire universe and extinguished. Suji was now looking for the heavenly Tao piano and the solar power furnace. They were like candlesticks of flame. He planned to continuously supply energy and ensure that this flame would not extinguish. I stole the energy and mass of the universe to nurture a universe. If the heavenly Tao of the entire universe had a consciousness, it would definitely want to kill me because I'm like a cancer cell that's crazily sucking nutrients from its body, taking root and growing. Suji felt like he had really become an insectoid calamity, destroying and devouring everything. Next, he closed his eyes and entered the cosmic quantum battle body state to organize Medusa's Taoist technique and his understanding of the universe's Tao. He wanted to learn this move. Moreover, he had to master it and surpass Medusa. This was the most basic requirement to create this sand table. If he couldn't do it, his bold idea of simulating a universe Big Bang would basically be impossible, but he also had the capital to surpass Medusa. That was because the more than 4,000 fallen Taoists, as well as countless god spirits and heavenly emperors, had all sorts of enlightenment regarding their bloodlines, as well as enlightenment regarding the world, all appeared in Suji's mind. The martial arts of the universe had no combat power, but the terror of knowledge was everything. He was completely immersed in his thoughts. The level 10 magic core in his brain operated wildly, and its speed reached an unprecedented level. After 7 days, Suji slowly opened his eyes, and a deep light flashed in his eyes. It's almost there, after all, it's just mastering and integrating all the knowledge and analyzing it, click. He disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared in the next second, he had invisibly divided the entire God of Destruction's dimensional courtyard and put it into the void ring. He once again came to the land of the sun and threw it in the same place. Xianxia, who was in the courtyard, and even the spores inside, because of the isolation of the Zerg's protective shield, did not notice this at all. The God of Destruction's dimensional courtyard is here. Suji looked at the evolving spores in the yard and Xianxia, who was sitting on a small stool. This scene, Genesis, is definitely for the Zerg to see. In front of us, this is the observation deck, the prelude to every Big Bang. That scene is a great opportunity, how could we let them miss it? 3 days had passed since then, which was equivalent to 300 years. Xiaoming Mountain Speed had completely squeezed his body dry and produced about 8,000 Heavenly Path pianos. In order to avoid future trouble, Suji erased the memory of Xiaoming Mountain Speed producing Heavenly Path pianos. After all, Xiaoming Mountain Speed's brain was really good, and he might really find out something. It's almost time. Everything is ready. Suji looked at these Heavenly Dao pianos and his heart sank. In the 10th Order era, everyone has a dojo. How can I not have one? It's not a bad idea to create an unconventional transcendent universe sand table. These Heavenly Dao pianos, which were the size of ants, were put together like exquisite bricks, forming a neat, earthy gold square. It's like Pandora's box. Suji remembered that Pandora's box was also created by the sky, and now everything was repeating itself. And this was indeed a Pandora's box, rooted in the universe. Suji was still very excited. After all, every civilization was evolving, and it was the same in front of him. Since I've entered the era of half a level 10, although I'm a fake level 10 disabled person who hasn't even reached Dao realm, it doesn't stop me from building my level 10 dojo. Even the heavenly venerables of the blue abyss celestial realm haven't had time to do it, but what about me? But I don't even have the bloodline of the great path, and I'm the only one who can build a dojo. It's almost time to start. Suji lowered his head and looked at the sun, as well as the observation deck beside it, the God of Destruction's dimensional courtyard. At this moment, Dicky and the other players entered the game terminal of the Court of Nirvana. It would have been better if he hadn't entered, but the moment he did, he was thoroughly shocked. Carolyn, the 3 pillar gods, and Dicky walked out of the spore and looked at this spectacular scene. With the passage of time, plants rapidly evolved, animals crawled out of the sea, and beasts spread their wings and began to turn into birds and soar in the sky. This is the origin of life. Dicky exhaled heavily. For a moment, he didn't know how to describe the shock in his heart. He could only spit out the words that came to everyone's mind at first sight. This was the origin of life. The higher one's realm, the deeper one's understanding of bloodlines, and the more they understood the horror of this place. All extraordinary cultivation came from bloodlines and condensed into nomological laws. And the evolution of bloodline life in front of him was no different from the origin of the universe. So, the God of Destruction also created life in the universe. Carolyn sighed in admiration. She smiled and said in a low voice, "Once upon a time, the small universe was destroyed. The creation God descended and repaired the entire world. Life was full of vitality, and I was there, deducing the entire race. Now, everything here is the same." The 3 pillar gods didn't say anything. Dichi's gaze swept across the area once more with a smile in his eyes. He continued, "Compared to the great battle in the blue abyss divine realm, this kind of fortuitous encounter is indeed very insignificant. No wonder the ancient gods didn't think much of it and sent venerable sovereigns to deal with it. This land of origin is where we have to spend our energy. It's said that Renamanga, the evil god, has already entered ahead of us." Carolyn was still very wary of the enemy's forces. She said, "Based on this, Moon Goddess Season might also enter this land of opportunity." In fact, the Phoenix, Sun God Asa, Ji Shang, and the others had already entered. After recovering from their shock, they quickly began to deduce the species. After all, everyone was a civilization at the center of the universe and understood the concept of the existence of the God of creation. Basically, they were shocked for a moment before returning to normal. After all, no matter how shocked they were, how could they be shocked when they saw the God of creation? He had seen even more shocking scenes. Kacha kacha. At this moment, a stinky and rotten octopus walked over from afar. It wore a black cloak and held a sickle in its hand. It looked eerie and strange. Let me introduce it. A player smiled and said, "This is the calamity species that we have deduced, the god of slaughter. It is extremely terrifying and is still evolving." Originally, as a veteran evolver, Qiming of Mount Akina was most suitable to lead the team. However, after he returned from the ancient gods, it was said that his legs were so weak that he could not stand up. He said that he had forgotten what he had been called to do. After checking his body, he only felt a slight pain in his butt and did not come. Carolyn's eyes flashed with curiosity. She said, "This octopus, why is it wearing a black cloak and hood, and its face is hidden in the darkness?" "Because this is to hide the aura of the god of death. The cloak is specially made. Otherwise, all the creatures within 100 miles would have died," the player said with a serious face. Of course, he would not say that it was to hide the aura of the septic tank on the octopus. This was already a walking octopus in human form. Carolyn was also not curious. She was a clean person. She stayed at a respectful distance and continued to evolve species. Like Medusa, she also had the thought of deducing and improving her own species. This was a great opportunity. Even Carolyn had begun to deduce the structure of the entire race to facilitate improvement in reality. Even the three pillar gods had begun to deduce the magic cores. Only Dicky was walking calmly in the evolution spore sand table, as if he were taking a leisurely stroll in the park. A player was puzzled and respectfully asked, "Your Majesty Dichi, are you not going to deduce species?" "I personally believe that the Golden Crow bloodline, although the deduction potential based on this will not be too high, but after the deduction, it can go from mediocrity to a powerful bloodline." Dichi shook his head and smiled. He said, "Coming here, I can tell at a glance that I do not have the talent to deduce the evolution of life, so I did not deduce it." The player nodded. Evolution talent, fighting talent, and cultivation talent were not the same type. There were many unparalleled experts who had traversed across the universe, but their evolutionary abilities might not be good. On one hand, it depended on one's talent and inspiration. It was a competition of creativity and a flash of inspiration. This was an innate talent that could not be made up for by hard work. However, even if there was no talent, most of the strong people were familiar with the knowledge of the laws of the universe, and their level was certainly not bad. It was just that they could only evolve into a relatively strong species. "Then Your Majesty Dichi," a player said. "I do not have the talent to evolve, but I can watch them evolve." Emperor Qi's expression was very calm. He sat on a cliff high up in the mountains, holding his chin and looking down at the vicissitudes of the world, with a domineering aura of a dragon and a tiger. "I only need to gather the strengths of all families, learn from similar powerful species, and innovate on their basis." The players were instantly stunned. Looking at the unconventional Dichi, as soon as he entered the evolution spore sandbox, he did not evolve species, but sat in the distance and watched. They did not know how to describe it. On the other side, because of Nasira's release, the game port here was also open to the Blue Abyss realm. A Blue Abyss Heavenly Lord entered and looked at this scene in shock. He looked at a guide and said, "This is what you said before, the Ancient Ruins adventure?" "Yes." This inspector was very respectful to the ultimate level 10 of the universe, the ancient existence at the end of the path. After all, the life and civilizations in the universe were divided into 10 levels, and the level 10 civilizations were the strongest in the universe. The inspector said, "According to the information, this is not the first time the Court of Nirvana has been opened. It has been open since ancient times. This time, the civilization that entered the Court of Nirvana in the previous era has used their evolved species to sweep through the area and become the overlord. We have to hide here and can only struggle at death's door in these ruins." Heavenly Venerable Blue Abyss was very surprised, but he continued to listen. I didn't think that such a fortuitous opportunity would secretly descend before the great battle of the Blue Abyss Divine Region and be discovered by you. Please continue. This fortuitous opportunity is very useful to our Blue Abyss Divine Region, who has just entered the ultimate rank 10. The inspector continued, it was said that the final victor of the Court of Nirvana was able to deduce a 9th rank life form and bring it out of the Court of Nirvana. At that time our group guessed that, the strange and powerful bloodline of the Buddhist sect probably came from the Court of Nirvana, and it was brought out of it. Blue Abyss Heavenly Lord's eyes suddenly widened. He had deduced a transcendent life from a single cell in a spore and brought it to the entire universe. No wonder the Buddhist sect bloodline was so powerful and evil, he had felt that the bloodline was too perfect and complete from the beginning. It should be noted that there were powerful heaven-defying bloodlines in the universe, but any heaven-defying bloodline had all kinds of small flaws. This was because it was inevitable in the evolution of nature. However, the transcendent heaven-defying bloodline was not only powerful, but also had no small flaws. Perfect origin, it was like it was man-made. No wonder. No wonder. Blue Abyss Heavenly Lord was shocked and overjoyed. He said that Dizun is only a disciple of an ancient existence, but he was able to suppress the 9-headed ancient mother. I'm afraid the civilization hidden behind the scenes has entered the Court of Nirvana before. The 5 bloodlines of that Dizun are all heaven-defying and perfectly compatible. This was an unexplainable doubt, but now he felt a little enlightened. The origin and powerful foundation of the other party must be the Court of Nirvana. Who knew how many powerful heaven-defying bloodlines it had brought out back then? That was why the civilization was so exaggerated. 5 ordinary bloodlines fighting against 3 ultimate Taoist bloodlines. Blue Abyss Heavenly Lord's breathing quickened. He looked around and said, let's also start to evolve and fight for this powerful opportunity. Xianxia sat on a chair and ate a small apple. She looked very calm, but in fact, she was shocked. That Dizun, the Dizun that had just fought was too ruthless, right? The 9-headed ancient mother was an ultimate level 10 existence, but it was directly destroyed. Didn't the online forum say that although the Dizun was strong, it wasn't to that extent? Also, even his disciple was so powerful. That super ancient god was actually hiding even more deeply. This scene was too shocking for her. It was as if her heart was itching. She wanted to know what was going on in that online forum at this time. That Qiuming mountain speed, he must be telling the truth again. Xianxia felt a little manic inside. She wanted to listen and understand the truth. It would be very beneficial for her, but she was no longer on that mysterious planet. She only had a glimpse of it at that time, and now she could no longer go back. Also, at this time, a large number of forces from the Buddhist civilization had poured into this dimensional courtyard. How could she not know? But why were they pouring in large numbers? Something must have happened in their online forum, but what exactly was it? The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. She wanted to go to the forum and secretly peek at their conversation, but there was no way. At this moment, she sat at the entrance of the courtyard and looked at the courtyard anxiously. Suddenly, the door behind her opened, and a mysterious existence walked out. Come in, the existence said. Enter. Go. Xianxia was completely shaken, and her eyes were burning as she looked into the door. She was completely at a loss. What exactly happened? It must be related to the god of destruction. Those players must know, but only she was kept in the dark. How could she not know that the door of the god of creation's dimensional courtyard had always been closed? Countless players, netizens, and powerhouses that descended from the heavens were all guessing what was behind the door. They wanted to go in, but now, they want me to go in? No matter what happens, I can only act according to the situation. She was excited and slowly stepped in. She only felt a ray of light passing by and saw another world. Ordinary and unadorned chairs, furniture, study room, antique atmosphere. Everything was like an ordinary family's home, there was nothing unusual. Xianxia walked into the room and was stunned when she saw the scene. She used to think that it would be a gorgeous and unimaginable scene, but she did not expect it to be so ordinary. Suji sat on the sofa and drank his tea. He was very calm. If it was a real orchard house, he would naturally not invite Xianxia in. But she had already cut the backyard into the universe and placed it near the sun, preparing to use it as a viewing platform for the Genesis era. The room was also temporarily built, so it did not matter if Xianxia was invited in. "Don't be surprised, come in." The god of destruction's eyes flashed with a touch of leisure. Xianxia was completely shocked. If she did not see wrongly, the god of destruction's eyes were previously cold and ruthless, but at this moment, as the incarnation of the heavenly axiom, there was a flash of biological spirituality. The god of destruction was also the god of creation. He was the old and decaying god of creation from the future. He was the embodiment of the will to destroy the universe. As the god of creation himself, he was the convergence of all matter, laws, life, and energy in the universe. He was the concept of chaos, had no self-consciousness, and was the most just heavenly axiom. The universe was fake, only Taoyi was real, only the god of creation was real, because the god of creation was the singularity of the Big Bang of the universe. The Big Bang of that point had everything prosperous in the universe. But now, could it be that the two gods of creation from the two space-time universes were so anxious that the gods of creation from the future no longer held the authority of the universe and began to have their own selves? It's not impossible. Xianxia roared anxiously in her heart. The previous god of destruction had always been asleep. Because he could not control the authority of this universe, he could only have a part of it. And he who had lost the authority also lost the convergence of the consciousness of all living beings, so it was possible for him to have self-consciousness. She felt that it was very terrifying, the possibility of the god of destruction. If it was true, I know what you are thinking. The god of destruction was tall and straight as he sat on the sofa. In this very secular room, he said, as the will of the entire universe, it should be ruthless. But in the timeline of a universe, there can only be one Taoyi who controls all the order of the universe. The god of destruction from the future lost the will of the universe, which also means that he began to have self-consciousness. As expected, it was true, Xianxia roared. No wonder it thought of finding a substitute. This didn't seem like something the cold will would do. Perhaps the moment it descended, it began to lose its authority and began to show itself. Now, this will had completely awakened. The great will of the universe began to truly give birth to its own consciousness. It had its own emotions, feelings, and thoughts. This was a very frightening matter. The god of destruction looked at Xianxia without changing his expression. He lowered his eyes and took a sip of his tea. I know what you're thinking, don't worry too much. When I defeat the god of creation of this world, all the lives, laws, and laws of the entire universe will be re-injected. I will once again become the god of creation who is as cold as the ancient heavenly axiom, operating the laws of the universe. Xianxia's heart was still not calm. The information revealed by this sentence was still huge enough. Although the current god of destruction was far less powerful than the real god of creation, the god of creation was the will of the rules in the dark, and was the embodiment of the concept of selflessness and ruthlessness. It was equivalent to wind, tsunamis, earthquakes, super-small explosions, and other natural cosmic phenomena. The god of creation could be said to be similar to a natural phenomenon. It was also the embodiment of a natural law, but it was the highest level of cosmic phenomena. Although the god of creation is powerful, the god of destruction is emotional, self-conscious, and has thoughts. Using emotion to fight against ruthlessness, it's not impossible to win. Xianxia had goosebumps when she thought of this. As expected, the god of destruction had indeed brought a huge dark catastrophe to the entire universe, and even the universe would be destroyed in advance, as expected. Xianxia couldn't help but ask in shock, then how do we replace the god of creation? Genesis. The god of destruction was indeed worthy of being the former god of creation. He also liked to turn his teacup and eat fruits. He said indifferently, turn into a cosmic singularity, carry out a big bang, create a new small universe, take root in the inner part of the big universe, gradually nibble away, and finally replace it. Even if it was just a description, Xianxia had completely thought of the extremely terrifying future, the Dark Age catastrophe. Sure enough, after the universe garden, the deduction of the ancient gods was not wrong. This universe in its prime might have its lifespan shortened prematurely due to the arrival of the god of destruction, enter the era of cosmic decay, and head towards the great collapse. Xianxia had previously thought about how the god of destruction would destroy the entire universe, but she never thought that it would be such a terrifying special method. Turn into a cosmic singularity, create a universe. It was simply incredible, and only the former god of destruction could do it. Xianxia's heart was already trembling. The entire universe is the enemy of the universe, the enemy of the god of creation, but I have no way out, I can only continue to follow the god of destruction. Although the god of destruction has emotions now, as he gradually grasps the authority and laws of the universe, he will gradually become the former god of creation, and once again become the embodiment of the laws, but, as the god of creation, in that new universe, I will also be the existence of the prehistoric universe, and I will also be able to obtain great opportunities. She continued to organize her thoughts. This was a difficult choice, but she had no way out. She could only stay in the god of destruction's camp. In the words of the players, this was probably the start of the main storyline of the entire universe. Moreover, a supreme existence that symbolized the laws of the universe had actually become emotional, sentient, and devoured the mortal world. It's like the great supreme will of the universe has descended, turned into a living creature, and experienced the joys and sorrows of the human world. Xianxia looked at the existence in front of her, and her thoughts moved. No one knew what she was thinking. The god of destruction was still very calm. After a while, he slowly stood up and looked out of the window. It's time to start directly creating a new era of the universe. Xianxia's heart was completely shaken. Now, just as Xianxia's mind was blank, the god of destruction gently stepped forward, pushed open the door, and walked into the dimensional courtyard. This is the god of destruction, what is he going to do? Under the surprised gazes of Dickie, Carolyn, and the others, he walked step by step towards the sky of the dimensional courtyard, as if he was walking on a staircase and falling into the deep and bright universe of stars. In the dimensional courtyard of the mountains and rivers, Carolyn and the others controlled their evolved creatures and looked up. They saw that the god of destruction was shrouded in a thin mist, but they could still see his general outline. His eyes were shining, and his body was perfectly proportioned. With the most ancient feeling of vicissitudes, he ascended to the sky step by step. God of destruction, for a moment, even Dickie, the three pillar gods, and even Medusa and Phoenix looked up, not knowing what the god of destruction was going to do. They could not help but look solemn. Observation was existence, and cognition was arrival. The god of destruction was a corner of their observation of the future. Only by collapsing into reality could he cross the timeline and appear in this universe that didn't belong to him, bringing a catastrophe to the entire universe. They were very vigilant about what he was going to do. On the other side, Heavenly Venerable Abyss Blue didn't even know the concept of the god of creation, nor did she participate in the battle of the universe garden. What is that? Heavenly Venerable Abyss Blue was just very shocked and felt that something might happen. She led everyone to stop their evolution actions. Is this some kind of anomaly in the ruins of this ancient world? A sign? The owner of this dimensional courtyard ascended to the sky. What is he going to do? Although they didn't know the cause and effect of this place, it was hard to imagine how powerful the owner of this courtyard was to use life as a pet to evolve the origin of all life in this dimensional courtyard. At this moment, countless ancient existences in the dimensional courtyards cast their gazes towards the sky and landed high up. Ta. The god of destruction seemed to be stepping on invisible stairs and finally stopped in the distant sky of the dimensional courtyard. He gently stretched out his hand, and the 6 paths of reincarnation and countless laws vaguely appeared in his hand. Countless laws began to condense one after another. There seemed to be flames burning in the god of destruction's eyes. He stood in the dark void of silence and gently stretched out his hand. Genesis. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the white jade-like palm gently grasped, and a storm quickly swept out. The matter of the universe began to flow backward rapidly, like a burst of fireworks. Time, space, dust, life, and land were returning. Everything that people could sense was sucked in and flowed backward, forming a rapidly collapsing vortex. The 5-colored vortex was vast and mighty, as if a galaxy had been engulfed in it, bringing with it a monstrous aura. The great collapse of the universe. Phoenix raised her head, her expression shocked. This was the legendary final scene of the universe's destruction. Planets had life limits, and so did the universe. When the universe reached the end of its life, the universe would rapidly reverse and return to a primordial singularity. The projection in the sky of the dimensional courtyard came to an abrupt halt. Everyone raised their heads and looked up. The sky had turned into thick lines of vortexes, like a thick ink painting by Van Gogh, with a deep and profound distortion. The world distorted, everything rewinding, becoming devoid of natural laws, everything returning to nothingness. Creation. Era? Heavenly Venerate Deep Blue could no longer react. He could vaguely feel that he had come into contact with the most profound secret of the universe. This was something he could never imagine in his entire life. The birth and death of the universe, even. As a level 10 ultimate expert, it was impossible for him to live to the end of the universe. What is that? An inspector vaguely felt great terror. The destruction of the universe? The universe has a lifespan? Bumpkin. The player next to him was very shocked as he looked up at the sky. However, after hearing this, he immediately seized the opportunity to turn around and scold the Heavenly Venerate Deep Blue. Heavenly Venerate Deep Blue's expression was unprecedentedly solemn, with a strong hint of madness and fanaticism. That's right, the universe has a lifespan too. It's just that it's so long that we can't see it. Could it be that this ruin came from the prehistory of the universe? An ancient and powerful being of the previous universe recorded the collapse of the prehistory universe at the last moment of its life. He thought that it was an ancient impression of this ruin. After all, there were many unimaginably mysterious ruins that one could see some images of what happened in the past. However, Heavenly Venerate Deep Blue quickly denied this guess. It can't be from the prehistory ruins. Because no level 10 ultimate expert can live to the end of the universe. No powerful being can accompany the universe to its final collapse. See that most beautiful and heroic scene? Why? The player asked with a puzzled expression. Only by becoming a level 10 ultimate expert will you understand everything. Heavenly Venerate Deep Blue had become a level 10 ultimate expert and stood at the end of the Great Tao. All the rules and secrets of the universe were no longer secrets. What was an ultimate expert? Omniscience was the ultimate expert. After Tao integration, there were no more secrets hidden in the entire universe. However, omniscience didn't mean omnipotence. It just meant that one knew the rules of the universe. Heavenly Venerate Deep Blue said, the universe is divided into the prime of life and the declining period. We are still living in the prime of life. The universe has only been around 10 billion years since the Big Bang. There are still countless ultimate level 10 existences, and the Great Tao is still being perfected. So what you mean is that when the universe declines, there will be no more level 10 ultimate experts? The player asked with a strong desire to know. Of course. Do you think there will always be an infinite number of level 10 ultimate experts? Heavenly Venerate Deep Blue shook her head. There is a limit to the Great Tao. But now, more than 10 billion years had passed. Although most of the lower branches had been filled up, and only some minor branches were left, there were still a lot of them. It seemed like there was no limit to the number of 10th level ultimate realm beings. However, with the passage of time, when the universe was completely mended, even the tiniest crack would be occupied by the last 10th level ultimate master. The 10th level ultimate master would occupy the last seat of the Great Tao, and the universe would become perfect. Then, the universe would no longer have any 10th level ultimate masters, and the door to the 10th level ultimate master would be completely sealed. As a result, the big tree that was the universe completely stopped growing. 10th ranked Daos were no longer born in the universe, and began to decline. At that time, the universe was like a middle-aged man who was approaching the end of his life, walking towards the latter half of his life. There were no more ultimate Daos of the 10th Daos being born, and even those ultimate Daos of the Great Tao would disappear as soon as they died, until not a single one was left. After that, if billions of years pass, the entire universe's civilization's understanding of the limit of realms might be level 9, which is the end of the Great Tao. That is the limit of the universe. They will think that there is no level 10 beyond level 9 until the universe completely declines and collapses. But at that time, there will be no more level 10 ultimate experts living in that era and accompanying the universe as it ages and dies. Hearing this Heavenly Venerate Deep Blue's words, the players felt a vast and heavy aura of time. The universe's declining years are actually like this. They felt that it was very interesting and broadened their horizons. One had to say that although he was a country bumpkin, as an ultimate expert, he knew everything in the entire universe. This wasn't an undeserved reputation. They also understood why Heavenly Venerate Deep Blue was so sure that this ancient civilization ruin wasn't a level 10 ultimate expert recording the destruction of the ancient universe. It was because no level 10 ultimate expert could live to the end of time. However, Heavenly Venerate Deep Blue only thinks that this is an image recorded in ancient records, but he doesn't know that this is actually happening. The god of destruction is creating an era. The players were shocked. Rumble, as the universe collapsed, everything returned to the singularity. In the next second, a ray of light flashed violently like a bright lamp in the darkness. It expanded rapidly and finally exploded, as if a huge firework had bloomed in the sky. It was incomparably gorgeous. Big bang. Big bang. Heavenly Venerate Deep Blue almost knelt on the ground. Not only did he see the end of the world, but he also witnessed the birth of the universe. For a devout Tao seeker like him, this was an unimaginable scene even in his dreams. However, in the next second, a scene that made him even more excited appeared. Ding ding dong dong, along with the Big Bang, it was like an initial point that rapidly cracked and collided. Countless laws were like bells, colliding together crisply and emitting the first sound in the world. The moment of the Big Bang must be very noisy. Heavenly Venerate Deep Blue looked at this beautiful scene and was almost intoxicated. What did I hear? This is the prelude to the Great Tao, the prelude to the Great Tao. In front of him, the scene of the primordial universe's creation appeared. From a single syllable, it constantly split and collided, forming countless syllables that formed a Tao song. It was also like a big tree, from the most primitive singularity seed, rapidly growing and splitting. Branches and leaves spread out, and countless branches appeared. This is. He was so excited that his eyes were red and burning. The rough trunk of the universe was formed at this moment, leaving for the future generations of countless eras to cultivate the great Tao and become ultimate sages to prove the Tao and mend the heavens. He seemed to see a living history of the universe and an unprecedented future. However, just as he was overjoyed and looked at the sky like a young man, he heard a voice that made him dumbfounded. This kind of universe doesn't conform to the great Tao. I don't want it. As he was dumbfounded, the entire trunk of the universe, which he regarded as a supreme treasure, suddenly shattered. It flowed backward again, and a great collapse occurred, returning to a singularity. The sea of stars rolled back, and the universe went dark. Everything was like a mighty torrent of heaven and earth, returning in reverse. This newly formed universe had just experienced a Big Bang, and before it could spread, it quickly flowed back and formed a great Tao singularity again. The great Tao singularity was growing. It was like an embryo that contained the greatest mystery of the world, and it was welcoming the next explosion. Soon, the great Tao singularity shrank to a certain extent. Time and space seemed to be obliterated. In the vast chaos, perhaps only a second had passed, or perhaps hundreds of millions of years had passed, and the next Big Bang was ushered in. Boom, the rotten primordial particles flew everywhere, and there was a loud explosion. Countless preludes of the great Tao were played again. They were crisp and sweet, like the sounds of nature. Even the most beautiful notes in the world could not describe their beauty. This universe is still inconsistent with the great Tao, and I don't want it. The empty and majestic voice sounded again, and the universe ushered in a second Big Bang. Suji stood high in the sky above the dimensional courtyard with a calm expression. He had already expected this scene. He knew that it was impossible for a universe that suited his needs to appear from the start. Even though he had already controlled the general direction and tried his best to get as close to the main universe as possible, the creation still depended on probability. The majority of the laws must be close to the main universe. Otherwise, my power will not be able to resist the assimilation of the main universe. He clearly knew that it was unrealistic to want laws that were completely different from the main universe. Only a small part of the laws could be different. Otherwise, he would not be able to resist the exaggerated assimilation. At the very least, he could not resist it at the moment. That universe just now had a sacred aura. It looked very mysterious and had great potential, but the laws of the two universes were too different. I can't resist the assimilation of the main universe at all. A flash of regret flashed in Suji's eyes. He naturally knew what he was capable of now. Evolving that kind of universe was simply courting death. What he wanted to do was to evolve a cancer cell that looked not much different from the main universe. He wanted to deceive most of the universe's immune system, and then let the cancer cell grow and turn into a tumor that took root in his body. Boom. Big bang after big bang. This is like the evolution of the origin of life, a spore, infinite possibilities, infinite future. Suji looked at the universe singularity and suddenly felt emotional. This singularity was also a different kind of spore, and the universe it gave birth to was strange. Again and again, the great Tao resounded. Countless collapses, explosions, and Tao sounds completely blanked out the minds of Carolyn and the others. This is an unprecedented opportunity. Perhaps this is already the greatest opportunity in the entire universe since the birth of more than 10 billion years ago. They stood in the air above the dimensional courtyard, their eyes filled with fanaticism, as if they were pilgrims, as they looked at the vast and ancient figure in the sky. Previously, Medusa's evolution and the true sound of the great Tao were already supreme truths that they needed to carefully ponder over. But in front of him, how many great Tao true sounds were these? Just the Big Bang and big collapse of the universe alone had been deduced countless times, and the sounds of the prelude to the great Tao rang out continuously. It was as if they were listening to a grand symphony concert. Sitting in their seats and listening to all kinds of peerless divine music that they had never dared to think of before, they were so excited that they wished they could grow a dozen more pairs of ears. Shock and bewilderment no longer existed. They were all desperately sucking in this opportunity. This is equivalent to the seat of the great Tao since the beginning of the world. We are all listening to this ancient great Tao's lecture. Dickie's eyes were bright. All the truths of the universe are false, and all the true sounds of the great Tao are lip-synced by the universe. This is false, and we also have to learn. No matter what happens, it's never wrong to absorb it first. Carolyn smiled and looked at the sky. The most beautiful natural landscape of the universe in the world was far from this. On the other side, Medusa's face was firm with a touch of fanaticism. The prelude to the universe here is all lip-synced by the universe. Every universe has different rules, and only the source of all the truth, the singularity, is the truth. But if you don't know the false, how can you trace the false to the source and see the sky of truth? All the branches of rules were the false of the universe. Only the source of the river was true, but if they didn't know the river of false, they couldn't follow it to the end of the truth. Carolyn, Medusa, Dickie, the three pillar gods, and everyone else were desperately trying to remember all the details, but even as powerful as they were, it was difficult to remember the complete music score. Because in every moment, there were tens of thousands of great Tao splitting, and an unimaginable number of syllables colliding. How much information was the birth of an entire universe? Everyone was calm and looked at the sky. What is this? Only Blue Primogenitor Abyssal Heaven didn't know anything. He didn't know about the god of creation and the god of destruction. He only felt that this scene was inexplicably shocking and frightening. It was an unprecedented opportunity. I have to grasp all of this. He also began to desperately remember. At the same time, he began to think wildly in his heart. This scene was too real. Could it be that the ancient prehistoric existence of the universe had used some unknown mysterious method to endure to the end of the universe and record the last moment of the universe? All of this, was it really an ancient image? He still didn't dare to imagine that all of this happened in real time. He still thought that it was an ancient relic that recorded the incredible mysteries of the ancient universe. So, this scene is real, and it happened in the prehistory of the ancient universe? There was an existence that collapsed the entire universe, carried out a return, and then carried out a new era? To him, there was an indescribable existence that was holding the universe in its hands, carrying out new life and destruction. This was something that completely subverted his worldview. At the same time, in order to deduce the next suitable era of the universe, it was constantly remodeling itself, going through countless rebirths and restarts of the universe, adjusting to the universe that it wanted? He exclaimed, feeling that there was a great horror in this. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he felt. Every time a universe was born and destroyed, it seemed to collapse and restart in an instant, but in reality, it had to go through many rebirths and great collapses to determine the rules and fundamental principles of the next universe before a new universe officially began to appear? Impossible. Impossible. There must be another reason for this scene. He felt that the truth of his deduction was too subversive. Even he himself didn't dare to believe it. How could there be an ancient existence that was controlling the entire universe? Moreover, it was nurturing and restarting the universe countless times? This scene shouldn't be a real scene from prehistory. Just as he finished his thought, he saw another unbelievable scene. In the sky, after several days of great collapses and restarts, the return of the multiverse's singularity finally showed signs of stopping. This kind of universe, however, is in line with my intentions. A new universe began to appear. With a majestic ancient aura of fresh blood, it gave people an inexplicable sense of familiarity and ancientness. This familiar aura, a universe that uses bloodline to cultivate extraordinary. It's the era of our universe. And it has evolved into countless universes, but it has stopped. It has stopped in the era of the bloodline universe before me. His breathing became rapid, and his face suddenly turned red. His brain was like a bucket of paste. So that's how it is. This is the scene left behind by the prehistory of the creation of heaven and earth more than 14 billion years ago. Our bloodline rule universe was born because of this. This is the scene of the birth of our universe. I've finally succeeded. Above the sea of stars, Suji said softly, I've finally evolved something similar to the bloodline laws of the main universe and become a cultivation universe. He silently sensed the difference between this universe and the great universe. There was only an 8% difference in laws, which was much more compatible than he had imagined. After all, it was impossible to evolve a universe that was exactly the same. It was just like how there were no two leaves in the world that were exactly the same. 8% seemed like a small difference, but in reality, it was a huge difference. After all, this was 8% of the origin laws, which were the core laws of the universe such as the speed of light, gravity, and gravity. For example, this universe did not have light, but it was completely different without this core law. That's not bad. Suji stopped and did not have the urge to continue evolving. At the same time, he also felt that this universe was incomplete and missing. Because it's obvious that even though I've mastered most of the laws of the universe, I can't master all of them. Therefore, the singularity of the flow of matter is destined to be incomplete and not the true mixed essence Taoyi of the universe. Therefore, the split universe is naturally incomplete. This is also a pseudo-Tao universe. But this is enough for me. He was not a greedy person. This was already an unimaginable miracle for him. It was a great leap for civilization. What he had created was no longer a small world but a universe with independent laws. Suji looked down at the dimensional courtyard. I wonder how much knowledge Carolyn and the others have absorbed. After all, this scene is a very rare great opportunity. It's much larger and more vast than the scene with Medusa. It also consumed countless of my resources. Letting them watch it now is naturally the best way to maximize the benefits. This scene was almost impossible to see even for an ultimate 10th stage cultivator. There was no doubt about the magnitude of the opportunity that came into contact with the essence of the universe. Suji's gaze passed over Carolyn, Medusa, Dicky, and the others. Seeing their expressions, he already knew that they had gained a lot. He could not help but feel calm. But when his gaze fell on heavenly venerate abyssal blue, his expression suddenly froze. Prehistoric, this must be a scene from prehistoric times. The universe we live in now, the scene of the creation of heaven and earth more than 14 billion years ago. Heavenly Venerable Abyssal Blue knelt on the ground and looked at the sky fervently. In his eyes, this scene was the scene from more than 14 billion years ago, when the universe was created. The universe collapsed and the Big Bang occurred countless times before the final universe was born, and that final bloodline universe had the same aura as the current bloodline universe. This completely confirmed his conjecture. This scene was the creation of the world in prehistory. After all, he couldn't be blamed for thinking that way. Suji's universe was only 8% different from the current universe, so it was very difficult to see. What's more, this was a rough universe. Without the beings of later generations to perfect it, it was only natural that the universe of 14 billion years ago was different from the mature universe of today. Suji stared blankly at this scene, unable to react in time. He was now just a Genesis sandbox, creating a new transcendent world and letting others watch this opportunity. After all, the prelude to the Great Tao was a very precious parameter for the creation of the universe. He did not expect Blue Supremacy Abyssal to think that it was the most ancient and sacred scene of the creation of the world. However, from this point of view, there was actually no flaw. An ancient existence of the universe, after experiencing countless restarts, finally confirmed the current universe in front of him that was based on the laws of the bloodline. At this moment, this scene is too terrifying. So this is how our universe was born. Blue Supremacy Abyssal's brain was still impacted by the terrifying information. That existence, what kind of existence is it? Creation of the world, could it be the primordial chaotic will of the entire universe? Then, such an existence can be called the God of Creation? Hearing this term, Suji was taken aback. He was no longer in the mood to pay attention to Blue Supremacy Abyssal. He just felt a little emotional. This was the first time that there was an existence from the outside that he felt was the God of creation without the help of the players. Rumble, while thinking, Suji didn't think too much about it. He didn't pay attention to Blue Supremacy Abyssal because he was too busy. Creating a universe wasn't that simple. At this moment, the universe didn't flow backward. This was the final satisfactory result of countless experiments. The entire universe exploded and spread rapidly. Countless laws of matter, time, space, light, darkness, all of them spread out in all directions. But as time went by, the entire universe was like Medusa's universe. It was quickly assimilated by the universe and destroyed. All alien species and laws that didn't belong to this world were all turned into nothingness. It's starting to be assimilated. I have to use the Heavenly Path piano. Fortunately, I'm not to be trifled with. The Heavenly Path piano has memorized those alien laws and used the existing laws of the universe to split and synthesize, swish. The laws of the entire collapsing universe were shattered. Suddenly, a new law was integrated and maintained the disappearing laws. Like the source of a river, it formed a stable power that frantically transformed into strands of laws. The entire universe that was almost collapsing gradually stabilized. The next step is to transfer this universe into the subspace I created. Suji's voice was very calm. Everything was going according to his meticulous plan. The subspace has set up an array to isolate the outside world. Although it can't isolate the entire universe, after all, it's living in the universe, it can barely reduce the speed of assimilation to reduce the loss. Everything was completely prepared. How could creating a universe be a child's play? In the 300 years that Mount Akina had been wildly producing cars, Suji had used the entire 300 years to carry out big data deductions. The computing power of a Class 10 monster core could reach the heavens, which was how he had formed the meticulous plan of Genesis. Swish, in the eyes of the entire dimensional court, the entire universe in the sky suddenly disappeared. What is the God of Destruction doing? The universe he created has disappeared. Carolyn and the rest exchanged glances. Looking at the empty sky, they felt that the scene before them was inconceivable. Heavenly Venerable Abyssal Blue was on the other side of the dimensional court. She was completely shocked when she saw the scene. As expected. It really is the remnant of an ancient video. After the video finished playing, it suddenly disappeared into the sky. At this moment, the entire newly established universe was moved into the subspace. And the nearly 10,000 Heavenly Path pianos and the energy solar furnace that had been prepared were like a lamp, supporting and maintaining that wisp of newly born flame, keeping it swaying and preventing it from extinguishing. Suji stepped into this universe and looked down at the universe that was still in the middle of a big explosion. A look of shock appeared on his face. Genesis actually succeeded. I really became this universe's God of Creation. Dimensional courtyard. Amidst the miniature mountains and rivers, Carolyn and the rest watched the scene that suddenly appeared and disappeared. They were a little confused and had some guesses. Was that the God of Destruction creating an era? Carolyn said. She naturally didn't think that it was an image from ancient times, but that it had really happened in reality. Although it was very shocking, there was a super ancient God who had warned them. Creating an era, why creating an era? Dickie frowned slightly. This scene was very strange. The God of Destruction, when he descended in the cosmic garden previously, said that he would bring a catastrophe to the entire universe and end the lifespan of this universe prematurely. Then, creating a universe can bring a catastrophe to the entire universe? The three-pillar gods analyzed. The god of destruction is an old god of creation from the future. In essence, the two are the same, but the god of destruction in this universe can't control the chaos of the world. So, he created a universe and became the god of that universe again to fight against the universe? Gradually replacing him? This guess made everyone's heart tremble. It was indeed very possible. I previously guessed that the god of destruction would use some method to destroy this universe and bring a catastrophe to it prematurely, but I never thought it would be this way. Carolyn said, this god of destruction's dimensional courtyard was probably built for the universe that the god of destruction is about to create. You're saying that the origin of this universe leads to the new universe of the god of destruction? Dickie's expression gradually turned solemn. If this was really the case, then it was indeed interlinked. The god of destruction had prepared for this a long time ago, but after thinking about it carefully, it was indeed the best way to perfectly destroy this universe. The super-ancient god had previously guessed that the god of destruction was about to create a new universe, so he called us to descend and observe. Clearly, he had already guessed the possible actions of the god of destruction. Such an existence is really unpredictable. Carolyn felt that the realm of the super-ancient god was really getting more and more difficult to understand. On the other side, outside the universe. A pitch-black void, the void slightly vibrated. This was a Tao field. What was a Tao field? It was a place of residence that was built using the great Tao laws that one had mastered. It was built in the heavens beyond heaven, a small bubble outside the cosmos wall, almost filled with the purest of one's own cultivation laws. In this Tao field, it was like a fish in water. It could be said to be a different kind of pure elemental plane world. Living outside of the universe would not only slow down the rate at which one was assimilated by the universe, but one's combat strength would also increase tremendously. It was a place of protection for oneself, and unless one was extremely powerful, one would not dare to rashly invade another's dojo. In the ancient ultimate dojo, an existence opened his eyes, which were filled with astonishment. There's a strange existence in the universe? As the ultimate 10th level, a part of the great Tao laws, he naturally shouldered the responsibility of protecting the universe. The universe is hard for them to keep secrets. In particular, in front of their eyes, it was as if there was a parasite in the universe, but it was not rejected by the entire universe. Instead, it existed stably, which made them feel that it was incredible. It could be said that this was an unimaginable change since ancient times. Could it be that a mysterious ancient ultimate existence has established a dojo in the universe? A young man with shoulder-length black hair sat in front of a stone table, tapping his fingers. His entire body shone with an ancient divine light. He looked like a youth, but in reality, he was an old monster who had lived for millions of years. Impossible. Establishing a dojo in the universe would lose its meaning. Moreover, this mysterious existence's dojo is actually an outer Tao. It's a dojo that doesn't belong to the laws of this universe. It was incredible that an outer Tao would not be assimilated when it appeared. However, this incredible thing had actually happened in front of him. Even the omniscient ultimate existences of the universe were numb to the unknown and incomprehensible. He continued to sense and felt completely uneasy. This isn't a small world like a dojo, but a larger dojo. The laws it contains can already form a complete ecological cycle of laws, and it can accommodate a variety of life forms. This is already the legendary pseudo-Tao universe. This is an unimaginable ancient ultimate existence. No, this isn't as simple as a pseudo-Tao universe. This Tao doesn't belong to this universe, but an unprecedented outer Tao universe. His heart shook slightly. Calculating the heavenly secrets, deducing the great Tao, but he couldn't find any results. What kind of existence created such a shocking creation, to actually establish such a dojo? Why does it have to evolve in the universe? If it was outside the universe, almost no one would know about the evolution of such a dojo. However, this powerful being was bold and daring. He actually created such a dojo in the cosmos, which would be sensed by all the level 10 existences in the cosmos. Was he trying to tell the entire cosmos what he was about to do? Evolving an outer Tao universe outside the universe wouldn't be rejected, but why did he have to do such a strenuous and unrewarding thing? What kind of terrifying scheme was he plotting? At this moment, it wasn't just this level 10 ultimate existence. Even the great Daos and level 10 ultimate existences in the entire universe were trembling violently as they had similar thoughts. The 10th tier ultimate realm actually caused quite a huge tsunami. In an instant, countless ultimate existences of the great Daos who were familiar with each other and had a good relationship with each other started to visit each other's dojo to drink and discuss the Tao. On the other side, in a dojo, the 9-headed ancient Mother Melville sat on the dojo to heal her injuries. Although 300 years have passed in the high-dimensional space-time, which is only a short 3 days in the real world, I still need a full month to completely recover from my injuries, and at least half a year to form the spatial embroidery needle again. The starry sky dress was a core weapon that she had spent millions of years to form. As for the spatial embroidery needle, it was a second-tier core treasure. However, it had transformed into a spatial ruler and saved her life. However, she had already lost this life-saving treasure, and she was heavily injured. She knew that she was in danger. Every ultimate existence has their own territory. Once I'm discovered by others, and I descend on the nebula land under my jurisdiction, and I'm severely injured by a new level 10 ultimate existence, other existences will definitely come knocking on my door. She revealed a sense of urgency. Although it was very rare, there were still level 10 ultimate existences who were reaping the civilizations in their own territory, and they were defeated and injured by a new level 10 ultimate existence. Then, other level 10 ultimate existences would directly attack them while they were down, and there were many cases of them dying. However, most of these cases happened to level 1 or 2 ultimate existences of the Great Daos, and it rarely happened to someone at her level. I hope I can hide for a while longer. Her face was deathly pale. However, I'll be discovered sooner or later. The level 10 ultimate existences in that land are still alive. As long as other existences take a glance at that nebula and see Heavenly Venerable Blue Abyss and the others, they'll be able to discover that I've been defeated by a new level 10 ultimate existence. This kind of thing could be discovered just by taking a look at that land. She could only hope that she could hide it for a while longer. However, some of the ancient 10th level Ultimate Realm experts liked to use their clones to travel around the world and even set up all kinds of miraculous encounter spaces to kill time. She would definitely not be able to hide it for long, therefore, she was not willing to use the spatial ruler unless she was on the verge of death. She even wanted to become Dizun's cultivation partner for this reason. Becoming Dizun's cultivation partner would greatly increase her strength, and she would obtain the other party's bloodline and knowledge. Both sides would benefit each other. However, the scene that she did not want to see the most appeared in front of her, and it was too dangerous for her to be severely injured. Humph, and you still say that I'm not worthy of him. That figure flashed across the 9-headed ancient mother's eyes, and there was a hint of anger in them. He's just a level 10 ultimate existence with no great Tao. In the eyes of people at our level, he's everywhere. We're all great Tao attendants, servants, and children of the dojo. Yet he's still dissatisfied with marrying him. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. No matter how deep the other party's inheritance was, she was a level 10 ultimate existence with 3 great Tao bloodlines, and she was definitely an important figure. Moreover, she was not the only one benefiting from having children with her. The other party could also obtain the space bloodline of both of them, and improve it into a heaven-defying bloodline. Both of them would benefit from this. This was a matter of mutual benefit, and the other party was even taking advantage of her. She did not know how many level 10 ultimate existences wanted to become Dizun's cultivation partner, but they were all rejected by her. Boom, the space trembled slightly. The 9-headed ancient mother pinched her fingers to calculate, and she also felt the abnormality of the universe. It was as if a foreign object had been born within the universe. She also had the same shocking thought as the other level 10 ultimate existences. I wonder which almighty being did this on purpose, and specially made such a conspicuous warning in the universe. I wonder what his intentions are. However, she also treated her injuries patiently. That kind of true universe big shot, the Origin Ultimate Saint, was not on the same level as her at all. However, it's actually in the universe. She suddenly thought of that Dizun, as well as the teacher he mentioned, and the secret ancient sect. There are basically no level 10 existences, and they live in the universe. In front of me, this strange scene in the universe, and the mysterious sect that Dizun mentioned seemed to have taken root in the universe. Could it be that the turbulence in the universe has something to do with him? At this moment, Suji naturally did not know about the turbulence of the level 10 ultimate existences. Even if he knew, he would not care. Their turbulence and guesses were related to him, he did not care about these at all. To him, now that he had come out and learned some rules, there was nothing more for him to understand. The attraction of the outside world was just that, and it was not as practical as cultivating in seclusion. Everything that happened in the outside world had nothing to do with him. Why do I feel that this idea is similar to that of a homebody? Everyone says that the outside world is not attractive, and it's better to hide in the house and read books, surf the internet, and watch dramas. Suji was speechless. But for him, this was really the case. How could the outside world be as interesting as his own world? Outside, he was an inconspicuous level 10 descendant, a boy, servant, and trash who served tea and water in the dojo. But at home, behind closed doors, he was the god of creation. Suji looked in front of him. What was the birth of the universe like? In the past, the small world sand tables created by Suji had never had such an image. They were all sand tables, and then began to evolve into living beings. It seemed to be a variety of things, but the rules of the world had never changed. But it's different now. The rules are unprecedented. Suji ignored the people in the dimensional courtyard and focused on the situation in front of him. He clearly saw everything spreading out. In a trance, Suji sensed everything. Pieces of strange-shaped soil and metal floated in the air. Light was distorted, hazy, and strangely shaped like ribbons. Flames were also irregular and floated everywhere. Water was scattered like mist, distributed in the world. The entire universe was like a messy garbage dump after an explosion. Everything was messy and disorderly. Is this the universe at the beginning of chaos? He seemed to see a rough ancient tree of the great Tao, a rough and simple main trunk music score. There was only the main trunk, without any branches, buds, green leaves, or flowers. Everything was empty. In this era, time is just time, but it has no own rules of time. Suji only realized what was really going on. After the beginning of chaos, everything was not orderly. It was just a little better than the state of chaos. Even the rules of time have not been set. Then, can I fill in the rules of time of this universe? A bold and strong idea appeared in Suji's mind. In the big universe, in the high-dimensional space-time, the upper limit of thinking is 100 years a day. Beyond this speed, although the body is changing, the mind can't think. This is the speed of the god of creation. Then, who set the upper limit of time? Is it the rules set by the existence of an ancient universe after the Tao integration? In order to prevent the chaos of time, an upper limit was set. If I modify it in this universe where there are no rules, the limit of my thinking speed is 10,000 years a day. So what? He looked at the chaotic space created by the chaos and felt goosebumps all over his body. There was time, space, gravity, and matter in this world. It was just a vague concept that had yet to be completely determined, and detailed parameters had appeared. It was like a sapling that had just broken out of the ground, but its branches had yet to fully extend. This needed to be excavated. With Suji's current profound knowledge of the great Tao, he could slightly adjust the main trunk of the laws of time and change it in the direction he wanted. Whoosh! Suji was sitting cross-legged in the center of the chaos explosion. He could vaguely see the tree-shaped nomological star chart of this universe. It was very simple and crude. It was far from the prosperity and completeness of the entire universe that he saw. It was even incomplete. This was because the universe that Suji had created was not truly born from a singularity. It had only gathered most of the laws of the universe. The top and bottom are the universe, and the past and present are the cosmos. This world has yet to become a true universe. There is no direction from the past to the present. There are no cycles of time and space, Suji muttered softly. In the dark primordial chaos, he sat in the center of the universe. His gaze swept across this universe and the vague laws of evolution. Light could not be called light. Gravity had barely formed. There were no planets. There were only deformed clumps of soil. These material clumps of soil floated in the big explosion. They could not even be considered material in the three-dimensional space. They had a mysterious and hazy feeling, like a mirage. It was like the legendary Klein bottle, or even more difficult to describe. These clumps of soil shuttled between the first, second, and third dimensions. It was hazy. Even the dimensions have not completely formed. After a moment of silence, he saw this turbid and chaotic scene. He completely understood the meaning of "without rules, there is no order." Even his powerful cultivation had almost disappeared. In this universe, my strength is already less than 1,000th. Indeed, I can be reduced to a mortal. Suji quickly found the foundation of the great Tao. He began to try to explore the laws of space. He found that there was indeed no quantity. At this moment, even the concept of time was vague. This was because when a concept did not have detailed parameters and scales, it might not be recognized by living beings. Does that mean I can go beyond the limitations of the universe? In this universe, a day can be set to tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of millions of years. Suji's face was slightly red and hot, and his blood was boiling. If he could do that, he would be able to create an earth-shattering event, a great development. He wanted to be invincible. What was 100 million years a day? They took off directly. He quickly sorted out his thoughts. Let me think about it. The universe outside has this upper limit, but this new universe doesn't. This also means that in the primordial chaotic era, there was a universe who reached the ultimate Tao and changed the upper limit of the universe's timescale. The maximum parameter of high-dimensional spacetime is 100 years a day. It has continued to this day. So why did he set it like that? Suji thought to himself, it must be that before he set it, there was no upper limit to the high-dimensional spacetime. In that ancient era, when the gods entered the high-dimensional spacetime, they could travel at a crazy speed of 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 100 million years. What did this mean? This meant that the universe was in chaos. For example, in a battle between two gods, if the enemy entered the high-dimensional spacetime of 100 years a day, they would enter the high-dimensional spacetime of 1,000 years, or 10,000 years a day, and the time would be faster than the opponent, high-dimensional against low-dimensional, dimensional reduction. This would cause the battle between both sides to enter a higher dimensional spacetime crazily. And how? Could a god's mere few thousand years of lifespan withstand such consumption? They would die of old age in an instant, and the victorious side, even if they survived, would be on the verge of death. It can be seen that in this primordial chaotic era, there were no rules in the world, and it was very chaotic and turbid. The high-dimensional spacetime had no limits, and this led to this chaotic scene. Suji said softly, therefore, seeing this scene, a great and benevolent ancient sage thought of a way, which was to limit the limits of the high-dimensional spacetime, and then use his own body to prove his Tao, setting the limits of the high-dimensional spacetime of the universe, and only then did the chaotic era calm down. From then on, no matter how strong the experts were, they could only fight in the high-dimensional spacetime, in 100 years a day. It wouldn't hurt their foundations. From then on, in the distant future of the universe, the limit of the thinking of living beings was 100 years a day. And exceeding the terrifying high-dimensional spacetime flow of 100 years a day was the flow of time of the God of creation, and too high a flow of time would cause the body to rapidly age, and lose the ability to think. In fact, the limits of the high-dimensional spacetime not only allowed the world to have rules, but also greatly extended the lifespan of the universe. Suji sighed, after all, if there is no limit, the experts will be renewed, and the cultivation speed will be very fast. This also means that the appearance of the 10th level will accelerate, and the universe will be like a big tree growing crazily, mending. When the universe is completely mended, the door to the 10th level will close, and the universe will enter an early aging period. Seeing this scene, Suji could deduce the history of the ancient universe. The universe at that time was extremely chaotic, and there were no rules. Generation after generation of great sages used their own bodies to prove their Tao, and opened up a peaceful and stable universe with rules, which led to the present day. And this was also the meaning of his deduction of the transcendent sand table, to deduce the sand table, to know the rules of the universe, and to find a path of cultivation for the future. That era must have been very rotten. Suji had a pensive look, and his eyes were bright as he said, for example, the great sage who set the high-dimensional parameter limit for the entire ancient universe, the instant he proved his Tao, the rules of the entire universe changed. The mortals, deities, and Taoists living in the vast nebulous system all clearly felt the intense vibration. The chaos of the universe instantly calmed down. Countless ancient saints entered the sect and worshipped this great and benevolent saint of the universe. That was a gorgeous and glorious ancient universe. Every Taoist's Tao would be earth-shattering, and the era would change because of it. They grasped extremely terrifying core nomological laws. Their great Tao bloodlines could be said to be invincible. At that time, just one great Tao bloodline would be enough to defeat a group of 5 ultimate Tao bloodlines. One had to know that that wasn't the mature and complete universe of today. Almost all the important second-level branch nomological laws had been proven. Previously, when Heavenly Venerable Blue Abyss and the others proved their Tao, it only shook slightly. After all, it was just a minor great Tao, and it didn't change the universe at all. For example, that great sage who set the limit parameters for the high-dimensional space-time, who could rival his great Tao bloodline? He set the limit for the common people, but he wasn't restricted. He could enter the high-dimensional space-time for 100 million years, and he would definitely be the invincible sage of an era, illuminating the entire universe. It's like a dream back to ancient times. Suji smiled. Suji knew that Heavenly Venerate Abyss Blue was right. When all the rules of the universe were mended and the ultimate level 10s fused with their Taos, there would be no more places in the universe that needed to be mended. Then, the door to the ultimate level 10s would close, the universe would pass the turning point from its growth phase and enter its aging phase. Even those who had studied Earth's history knew that the universe had only been around 14 billion years since the Big Bang, and it was indeed still in its growth period. There were still tens of billions of years to grow, and countless 10th-level ultimate beings could be born. However, its growth rate was already extremely slow, and it was nearing maturity. After all, the core powerful rules of this universe had been mended. This means that the beings of this era can only prove some minor details and won't even have 1% of the combat power of the top powerhouses of the ancient universe. Suji took a deep breath. Time flies. It can be said that they were born at the wrong time. But it's already not bad. As the timeline moves forward, the door to the ultimate level 10s will close, the universe will age, and the age of chaos will arrive. Even the concept of the ultimate level 10s will no longer exist. The prodigies born in the age of chaos will be truly miserable. In that era, they would think that the ultimate level 9s who could distort the laws of the universe were at the peak of cultivation. That would be the saddest. In fact, they might even enter the age of destruction. Even the ultimate level 9s will no longer exist. They will think that the ultimate level 8s are at the peak of the universe. Because at that time, with the mending, the universe will no longer be perfect. This means that the powerhouses will no longer be able to distort the laws that are perfect to the point where there are no loopholes. It will be impossible for the ultimate level 9s to be born. Suji felt a deep sense of sorrow. Everything seems to be predestined. When the ultimate level 10s complete the great Tao of the universe, the ultimate level 9s will no longer be able to distort the laws, and the ultimate level 9s will also start to close. He seemed to feel a torrent of fate sweeping over, and no one could resist it. Even the greatest and most monstrous existence in the universe couldn't reverse this vast torrent of destruction. This might be fate. Time is the greatest weapon of the universe. Suji's expression was cold. He looked at this new universe that hadn't even been born yet, but he could already see its future. Only someone like him, who had witnessed the beginning of everything with his own eyes, could clearly feel the end of the future. In the universe's Dharma-ending era, the 10th level of Tao confirming and 9th level of Tao attainment disappeared. At the end of the universe, the living beings of that era would tragically think that rank 8 gods were the strongest beings in the universe, forming a cognitive barrier like a fish in a well looking at the sky. They had no way of understanding what kind of universe life form a rank 9 was. This is the significance of creating a sand table. From the parameters and records, one can deduce the history of the entire universe. Suji's expression was calm, even though all of this was deduced by me, but some of the more powerful 10th level universe overlords, they should know of the course of history. As he pondered, he watched the universe expand. It was moving toward peace and stability, and it was still evolving naturally. In reality, if these great Taos were not patched up by someone, proving the Tao with their body and merging their spirit with the Tao, the universe would naturally complete them over time. It was just that it would take a very, very long time. It's time to try distorting the time of the entire universe. Suji silently sensed everything and began to work on the core nomological laws of this region. After all, a sapling had just formed, and its branches were very fragile. He didn't even need to merge with the Tao. He could directly use his vast knowledge to distort some of the shapes of the main branches. He began to pour his consciousness into the great Tao diagram and began to try and modify it. At this moment, he was like a true god of creation, and he began to try and distort the core nomological laws of the universe. 1 day. 2 days. Suji soon discovered that something was wrong. Even though I can break away from the limit of time in the universe, I can only reach the level of thinking 1,000 years a day. It's not that I can't go higher, it's just that the repulsive force is getting stronger and stronger. This is the limit that I can endure with my great Tao piano. Perhaps in the future, I'll have to find someone to prove the Tao in this land. The nomological laws in this area can be higher, and it's even possible to reach 10,000 years a day. In fact, when I increase the power of the universe and withstand the pressure of the universe, there's a chance that I can reach 100 million years a day. Suji felt like 100 million years a day was very unlikely. Only a true independent universe with its own nomological laws would be able to achieve this. However, there was still a chance that he could reach 10,000 years a day. 1,000 years a day. I'm simply speeding up the aging of the entire universe. Suji suddenly sighed. Previously, 100 years a day was already very exaggerated. 1,000 years a day made him feel like he had really become like Zhou Shifu. He had gone from bad to worse, becoming an evil capitalist. A god in the past had at least lived for over 2 months, but now, he was going to die in a week. Boom, this was accompanied by Suji's calmness. Time flew by quickly, and the world became peaceful. Life in the early stages of the universe could only be born naturally after hundreds of millions of years. Suji naturally wasn't going to wait. Instead, he released spores into the god of creation flow and spread them throughout the entire universe. However, in this chaotic universe where even the nomological laws weren't perfect, it was extremely difficult for spores to reproduce. After experiencing countless extinctions, there were still no signs of life. Suji frowned. This is troublesome. In the entire universe, even the nomological laws of life aren't perfect, and the Zerg spores are a complete life evolution chain established under the mature nomological laws of life in the universe. In this universe, even the nomological laws of evolution don't exist. How can spores form? He felt that this was a little tricky. Spores were a creation established under the complete nomological laws of life in the universe. In other words, they were the product of the framework of the nomological parameters set by the ancient existences. They came from more than 10 billion years in the future. The rules of the DNA gene sequence were probably created by a certain primordial chaos sage in order to perfect the form of life and merge with the universe. In other words, the primitive life of this era didn't even have DNA. Who knew what the structure of the first life of this universe was like? In this era, spores couldn't take root and germinate. Could it be that they had to wait for the universe to naturally evolve for hundreds of millions of years and naturally form the nomological laws of life before they had a chance? For the first time, there's a species that spores can't evolve. Suji pondered for a moment. But it looks like it's just that they can't evolve. The spores are adapting. After all, it's almost the same universe. Even if there's no complete nomological laws of life, as long as there's the primitive nomological laws of life, it's enough. Suji could feel that it wasn't that the spores didn't improve, but the difficulty of evolution was unprecedentedly high. At the same time, the evolved species was also in line with the most primitive life of this universe. They didn't even have the basic form of life in the future. Even Suji couldn't help but look forward to it. Days passed one after another. On the 5th day, which was the 5,000th year, the first spores appeared in the form of life. Suji's entire person was inexplicably looking forward to it. After all, 5,000 years was equivalent to nearly 2 months in the past before spores could evolve. This amount of time was unprecedented. However, when Suji landed on an irregular meteorite soil and saw the first life in this universe, he was completely shocked. What is this? Suji saw the black clay creature that looked like mud. It had no cell structure and no DNA. It was like an inanimate object that had gained intelligence and was put in enough protoplasm to give birth to the form of life. It even gave Suji a feeling that the structure of life was like that of Xianxia, simple and crude. This, I see. Suji dragged the tiny lump of mud the size of an ant with one hand. He looked like a distant ancient cosmic giant dragging a grain of sand with one hand. His eyes completely lit up, and he had the urge to laugh heartily. I should have thought of it. In this newborn universe, there is only the most fundamental primordial law of life. What is the fundamental law of life? Protoplasm. It was the fundamental substance of life. Suji should have thought of it. Protoplasm was the fundamental law of life in the universe. Therefore, the first life in the universe must have been the first batch of life produced from protoplasm. There was no DNA helix flow, no base pairs, no cell nucleus, and no cell structure. The initial form of life is like those plant spirits that gained intelligence. It's equivalent to a pile of inanimate objects giving birth to a soul and consciousness, similar to elemental life forms. In other words, the life forms born from protoplasm in the future can be considered the original connate god-fiend life forms of the universe. They have the same ancestor? Just as Suji thought so and knew that he had connected the cause and effect of the universe, he saw something completely different and terrifying. This life form actually had no lifespan limit. A life form with unlimited lifespan? Suji muttered, how can this be? How can this be an unlimited lifespan? He held the small mud and had an unprecedented thought. In the beginning of life in the universe, there was no such thing as a lifespan. Everyone was immortal. The ancient people lived millions of years in spring and autumn, but their movements never stopped. This sentence instinctively appeared in Suji's heart. This was a human. Immortal. Not those distant ancient gods of absolute beginning. In the distant primordial era of the universe, after the Big Bang, any mortal had an unlimited lifespan. It could be said to be unimaginable. Lifespan was the curse of all experts. No life could escape that curse. Even the gods who stood high above, the cultivators who had conquered the galaxy, and the superlatives who ruled over the nebula, none of them could escape. Countless years later, whether it was gods or mortals, all of them would turn into a pile of white bones. However, this curse before us is a problem that almost all experts are unable to solve. Just what is this? Suji deduced again, and suddenly, a flash of enlightenment flashed in his mind. Life forms born from primordial matter can indeed be called connate godfiends. The life forms born from primordial matter now are actually no different from the life forms born in the ancient era. However, because of the different eras, there was a huge difference. The great Tao of the living beings of that era had yet to be perfected, and the laws of dimensions, space, and scale had yet to be created. They didn't have so many shackles of laws or the laws of the universe binding them. They can be said to be born divine. None of them need to cultivate, and they are far above any laws of the universe, because at that time, there are very, very few laws that can restrict them. In other words, it was a terrifying thing. The so-called lifespan limit in the real universe that Suji had been living in was not naturally created. He was a saint of heaven and earth at the beginning of the universe, an unprecedented ancient sage who had attained the ultimate Tao and added the shackles of life to the life forms of the entire universe, giving life the heavenly Tao law of birth, old age, sickness, and death. And why did he add this law? It was very obvious. Where there was life, there had to be death. There had to be a cycle, and that was why aging appeared. Therefore, at the beginning of the primeval universe, everything was chaotic. At that time, there was only birth, and there was no concept of old age and death. If this truth were to spread to the entire universe outside, I'm afraid many people would go crazy, right? Suji's heart was beating wildly. He himself was also a little flustered. He was deducing the history of the civilization development of the entire ancient universe, digging out the dark truth that had long been buried in the prehistory of more than 10 billion years. I won't be noticed by some existence in the unseen world, right? Will they beat me to death? Suji had goosebumps all over his body, and he shuddered. He felt that he was courting death. He was courting death. Suji had always felt that he was an honest person who worked behind closed doors, and didn't even go out to cause trouble. Why would he go around causing trouble? But after thinking about it, he shook his head and said, "But I definitely won't be able to live that long. I'll be assimilated by the universe and lose myself, becoming a part of the Tao itself. At the same time, the outside world shouldn't be able to see what I'm doing. This isn't considered courting death. I'm exploring the truth and continuing my deductions. Moreover, I've already deduced this universe, so how can I give up?" There was a strong urge of curiosity in his heart. Without a doubt, he was using this method, using the transcendent sand table world, to deduce and reproduce all the laws, secrets, and roots that had happened in the universe back then. This way, the terrifying secrets of the ancient dark screen of the entire universe would not be hidden, and he would be able to know the general history and truth of the entire universe's development. This was a great opportunity, and at the same time, the strong curiosity was also driving Suji forward. He wanted to see how the entire universe had developed into its current state. Deductions, I have to make deductions. Suji took a deep breath, put down the pile of mud, and left. He said calmly, "You're right. I have to increase my efforts in deductions. 1,000 years a day seems a little slow compared to the long years of the entire universe. If I can be a little more extreme and bear the pressure of the entire universe's assimilation and pay a huge price, it's not impossible to achieve 10,000 years a day. The greater the difference with the laws of the main universe, the more terrifying the pressure of assimilation." It was mainly because the heavenly Tao pianos could not withstand the assimilation. As the output, the pressure of maintaining the server was too great. However, if I use overclocking on those heavenly Tao pianos and increase their power output, they can reach this speed in a short period of time and resist the assimilation of the great Tao. Suji kept calculating. However, this will greatly consume the lifespan of the heavenly Tao pianos. This is a great loss, and the consumption of resources is also very high. But I don't care, I still have resources. As long as I can make Mount Akina produce at a crazy speed, I can quickly kill a batch of heavenly Tao pianos. The price was not small. But if he could use resources to speed it up, he could accept it. Thus, Suji directly overclocked the heavenly Tao piano and entered an overload state. The entire universe instantly trembled and invisibly accelerated. Everything was rapidly iterating and developing. I don't need to teach or preach the Tao. Suji looked at the pool of mud that had already begun to develop. He was very indifferent. Because this universe has just been born, it is still a rough embryo. Even if I preach the Tao, there is no Tao, so how can I do it? The Tao depends on the connate gods and demons of the primordial chaos, the first life forms of the universe, to prove their Tao and create it. They are the true founders of the great Tao of the entire universe. All those who came later will advance according to the Tao and laws that they opened up. This time, Suji did not take any action. He just wanted to be a bystander of this era. If he interfered, he might affect the history of the universe. A day passed. This was already 10,000 years. How long was 10,000 years? One must know that it had only been 10,000 years since Suji had deduced the entire transcendent cultivation system from nothing. Step by step, he had groped his way to where he was now. Logically speaking, their development speed should have already reached level 9. But in reality, this was not how it was calculated. Their speed was unprecedentedly slow. And it was unbelievably slow. After living for a full 10,000 years, the highest realm they had reached was not even level 1. This was because their great Tao was incomplete. Everything was fragmented and fragmented. Moreover, they had opened up a cultivation system from nothing. At the same time, under Suji's dumbfounded gaze, their population did not die of old age. Instead, they had entered an unprecedented super-expansion state. After the Big Bang, the first life forms appeared in the universe. But they did not have the concept of aging. They entered an unprecedented era of population explosion. This era of the universe is called the primordial universe. This era of the universe is called the Great Expansion Era. When Suji saw this scene, he was like an ancient god that lived in the eternal void of the universe. He silently sat on a high place and picked up his pen, which he hadn't done in a long time. In the book Genesis, he wrote, "The primordial universe, the beginning of the primordial chaos. The laws of heaven and earth were not fixed. The first life forms of the universe were born and multiplied. Generation after generation, there was no death. The population did not decrease, and the Big Bang era entered. Suji put down his pen, extremely calm. He sat at the edge of the void, as if he was looking at his own pond, sipping tea and looking down. This time, he would not interfere. Nor did he have enough knowledge to interfere. This is a mysterious and unknown path, I can't see through it at all. In a sense, I came from the future and transmigrated here more than 14 billion years later. But even though I have the mature system of knowledge from the future, I can't use it at all. Like the first batch of natives in the weak world. I can only walk alone, feeling everything at a loss. Even he didn't know how to develop, even if he wanted to teach, he didn't have any knowledge to teach. His cultivation technique and bloodline were completely useless in this era. His supercomputing power couldn't deduce everything. This was because calculations and deductions were based on existing knowledge and data, and now even the most basic data was incomplete. The laws of heaven and earth hadn't condensed, how could he deduce everything? Everything was immortal. The first living being also had his own name, Yimeng. As a mortal, he was the first living being to develop intelligence in this world. He didn't have any cultivation, but he actually lived to this day 10,000 years later. These 10,000 years were very fulfilling for the civilization. As an elemental earth-living being, the first original demon god only needed to absorb the energy of the universe to survive. This world was very wild and dangerous. In the end, it was filled with chaotic currents. But in the beginning, when they were born in this world, they didn't feel anything strange, as if everything was born this way. In the first 10 years of their birth, Yimeng brought his children and descendants to hide everywhere. They suffered heavy casualties. The chaotic interweaving of the universe, the chaotic folding of space, appeared like a natural disaster at any time. Even the dimensions were jumping, uncertain. Sometimes one-dimensional, sometimes two-dimensional, sometimes three-dimensional. But this dimensional chaos was not too much of a disaster for them. They were a lump of mud, sometimes reduced to one-dimensional, turning into a point, losing the ability to think for themselves, as if they were fixed. Sometimes they became two-dimensional, they were thin pieces of paper, running everywhere. After a while, they became three-dimensional creatures, their flesh bulging like springs. They could even enjoy it. Dimensional jumps couldn't kill them, but after being reduced to a lower dimension, if they were to encounter other disasters at the same time and couldn't escape, it would be a huge disaster. The space turbulence and all kinds of chaos were still full of danger. Even though they could live forever, they could only barely maintain the population. For the past 20 years, they used hand gestures and signals to communicate. Gradually, they evolved from a wild, beast-like life into a language of their own civilization. The language gradually turned into a unique brainwave signal for communication. They began to be amazed by the magic of language, and also felt the potential it contained. Language was the direct medium of communication, and communication was the spark of civilization. "Olala, olala," a mud person cried out loudly, pointing at a distant spatial chaotic stream, expressing that that place was extremely dangerous. He had previously personally seen his companions enter, and then be torn apart. The surrounding mud began to look at the vortex in fear. A new era of civilization had begun. They began to communicate with each other about the dangers they had experienced and how they had narrowly escaped death. They understood some of the rules of the universe's dangers and avoided them. The knowledge of the entire population began to be passed on like a torch. They learned the most important function of communication in a civilized settlement, avoiding danger. The moment of the 1st century. Yimeng's people still knew how to avoid danger. They began to adapt to this new chaotic universe, multiplying in large numbers throughout the universe. Their language and civilization had completely matured, but they still hadn't broken away from the wild tribal life. Their development was extremely slow and sluggish. Other than eating, reproducing, and resting, they had no other daily life. Time seemed to pass extremely slowly for them, day after day, dull and boring. It was just like that saying, the ancient people lived millions of years, but their movements never stopped. The development of civilization began to stagnate in the 1st century, and they lived the most primitive life of a wild tribe. It was impossible to develop civilization. Dimensions were jumping. The parameter of matter gravity could jump from 1 to 10,000 at any time. The speed of light was also uneven. Sometimes it was extremely slow, and sometimes it was unimaginably fast. Because the speed of light was not fixed, the observation method of far small, near large was not applicable at all. The person close to them could be far away, and the person far away could also be close at hand. The parameter of light was not stable, so everything they saw was fake. Even space could not be measured. It was as if they were living in an illusory space universe. Under such circumstances, not to mention any so-called developed technological civilization, even the top spaceships of the future would become a pile of scrap metal here. Because the development of civilization was the use of tools, and the so-called tools were built under the circumstances of the rules. But although they could not develop civilization, their population increased rapidly. They could avoid most of the dangers of the universe, and their casualties were greatly reduced. The real era of population expansion appeared. In the 1000th year, they found new joy in their boring lives. They began to spend their excess time on construction, and they were immersed in it. In the empty and silent universe, where they lived, all the soil was shaped into all kinds of strange shapes. Strange and grotesque, like children's graffiti. Even if, within a week, there would be a chaotic flow of laws or a change in the parameter of gravity, which would directly destroy their creations, like frequent waves sweeping away sand sculptures on the beach, they were still happy to rebuild. Day after day. Birth, eat, rest, build, be destroyed by the universe, build again. They built for 10,000 years. The era of great expansion was also an era of great construction. The idle Yimong race was unable to develop civilization, so they used their excessive exuberant energy on space sculptures. This was almost an inevitability of history. Suji could not help but feel shocked. Who would have thought? The first civilization of the universe, they were like a bunch of naive children on the beach, happily spending tens of thousands of years. Day after day, they built statues, and then were constantly beaten by the tides of the sea, destroying their masterpiece. In Suji's eyes, this scene was strange and dazzling. As long as it was where they lived, the floating matter in the universe would be sculpted into all kinds of strange buildings, and they lived in them. And the development of these sculptures, their sculpture art also reached the peak of development. From the strange style at the beginning, they gradually had a unified aesthetic. The sculptures became regular, symmetrical, perfect spheres, cubes, triangles, polyhedrons. The whole world seemed to have become a world of mathematical geometry. The sculptures also made them understand the beauty of regularity for the first time, and they began to think for the first time. Why isn't the universe regular? Although there was no development in the past 10,000 years, they had long recognized the existence of a series of rules such as light and gravity. Because of the natural disasters of those variables, they had long understood the existence of these concepts. This was a very simple logic. If gravity was constant, then it would be easy for people to ignore it in life, until Newton noticed it when he saw an apple. However, if gravity was not constant, and objects fell, and the suction force on them was extremely strange, then humans would notice the concept of gravity from the beginning. They even measured time, and set up units to calculate their own lives and how much time had passed. They continued to play with the sculptures, and Yimong, who was sitting at the highest point, began to think. Why is light not constant? It would be nice if the light was constant. After all, light is too deceptive. If its speed was constant, then we would not need to touch it with our own hands to determine the true shape of the sculpture. The world can become real just by looking at it with our eyes. Why is gravity not constant? If gravity is constant, then it would be good. If gravity is a constant number, then the sculptures we build will not quickly collapse, deform, and distort because of the instantaneous changes in the gravity between the objects. Why isn't space constant? If space is constant, then the sculptures we build will not be destroyed because of the turbulence of space, and can always exist. He began to question the irregular universe he lived in for the first time, and it was like a seed that took root and sprouted. He began to feel dissatisfied. However, even though Yimong had doubts, there was no way to change it. He could only lead his people to build the sculptures day after day, and then they were destroyed. After another few thousand years, he focused on the sculptures, and found that his thoughts became clearer and faster. He could even vaguely see the inside of his body. I see, myself? He stopped moving, and it was as if he saw his body like another sculpture, and many of the details were not perfect, and very weak. He could not help but start to focus on training every part of his body, and feel the shortcomings. He carved himself perfectly like a sculpture. Gradually, another 3 years passed, and he felt that his life seemed to have broken through some kind of limit. He entered a mysterious state, and when he woke up, a few months had passed. There was a strange aura all over his body, and the whole universe shook violently. The stars were bright, and the light of the great Tao lingered. For a moment, it was as if he was the first ancient god in the world. Boom, the world surged slightly as if something was being born. Wind blew and clouds surged. Countless great Tao laws trembled and resonated. Streaks of shocking rainbows pierced through the heavens and the earth, flickering in the vault of heaven. The back of the figure lingered in the sacred, and the green light in his eyes flickered, as if he was looking down on the world. Countless members of the Yimeng race put down the sculptures in their hands and quickly knelt down, shouting, "Ray! Ray! Ray!" They shouted as they looked at their leader who was surrounded by light. It was as if they were looking at the only true God in the world. In this chaotic primordial universe, there was no concept of God. It was as if the concept of God was born at this moment. Interesting, Suji took a bite of the apple and looked down at the fish pond. He smiled faintly. I've reached the first rank. Moreover, this breakthrough has caused a disturbance in the universe. It's comparable to the energy whirlpool of a god's breakthrough on a planet. This was not a gift from heaven and earth, a blessing from the dark, or a reward from the universe for the first cultivator in the world, such a joke. The universe had no consciousness. It was like Earth, just that it existed there. What you caused was a part of the natural phenomena. It was like how ancient humans thought the gods were angry when they saw rain and lightning. In reality, it was just a natural phenomenon. Otherwise, Suji would have been killed a long time ago by the universe that was a tumor. This disturbance was caused by the laws of the primordial universe. It was too unstable and easy to pry open. The breakthrough of a rank would cause a chain reaction of energy absorption. That was why it was so exaggerated. 10,000 years, even if one doesn't understand the soul path cultivation method or the martial path cultivation method, but with a young and strong body that doesn't age, the strength of the soul and body will naturally grow through daily unintentional tempering. They will also walk towards that kind of threshold. After all, even a pig that doesn't age or die will reach the first rank after a long period of time. Moreover, sculpting consumes one's physical and mental strength, and one has to focus day after day. It's similar to meditation. Meditation is also focusing one's attention on a visualization diagram, and it's somewhat in line with the path of soul cultivation and martial arts. Bloodline cultivation methods were too complicated. Naturally, he didn't cultivate them. The first to be born were the soul Tao and the martial Tao. These were the two fundamental cultivation methods. As for the laws of this universe, they could be changed. Wasn't it the bloodline Tao? How could this be? The prelude to the path of the universe was a main rule that was born and split. It had already been set. All the paths of cultivation were hidden in the dark. It was just like the beginning of the universe. The rules of the universe used the bloodline as a carrier. They were hidden in the bodies of the creatures. All the creatures practiced the path of the bloodline. They dug out the potential of their own bloodline. But it also seems like fate. Suji smiled faintly as he looked down at the entire primordial universe. If it wasn't for eternal life, it would be almost impossible for a cultivation technique to appear so quickly. The universe's creation, the innate ancient gods were born with the knowledge of cultivation. What a joke, those were all myths and illusions, embellished by later generations. In this prehistoric universe, not only were there no nomological concepts, but the concept of cultivation had also never existed. If it wasn't recognized by the natives of this era, it wouldn't exist. Would you take the initiative to cultivate something that didn't exist the moment you were born? This was a cognitive barrier, a limitation of the times. Suji sighed with emotion. All of this was within his expectations, but it was also completely reasonable. It could even be said to be an inevitable course of history. Civilization began to spend too much energy on studying the statues. Then, this civilization naturally broke through with the increase of eternal life and lifespan. Soon, the universe became clear in Yimeng's eyes. It was as if he had discovered a new world. He realized that his life level had increased. I've become stronger. Yimeng realized that his strength had increased a lot. He couldn't help but gather his clansmen to study the changes in his body. He realized that by training his body and mind through stone carving, he could transform himself. I call this method, cultivation. He stood on top of a huge statue, looking down at his clansmen that were as vast as the sea, and said, "Cultivating the mind and body is for cultivation, to train one's consciousness and body, to strengthen the physique and speed up the growth of our bodies." He said it very simply. Cultivation? They were confused. What is the essence of cultivation? Someone asked. The essence of cultivation is to speed up the growth of the body. It allows us to move from adulthood to adulthood. Yimeng's words made the entire clan very confused. Even Suji was slightly startled. He couldn't understand the meaning of this. He couldn't help but look at Yimeng for an explanation. Yimeng looked down and said seriously, "For every clansman, below 10 years of age is childhood, 20 years of age is adulthood, and 10,000 years of age is the breakthrough to adulthood. According to my body's senses, there is still physical growth after adulthood, and adulthood, according to the normal growth of our bodies, we will need 50,000 years to reach that stage." Boom, Suji's body shook slightly. It was as if a certain understanding of the world in his mind had been uncovered. Yimeng continued, "The essence of cultivation is to speed up our adulthood. It allows us to reach a stronger body in a shorter time." Cultivation, so this is cultivation. They shouted excitedly, "It allows us to advance our time, allowing our bodies to enter adulthood from adulthood. We need to cultivate, we need to cultivate." So that's how it is. From the age of 10 to the age of 20, we became much stronger than when we were children. However, after we became adults, we thought that we would never grow again. Who would have thought that the next stage of growth would be 10,000 years later? Clan leader is already 10,000 years old. So the adulthood stage is so powerful? Then we are almost 10,000 years old. We are about to enter that stage of physical growth. This moment was destined to be recorded in history. For the first time, the living beings in the universe had the concept of cultivation. The essence of cultivation, to speed up the natural growth of life. Suji's mind exploded. Looking at this scene, it was as if he was looking at the beginning of the epic of the universe. So this is the essence of cultivation. Our understanding of the essence of cultivation in the universe has already deviated. In the prehistoric era of the gods and demons, their lifespans were unlimited. Even if they did not need to cultivate, their bodies would naturally reach that stage with time. In fact, they didn't even need to cultivate their bloodline. Their bloodline would reach perfection with time. It was just that the natural growth time was extremely long. In 10,000 years, by eating and drinking, one could also reach level 1. In theory, as long as one's lifespan was long enough, after hundreds of millions of years of growth and experiencing countless big adult life stages, one could naturally reach the 9th level and even the 10th level. The essence of cultivation is to speed up the natural growth of life. This is because they have an unlimited lifespan. In theory, the innate gods and demons of the absolute beginning universe will reach the peak of rank 10 once they reach adulthood. They only use cultivation to speed up their maturation. The innate ancient gods of the primordial universe were born with an unlimited lifespan. Once they reached adulthood, they would become the strongest in the universe. That would explain everything. But from the perspective of our future generations, the rules of heaven and earth have been modified, so our lifespans have become limited. At that time, cultivation was not to accelerate the growth of life, but to race against time and fight against fate. Suji came to a sudden realization. In his heart, he understood the truth of the origin of the universe more and more thoroughly. The scenes of history were being reopened. He could not help but once again pick up his pen and write a line of words in founding era. In the primordial universe, during the era of the Big Bang, living beings loved sculptures, and they used them to observe the universe's circumference. In less than 10,000 years, there were living beings who used light to live for 10,000 years and entered the first level. See the true cultivation method. 10 years of childhood, 20 years of adulthood, 10,000 years of adulthood, 50,000 years of adulthood. Even Suji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He sat at the side and sipped on his tea. Is this the primordial innate God-fiend of the universe? At this stage of growth, eating and drinking can really make one stronger. However, they were a barbaric tribe with no cultural heritage. It was only natural for them to have a simple and crude name. In this era, the so-called cultivation realms from level 1 to level 10 are not realms. They are just a natural stage of growth for their bodies. But to reach level 1 in 10,000 years, even if it's natural growth, it's still unimaginably long. Suji suddenly fell into deep thought. He started calculating with the demon cores. In the mature universe of the future, if one doesn't cultivate and just accumulates naturally, they should be able to reach level 1 in a few hundred years. Level 1 was really not a miraculous realm. But here, it took 10,000 years to reach level 1. It was probably due to the imperfection of this universe. In the future, many sages would prove their Tao and benefit the universe. They would use the matured laws of the universe to fill in the gaps. Only then would the cultivation progress of living beings be sped up. That was why cultivation was so fast. The ancestors planted trees, and the descendants reaped the shade. In other words, the cultivation speed of living beings in the universe is extremely slow at the beginning. This is the natural situation. The mature universe of our future was all made by many sages who proved their Tao. Suji felt that he had received another piece of information. The era had completely entered the cultivation era. The Mang race began to deliberately summarize the rules of cultivation to increase their cultivation speed and speed up their growth. The art of sculpture in the universe did not pass. Instead, it became even more prosperous. They began to carve and train their bodies while focusing on sculpting. This formed a different kind of sculpture meditation technique. Their time was very long. Very quickly, 1,000 years passed. The 10,000-year-old living beings had already reached level 1. How terrifying was the number of the Mang race? They only had longevity and no death from old age. After 10,000 years of reproduction, they had spread across a small part of the universe. Billions of clansmen worked together to deduce cultivation techniques and make up for each other's weaknesses. The wisdom of these clansmen was not to be underestimated. The second 1,000 years passed. Their cultivation techniques were completely perfected. They discovered that using special cultivation techniques could increase their cultivation speed by a few thousand times. This also means that we only need 80 to 200 years to reach the first rank. In such a short period of time, we have entered 10,000 years, and only then can we enter the great maturation stage of life. They cheered wildly as they found a new goal in life. Very quickly, Tier 2 appeared. 4,000 years later, the third stage appeared. Everything was progressing in an orderly manner. Suji could also clearly see that the Soul Tao and Martial Tao of the universe, the two basic bloodline-less cultivation techniques, had actually completely solidified at this moment. It was pretty much the same as the Soul Path and Martial Path cultivation techniques of the future. Looking at the current Suji, he finally confirmed that the Soul Tao and Martial Tao cultivation techniques that were widely circulated in the universe were created by the innate ancient gods when the chaos was first formed. But why is it almost exactly the same as the original version? As the universe matured and perfected, the Soul Tao and Martial Tao haven't changed at all after 14 billion years. Version update? Soon, Suji discovered a huge contradiction. Any cultivation techniques version would be updated and iterated. Furthermore, the laws of the universe were not complete, the laws would be constantly perfected in the future. The cultivation techniques would have to conform to the laws of the universe so that the cultivation techniques would not be eliminated, even as the era changes. There is only one possibility that these two cultivation techniques will not be changed. Suji looked at the Mang natives who were cheering and holding on to the two cultivation techniques. They had no idea that they had established a historical moment for the future. The only way is for these natives to complete the laws of the universe according to the two original versions of the Soul Tao and Soul Tao cultivation techniques. Therefore, the cultivation techniques don't need to be changed at all, they can just use the cultivation techniques as a template and change the universe. Suji's mind shook. If this matter were to spread out and the experts of this era were to find out, it would probably cause the heavens to collapse and the earth to split apart. How exaggerated was this? Countless Taoists would go crazy. But this also completely explained why the Soul Tao and Martial Tao cultivation techniques were called the two great Heaven Tao cultivation techniques by the civilizations of the universe. Perfectly complementing the laws of the universe, as if they were born from the heavens and earth, they still didn't need to be modified after billions of epochs. This was because this entire universe was originally made for these two great cultivation techniques. Too ruthless. Suji took a deep breath. Were the first batch of life forms in the universe also ruthless? No, not ruthless, it's that they didn't know what earth-shattering things they were doing back then. Maybe it was like changing the environment of their home, changing the wasteland in front of their door into fertile land, making it more livable. He had deduced too many things. His scalp was already tingling. He even had a strong urge to stop. He had a vague premonition that if he continued to deduce, he would completely see the hidden truth of the entire universe. Everything that happened during the primordial era of the universe's creation might encounter some kind of inauspicious event. It was like he had opened some kind of magic box. Anyway, the outside can't see me. Suji was very calm. Looks like next, they are deducing from level 1 to level 7. This is an incremental breakthrough in energy, nothing special. After all, level 7 Heavenly Emperor is the ultimate limit for flesh and blood creatures. Level 8 gods are dimensional ascension, another type of life form that transcends dimensions. Suji raised his eyebrows. He directly overclocked the Heaven Tao piano again, directly jumping to the future at a speed of 10,000 years a day. In other words, 1 day later. At this time, Suji saw the entire world. It was already a chaotic primordial world of cultivators. The current world had just barely begun to step onto the right track of cultivation. There were cultivators everywhere. A new era of civilization had officially begun. Light was revered as a god, worshipped high above. He was a great strategist, leading the people to deduce cultivation techniques, creating words, books, and recording everything. But he began to let the powerful beings of the tribe explore the borders of the universe, drawing up the heavenly map rules, recording all chaotic phenomena, ordering the heavenly judge to control everything, and announcing it to the entire race. But he was a great strategist, but also extremely lustful. In a desolate civilization without much entertainment, he married 170,000 wives and concubines. In the view of the ancient elemental gods, there was no ethics at all. There was only one race in the universe, and he was the ancestor of everything. He married children that he didn't even know he had, and even married his own son and daughter. But in the eyes of the people, everything was natural. He was the only ancient god in the universe. All blessings were glory. Under Light's leadership, their race was already a powerful being, able to overturn rivers and seas, and chase the stars and the moon. Because in this era, the restrictions of the universe's laws on them were too small, they could also move many substances, surpassing the gods of later generations. At this time, in a splendid and exquisite black mud palace, Light sat on a high throne, calmly looking down at his subjects. Oh? After more than 20,000 years, a new creature has been born? Yes, Your Majesty, great God. This is a new race we discovered while exploring the borders of the land. It seems to have been born less than 3,000 years ago. Yifeng, the leader of a low-level tribe, said enthusiastically. In reality, it must be known that the subspace of the universe created by Suji was very large. The area of this universe was definitely not small, especially for these ant-like life forms. Until now, they had not finished exploring the entire land. But in such a vast land, they were still the only life forms. This was because natural life forms were too rare. Bring them up. With Light's voice, a few metal-like life forms were brought up. They're almost the same as us. Disappointment flashed in Light's eyes. After all, the laws of this universe were too chaotic, and only metal and mud were the main substances. Naturally, the life forms that were born here were extremely monotonous. Light kept a few good-looking representatives as concubines, and then said, bring them down to develop. Watch them closely, let them cultivate, and see how they progress. Yes. Light bid farewell. Before leaving, Light looked at his god one last time, extremely fanatical. He was the first life form in the world. He brought them to escape disaster, to understand language, to create words, to speed up the growth of life, and to build a civilized home that belonged to them. He was guiding everything, pushing everything forward. In the future, he, who was immortal, would continue to bring them down, because they were all immortal, and their lifespans were eternal. Tap tap tap. Soon, the entire palace was empty. Light sat calmly on the chair. At this time, he, who was already a level 7 heavenly emperor, felt that he had reached his limit. As a life form's growth limit, he began to have deep doubts about the world. Could it be that our 7th growth stage has reached its limit? End of chapter 1144. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.